Chapter 1176. After walking far away, the man who had invited Xianxia to accompany him glanced back, a strange look appearing on his face as he muttered to himself. A First-Order Saint King can stand here without using his Saint Chi to protect himself? It's really strange. Even for him, a Third-Order Saint King, it was a bit difficult for him to cope, and his clothes were soon soaked in sweat, but he found that Xianxia wasn't in such a sorry state, which was why he had invited him, because he subconsciously felt that Xianxia wasn't simple. However, the other party seemed a bit unreasonable, so he tactfully didn't say anything. In this kind of place, the more words one spoke, the better. Who knew what kind of personality this First-Order Saint King had? If he provoked the other party, it wouldn't be good for him to fight. The Luyin sandfield had only opened once every 400 years, so it could be said that there were treasures everywhere. So naturally, he had to seize the opportunity to find them. After he left, Xianxia stood in place and thought for a while. He felt that the voice of the cultivator who had invited him was a bit familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. But Xianxia was sure he had never met this person before. How could someone he had never met before have heard his voice? After pondering for a moment, Xianxia stopped thinking about this problem and took out the Yuan magnetic compass from his space ring. The communication artifact that was placed next to the Yuan magnetic compass seemed to have some divine sense fluctuations, so it should be a message from Wei Guchang. Xianxia took it out and sensed it, and sure enough, not only was there a message from him, but also the divine senses of Dong Xian'er and the other disciples of Shadow Moon Hall shuttling back and forth, asking for each other's location before deciding on a meeting place. Xianxia ignored it and threw the communication artifact back into his space ring before confirming the direction with the Yuan magnetic compass and heading towards the depths of the Luyin sandfield. About 300 kilometers away from Xianxia, Wei Guchang stood at the foot of a huge slope. This slope was very conspicuous, and even from a distance, one could see its outline. He and the other core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall had agreed to meet here, so, as long as they weren't idiots, they should be able to find this place quickly. Dong Xian'er was the closest to him, so after half a cup of tea worth of time, Dong Xian'er was the first to arrive. "Brother," Dong Xian'er called out happily as she flew over, a light blue halo covering her body that exuded a faint chill, isolating her from the heat. This was the protective effect of the origin-grade low-rank defensive artifact Yang Yin had refined for her. Wei Guchang, like Xianxia, did not immediately use his artifact or Saint Chi to protect himself. Instead, he simply stood in place, seemingly enjoying this baking heat. Seeing Dong Xian'er arrive, he immediately showed a gentle smile. "Brother, the junior brothers and junior sisters who are going to the treasure area with us have all replied, but Brother Yang hasn't. Is he too far away from us, beyond the range of this communication artifact?" Dong Xian'er asked with some concern. "Not necessarily." Wei Guchang shook his head. "Our communication artifact was refined by Grandmaster Golin himself, so its range is 500 kilometers. We didn't enter this place too far apart, so even if we were to split up, we should be nearby." Brother Yang not replying, he should have his own plans. "Brother, what you mean is that Brother Yang wants to act alone. He doesn't want to come with us?" Dong Xian'er was also an intelligent woman, so after hearing Wei Guchang's words, she immediately understood Xianxia's plan. Those with ability all like to act alone. Wei Guchang grinned. "What about you, brother? Do you also want to act alone? Free and easy?" Dong Xian'er suddenly asked faintly. Wei Guchang laughed heartily. "Brother, I naturally want to go with you. The two of us together, under the moonlight, under the flowers, running amok in this forbidden area, wouldn't that be great?" Hearing his nonsense, Dong Xian'er couldn't help but spit, but her small face was still brimming with a happy smile. Wei Guchang coldly snorted. "If possible, of course I would want it to be just the two of us, but there's no other way. Martial Uncle Wang and Martial Uncle Yin specially instructed me to take good care of those junior brothers and junior sisters, so I can't just leave them behind. It's funny that when I invited Brother Yang before, they looked dissatisfied. How could they know how strong Brother Yang is? I'd rather travel with Brother Yang than bring these burdens. Being in a sect, there are always some things that don't go your way. "Brother, don't worry too much," Dong Xin'er softly comforted. This was her biggest advantage, and also what Wei Guchang liked most about her. She could always comfort him with the right words at the most appropriate time. Every time he was in a bad mood, as long as he said a few words to her, his mood would immediately calm down. "Of course I know. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. They should be coming soon, and it would be quite sad if they heard it." Wei Guchang smiled and shook his head. He immediately stopped talking about this matter, and instead discussed with Dong Xin'er the direction and route they should take. At this moment, Yang Kai encountered his first fire spirit beast. He originally thought that the fire spirit beast would be the same as the monster beast and would be easy to find. Since he came in, he had been looking around, wanting to see what was so strange about this thing that only existed in Luyin Sand, and even more so, he wanted to see what was so special about the fire crystal stone. Who would have thought that he couldn't find any trace of the fire spirit beast? Just as he was looking around, a flame suddenly gushed out from a crack in the ground under his feet. Soon after, a fire spirit beast that looked like a fierce tiger appeared on the scene, shaking its head and swaying its tail. Yang Kai didn't rush to attack, but carefully observed. Indeed, as Wei Guchang had said before, the fire spirit beast's body was illusory, constantly changing, and very strange. Its aura was perfectly concealed by the heat of Luyin Sand. So even though Yang Kai was very vigilant, Yang Kai didn't notice it until it jumped out from the crack under his feet. This tiger-like fire spirit beast looked very weak, only at the level of a fifth-order monster beast. A fifth-order monster beast was equivalent to an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. It didn't even have a complete body, only a majestic tiger head and half of its body. From the waist down, all that was left was a mass of flame. Yang Kai was disappointed. The tiger-like fire spirit beast took the initiative to attack, but Yang Kai just threw a punch, Saint Qi gushing out from his fist, and directly scattered it. The flame burst, and the tiger-like fire spirit beast disappeared in an instant, leaving behind a dark red, sand-like object that fell from the sky. Yang Kai casually reached out and caught in his hand. Is this a fire crystal stone? Even though this was the first time he had seen it, Yang Kai recognized at a glance that this was the fire crystal stone Wei Guchang had been talking about so much. However, this thing was simply too small. Although the world energy contained inside was pure enough, the amount it could store was nothing to be proud of. Yang Kai only needed to circulate his Saint Qi casually to absorb all of the energy inside this thing. Shaking his head with some dissatisfaction, Yang Kai estimated that the size of a fire crystal stone should be directly related to the rank of the fire spirit beast. The higher the rank of the fire spirit beast, the larger the fire crystal stone would be. This kind of sand-sized fire crystal stone was only a crystal from a fifth-order fire spirit beast. So 6th order, 7th order, and even 8th order fire spirit beasts might be different. There was no challenge in the outermost flame area, so Yang Kai lost interest in carefully investigating this place. With a single thought, the sound of wind and thunder rang out as a pair of beautiful wings suddenly unfurled behind him. These wings were translucent and had arcs of lightning curling around them. These were the wind and thunder wings that Yang Kai had not used for a long time. When he was on Tongxian Realm, the wind and thunder wings had provided him with great help, but since obtaining a flight-type artifact like a star shuttle, the usefulness of the wind and thunder wings had gradually decreased. After arriving at Tongxian territory, Yang Kai had not used the wind and thunder wings again. Yang Kai had not expected that in this kind of place, there would be a need to test them. Pouring his Saint Qi into the wind and thunder wings, Yang Kai's speed suddenly soared as he transformed into a stream of light and disappeared from where he stood. Yang Kai was overjoyed as he found that his guess was correct. Although it was impossible to use a star shuttle in this Luyin sand field, and the cultivator could not fly, the wind and thunder wings were not greatly restricted. As long as he did not leave the ground, he would be fine. However, once Yang Kai tried to leave the ground, an infinite pressure would descend from the sky and abruptly suppress him. After testing this a few times, Yang Kai obediently relied on the wind and thunder wings to travel on foot. This forbidden land was very strange. Yonkai did not know what kind of mysterious world principles it contained, but in any case, there were many restrictions. Along the way, Yonkai did not encounter a single person, as if he was the only one exploring this huge Luyin sandfield. Of course, Yonkai knew that this was just an illusion. The Luyin sandfield was simply too big. It was a circular territory, and the closer one was to the outside, the wider the perimeter, so the chances of encountering another cultivator were naturally lower. However, as long as one walked deeper in, the elites would gradually gather at the center, and the chances of encountering each other would increase. When that time came, there would likely be more conflicts. Fire spirit beasts were indeed common in the flame area. As Yonkai hurried along, from time to time, one or two fire spirit beasts of varying levels would emerge from the cracks in the ground, trying to obstruct his progress. There were even some fire spirit beasts that swaggered out and wandered around. Facing these fire spirit beasts, which were equivalent to 5th order or 6th order in strength, Yonkai really couldn't bring himself to kill them, so he simply ignored them and left. The further he went, the higher the surrounding temperature became. Not only did the temperature cause Yonkai's skin to sting, but even the fire poison contained in the heat waves became stronger, silently seeping into Yonkai's body through his pores, affecting his bodily functions and the circulation of his Saint Qi. This fire poison was extremely overbearing. Even if Yonkai circulated his secret art, he was unable to dissolve it. If too much of it accumulated, it would pose a great danger to anyone, so Yonkai could only forcibly expel it from his body. As the temperature of the flame area increased and the fire poison raged, Yonkai had to push his Saint Qi to protect his body, resisting both the heat and the fire poison. Chapter 1177. 3 days later, Yonkai entered a valley-like area. During these 3 days, he had been on his way, and with the bonus of his wind and thunder wings, his speed was much faster than others. During this time, except for encountering an 8th-order fire spirit beast, which he killed with some effort, nothing else happened. The 8th-order fire spirit beast body had already solidified to a certain extent, so when it suddenly emerged from a crack in the ground, it really gave Yonkai a fright. If not for his quick reaction and the help of his wind and thunder wings, this sneak attack alone would have been enough to injure him. Only now did Yonkai understand that the real threat of fire spirit beasts was not their strength, but their ability to perfectly blend in with the environment of this Luyin desert. As long as they did not take the initiative to appear, a cultivator would not be able to detect them. However, their appearance was always accompanied by a fatal sneak attack. An 8th-order fire spirit beast was equivalent to a Saint King, so if it had been any other cultivator, they would have died long ago. However, Yonkai finally managed to kill it, and obtained a fire crystal stone the size of a pigeon's egg. This piece of fire crystal stone was much larger than the first one he obtained, so its value was definitely not low. As long as an alchemist or artifact refiner could perfectly integrate the pure fire energy contained in this fire crystal stone into the pills or artifacts they refined, they could improve the grade and quality of the pills and artifacts they refined. Such a harvest made Yonkai a little happy, and he couldn't help but want to find another 8th-order fire spirit beast to kill. After all, he was an alchemist himself, so this kind of thing would be helpful to him. After entering the valley, Yonkai's divine sense covered a range of 300 meters around him, lest he encounter another sneak attack from a powerful fire spirit beast. The terrain here was very strange. In all directions, there were bare mountains. The entire valley looked like a huge pit in the ground. The valley was so big that one couldn't see the end of it. There were crisscrossing ravines everywhere in the valley. The large ravines looked like bottomless abysses, which made people shudder. Yonkai didn't care, and instead urged his wind and thunder wings to continue forward. He had the same idea as Wei Guchong, which was to rush to the treasure area as soon as possible and collect some spirit grasses and spirit herbs before many people entered. Once all the elites from the various major forces entered, there would be less good stuff to collect. Everyone should be in a hurry right now. Yonkai had the wind and thunder wings, which gave him a huge advantage. Half a day later, Xianxia had already arrived at the interior of the valley. Surprisingly, he had not encountered a single fire spirit beast in this half a day. Previously, no matter how lucky he was, there would be one or two fire spirit beasts that recklessly rushed out to block his path every 1 or 2 hours. But now, half a day had passed, and there was no trace of any fire spirit beasts, which made him very puzzled. It was as if this valley was a forbidden area for fire spirit beasts, and they would not come here. Xianxia was happy to see this, and continued to move forward. But suddenly, Xianxia's face changed, and in a flash, he hurriedly dodged to the side. Just now, when he used his divine sense to investigate, he felt an abnormal energy fluctuation. Xianxia was very familiar with this kind of energy fluctuation. It was the sign of a fire spirit beast rushing out from the cracks in the ground to attack. Sure enough, when he changed his position, several fire spirit beasts of different shapes and levels suddenly rushed out from his original position. Xianxia didn't want to pay attention to them and just wanted to move forward, but before he could stand firm, the abnormal energy fluctuation appeared again, and the place where it appeared was still under his feet. Xianxia frowned and changed his position again. This time, the energy fluctuation came from under his feet for the third time. At the same time, in all directions, the entire valley seemed to be boiling, the chaotic energy fluctuating up and down, and flames rushed out from the crisscrossing cracks, transforming into strange fire spirit beasts. The number of flames rushing out from the cracks in the ground was simply too many to count, and there were even more flames flashing in the distance. Xianxia's complexion finally changed. There seemed to be something wrong with this valley. He never thought that the fire spirit beasts would be so dense, and this place was completely different from what he had imagined. This valley was not a forbidden area for the fire spirit beasts. It was clearly their paradise. Who knew why so many fire spirit beasts had gathered here? In just a dozen breaths of time, Xianxia was surrounded by fire spirit beasts, all of whom were glaring at him with malicious intent. Xianxia swept the area with his divine sense, and his face sank. Just within a radius of 1,000 feet around him, there were already over 10,000 fire spirit beasts gathered. Although most of these fire spirit beasts were unsightly at the 5th or 6th rank, there were also 7th and 8th rank fire spirit beasts mixed in with them. Even further away from him, there were even more fire spirit beasts rushing over here one after another. Xianxia felt as if he had inadvertently poked a big hornet's nest, his expression extremely ugly. Not being able to fly meant that he would have to kill his way out of this encirclement. With so many fire spirit beasts, how long would it take him to kill them all? Just as Xianxia was hesitating, a loud roar rang out, and the fire spirit beasts that had gathered around him took the initiative to launch an attack, rushing towards Xianxia in droves. These beasts bared their fangs and charged towards Xianxia, some of them even using fire attribute energy to attack. Some of these beasts spat out fireballs from their mouths, while others attacked like fire snakes towards Xianxia. There were even some that shot out like sharp arrows, their speed extremely fast, and the sound of them tearing through the air rang out incessantly. These energy attacks could only be launched by fire spirit beasts that had reached the 7th order. Xianxia roared as his Saint Chi surged, and a long sword covered in demonic flames appeared in his hand. Swinging it forward, a shocking sword wave appeared, and all the 5th order and 6th order fire spirit beasts that were struck by this sword wave were reduced to dust and dissipated into the air. Xianxia waved his hand again and sent out a dozen pitch-black spears filled with demonic flames in all directions. Each spear was incredibly powerful and pierced through the bodies of countless fire spirit beasts before gradually disappearing. Profound heavenly sword, heaven-punishing spear, Xianxia continued to use these 9 heavens divine skills, killing the fire spirit beasts that rushed towards him. When others encountered so many fire spirit beasts, even if they were in groups, they could only wait to be killed because there were simply too many of these fire spirit beasts. Even if most of them couldn't withstand a single blow, it would still take a huge amount of energy to kill them all. Perhaps before a cultivator could kill them all, the cultivator would run out of energy and be overwhelmed by these fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai was different. He had never worried about the amount of energy stored in his body. Before, he had stored his yang liquid, but now that his Saint Chi had transformed into demonic flames, all of his strength was stored in his physique. Yang Kai's Saint Chi reserves were hundreds or thousands of times greater than any Saint King Realm Master. Even Origin, returning Realm Masters couldn't compare to him. Pouring out his Saint Chi recklessly, Yang Kai made the fire spirit beasts swarming towards him completely understand what it meant to be slaughtered like flies. Soon, Yang Kai furrowed his brow. When such a large number of fire spirit beasts appeared just now, he was really surprised for a moment, but in the next moment, he became excited. Because with so many fire spirit beasts, how many fire crystal stones could he harvest? Even if the fire crystal stones in the bodies of 5th order and 6th order fire spirit beasts were useless, the 7th order and 8th order fire spirit beasts were different. The fire crystal stones in their bodies could definitely be used for alchemy or artifact refining. But now, Yang Kai discovered a strange phenomenon. The fire spirit beasts he killed seemed to be fundamentally different from the fire spirit beasts outside. They didn't have any fire crystal stones in their bodies. After the time it would take to boil a cup of tea, Yang Kai had killed at least 300 5th order and 6th order fire spirit beasts, and even a dozen or so 7th order fire spirit beasts. Strangely, whether they were 5th order, 6th order, or 7th order fire spirit beasts, after their bodies dissipated, not a single fire crystal stone was left behind. Something is wrong. Yang Kai was puzzled, but after slaughtering for a while, he suddenly turned his eyes to an 8th order fire spirit beast not far away. He really wanted to know if this guy's body was the same. The demonic flame sword in his hand swept out in a semicircle, and the fire spirit beast, touched by his demonic flame, directly collapsed and dissipated. Yang Kai quickly opened a gap in the crowd of fire spirit beasts and rushed straight towards the 8th order fire spirit beast. Before Yang Kai even arrived, a heaven-punishing spear had already shot out. The 8th order fire spirit beast was quite extraordinary and quickly dove into the crowd of fire spirit beasts, using the bodies of its dozen or so companions to resist the attack of the heaven-punishing spear. Not waiting for Yang Kai to launch another attack, it opened its mouth and spat out a fire dragon. Yang Kai didn't dodge and instead pushed his Saint Chi to resist the raging fire dragon. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai arrived in front of the fire dragon and slashed out with his demonic flame sword. This time, the 8th order fire spirit beast was unable to dodge, and the sword wave split open a meter-long crack on its head. After the sword wave raged on, the 8th order fire spirit beast let out a whimper and disappeared. Yang Kai searched carefully and found that it really didn't have any fire crystal stones. At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help having the urge to curse out loud. These countless fire spirit beasts had trapped him here, but after killing them all, there was no harvest at all. This was somewhat intolerable. If he could obtain a large number of fire crystal stones, Yang Kai felt that this slaughter would have been somewhat worthwhile, but with no benefits at all, how could he be in the mood to continue entangling with them here? After a loud roar, a giant black dragon several dozen meters long suddenly emerged from Yang Kai's body. It was condensed from the golden dragon tattoo on Yang Kai's body. However, after injecting Yang Kai's unique Saint Chi, this golden dragon transformed into its current appearance, one that was pitch black and covered in demonic flames. Its pair of dragon eyes were even larger than a human's face, giving it a powerful aura. The giant black dragon shook its head and waved its tail as it rushed into the fire spirit beasts and began a frenzied rampage. The densely packed fire spirit beasts couldn't avoid it in time and were quickly wiped out. At the same time, Yang Kai also took out the purple shield that Yang Yin had refined for him and placed it on his back to resist the attacks of the fire spirit beasts. He also took out the 100 Mountains picture that originally belonged to the Su family and summoned a series of mountain phantoms from it towards the fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai's strength was much higher than Su Jishun's. Su Jishun could only summon 6 mountain phantoms back then, but Yang Kai could summon 8 with ease at this moment. Chapter 1178. The 100 Mountains picture was an excellent artifact for one-on-one combat, but it was also very suitable for group attacks. The 8 huge mountain phantoms looked illusory and ethereal, but each one of them had the weight of a mountain. They didn't need to exert any kind of pressure, just the mere fact that they smashed down was enough. After Xianxia crazily poured his Saint Qi into them, the mountain phantoms began to emit a faint demonic flame aura. For a time, the entire mountain valley was shaken by the mountain phantoms, and the fire spirit beasts rushed over in large groups before disappearing in droves. This was the first time Xianxia had used the 100 Mountains picture and suddenly found that this artifact was quite useful. At the very least, it was much faster than using his profound heavenly sword and heaven-punishing spear to kill fire spirit beasts. Immediately, he put away his demonic flame sword and focused on releasing the power of the 100 Mountains picture. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk violent explosions rang out from the mountain valley, deafening everyone's ears. At the same time, in the direction Xianxia had come from, a group of 3 people appeared at the entrance of the mountain valley. 2 of the 3 were third-order Saint Kings, while the other was a first-order Saint King. From the way the 3 of them walked, it was obvious the 2 third-order Saint Kings were sandwiching the first-order cultivator in the middle, seemingly protecting him. When this group arrived in front of the mountain valley, the cultivator walking at the front suddenly stopped, a look of surprise appearing on his face as he stared suspiciously into the mountain valley. Since he didn't move, the 2 people behind him naturally stopped as well. The cultivator at the back remained vigilant, but the short young man sandwiched between them didn't seem to care at all. From time to time, he would look around, as if he wasn't here to adventure in the Luyin desert, but to play. After investigating the mountain valley for the time it would take to brew a cup of tea, the 3 of them didn't show any intention of moving forward. The short young man couldn't help urging the person in front of him, Xie Yong. What are you looking at? Hurry up and move. The cultivator called Xie Yong heard this and turned back to the young man. Young master, wait a moment, there seems to be something wrong with this mountain valley. Saying so, he beckoned to the third-order Saint King cultivator at the back of the group. After this cultivator stepped forward, the 2 began to investigate together, whispering to one another from time to time. When a young man saw the serious look on their faces, he coldly snorted in dissatisfaction. Aren't you making a fuss over nothing? Along the way, we haven't encountered any danger at all. Weren't those fire spirit beasts that jumped out easily killed by this young master? In my opinion, this Luyin desert doesn't live up to its name at all. The rumors about how dangerous it is are obviously just rumors to scare those who don't know about it. Unfortunately, they can't scare this young master. This young man was none other than Xie Hongwan, who had a grudge with Xianxia before. The other 2 third-order Saint King cultivator were naturally the cultivators sent by the Xie family to protect him. Qiantong had specifically told Xianxia before that these 2 cultivator weren't from Shadow Moon Hall. After listening to Xie Hongwan's words, Xie Yong and the other cultivator exchanged a glance and shook their heads secretly. They also knew that Xie Hongwan was used to living a comfortable life and didn't understand the dangers of the outside world. Coupled with the fact that they hadn't encountered any danger these past few days, Xie Hongwan had underestimated this place. Although they had never entered Luyin Desert before, since it was one of Shadowed Star's 3 great restricted zones, there must be something strange about it. If it had been someone else who said this, the 2 of them wouldn't have cared at all and underestimated the danger of this place. If they were careless, they would have died, but in the end, they shouldered the heavy responsibility of protecting Xie Hongwan. If Xie Hongwan died because of carelessness, they wouldn't have a good ending when they returned to the Xie family. The other square-faced cultivator felt that it was necessary to explain to Xie Hongwan. So after thinking about it for a moment, he solemnly said, "Young master, this is the outermost area of Luyin Desert, and we were lucky before. The fire spirit beasts we encountered were only 5th order or 6th order, with young master strength. Killing them was naturally a piece of cake." Hearing this flattery, Xie Hongwan's impatient look finally eased a lot, and he put on an arrogant look, as if he was the sole ruler of this world. The cultivator quickly changed the subject and said, "But young master, you must not take this place lightly. In addition to the 5th order or 6th order fire spirit beasts we encountered, there are also 7th order, 8th order." When Xiahong heard this, he narrowed his eyes and stared at the square-faced cultivator, sneering. "Xieyun, you're underestimating this young master too much. This young master has many artifacts on him, and his divine technique is exquisite. Forget about 7th order or 8th order. Even if a 9th order fire spirit beast came, what harm would it pose? This young master can still easily kill it." This young master was afraid he wouldn't be able to encounter a high-grade fire spirit beast. If you can find a few for this young master will kill them for you to see. He couldn't wait to prove himself. Xieyong and Xieyun remained calm on the surface, but in their hearts, they were cursing Xiahong to death. They had long heard that Xiahong was an idiot, but only now did they realize that the rumors outside were simply understating the stupidity of this young master. He was just a trivial first-order Saint King, let alone a 9th order fire spirit beast. Even a 7th order or 8th order one could easily be killed. What was laughable was that he dared to boast so shamelessly. There was no way to reason with an idiot. So Xieyun and Xieyong tactfully agreed a few times, much to Xiahong's satisfaction. He no longer held them responsible for staying here and nodded repeatedly. "You can rest assured, as long as this young master can get his revenge this time. When I return, I will definitely have my father write a letter to the patriarch. There will be no shortage of benefits for you." Xieyun and Xieyong's eyes lit up as they nodded. The reason they accepted this task was because Xiahong's father, Xieli, had promised them a huge reward of 300,000 Saint crystals each after they completed this task. Otherwise, why would they accompany Xiahong to the Luyin sandfield? Moreover, whatever they obtained from the Luyin sandfield, the family wouldn't ask them to hand over. Whatever they obtained would belong to them. A few months ago, when this task was delivered to the Xie family, countless Xie family members boiled over and responded to the call of the Xie family patriarch. In the end, it was Xieyong and Xieyun who won this task with an absolute advantage. They also knew who Xiahong wanted to seek revenge on, a first-order Saint King cultivator named Xianxia. According to Xiahong, Xianxia was ignorant, arrogant, overbearing, and lustful. Even he couldn't beat him, and was only relying on the power of Elder Qiantong to bully the weak. Xieyong and Xieyun certainly didn't believe this. There was no Saint King in this world who couldn't beat Xiahong. Even if it was a cultivator who had just broken through to the Saint King realm, it would be easy for them to win against trash like Xiahong. In the end, the two of them learned the truth from Xieli. Although the young man named Xianxia's cultivation was low, his combat power was extraordinary. He was able to kill a third-order Saint King cultivator, a so-called genius cultivator. He was an elite who could fight above his own realm. However, Xieyong and Xieyun were also elites of the Xie family, so they had absolute confidence in killing a cultivator like Xianxia. "Do you think that trash didn't take this path?" Xiahong suddenly asked. "How come we've been chasing him for several days and still haven't seen him? Could it be we went in the wrong direction?" Xieyong grinned and proudly said, "Young master, you can rest assured that he is walking on this path. No one has been able to escape my pursuit." It was precisely because Xieyong was good at tracking and possessed extraordinary combat power that he was able to stand out from the other Xie family members and successfully take on this task. After determining the location Xianxia entered, the three of them gathered together through the communication artifact and chased after Xianxia. "Then how come we didn't find him?" Xiahong asked puzzledly. "Because he entered this mountain valley," Xieyong pointed forward. Xiahong's face lit up. "Really? Yes. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and catch up with him and kill him for me." Xiahong's expression became fierce as he suddenly shook his head. No. Stop him first. This young master wants to torture him. Directly killing him would be too easy for him. I want him to taste all the tortures in this world." "Young master, I'm afraid there's no need for that," Xieyong said with a strange expression. "What do you mean?" Xiahong squinted at him. Xieyong smiled lightly. Once he enters this mountain valley, he's dead for sure. There's no need for us to pursue him. He definitely won't be able to leave this mountain valley alive. I'm afraid he's already dead. Why? How do you know? Xiahong was even more confused now. Xie Yin smiled and explained, before coming here, the patriarch gave us some information about the Luyin Desert, one of which was about this mountain valley. It seems that when the Luyin Desert opened last time, a senior of our CF family also took this path, but less than an hour after entering the mountain valley, he suddenly found countless fire spirit beasts gathered in the valley, surrounding a group of people and killing them. This group of people was made up of elite cultivators from various great forces, and there were more than 30 of them. At that time, the battle was fierce, and our CF family senior didn't want to get involved, so he quietly withdrew from the mountain valley. Later, when he left the Luyin Desert and inquired about the situation, he learned that of the more than 30 cultivators trapped in the mountain valley, none survived, and they didn't even make it to the treasure area. They all died in the mountain valley? Xiahong's expression changed slightly. Although he was bragging a moment ago, when he thought of the countless fire spirit beasts rushing in, he couldn't help but pale. Yes, they died in the mountain valley, and the only one who knows the reason for their deaths is our CF family senior. As for the information about this mountain valley, other than our CF family, no one else should know. That Xianxia entered it. Naturally, it was impossible for him to survive. Just now, because I had some doubts, I stopped, but after carefully confirming with Xieyong, we found that the terrain here is exactly the same as the information left behind by our CF family senior. That is to say, 400 years ago, our CF family senior entered this mountain valley. When Xiahong heard this, he clapped his hands fiercely and sighed. What a pity! How could he die like this? This young master wanted to catch him. He sighed because he couldn't kill Xianxia with his own hands. Chapter 1179. As soon as Xiahong finished speaking, the three of them suddenly heard a rumbling sound coming from inside the valley. The source of the sound was extremely far away, but it still clearly reached their ears, and with each sound, the earth seemed to shake slightly. Xie Yin and Xieyong looked at each other, their expressions changing slightly. Although they didn't see what was going on with their own eyes, this kind of power showed that there was an earth-shattering battle taking place in the depths of the valley. Xiahong thought of something, and after being stunned for a moment, he cried out in joy. Could this be caused by that trash? Xieyong frowned and hesitated. It should be. After all, he's the only one who took this path, and I'm afraid he's already surrounded by fire spirit beasts. Good. Huh? The heavens are helping this young master. Xiahong laughed wildly, waving his hand and saying, Come, let's go in and take a look. This young master wants to see that bastard die without a burial place with his own eyes. Otherwise, I won't be able to take this lying down. Young master. Xieyong and Xieyun's expressions changed greatly, the former hurriedly stopping him. This valley is definitely a forbidden area in the Luyin Desert. You can't come out even if you enter. Since that person is going to die, why should we take this risk? It's fine if something happens to the two of us, but young master's delicate body is precious. What if something happens to you? Xieyong knew that Xiahong liked to listen to good words, and if he forcefully stopped him at this time, it would definitely arouse his disgust, so he could only try to persuade him in a roundabout way. Sure enough, after Xiahong heard this, he felt that it made sense, but his expression was still somewhat restless. Compared to those invisible dangers, he was more willing to see how Xianxia died. After living for so many years, no one had ever dared to humiliate him like Xianxia, and it was even more impossible for someone to casually take his life. Every time Xiahong thought about it, he couldn't sleep and eat in peace, filled with grief and resentment. That old bastard Qiantong wasn't a good person. He was clearly bullied by an outsider, but not only did he not help him take revenge, he was also very polite to that bastard. Sooner or later, he would make Qiantong pay the price. Xiahong's thinking was different from ordinary people. Last time, Qiantong saved his life from Xianxia. Not only did he not know how to be grateful, but he also hated Qiantong. Thinking of this, The anger in his heart and the desire to see Xianxia's tragic death with his own eyes could not be suppressed. His expression became firm as he said, "Going in and watching from afar, is that okay?" Xie was shocked and was about to persuade him again when Xie Hongwen said, "Since one of our Xie family seniors was able to escape unscathed, there is no reason why we can't. Or are you two not confident in yourselves? If that's the case, you stay here. This young master will go alone, but you don't need to take the 300,000 saint crystals." How could this be? Xie Yong and Xie Yun became anxious. They had accepted the task of protecting Xie Hong when precisely because of the 300,000 saint crystals and the benefits they could obtain from Luyan's desert. If they were not given the 300,000 saint crystals, they would immediately lose more than half of their profits. For a time, Xie Yong and Xie Yun both hesitated. They knew the dangers of this mountain valley better than anyone else. Before coming here, Xieli had clearly told them that they absolutely could not enter this mountain valley. Xieli wasn't worried about their safety, but rather that they wouldn't be able to protect Xie Hongwen. If something happened to Xie Hongwen, they wouldn't be able to live. But now that Xie Hongwen had made such a strong request, they couldn't refuse. Seeing the two hesitating, Xie Hongwen snorted and said, "As long as you take me in, we can watch that bastard die from afar. After we return, I will personally give you some benefits. And, with your identities, you shouldn't be qualified to learn the Xie family's Azura Palm, right? This young master knows a thing or two about this martial skill." Hearing the words Azura Palm, Xie Yun and Xie Yong hesitated for a moment before exchanging a glance, both of them seeing the light in each other's eyes. Xie Hongwen continued to strike while the iron was hot. "You can rest assured, we only need to watch from afar. This young master doesn't want you to kill him. When he dies, we'll immediately withdraw from the mountain valley." Xie Yong sighed heavily before turning to Xie Yun and asking, "What do you think?" Xie Yun frowned and helplessly said, "What else can we do?" If they didn't listen to Xie Hongwen, there would be no benefits. If they listened to him, although they would have to take a little risk, the benefits would also be greater. Apart from accepting Xie Hongwen's proposal, there was no other way, unless they didn't want any benefits. After the two reached an agreement, Xie Yong said seriously, "Good. Young master, we will take you there, but you must promise not to act rashly. If there is anything wrong, we will take you away quickly. I hope young master can agree to this." "Good, I agree. You're really long-winded. Hurry up and go. If we're too late, that bastard may die," Xie Hongwen urged impatiently. The two Xie family cultivator had no choice but to continue to protect Xie Hongwen as they moved into the mountain valley. As they moved forward, the shaking of the mountain grew louder and louder. At the beginning, Xie Yong was still cautious, moving forward slowly, but he really couldn't stand Xie Hongwen's urging. Coupled with the fact that there really didn't seem to be any danger in the mountain valley, he couldn't help but speed up. Half a day later, the three of them saw a fiery red light in the distance. This fiery red light was obviously different from the color of the flowing flame Sandfield's flames. And in fact, these streaks of red light had gathered together to form a sensational fireball over a large area. When he took a closer look, he realized that it wasn't a flame at all. It was clearly countless fire spirit beasts gathered together, and they seemed to be attacking someone who was surrounded by them. From time to time, huge mountain phantoms would fly through the middle of the fire spirit beasts and then crash down, each crash causing the ground to shake violently. Xie Yong and Xie Yun were dumbfounded. Although the two of them had long speculated from the information given by Xieli that there were many fire spirit beasts in this mountain valley, it wasn't until they saw it with their own eyes that they realized the truth was far beyond their imagination. No wonder more than 30 elites from the various great forces had been wiped out here 400 years ago. With so many fire spirit beasts, even if an origin-returning realm master rashly entered Luyan Desert, they probably wouldn't be able to survive, not to mention that only Saint Kings could enter it. Xie Hongwen's performance was even more unbearable. Before, he had boasted about his strength, but now, after seeing the countless fire spirit beasts, He couldn't help shivering, his face extremely pale, unable to move. "Hi!" Xie Yong reacted quickly, grabbing Xie Hongwen and hiding behind a nearby hill a few dozen meters high, at the same time summoning an exquisite artifact. This artifact released an invisible shield that enveloped the three of them, isolating their auras. Climbing up the hill, the three pairs of eyes cautiously glanced over, all of them shocked. There were so many fire spirit beasts, almost 10,000 of them. Xie Yong and Xie Yun thought that if they were surrounded like this, it wouldn't take more than a cup of tea's worth of time for them to die. But the cultivator named Yang Kai was surrounded and was actually killing them all. From the time the three of them heard the commotion until they rushed here, more than half a day had passed. For such a long time, how much Saint Chi had he consumed to continuously use this mountain-shaped artifact? How had he recovered? How many fire spirit beasts had he killed? Under the pressure of the mountain-shaped artifact, a large number of fire spirit beasts had simply disappeared. What surprised them even more was that after the three of them hid behind the hill for 4 to 6 hours, the slaughter continued without any sign of abating. Yang Kai, who was surrounded by fire spirit beasts, didn't show any signs of exhaustion. The number of fire spirit beasts killed by Yang Kai didn't seem to decrease either, maintaining a strange balance. This kind of strange slaughter seemed to continue until the end of the world. "Why isn't he dead yet?" Xie Hong muttered impatiently. He had caught a glimpse of the person surrounded by fire spirit beasts before and found that it was indeed Yang Kai, the one he hated to the bone. Xie Hong had thought this guy was about to die, but even now he was still alive and kicking, which made Xie Hong very puzzled. "He's amazing," Xie Yong praised sincerely. Although they knew that Yang Kai was an elite, in their minds, Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't high, so even if he was an elite, his combat strength should be limited. But now, Xie Yong found that he had completely underestimated this person. If they were to fight one-on-one, Xie Yong had no confidence he could win. "Xie Yun, kill him for me now. This young master can't wait any longer." Xie Hong suddenly shouted fiercely. Both Xie Yong and Xie Yun were chosen by Xie Li for this task because of their unique abilities. The former was proficient in tracking, as long as he could find some clues, as long as he wasn't an origin-returning realm master. Most people wouldn't be able to escape his tracking. In order to find someone in a place like Luyin Desert, his ability was indispensable. However, Xie Yun had another ability, the ability to kill with a single blow. To deal with an elite like Yang Kai, a sneak attack was undoubtedly the best way to deal with him, and this was Xie Yun's strength, so he was also chosen. After listening to Xie Hongwen's words, Xie Yun shook his head and said in a low voice, "Young master, I can't kill him from a distance, but there are too many fire spirit beasts gathered around this guy, and the purple shield behind him is also a defensive artifact. I can't kill him in this situation. Even if they attacked now, at most, they could only injure Yang Kai. If they couldn't kill him in a single blow, it was better not to act, lest they alert the enemy. Moreover, Xie Yun was also afraid that if they disturbed the fire spirit beasts, the three of them would be surrounded. He and Xie Yong didn't have the capital to kill tens of thousands of fire spirit beasts. Then what should we do? Xie Hong asked anxiously. His enemy was right in front of him, alive and kicking, yet he didn't have a chance to take revenge. This made him very annoyed, and he couldn't wait to rush over and kill Yang Kai right now. Chapter 1180. Let's wait, young master. Xie Yong smiled slightly. He has been fighting for such a long time. Even if he has a way to recover, it is impossible for him to be at his peak. If those fire spirit beasts can kill him, that would be the best, but if he kills them all, he will definitely be an arrow at the end of its flight. At that time, it won't be too late to ask Xie Yun to take action. Presumably, he won't have any strength to resist. Now, young master, you should calm down and enjoy his ugly final struggle. Wouldn't that be perfect? Oh, that's right. Xie Hong was overjoyed and quickly turned his eyes towards Yang Kai. Sure enough, as Xie Yong had said, he wanted to enjoy Yang Kai's final struggle. Xie Yong and Xie Yun exchanged a glance, and saw the helplessness and ridicule in each other's eyes. Only an idiot like Xiahong, one could be so easily fooled by them. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't be so easy to fool them. The three of them continued to quietly lay in ambush. Yang Kai, who was surrounded by fire spirit beasts, wore an extremely gloomy expression. He didn't notice that he was being followed, and the people who were following him had also entered the mountain valley. At this moment, they were lying in ambush at the foot of a hill not far from him, waiting for an opportunity to strike. At this moment, all of his energy was focused on the fire spirit beasts, so he didn't have time to worry about anything else. After killing for almost an entire day, he had only advanced less than 10 kilometers. If he wanted to rely on killing to get out of this mountain valley, Yang Kai estimated that it would take at least half a month. In half a month, the elites of the great sects and families would have already passed through the flame area and entered the treasure area to collect spirit grasses and spirit medicines. What benefits would there be if he rushed over? He also knew that it was useless to be anxious now. The strangeness of this mountain valley was beyond his expectations. The fire spirit beasts were endless, and even if he couldn't kill them all, there were no fire crystal stones in their bodies. However, he finally noticed some flaws in these fire spirit beasts. Although they were pouring out from the cracks in the ground in all directions, their source seemed to be quietly lurking in the same direction. It was as if that direction was the source of endless fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai's divine sense spread out in that direction. If it was any other place, with his proficiency in space force, he could easily find the source. But in the Lu Yin sand field, his divine sense was greatly suppressed, so it would take him a lot of effort to search. Fortunately, after half a day of investigation and observation, Yang Kai finally determined the source of the fire spirit beasts. It turned out to be a huge fissure in the ground. Using his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai discovered that a number of fire snakes had emerged from the fissure and quickly arrived at Yang Kai's side before transforming into fire spirit beasts and attacking him one after another. Having found his target and source, Yang Kai no longer bothered to entangle himself with these fire spirit beasts. With a thought, he summoned back the 8 mountain phantoms and smashed them forward fiercely. With the purple shield guarding his back, Yang Kai's hands surged with demonic flames and transformed into a long sword. His body was wrapped in sword light as he forced his way forward. The fire spirit beasts were thrown off their feet. Although Yang Kai's sudden intrusion had caused a lot of damage, there were simply too many fire spirit beasts. There were still some 6th order and 7th order fire spirit beasts that rushed to his side and tore his clothes to shreds. Some fire spirit beasts even left shallow wounds on his body. For some reason, when they saw Yang Kai actually rushing in that direction, all the fire spirit beasts rioted, displaying even more tyrannical strength than before. The 7th order and 8th order fire spirit beasts desperately blocked Yang Kai's path, preventing him from moving forward. Yang Kai mustered up all his strength. With the 8 mountain phantoms in front of him and the purple shield behind him, he was able to avoid any worries. The demonic flame long sword in his hand sent out a series of shocking black sword lights, cutting down all the fire spirit beasts that stood in his way like a hot knife through butter. Finally arriving in front of a huge fissure, Yang Kai saw the same scene he had seen before with his divine sense. From somewhere in the depths of the fissure, flames filled with world energy flew up and transformed into fire spirit beasts, blocking his path. Yang Kai's figure flashed and fell into the fissure, with tens of thousands of fire spirit beasts in hot pursuit. This scene stunned Xiahong 1 and the others who were secretly observing from a nearby hill. They didn't know why Yang Kai had suddenly jumped into a crack in the ground, but now the entire mountain valley seemed to be very quiet. The previously densely packed fire spirit beasts had all disappeared, leaving behind only the earth-shattering roars of the fire spirit beasts. What is he doing? Xiahong frowned. I don't know, but he should come out. If he doesn't, it means he's dead. Xiaoyan thought for a moment before pointing to a hill closer to the fissure. We'll go there and ambush him. If he doesn't come out, then forget it. But if he does, we can kill him. In that position, Even if he's an origin-returning realm master, he won't be able to avoid my killing blow. Good. Xia Hongwen saw Xie Yun taking the initiative and had no reason to refuse, quickly nodding. The three of them quietly moved to another hill to ambush Yang Kai. Below the huge fissure, Yang Kai fell 1,000 meters. His goal was obvious. All he needed to do was follow the direction of the flames. You want to know what kind of mystery was hidden in this mountain valley that allowed fire spirit beasts to be born without fire crystal stones? He had already wasted an entire day here and consumed a huge amount of Saint Qi, so wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't fish up some benefits? No matter what kind of mystery it was that allowed fire spirit beasts to be born, it would definitely be rare. After falling for a long time, killing countless fire spirit beasts along the way, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. He realized that he had finally arrived at his destination because there was a cave-like location below him, and the fiery light that was like a spirit snake that could transform into a fire spirit beast was coming from this cave. He lightly stepped on a protruding rock, turned around, and was about to shoot into the cave. At that moment, an abnormal flame suddenly flew out of the cave, one that was much stronger and more tyrannical than any of the previous ones. This flame flickered midair and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a python-like fire spirit beast. Ninth Order. Yang Kai's face changed as he was shocked to discover that this fire spirit beast actually had a physical body, completely different from the 7th Order or 8th Order existences he had seen before. It was like a giant python with flesh and blood. The giant python coiled into a ball, attached itself to the rock wall, and opened its bloody maw towards Yang Kai, spitting out a red light. Before this red light even reached him, Yang Kai felt the unbearable heat and hurriedly raised his Saint Qi to protect himself. At the same time, a loud dragon roar rang out, and the giant black dragon once again appeared. The golden dragon tattoo on Yang Kai's body contained the aura of an ancient dragon. So how could a trivial python compare to it? Above pythons were flood dragons, and above flood dragons were dragons. There was a gap of 2 grades between the two. The pitch-black dragon and the fire spirit python instantly began to fight. For a moment, the mountain rocks in the fissure began to crumble and fall to the ground. Yang Kai took this opportunity to flash into the cave, but when he looked around, his face changed once more. In front of him, 2 more of those abnormal flames had appeared, seemingly on the verge of transforming into 9th Order fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. His giant black dragon could entangle one of them, but there was absolutely no way it could deal with all 3 at once. If he was really entangled by them, Yang Kai estimated he would have no choice but to flee. At that time, all his efforts would be in vain. Unable to fly in this damn place, Yang Kai was afraid he wouldn't even have a chance to escape to the surface. Just as he was feeling anxious, Yang Kai suddenly saw a huge dark red stone. At this moment, Yang Kai's eyes bulged. The aura emitted by this dark red stone was clearly the same as that of a fire crystal stone, but this one was much purer and richer. The pigeon egg-sized fire crystal stone that Yang Kai had obtained from the 8th Order fire spirit beast before couldn't even be compared to this one. In comparison, that fire crystal stone was simply trash. This dark red fire crystal stone was the size of a millstone and was lying quietly not far in front of Yang Kai. Almost reflexively, Yang Kai immediately rushed over to the fire crystal stone, scooped it up, and threw it into a space ring before retreating, wanting to leave the cave before the 2 flames had time to transform into 9th Order fire spirit beasts. However, after he rushed out of the cave, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that something was wrong. The 9th Order fire spirit beasts that were about to appear had actually disappeared. Thinking about it, Kai Yang raised his head and looked up, overjoyed. The giant python that had been entangled with his black dragon had also disappeared. Even the tens of thousands of fire spirit beasts that had chased after him had disappeared. Yang Kai suddenly realized what was going on. These fire spirit beasts were clearly born from the head-sized fire crystal stone. So no matter how many Yang Kai killed, he wouldn't be able to obtain a single fire crystal stone because their source was inside this cave. Now that Xianxia had thrown the millstone-sized fire crystal stone into a space ring, these fire spirit beasts that had been formed immediately became rootless and could no longer exist. Understanding this, Kaiyang couldn't help but laugh out loud. This day's delay was worth it. Just this huge fire crystal stone alone made this trip worthwhile. Even if he couldn't obtain anything good later, it didn't matter. What's more, it had only been a few days since the opening of the Luyin sand field. Everyone was rushing inside, so who could guarantee that he wouldn't obtain something better? Satisfied, Xianxia put away the 100 Mountains picture and the Black Dragon before letting out a sigh of relief. This battle had consumed a lot of Xianxia's energy, but fortunately, he had a large amount of Saint Qi stored in his body, so this loss was something he could afford. After restoring his physical strength and spiritual energy slightly inside the cave, Xianxia used his hands and feet to crawl to the surface. Chapter 1181. Not being able to fly was really unbearable. This fissure was over 1,000 meters deep, so even if Xianxia was extremely fast, it would take him at least half an hour to climb out. Fortunately, he had obtained some benefits and was in a relatively good mood, so he didn't care about this. After half an hour, Xianxia finally returned to the ground again. After standing firm, he let out a sigh of relief and took out his Yuan magnetic compass from his space ring to determine his direction. But before he could move forward again, he suddenly felt a great sense of alarm in his heart, and his physique involuntarily tightened as an unimaginable sense of crisis descended upon him. It was as if death was beckoning to him. Hurriedly, Xianxia pushed his Saint Qi and dodged to the side. A flash of red light shot out from a certain direction and struck Xianxia squarely on the right side of his chest. The huge force sent Xianxia flying, causing him to feel a sharp pain in his chest. Under this strange attack, Xianxia discovered that he had actually been injured, and not lightly at that. Before his body landed, Xianxia's huge divine sense spread out wildly and instantly locked onto the source of this sneak attack. At a glance, Xianxia's murderous intent surged. It turned out to be that idiot Xianxia, and beside him were the two third-order Saint King cultivators Xianxia had seen before. They were the two people sent by the Xie family to protect him. One of them looked like he was about to collapse at the moment and was holding a crossbow-shaped artifact in his hand. This artifact exuded a strange aura, as if it was madly absorbing his Saint Qi, causing him to become more and more exhausted. Not only that, Xianxia also clearly saw that the cultivator holding the crossbow-shaped artifact had a deep red wound on his hand, from which blood was pouring into the crossbow-shaped artifact. The crossbow-shaped artifact was also like a fierce beast, disappearing as soon as the blood was poured into it, causing it to turn red like blood. Seeing this, the other cultivator quickly took out several pills from his space ring and stuffed them into the mouth of the weakened cultivator. As for Xianxia, he seemed to think that he had been killed. He stood up excitedly from the hill where he was hiding and looked over with a face full of excitement and expectation. He was so excited that he danced and cheered loudly. However, when he saw that Xianxia didn't fall to the ground, Xianxia was stunned. Xianxia did not immediately look for trouble with them. Xianxia was nothing to be afraid of, and the cultivator who had used his crossbow artifact to launch a sneak attack at him seemed to be an arrow at the end of its flight. In Xianxia's eyes, they were already dead. As for the remaining third-order Saint King, Xianxia believed that with his ability, killing him would be a piece of cake. He was anxious to check his injuries. In the right side of his chest, there was a small and delicate arrow emitting a powerful aura. This arrow had sunk more than 3 inches into his body and seemed to have injured his lungs, causing Xianxia to feel a burning pain in his lungs when he breathed. Xianxia was both shocked and relieved. He was shocked that his opponent had such a strange artifact that could launch such a powerful attack, but he was also relieved that he had sensed the danger in advance and avoided being hit in his vitals. Needless to say, this arrow had been aimed at his heart, but because his figure had swayed slightly, it had hit his right chest instead, only injuring his lungs. Yang Kai's powerful physique was also the key to resisting this blow. If it weren't for his physique being condensed, this blow would have been enough to pierce through Yang Kai's entire body. Yang Kai's face was gloomy and his murderous intent was undisguised. He stretched out his hand and was about to pull out the arrow that had pierced his right chest, but unexpectedly, it disappeared without a trace, leaving only a bloody hole where Yang Kai had been injured, from which some golden blood flowed out. The vitality contained in this golden blood quickly began to heal the wound. He raised his head and glanced at the hill, then walked towards it step by step. Xie Hongwen fell to the ground, his face as pale as paper, and shouted in a trembling voice, Thank. Even after thanking him for a long time, he still couldn't call out the names of the two cultivators who had protected him. Xie Yin thought he was worried about his own weakness and reluctantly smiled. Young master doesn't need to worry. I'll be fine after 1 or 2 months of rest. Using this artifact has a price to pay. It was precisely because he had this strange artifact that he had absolute confidence in killing Yang Kai. As soon as he finished speaking, the crossbow artifact that had been attached to the wound on his hand finally fell off, no longer spilling his blood. Xie Hongwen wanted to curse out loud, thinking, how could this young master worry about you? Even if you die, what does it have to do with this young master? Her heart was anxious, and her mouth actually became nimble. She cried out in alarm, he's coming. What? Xie Yun and Xie Yong's expressions changed as they turned their heads towards the source of this voice. Sure enough, they saw Yang Kai slowly approaching, his demonic chi filling the heavens and earth. Every step he took seemed to stomp on the fragile nerves of the three, causing them to almost jump up in fright. Impossible! Xie Yun's eyes bulged as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He can't still be alive. He knew better than anyone how powerful his artifact's attack was. On top of that, he had grasped the timing of his attack very well. Although he didn't quite understand how Yang Kai was able to walk out of that crack alive, his opponent had clearly been fighting for more than a day, and his Saint Chi had been exhausted. His clothes were tattered and full of scars. So Xie Hongwen didn't hesitate to launch an attack. No one below the origin returning realm could resist such a strange blow, even if one was an origin returning realm master. If they weren't proficient enough in using their Shi, they would still die. The only thing in this world that could resist such a blow was the Shi of an origin returning realm master. But even if he couldn't believe it, the facts were right in front of him. Yang Kai was indeed still alive, and the injuries he had suffered seemed insignificant. This caused the already weak Xie Yun to suddenly lose all his strength and collapse to the ground. What kind of existence had Xie Hongwen, this stupid pig, provoked? Even Xie Hongwen's killing blow couldn't do anything to him. Yet Xie Hongwen still wanted to seek revenge? Seeking revenge on him was one thing, but now he was dragging him into this mess as well. Xie Yong, what are you doing? Xie Hongwen suddenly called out again. Xie Yun weakly turned his head and smiled bleakly. Xie Yong had actually fled without saying a word, running away as fast as he could. It seems that he also understood that this person called Kai Yang was not to be trifled with, so he had left without a care for anything else. When one's strength reached their level, they all had an instinctive sense of crisis, so Xie Yong must have felt that something was wrong, which was why he had acted so recklessly. Xie Yong, get back here for this young master. Xie Hongwen didn't dare face Yang Kai, but he didn't show any courtesy to Xie Yong. He just wanted to keep him here and seek a sense of security, so he shouted loudly, "If you dare to flee, this young master will report this to my father and have you suffer the family's punishment." How could Xie Yong pay any attention to him? He ran even faster. "Don't waste your energy. If you want to live, run quickly. But I don't know if you can escape," Xie Yin said lightly. Xie Yin said lightly. He knew that he was going to die anyway, so his expression was quite calm as he said to himself, "And I don't think you can escape. You're dead." "Ha ha, I didn't think that Xie Yun, would have to go to the Yellow Springs with a stupid pig like you. What a shame." In the original plan, after Xie Yun used such a blow, Xie Yong should have been the one to protect him, but now that Xie Yong had run away, even if Yang Kai didn't kill him, he wouldn't be able to survive alone in the Luyin desert. He didn't expect Xianxia to take care of him. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, then immediately looked at Xianxia fiercely. "What did you call me? You dare call this young master a stupid pig? You." Xianxia suddenly couldn't continue because he realized that the Xie family, who had always been obedient to him, was now looking at him with a mocking and sarcastic gaze. That gaze was like the gaze he used to give when he looked at ants crawling on the ground. It was so disdainful. With a burst of wind, Xianxia screamed and fell to the ground. But when he looked up, he found Xianxia standing quietly in front of him, like a mountain that made his heart heavy. Luyin desert was very hot, but now Xianxia felt very cold, like he had fallen into an ice cellar, freezing his soul, and he couldn't help shivering. A loud dragon roar sounded, and Xianxia's eyes widened as he saw a black dragon emerge from Xianxia's body, shaking its head and wagging its tail, then chase in the direction Xianxiang fled. A moment later, the sound of fierce fighting and Xianxiang's shouts could be heard. Gradually, the movement over there became smaller, and Xianxiang's shouts became weaker and weaker, finally disappearing. In the blink of an eye, the pitch-black dragon returned and rushed into Xianxia's body. Without even thinking about it, Xianxia already knew what Xianxiang's fate would be. Suddenly, he began to cry softly, looking at Xianxia pleadingly, his lips squirming a few times, as if he wanted to beg for mercy, but no sound came out. His courage was completely drained at this moment. Xianxia looked at Xianxia with cold eyes. It was such a piece of trash, secretly letting people attack him and injuring him. "You should thank Xiantong for letting you live last time, but unfortunately you didn't cherish this opportunity and insisted on courting death, so I'll help you." Xianxia was too lazy to look at Xianxia's disgusting face, and with a wave of his hand, a mass of demonic flames wrapped around him, burning him to ashes in the blink of an eye. From beginning to end, Xianxia didn't have any thoughts of resistance, and Xianxia really didn't know what he was doing all these years. The demonic flames could burn everything, and even Xianxia's soul didn't exist, truly extinguishing his soul. Xianxia looked at Xianxia. This person was a bit interesting, knowing that he was going to die, but he wasn't the least bit afraid. Only when Xianxia died did he show a trace of shock. He didn't expect that Xianxia would be able to kill Xianxia without personally making a move. This kind of strength was very different from what they had expected. Chapter 1182. In the valley, Xianxia looked at Xianxia indifferently. He didn't kill him immediately. Instead, he said, "Tell me, how did you know I was here? Don't say it was a coincidence. Luyin Desert is so big. If you don't have a special method, you can't follow me all the time. If I'm satisfied with your answer, I'll leave you with an intact corpse." His face suddenly turned cold, and he said coldly, "But if you dare to hide anything, I'll let you know what it means to be dead. Believe me, I can let you recover and then slowly torture you." Xianxia smiled bitterly and gasped for breath. Then he said, "It's very simple. A disciple of the Shadow Moon Hall tipped us off and told us where you came in. Everyone will follow the guidance of the Yuan magnetic compass and head towards the interior of the flowing flame sand field. As long as they can determine where you entered, it won't be difficult to track you down. Xianxia, who was killed by you, is a master tracker." Xianxia nodded slightly, thinking that it was similar to what he expected. After discovering that it was Xianxia and the other two who ambushed him, Xianxia already had some guesses. Since he entered Luyin Desert, he had only met two people, and they were when he first came in. One of them was wearing the clothes of the Shadow Moon Hall, and was a disciple of the Shadow Moon Hall. Xianxia didn't know the other person, but his voice was somewhat familiar. In Xianxia's mind, Xianxia, when being able to catch up to him so quickly, was definitely because someone had tipped them off, and this person must have been one of the two who had seen his position before. Now he found that it was indeed so. No wonder the disciple of the Shadow Moon Hall had a strange expression when he first entered Luyin Desert. Xianxia must have told him in advance, so he left in a hurry. He was in a hurry to leave, of course, to report to Xianxia. And Xianxia was sure that Xianxia didn't just say hello to one person. There were 70 people from the Shadow Moon Hall who entered Luyin Desert. Among them, there were definitely a lot of people who were tempted by money. Since ancient times, wealth has always moved people's hearts. Give me a quick death. After Xie Yun finished speaking, she lay on the ground with an indifferent expression, not moving at all. Yang Kai casually pointed a finger, and a burst of qi shot out, piercing Xie Yun's forehead. He was also a man of his word. Since he said that he would leave the other party's corpse intact, he naturally wouldn't burn it with his demonic flames. Yang Kai bent down and picked up the crossbow artifact, but after examining it for a moment, his brow furrowed. This artifact's power was indeed not small, actually being able to injure him, but there were also many restrictions on its use. From Xie Yun's state after using it, Yang Kai could infer that this crossbow would not only crazily devour the user's Saint Qi, but also their blood. This was an evil artifact. Yang Kai was not interested in it. Once he used it, he would be at the mercy of others. This artifact could only be used when someone was protecting him. Throwing it into his space ring, Yang Kai picked up Xie Hong and Xie Yun's rings, but after inspecting them, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Inside the two's rings, besides some pills and Saint crystals, there was nothing else. But thinking about it, other than Yang Kai himself, who would carry all his precious things with him, any other cultivator who entered Luyin Desert would likely leave their precious things outside, not daring to bring them in. Otherwise, if an accident happened, the losses would be huge. Among these pills, the only one that caught Yang Kai's eye was a bottle of 5 snow and ice pills. He had given all his snow and ice pills to Chang Chi in Howen, so he didn't have time to refine them after entering this place. Now that he had obtained some, it wasn't bad. Perhaps he would be able to use them in the future. After seeing the shabbiness of Xie Hong and Xie Yun, Yang Kai didn't even have the mood to check Xie Yang's space ring, and instead directly moved deeper into Luyin Desert. Without the hindrance of the fire spirit beasts, Yang Kai used his wind and thunder wings to accelerate his speed, and it only took him 2 days to completely leave the mountain valley. The further he went, the more powerful the flame area became. Yang Kai's physique was different from ordinary people's, and his Saint Qi was vigorous, coupled with the fact that he used to cultivate a Yang attribute secret art. Now that he had the demonic flame, he wasn't afraid of it and only needed to circulate his Saint Qi slightly to resist the invasion of the fire poison. Yang Kai didn't know how big the flame area was, but as he traveled deeper and deeper, he didn't even encounter a single person along the way, and his harvest was pitifully small. After half a month, in addition to harvesting a few fire crystal stones from 7th Order fire spirit beasts, he only collected a dozen or so fire attribute spirit grasses. It wasn't until now that Yang Kai realized the preciousness and scarcity of fire crystal stones. He had killed an 8th Order fire spirit beast by chance and harvested a fire crystal stone the size of a pigeon's egg, followed by a fire crystal stone the size of a millstone in the mountain valley. It could be said that his harvest was greater than anyone who had entered Luyin Desert before. It was precisely because of the scarcity of 7th Order fire spirit beasts, and above that fire crystal stones were so precious. The fire crystal stones in the bodies of 5th Order and 6th Order fire spirit beasts were too small to play any role and could only be absorbed by a cultivator for cultivation. The dozen or so fire attribute spirit grasses he found were just so. Some were Saint King grade while others were Origin grade. But in any case, there weren't many of them. After all, there were very few spirit grasses that could grow in the flame area. The only thing that satisfied Yang Kai was that all of them had high medicinal properties. No one had entered this place for 400 years, so naturally, they had plenty of time to grow. On this day, Yang Kai was hurrying along when a fiery light suddenly flashed in front of him. This fiery light was like a small spark that had sputtered out of thin air, its speed incredibly fast. The moment he discovered it, Yang Kai's divine sense spread out but was still unable to envelop it. In a flash, it rushed out of Yang Kai's field of vision. Luyin flying fire? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he instantly understood what this thing was. Wei Guchang had mentioned to him before about the strangeness of Lu Yin flying fire. At that time, Yang Kai had intended to use Lu Yin flying fire to strengthen the power of his conflagrated knowledge C, but Wei Guchang had said that Lu Yin flying fire was extremely rare. With so many people entering the Lu Yin sand field, some of them might not even see it after half a year, and some of them might not even discover it even if they did. Yang Kai didn't think Wei Guchang was exaggerating, but now he found that he had underestimated the speed of Lu Yin flying fire. Almost in an instant, Yang Kai chased after it, the sound of wind and thunder rumbling behind him as he pushed his Saint Chi to the limit. Yang Kai's speed was also as fast as lightning. He wanted to see if he could catch up with Lu Yin flying fire. Yang Kai was soon disappointed. After chasing for half an hour, he found that Lu Yin flying fire had long since disappeared, forcing him to stop and stand in place with a bitter smile on his face. This kind of thing, this kind of speed, who could catch it? Yang Kai didn't know how these people on Shadowed Star knew that Lu Yin flying fire could mutate one's soul. Since they knew this information, someone must have tested it before. In other words, someone must have obtained Lu Yin flying fire. But how? There was no other way but by chance. Yang Kai didn't believe that anyone in this Lu Yin sand field could be faster than him. If he couldn't catch up with Lu Yin flying fire with his own speed, it was even more impossible for others to do so. Standing in place and feeling dejected for a while, Yang Kai helplessly took out his Yuan magnetic compass, determined his direction, and continued to fly deeper into Lu Yin sand field. 6 days later, Yang Kai stood in a certain position and looked at a few fiery red weeds in front of him with a strange expression. He then walked up to them, reached out, and touched these weeds, finding that they were indeed extremely hard and as sharp as knives. He had seen such weeds 3 days ago, and they seemed very similar to the ones in front of him, almost identical. Weeds that could survive in Lu Yin sand field were definitely extraordinary. At that time, Yang Kai had thought they were some kind of spirit grass or spirit medicine, but after running over to take a look, he found that they were indeed weeds with no value in alchemy, so he gave up on them. However, their sharpness and hardness surprised Yang Kai. He had seen them 3 days ago, and now they were here again. Could it be that he was lost? Yang Kai frowned and took out his Yuan magnetic compass again to make sure he wasn't lost. After all, he had been taking out his Yuan magnetic compass to check his direction every once in a while, so it was not easy for him to get lost. Laughing involuntarily and shaking his head, Yang Kai continued to walk forward. But soon, he walked back and left some marks next to the strange weeds before leaving again. 3 days later, Yang Kai stood in front of these weeds with a gloomy expression, his expression extremely ugly. At this time, he understood that it wasn't his illusion a few days ago. He really was lost. The marks next to these weeds had not been touched. They were left behind before he left, just in case. But how could he have gotten lost? Wei Guchang had said that as long as he followed the direction of the Yuan magnetic compass, he would definitely be able to go deep into the treasure area. Is this Yuan magnetic compass broken? Yang Kai didn't believe that such an artifact could be so easily damaged. So what was the reason for all this? Why was he constantly walking around in circles in such a large area, wasting a full 9 days? Yang Kai's expression was uncertain as he stood in place and pondered. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, put his finger in his mouth, bit the tip of his finger, and wiped his left eye. Golden blood seeped into his left eye, and in an instant, Yang Kai's left eye turned a brilliant golden color, its pupils slender and filled with endless majesty, causing anyone who saw it to shudder. Demon Eye of Annihilation. Yang Kai looked around and immediately discovered that something was wrong. The world he saw with his 2 eyes was subtly different. His right eye saw the same thing as before, but the space his left eye saw contained traces of imperceptible energy. Even some hills and slopes had become illusory. A spirit array? Yang Kai was shocked, his heart sinking to the bottom in an instant. The demon eye of annihilation could see through all illusions in the world. Although great demon god had only cultivated it to the Saint King realm, this eye of his was a divine technique. The power it could display was definitely not something a Saint King could compare to. Chapter 1183. As soon as Xianxia used his demon eye of annihilation, he immediately understood what was going on. He had actually inadvertently stepped into a spirit array, one that was most likely a natural bewildering array. Yang Yin was a spirit array grandmaster, and Xianxia had spent so much time with her that he had gained some knowledge of spirit arrays. For him to walk back and forth in circles without realizing it, it could only be a bewildering array. A spirit array that appeared in this kind of place naturally couldn't have been arranged artificially. The layout of this bewildering array was very large, so the Saint King Realm cultivator who entered here didn't have the ability to arrange such a spirit array, so it could only be natural. After understanding this point, Kaiyang secretly felt bitter in his heart. Yang Yin had said that there was a big difference between artificially arranged spirit arrays and naturally formed spirit arrays. Artificially arranged spirit arrays were always traceable, while naturally formed spirit arrays were like antelopes hanging their horns, rarely showing any flaws. In other words, there was no such thing as an array core or array gate, so it was impossible to use them to break this spirit array. What's more, Xianxia wasn't proficient in spirit arrays. The demon eye of annihilation could see through illusions and help him see the essence of this place, but it couldn't provide him with a basis to break this spirit array. If he wanted to break this spirit array, he could only rely on himself. This was the reason why Xianxia was complaining in his heart. If Yang Yin was here, with her understanding of spirit arrays, it shouldn't be difficult for her to crack this spirit array, but for Xianxia to crack it, that was simply too difficult. However, after a moment, Xianxia calmed down. Since he had inadvertently entered this place, he could only look for a way out. The most effective and appropriate method was naturally to tear space. Xianxia was proficient in the Tao of space, so tearing space was the best way for him to escape from Wuxia. Thinking so, Xianxia directly tore a crack in space and dove in. After Xianxia's figure disappeared, the void crack quickly disappeared. A moment later, in the same position, another void crack appeared, and Xianxia jumped out. Looking around, Xianxia's face darkened. After tearing open space and entering the turbulent flow of space, Xianxia knew that something was wrong. This was because the turbulent flow of space, which used to be very active in the past, was incomparably quiet and lifeless here. Sure enough, when he tore open space again, he returned to his original place without any surprise. This maze not only had the effect of bewitching eyes and ears, it even sealed off this space. This made his spatial tear useless. This was going to be troublesome. After thinking about it, Xianxia had no choice but to accept the idea that he could only rely on brute force to break the array. Since he couldn't find a suitable way, he could only break the array. Xianxia only hoped that it wasn't too strong, otherwise he might really be trapped here. Making up his mind, Xianxia opened his eyes wide and carefully observed his surroundings. After half an hour, he finally determined a position he could attack. All the scenery in this position was more illusory than the others, so it should be a weak link. If he could break this link, perhaps the maze array would collapse on its own. Taking out the 100 Mountains picture, Xianxia summoned 10 mountain phantoms at once and smashed them towards that position. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk violent explosions rang out incessantly as the entire world began to shake. Xianxia paid close attention to the place being attacked by the 100 Mountains picture, and after a while, a look of joy suddenly appeared on his face. He found that under the attack of the 100 Mountains picture, the scenery there had become even more illusory and distorted, as if it would collapse at any moment. There's hope. Xianxia increased the output of his Saint Chi more and more. But soon, his expression froze, and he was greatly disappointed. Because the position that had become illusory was actually restored to its original state after a series of distortions, rendering all his previous attacks useless. This maze could even repair the damaged areas on its own. This was simply a sign that it was trying to trap someone to death. Xianxia grit his teeth and pushed the power of the 100 Mountains picture to its limit, summoning 20 mountain phantoms around him and smashing them towards the maze array. Half a day later, Xianxia stared forward with a look of resentment on his face. The strength of this maze array was far beyond his expectations. No matter how much strength he used or how he attacked, it was able to repair itself. The 100 Mountains picture had been taken back into Xianxia's body, so the 20 mountain phantoms were the limit he could use right now. There was no need to try any further, as attacking would only be a waste of energy. Without a decisive attack, there was no way to break this maze array's weak link. In other words, Xianxia needed to use a powerful blow like the one he had used with Xie Yun's evil artifact. Only by tearing apart this weak point with absolute strength would it be possible to break this maze array. Xianxia didn't have the time to refine that evil artifact, nor did he want to refine it. What's more, Xianxia felt that even if that artifact launched a powerful blow, it wouldn't be able to break this illusion. Xianxia could only use his golden blood. Xianxia sighed faintly. A single drop of golden blood was equivalent to 3 months of hard work, so unless it was a last resort, he was really reluctant to use it. After being wrapped in the blood-red crystal and sleeping in the star field for several years, Xianxia had condensed nearly 100 drops of golden blood in his body. Since then, he had used them intermittently several times, so he wasn't in a hurry to replenish them. Now, he had more than 90 drops left. But now was not the time to care about this. Xianxia's expression became dignified as he stretched out a finger and slowly forced out a drop of pure golden blood from his body. In an instant, a surge of vitality appeared. The vitality and vitality contained in this drop of golden blood were simply terrifying. This drop of golden blood was purer than the golden blood flowing in Xianxia's body. It quietly condensed at Xianxia's fingertip, swaying slightly like a golden bean. With a single thought from Xianxia, this drop of golden blood transformed into a small arrow that instantly broke through the shackles of space and rushed towards the weak point of the bewildering array. A golden light burst forth, so bright that Xianxia could barely open his eyes. He had no choice but to close his right eye and squint his left, nervously paying attention to what was happening. The sound of cloth tearing rang out, and Xianxia clearly saw that the weak point of the bewildering array was directly pierced by the small arrow formed by golden blood. The power of the golden blood erupted in all directions, fiercely expanding the gap in the bewildering array. At the same time, the illusory scenery around him distorted violently, and many of the hills Xianxia had seen before disappeared in an instant. The entire bewildering array was greatly affected. Xianxia smiled happily and was about to rush forward when a fiery red light suddenly appeared from all directions, covering up the golden light of the golden blood. Not only that, at the same time the fiery red light struck, the originally torn gap in the bewildering array showed signs of quickly closing, as if the arrival of the red light had repaired the damage. Xianxia became anxious. He had already used a drop of golden blood, so how could he allow the bewildering array to repair itself? Steeling his heart, Xianxia forced out another drop of golden blood. With the addition of the second drop of golden blood, the red light was finally covered up. In the midst of this brilliant golden light, all the illusory scenery suddenly became like snowflakes under the scorching sun, quickly melting away. At the weak point of the bewildering array, a golden entrance suddenly formed. Without any hesitation, Kaiyong plunged his mouth in. After he left, the golden light gradually weakened and the bewildering array repaired itself again. After leaving his original position, Xianxia found that he had suddenly stepped onto a straight passage. This passage was made of small stones and was smooth and flat. On both sides of the passage were the same fiery red weeds that Xianxia had encountered before. However, the weeds here were somewhat different from the ones outside. The weeds outside were lifeless, but the weeds here were blood-red and gave off a faint bloody smell. Xianxia looked around and could vaguely see many skeletons lying among the weeds. Immediately, Xianxia was shocked. He knew that these skeletons should belong to one of the cultivators who had entered Lu Yin's sandfield in the past, who had accidentally entered this place and died tragically. However, Yonkai did not know why their skeletons would appear here instead of in the bewildering array. While he was secretly shocked, Kai Yang suddenly saw the weeds on both sides of the passage grow wildly, like a group of wild beasts dancing about. In the blink of an eye, the originally 1-foot-tall weeds grew to several feet tall, then several tens of feet tall. Their long leaves, which were as hard as knives, also became soft, like long whips. One after another, they madly swept towards Yonkai. Yonkai was startled. He did not know that these weeds could actually change like this. A few days ago, he had tested the hardness and sharpness of these weeds. Even he did not dare to cut himself with these weeds, because if he used even a little force, it would leave scars on his body and he would not be able to break them. If not for this, Yonkai would have taken them back and shown them to Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation was a strange woman and knew many things that others did not. Perhaps she would recognize these weeds. But now, the countless weeds on both sides of the passage had turned into thousands of sharp whips. So how could he remain calm? However, before he could defend himself, a layer of energy film appeared on both sides of the passage. All the grass whips were blocked by the energy film. Seeing this scene, Yonkai's expression became strange. He had thought that the bewildering array was naturally formed, and if he had not encountered it now, he would have thought so. After all, this bewildering array was so clever that even his demon eye of annihilation could not see its array core. However, the current encounter had shaken his initial conjecture. Just the energy membrane of this passage alone couldn't have been naturally formed. This was artificially arranged, and it could even be said that the bewildering array was also artificially arranged. What kind of person had such great ability? Only a Saint King Realm cultivator could enter Lu Yin Sandfield. How could such a cultivator arrange such a large array? Unless that person had knowledge of spirit arrays comparable to Yang Inflammations. But what was the purpose of this person arranging such a thing? Yonkai walked forward leisurely while his mind was filled with thoughts. The weeds on both sides were still madly sweeping towards him, but Yonkai simply ignored them. Chapter 1184. A short time later, Yonkai arrived at the end of the passage where there was a small stone house. Thinking that since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came, Kai Yang stepped into the stone house. By now, he was certain that everything in this passage had been artificially arranged, because this stone house was clearly built by someone. When Yonkai entered, he was extremely cautious, secretly condensing his Saint Chi, ready to act at a moment's notice, for fear of encountering someone inside the stone house. However, after entering, Yonkai found that there was no one inside, not even anything decent, except for a stone block. Yonkai frowned slightly and walked back and forth inside the stone house a few times, carefully examining it for a long time, but he still couldn't find anything strange. It seemed that after breaking through the bewildering array and walking through the stone passage, he could only enter this stone house and wait for death. Yonkai used his demon eye of annihilation again, but still found nothing. However, Kai Yang found a seed the size of a broad bean on the stone block. Reaching out and picking it up, Yonkai found that this seed was blood red in color and gave off a strange aura. This aura was similar to the aura of the wild weeds outside. Yonkai didn't know how many years this seed had been here, but he could still feel that it was full of vitality, so if he planted it, it should be able to survive. Thinking about it for a moment, Yonkai tossed it into his space ring. He had paid the price of 2 drops of golden blood to break through the weak link of the bewildering array and come here, so he couldn't just return empty-handed. This seed was some kind of consolation. Next, Yonkai searched the stone house for a long time before finally determining that there was no way out. Did he have to go back the way he came and go deeper into the bewildering array to find another way out? When he thought about the self-repairing function of the bewildering array, Yonkai felt a headache coming on. Although he was very unwilling, Kai Yang had no choice but to accept this cruel reality. Dejectedly, he walked out of the stone house. But when he stepped out of the stone house, his vision suddenly blurred. The wildly dancing weeds and the passage paved with stones in front of him all disappeared, and what he saw was a red space. In the air, countless fire elemental spiritual energy flowed like spiritual snakes, and beneath his feet was a barren brown earth. Flame area. Yang Kai's spirit shook, fearing that he would fall into that illusory array again. Using his demon eye of annihilation for a third time, he finally determined that he had not returned to the illusory array. Moreover, when Yang Kai looked back again, there was no longer any stone house, only a stone wall behind him. He was now standing at the foot of a barren hill, as if everything he had encountered before was just an illusion. However, Yang Kai knew that it was not an illusion because that fiery red seed was currently in his space ring. Yang Kai heaved a sigh of relief as he finally got out of that damn place. Even after being trapped in this bewildering array, Yang Kai was still able to find the weakest link and tear it apart. If it were any other Saint King, once they fell into this bewildering array, there would be no other way out but to wait for death, unless they were extremely proficient in spirit arrays. News of this bewildering array had not spread out, not because no one had ever entered, but because those who had entered had no ability to pass on any information to the outside world. They had all died inside, so how could they possibly transmit any information? That bewildering array could even seal space, so naturally, it was not difficult for it to block the transmission of information. As such, Yang Kai estimated that the great forces on Shadowed Star were unaware of the existence of this bewildering array. Yang Kai could only hope that Wei Guchong, Dong Xiner, Chang Chi, Haoan, and the others had not taken the same path as him. Otherwise, they would have died without a doubt. Just as Yang Kai was secretly rejoicing, he suddenly noticed a few figures flashing a few kilometers away. These figures seemed to be in a hurry, as if they were in a hurry to rush somewhere. Yang Kai gawked for a moment before suddenly remembering that he had been trapped in this bewildering array for so many days, so the advantage he had gained with his wind and thunder wings had probably already disappeared. Elites like Wei Guchong and Dong Xiner should have already passed him. Taking out his Yuan magnetic compass and looking at it, Yang Kai found that the direction these people were heading and was not towards the treasure area. Now, there was no point in hurrying. Yang Kai had wanted to be the first to arrive at the treasure area and search for treasures before others arrived, but he had been delayed by this bewildering array for so long, so this plan was immediately scrapped. Those people must have found something good, otherwise they would not have been in such a hurry. Yang Kai thought for a while before following the direction these people had disappeared. Tracking people in the Luyin Desert was very easy because there was not much vegetation here. Besides bare hills and hills, there was nothing else. Although one's spiritual energy was greatly suppressed by the world principles here, the distance one could see with the naked eye was quite far, so there was no need to worry about losing track. The further he went, the more cultivators Yang Kai found were rushing in that direction, as if everyone had received some kind of shocking news and were converging toward a certain place. Yang Kai was curious. If it wasn't something very precious, it would be impossible to alarm so many cultivators. After all, if there were too many people, there would be conflict, and if things went wrong, they would not be able to protect their lives. Not far away, there were two second-order Saint King cultivator wearing the same uniform. Yang Kai didn't recognize which force they belonged to, but judging from their appearances, they didn't seem to be some kind of villain. Yang Kai immediately turned around and flew towards them, wanting to inquire about some information. If it wasn't something good, he wouldn't bother going over. Both of them noticed Yang Kai's actions and couldn't help secretly becoming vigilant. One of the middle-aged men frowned and looked Yang Kai up and down, but after discovering that he was just a first-order Saint King cultivator, he immediately relaxed. He wasn't afraid of a first-order Saint King, though, so the vigilance on his face quickly faded. Two friends, Yang Kai rushed over to them and cupped his fist with a smile, his expression friendly. The two didn't reject Yang Kai and nodded lightly before continuing to rush forward with him. The middle-aged man asked, "What's the matter? Why are you all running over there? Did you find something good?" Yang Kai asked bluntly. The middle-aged man smiled in surprise and replied, "We don't know the specific situation, we just followed the flow, but we just heard someone say that some brilliant fire crystal was found over there. We just don't know if it's true or not." An origin-grade, high-rank material, brilliant fire crystal? Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and it seems this friend is very clear about the grade of materials. The middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai with some surprise. "Oh, I've heard some seniors mention it before," Yang Kai casually said. Yang Kai said casually, "Brilliant fire crystal was indeed a good material. Not only could it be used for artifact refining, but it could also be used by a fire attribute cultivator to arrange some special spirit arrays. Yang Inflammation should need these things, but Yang Kai didn't care about them. However, since he had already come here, there was no harm in taking a look. If there really were brilliant fire crystal, he could collect some. After all, origin-grade high-rank materials were not easy to find. Most of the time, they couldn't be bought even if one had the money. Yang Inflammation had complained that the grade of materials she used to arrange spirit arrays was too low. Although the materials brought by Qiantong were all origin-grade, there were too few origin-grade high-rank ones and even fewer origin king-grade ones. Although these things are good, you need to have the ability to collect them. The middle-aged man didn't know what he meant, but he actually said such words. "There are many people rushing over there right now, so I'm afraid there will be some conflicts. Friend, are you sure you want to go?" He seemed to see that Yang Kai's cultivation was too low, so he tried to persuade him in a roundabout way. He didn't say this maliciously or with any other intentions. He was simply trying to persuade him. This middle-aged man has a good heart. Yang Kai thought secretly, not stopping his steps as he chuckled. "Let's go take a look. Even if we can't collect them, at least we can gain some experience." Seeing Kai Yang's insistence, the other party didn't say anything else. He and Kai Yang had only met by chance, so even saying a few words of advice was already a sign of his benevolence. How could he continue to nag and annoy him? None of the three introduced themselves, nor did they intend to make friends with each other. A short time later, the three finally arrived at their destination, and when they looked around, their expressions froze. In front of them was a huge hill, several dozen meters high and 1,000 meters in length and width. At this moment, there were at least 30 cultivators on this hill who had rushed over after hearing the news. These cultivators were digging around the hill, looking for something. From time to time, someone would laugh out loud and take out pieces of red crystals of various sizes from the holes they had dug. Yang Kai could clearly see that these were indeed brilliant fire crystals. This hill looked inconspicuous, but it was actually the place where brilliant fire crystals were produced. Yang Kai really didn't know how the first person discovered it and how news of it leaked out. However, it was obvious that this place had been excavated for more than a few hours now. The hill was full of holes, and inside each of these holes, the busy figures of cultivators could be seen. Some people were happy while others were sad. Some cultivator found nothing and could only dejectedly look elsewhere to continue their search. Although the scene was lively, there were no conflicts. Everyone lived in peace, each finding a place to search for brilliant fire crystals. The situation Yang Kai imagined where people would fight over brilliant fire crystals did not occur. Over there, the middle-aged man who arrived with Yang Kai suddenly pointed to a deserted spot and quickly rushed over with his companion, took out an artifact, and used it as a shovel to dig. Yang Kai sighed slightly and slowly walked over, looking for a place where no one was paying attention, wanting to try his luck. At this time, if only the stone mongoose was here, Yang Kai wouldn't have to do anything at all. All he needed to do was release the stone mongoose, and most of the brilliant fire crystals hidden in this hill would fall into his hands. However, the stone mongoose was of great use to Yang Inflammation, so Yang Kai didn't bring it with him. Chapter 1185. After searching for about a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai ran out of the hole he had dug, a look of waning interest on his face. He found that finding brilliant fire crystals here was completely dependent on luck. Because the fire attribute aura here was too rich, the aura of brilliant fire crystals was completely obscured, making it impossible for Xianxia to use his divine sense to investigate. Unable to use his divine sense to investigate, he could only rely on luck, greatly reducing his interest. These cultivators might be tempted by origin-grade high-rank materials, but Xianxia wasn't. There was no need for him to waste time here for some brilliant fire crystals. It was better to go to the treasure area. Considering all this, Xianxia was too lazy to continue digging. Before leaving, Xianxia glanced over at the middle-aged man casually and found that their luck was off the charts. The brother and junior brother both wore joyful looks on their faces, obviously having a great harvest. Not bothering them anymore, Xianxia left the hill alone. As he walked forward, from time to time, he would run into some cultivator who had received news about what he had found. These cultivators would constantly pull Xianxia aside and ask him questions, annoying him greatly. These people clearly saw that Xianxia was alone and his cultivation wasn't high, so they didn't take him seriously. However, these people were only asking questions, and Xianxia didn't want to kill them all, so he could only avoid them. At this time, Xianxia didn't use his wind and thunder wings again as more and more people gathered here. The wind and thunder wings were too conspicuous, and if they were seen by others, it would likely cause a disturbance. Xianxia wasn't afraid of trouble, but he also didn't want to cause any trouble, so he obediently used his 2 feet to hurry along. 2 days later, while Xianxia was hurrying along, he suddenly heard the sound of clothes fluttering behind him, as if someone was running at full speed. Moreover, judging from movement, this person was actually heading straight in his direction. Xianxia's brow furrowed as he stopped and looked back. In the blink of an eye, a figure landed in front of Kai Yang after leaping up and down the hill behind him. When their 4 eyes met, Xianxia immediately recognized this person. This person was actually the second-order Saint King middle-aged man he had met a few days ago. Xianxia had a good impression of this middle-aged man whom he had met by chance. After all, the other party had even tried to persuade him back then, so his intentions were quite good. Xianxia couldn't help chuckling and was just about to greet him when his face suddenly sank. He found that the other party's condition was somewhat off. The Saint Chi in this man's body was chaotic, and his expression was panicked. He also seemed to be injured, his shoulder was bleeding, and half of his clothes red. Furthermore, his eyes were also crimson red. They were filled with anger and unwillingness. After seeing Xianxia, the middle-aged man was slightly taken aback, as if he hadn't expected someone to be here. A trace of guilt and annoyance flashed across his eyes as he stamped his foot and anxiously said, "If you don't want to die, then leave quickly." After saying this, he didn't stay any longer, turning around and flying off to the left. Xianxia was confused, but soon he understood what was going on. Less than 30 breaths after the middle-aged man ran off, a group of 4 or 5 cultivators wearing dark green robes arrived in front of Xianxia. The leader of this group was a young man who seemed to be about the same age as Xianxia, but his true age was unclear. This young man's face was cold and gloomy, and he was clearly a third-order Saint King. Beside him were several men and women, all of them second-order Saint Kings. As soon as he saw this young man, Xianxia felt that he was very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Just as Xianxia was feeling suspicious, the young man shouted him politely, "Speak, which direction did that person run off in?" Xianxia's face went cold. The other party's impolite questioning made him feel very disgusted. Not to mention that Xianxia and this middle-aged man had only met once, so it was impossible for him to betray him. Even if they were strangers, Xianxia wouldn't answer. "Brother Meng, over here." A young woman in this group suddenly pointed in the direction the middle-aged man had fled because there were a few drops of blood spilled in that direction. "Oomph." The young man called Brother Meng coldly snorted and led his group in pursuit, but before he left, he waved his hand and a golden light suddenly shot towards Xianxia. Xianxia was furious and stretched out his hand in front of him, summoning a grand heavenly shield to block this attack. However, the grand heavenly shield condensed from Xianxia's Saint Chi was unable to completely resist this golden light, and with a cracking sound, the grand heavenly shield nearly shattered. Xianxia was stunned, and by the time he recovered, the other party had already run far away. Brother Ming also seemed very surprised that he had failed to kill Yang Kai, a First-Order Saint King cultivator, and turned back to stare coldly at Yang Kai, as if trying to remember his appearance. However, chasing after the middle-aged man was the most important thing right now, so he didn't bother with Yang Kai any longer. In an instant, the group of 4 or 5 people chased after the middle-aged man. Yang Kai stood in place and thought carefully. He felt like he had seen this young man somewhere before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt so familiar. After a while, he finally remembered and couldn't help feeling a bit excited, quickly chasing after them. Whether it was because of this young man or because of the middle-aged man, Yang Kai wasn't ready to give up. The middle-aged man was indeed a good person. Before, he had tried to persuade Yang Kai out of goodwill, and when he encountered Yang Kai just now, he had even asked him to quickly leave. There was a clear look of guilt in his eyes, clearly because he had run in front of Yang Kai and implicated Yang Kai. Otherwise, he wouldn't have changed direction at the last moment. The other party had good intentions, so Yang Kai would naturally return the favor. After a short chase, Yang Kai easily caught up. Because the middle-aged man was basically an arrow at the end of its flight, he couldn't have run far. At this moment, Brother Meng was leading a few junior brothers and junior sisters to surround him and attack him. The middle-aged man's cultivation wasn't high, but the defensive artifact armor he was wearing was quite good and had resisted many fatal blows for him. Even so, at this moment, the defensive artifact armor had almost lost its luster and was on the verge of losing its defensive function. Brother Meng, on the other hand, had a calm look on his face and did not join forces with his sect brothers, instead standing in place with his hands behind his back, a look of ridicule on his face. Fortunately, he hadn't taken action. Otherwise, the middle-aged man wouldn't have been able to resist. Meng Hong Liang, you'll die a horrible death. The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood after taking a blow from the young woman who had just spoken and roared in grief and indignation. This sentence caused the young man, named Meng Hong Liang, to narrow his eyes and coldly order, "Don't be in a hurry to kill him. Just play with him and let him know the consequences of offending my Imperial City sect." Yes, the several Imperial City sect cultivators who were besieging the middle-aged man heard this and immediately slowed down their attacks, instead using the mentality of a cat toying with a mouse to humiliate the middle-aged man, constantly causing him some small pain, but not immediately fatal injuries. Meng Hong Liang, I've already given you the brilliant fire crystal essence. Why must you be so ruthless? Why do you want to kill my junior brother? The middle-aged man tried his best to avoid the attacks of these people, but the wounds on his body kept increasing and his complexion gradually turned pale due to excessive blood loss. Meng Hong Liang coldly snorted. Do you think you're qualified to possess something as precious as brilliant fire crystal essence? Moreover, the fewer people who know about this, the better. You can only blame your brother and junior brother's good luck for finding such a good thing, but your luck is simply too bad. Not only did you find it, but I also found it. Haha, only I can possess this brilliant fire crystal essence. You two, brother and junior brother, should not be lonely even if you go to the Yellow Springs together. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. The middle-aged man roared, and the remaining light from his artifact armor finally dimmed, and after taking another blow, it began to collapse. This defensive artifact armor had been thoroughly damaged, and there was no possibility of repairing it. Kill him. A long night may bring many dreams. Meng Hong Liang was no longer in the mood to tangle with the middle-aged man and ordered lightly. The attacks of the several Imperial sect disciples surrounding the middle-aged man suddenly became violent as they pushed their Saint Chi and bombarded the middle-aged man with killing intent. The middle-aged man seemed to feel that he would not be able to escape this calamity and did not resist anymore. Before he died, he still glared at Meng Hong Liang with a pair of red eyes, as if he wanted to carve his image into the depths of his soul so he could seek revenge after he was reincarnated. Just as the middle-aged man was about to die, a shield formed from burning black flames suddenly appeared around the middle-aged man and blocked all of the killing moves. One of the imperial sect disciples was unable to withdraw his attack and slammed his palm into the black flame shield. The shield remained unscathed while the cultivator jumped up like a frightened rabbit and screamed loudly. Everyone looked over, and their eyes were immediately filled with fear and shock. At this moment, the burning black fire was actually rapidly spreading from the warrior's palm to his body. Wherever the black fire passed, his arms and shoulders were immediately burned to ashes. Soon, it had spread to his chest. It seemed that there was no way for him to survive. "Brother Meng, save me." The cultivator realized that the situation was bad and hurriedly ran towards Meng Hongliang, who was the strongest among them, hoping he could save his life. But how could Meng Hongliang let him get close? The black flame was extremely strange, causing him great dread. Seeing his fellow disciple rushing towards him, Meng Hongliang's expression changed several times as a fierce light flashed across his eyes. Retreating a few steps, Meng Hongliang raised his hand and shot a golden light into the cultivator's head. The cultivator who was running towards him immediately fell to the ground, his eyes bulging, as if he had never expected his brother to do such a thing to him. In the blink of an eye, his body was completely swallowed by the demonic flames. The remaining men and women all turned pale. On one hand, it was because of the tyrannical power of this demonic flame, and on the other hand, it was because they had personally witnessed Meng Hongliang kill their fellow disciples. For a time, all of them were stunned as they stared at Meng Hongliang in disbelief. Chapter 1186. Vicious and merciless, friends' methods aren't bad. Xianxia walked out with a sneer on his face as he stared at Meng Hongliang coldly. He hadn't expected that this person would be so vicious to his fellow sect brother. It seemed he really wasn't a good person. Walking over to the middle-aged man, Xianxia nodded lightly. The middle-aged man was also dumbfounded at this moment. He had thought he was going to die, but someone had actually run out to save him. And the person who had saved him was Xianxia, a stranger he had met by chance, giving him a strange feeling for a while. "Go to the side and heal yourself first." Xianxia saw the middle-aged man's miserable appearance and knew he had almost no Xianxia left, so he tossed him a healing pill and said faintly, "But you—" The middle-aged man took the pill with a hesitant look. Xianxia's cultivation was too low, so the middle-aged man was afraid this young man who had rushed out to save his life would suffer an accident. After all, Meng Hongliang wasn't someone to be trifled with. But when he remembered the power of the black flames and looked at Xianxia's calm expression, the middle-aged man suddenly nodded, "Good." Saying so, he walked over to the side, swallowed the pill, and sat down to meditate. He didn't know what Xianxia was relying on to face so many people from Imperial City Sect, but since he dared to act, he definitely didn't put Meng Hongliang and the others in his eyes. He subconsciously thought that Xianxia came from some top force and was the son of an important figure in that force. If this was the case, all he needed to do was say his name, and Meng Hongliang would never dare to provoke him. Although Imperial City Sect was strong, it wasn't a first-class force on Shadowed Star, barely above average. On top of that, Meng Hongliang was just someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong, so naturally he wouldn't dare provoke such a strong enemy. Sure enough, Meng Hongliang's expression became gloomy as he carefully observed Xianxia, comparing him to all the famous young talents of Shadowed Star in his mind, but was unable to find a suitable figure. Coupled with the strange looks his fellow disciples were giving him, Meng Hongliang couldn't help shouting, "Your Excellency killed my fellow disciples. What intentions do you have?" Xianxia sneered and slowly shook his head. "What you're saying isn't right. The one who killed that person wasn't me, but you. Although he would have died, even if you hadn't done anything, the cause of his death was still your doing. It has nothing to do with me." Meng Hongliang's face alternated between red and green as he gritted his teeth. "If it weren't for you secretly plotting against me, why would I do that?" After saying this, his expression suddenly calmed down and he nodded. "That's right. I killed junior brother Qi, but I simply couldn't bear to see him suffer the pain of being burned again, so I decided to release him as soon as possible." He had actually found a reason to kill him. When he said this, the men and women from Imperial City sect all secretly breathed a sigh of relief, although they still felt that it was inappropriate to kill a fellow disciple. After hearing this reason, they felt much better. They had all seen what had happened to junior brother Qi and knew that even if Meng Hongliang hadn't acted, he would have died anyway, so they all gathered around Meng Hongliang. Meng Hongliang sneered. In the blink of an eye, he had broken free from the whirlpool of murdering his fellow sect brother. Still possessing some ability to argue, he stared at Yang Kai coldly and slowly said, "Which sect does this friend come from? If it is convenient, can you reveal it? Although my Imperial City sect is not a great sect, many of the elders in the sect have a wide range of friends. If this friend is from a sect, I ask that you not intervene in this matter." "Brother Meng, I know who he is." The young woman's brow furrowed slightly. Since approaching Meng Hongliang, her beautiful eyes had been focused on Yang Kai, a look of dread filling her face. Hearing her say this, Meng Hongliang immediately asked in a low voice. The young woman didn't conceal anything and simply recounted the conflict between Blue Sparrow sects Yin Jian and Yang Kai before Lu Yin opened the sand field. At that time, the young woman was not far away and had clearly seen what had happened, so she immediately recognized Yang Kai. Shadow Moon Hall? Meng Hongliang was taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly as his expression became ugly. Although Shadow Moon Hall wasn't a top force, it was far more powerful than Imperial City Sect. Shadow Moon Hall had many Third-Order Origin returning realm masters, an existence that Imperial City Sect couldn't compare to. The two sects were separated by thousands of kilometers and usually didn't have much contact with each other. But when he heard the young woman say that Shadow Moon Hall's top genius, Wei Guchang, stood up for Yang Kai, Meng Hongliang couldn't help hesitating. If Wei Guchang came to Imperial City Sect to find trouble with him, it would be difficult to deal with. But now that things had developed to this point, his own sect brother had been ruthlessly killed by him, so retreating with his tail between his legs was a bit inappropriate. What's more, he didn't want the news of the brilliant fire crystal essence to leak out. It was for this reason that he had tried to kill the middle-aged man's brother after obtaining the brilliant fire crystal essence. Only the dead would reveal their secrets. But he said it himself, that he is not from the Shadow Moon Palace. The young woman's face was filled with puzzlement as she said softly, "Not from Shadow Moon Hall?" Meng Hongliang's eyes lit up. "Yes, I'm not from Shadow Moon Hall." Yang Kai stood there with an arrogant look on his face. When Meng Hongliang and the young woman were talking, he didn't interrupt until now. "Wei Guchang and I only have a small friendship. You don't need to worry about him finding trouble with you." Meng Hongliang's face couldn't help turning cold when Yang Kai saw through his thoughts, his eyes flashing as he hesitated. When the middle-aged man, who was meditating to recover from his injuries, heard this, he almost coughed up a mouthful of blood in anger from Yang Kai. Originally, when the situation had eased, the middle-aged man was secretly delighted, thinking that his guess was correct. This young man who had come to save him really had some background. As long as this young man didn't say anything else, with Meng Hongliang's personality, he would definitely give up. If that was the case, he and this young man who had come to save him would be able to escape safely. As for revenge, that would naturally be left for later. But he hadn't expected this young man to be such a fool, actually blowing up his only hope in one breath. How could Meng Hongliang let him off so easily? Without a strong backer, with his first-order Saint King cultivation, he would die without a doubt. For a moment, the middle-aged man was both angry and anxious. He had never seen such a stupid guy before. However, the other party had come to save him, so he had been dragged into this mess. The middle-aged man could only sigh and secretly decide to restore his strength as soon as possible. Once Meng Hongliang attacked, he would do his best to delay these people and allow Yang Kai to escape. On the other side, Meng Hongliang, whose face was constantly changing, finally came to a decision, his expression gradually becoming firm as he gloomily stared at Yang Kai and said, "Shadow Moon Hall, so what? Wei Guchang, if I want to kill you today, you won't live past tomorrow." As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly waved his hand and shouted, "Be careful of his black flames. Don't give him a chance to send out a message." He was going to shed all pretenses of cordiality and kill them to silence them. It had to be said that he was a very careful person. While he ordered his junior brothers and sisters to attack, a hidden golden light appeared on his hand. Meng Hongliang was extremely wary of this demonic flame and was only preparing to let his junior brothers distract Yang Kai while he launched a sneak attack to kill him. Furthermore, he absolutely couldn't give Yang Kai time to take out his compass artifact to send out a message. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. Once Meng Hongliang's order was given, the next moment, second-order Saint Kings rushed towards Yang Kai with murderous intent, all four of them pushing their Saint Chi as they activated their defensive artifacts to protect themselves. Most of the cultivators who dared to enter the flowing flame sand field were wearing defensive artifact armors. These artifact armors could easily resist the invasion of the fire poison and had a very strong defensive effect. At the very least, when these cultivators fought against cultivators of the same level, they often relied on these artifact armors to protect them from harm. The black flames were too terrifying, and although the four of them rushed forward, none of them dared to approach Yang Kai. The young woman casually took out a whip-like artifact and swung it, releasing a faint thunderous sound as it transformed into a blue streak of light that shot towards Yang Kai, a ruthless look filling her pretty face. The other three also used long-range offensive artifacts and martial skills to bombard Yang Kai's position. At the same time, a golden light quietly shot out from Meng Hongliang's hand. It was unknown what kind of trick he used, but the moment this golden light shot out, it was actually covered up. For second-order Saint Kings and one third-order Saint King joining forces to attack a first-order Saint King, the result was obvious. As such, after taking action, Meng Hongliang's lips curled into a smile. But in the next moment, his smile stiffened on his face. He saw a sword made of black flames appear in the hands of the besieged youth. He slashed out a pitch-black sword ray that seemed to want to devour all light. Not only did it scatter the attacks of his two junior brothers, the sword ray also directly cut through their bodies as if it were rotten wood. Their defensive artifact armors were as fragile as paper, and even the Saint Chi they had been circulating around their bodies was unable to play any defensive role. The bodies of these two junior brothers were cut in half in an instant. This was not the end. A black spear appeared in the man's hand. He seemed to have casually thrown it, and the spear broke through the young woman's whip. The long whip bounced back and directly pierced a hole in the young woman's abdomen. From beginning to end, this young woman didn't even have time to react. Soon after, a purple shield appeared beside him. Ding, ding, dang, dang, dang. A series of crisp sounds rang out as sparks flew from the purple shield, accompanied by a flash of golden light. The shield was intact, but the golden light returned to Meng Hongliang's position. Yang Kai frowned, knowing that this Meng Hongliang's artifact was really extraordinary. Before, when he had been attacked by this golden light, his grand heavenly shield had almost been shattered. Now, Yang Kai naturally didn't dare act carelessly and immediately summoned his purple shield to defend himself. Taking a quick glance, Yang Kai realized that this was actually a flying needle artifact, as thin as an ox's hair. This type of artifact was quite rare. Because flying needle artifacts were quite weak, artifact refiners needed to refine a large number of them in order to create effective damage, and the more they refined, the more difficult it would be to refine them. Chapter 1187. Flying needle artifacts were rare, but it was undeniable that flying needles were the best artifacts for breaking through defenses and were also the most suitable for breaking through a cultivator's protective Saint Chi. No wonder that golden light almost broke through the grand heavenly shield. So it was this kind of thing Yang Kai suddenly realized. While Yang Kai was stunned, the only Imperial City sect disciple who had not been killed by him had enough time to react. 4 of his fellow disciples had attacked together, but 3 of them had been killed in an instant. If it weren't for Brother Meng's sneak attack diverting this guy's attention, this Imperial City sect disciple felt he would have died already. How could he dare to stay where he was? With a look of horror on his face, he quickly retreated. In an instant, he had retreated more than 100 meters away. Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, a pitch-black rope suddenly came down on him. That rope seemed to have sealed off all his escape routes, making him unable to move at all. With a whoosh, the black rope wrapped around his entire body. Only at this moment did he see that this black rope was actually condensed from black flames. Remembering what had happened to Junior Brother Qi before, this Imperial City sect disciple's face instantly paled. Opening his mouth, this Imperial City sect disciple was unable to make a sound as the demonic flame not only burned his body to ashes, but also his soul. The 9 Heavens divine skills imprisoning Heaven Lock had the power to bind one's soul and was a martial skill specifically designed to capture fleeing enemies. Coupled with Xianxia's unique Saint Qi, the imprisoning Heaven Lock's power had been reborn. In the blink of an eye, the 4 people who had besieged Xianxia were all wiped out. Meng Hongliang's eyes trembled violently as a look of disbelief and panic appeared on his face. The middle-aged man who had been meditating and healing just happened to rush over to Xianxia's side at this moment. The moment the 4 Imperial City sect disciples attacked, he had rushed over to help Xianxia. But how could he have known that there would be no place for him in this battle? By the time he arrived, all 4 of his fellow disciples were dead, and even Meng Hongliang's sneak attack had failed. The middle-aged man's expression wasn't much better than Meng Hongliang's. The only difference was that he wasn't afraid of Xianxia. He just looked at him from head to toe as if he was looking at a monster. At this moment, he understood that Xianxia was not an idiot. He did not need to rely on the name of the Shadow Moon Hall to protect himself, because he had the ability to kill everyone present. Could it be? Meng Hongliang's face suddenly paled, but he didn't finish his sentence. Xianxia didn't know what he wanted to say, but after he finished speaking, Meng Hongliang hurriedly cupped his fists and hurriedly said, "This Meng has offended you. Please don't take offense. Today's matter, only the heavens, earth, you, and I know about it. This Meng will not reveal it to a third person, so please let this Meng off." As he said this, he didn't wait for Xianxia to respond and immediately retreated. He avoided Xianxia as if he was avoiding a snake or a scorpion. His face was full of horror. "You want to leave?" Xianxia sneered and fiercely pushed his palm forward. With things having gotten to this point, how could he allow this Meng Hongliang to escape unscathed? Whether it was because of this person's attitude and killing intent towards him, or because he wanted to silence him, the moment Xianxia recognized this person, he had already made up his mind not to let him live. This person had only himself to blame for provoking him. A huge palm print descended from the sky, covering the entire world, as well as the light in front of Meng Hongliang. This palm print contained enough power to destroy the heavens and earth, causing Meng Hongliang's mind to tremble as an aura of death filled his heart. Letting out a strange cry, the golden light in his hand shot out again. Countless thin needles pierced through the air, emitting a sizzling sound. Immediately, a golden light erupted as the needles converged in midair, condensing into a long sword, the tip of the sword trembling as it met the heaven-covering hand's palm print head-on. With a loud bang, the golden light dimmed, but the heaven-covering hand seemed to have a hole pierced through it, allowing Meng Hongliang to take this opportunity to break free from this oppressive shackles and quickly flee. His figure had only moved a few dozen meters when a burning hot and evil aura rushed towards him from behind. Turning his head to look, Meng Hongliang's soul nearly jumped out of his body. At some unknown time, this enemy had appeared behind him, a long sword covered in black flames thrusting towards him. Meng Hongliang's body felt like it was burning hot, but even more so because of this evil aura. Meng Hongliang finally understood why Junior Brother Qi had panicked so much before his death. Looking down, all Meng Hongliang saw was a black sword tip protruding from his chest, and with that position as its center, a raging fire was quickly spreading throughout his body. Without waiting for Meng Hongliang's body to be completely incinerated, Xianxia directly snatched his space ring and impatiently swept it with his divine sense, suddenly grinning happily. Meng Hongliang's space ring did not have many good things. His space ring was similar to that of the 3 CF family masters Xianxia had killed before, basically filled with restorative pills and saint crystals, as well as a dozen or so fire crystal stones of various sizes. However, inside Meng Hongliang's space ring, there was another fire crystal that gave off a burning hot aura. This was not a fire crystal stone from a fire spirit beast, but rather brilliant fire crystal essence, an origin king grade material. Brilliant fire crystal was only an origin grade material, and depending on its quality, it could be classified into high, medium, or low rank. Below the hill Xianxia had been to before, there should be a brilliant fire crystal lode. There was a very small chance that a brilliant fire crystal lode would produce brilliant fire crystal essence, which was a much higher grade material. Judging from the color of this brilliant fire crystal essence, it was only an origin king grade low rank material, but even so, it was still extremely rare on Shadowed Star. No wonder Xianxia had snatched it from this middle-aged man and even tried to kill him to silence him. Xianxia casually threw this brilliant fire crystal essence into his space ring before taking out a piece of the map fragment. What really made Xianxia happy was this map fragment, the one that had once appeared at the Treasure Trove Pavilion auction. At that time, this map fragment was bought by a second-order Saint King. Before the auction ended, this second-order Saint King had quietly slipped away but was followed by countless people. In the end, this map fragment was obtained by a young man, Meng Hongliang. When Xianxia saw Meng Hongliang for the first time, he didn't remember who he was, only feeling that the other party looked familiar, but soon remembered what happened outside Heavenly Fate City. At that time, after the map fragment was taken away by Meng Hongliang, Xianxia no longer had any expectations. After all, whether the location indicated on this map fragment could be found was still unknown, and whether there was anything good, there was no way to know. Everything was unknown, so Xianxia felt there was no need to waste his energy and effort on an uncertain map fragment. But Kaiyang really hadn't thought that this map fragment would end up in his hands after going through so many people's hands. Yang Yun still had another map fragment in his hands, so if he pieced the two together, he should be able to find some clues. When he had some free time in the future, he would search for it and perhaps find some opportunities. While Xianxia was searching through the other party's space ring, the middle-aged man was extremely surprised. Xianxia's actions at this moment were no different from a bandit's. However, he didn't think much of it. Murdering others for treasures was normal. After Xianxia finished, the middle-aged man walked over weakly and cupped his fists. Extreme Path Sex Huang, she ran, thanks friend for saving me. If it weren't for you, this Huang would not have been able to escape this calamity. Please accept this Huang's bow. Saying so, he bowed respectfully to Xianxia. It wasn't a big deal. Brother Huang is too polite. Xianxia smiled and helped him up. Although Huang Shiran's face showed some relief, there was even more sadness as he said in a low voice, "Of course, if it weren't for this friend, Junior Brother's revenge would not have been possible. Perhaps no one in this world would know that it was Meng Hongliang who killed my brother and Junior Brother." Xianxia gently nodded. "How could you be so careless and let him know you found the brilliant fire crystal essence?" Speaking of this, Huang Shiran's face became even more gloomy as he smiled bitterly. "We were careful enough. Junior Brother and I were lucky enough to find a lot of brilliant fire crystal in the area we found. Not long after you left, friend, we even managed to collect some brilliant fire crystal essence. At that time, we carefully hid it and immediately left with Junior Brother, but on the way out, we ran into Meng Hongliang, who had received the news and was rushing over. He saw that there were many people on that hill, so he decided to rob us and ask us to give him our rings. The brilliant fire crystal essence was in Junior Brother's ring, but Junior Brother was naturally unwilling, so Meng Hongliang killed Junior Brother, and the brilliant fire crystal essence fell into his hands. This Huang was no match for him and had no choice but to flee. So that's how it is. This was exactly what the heavens were talking about. Huang Shiran and his senior apprentice brother were not to be blamed for revealing their wealth. It was just that their luck was really bad. I haven't asked for this friend's honored name. Huang Shiran cupped his fist solemnly. Yangkai had saved him and even helped him get revenge, so Huang Shiran was naturally grateful. On top of that, Yangkai was obviously not an ordinary cultivator, so Huang Shiran wanted to make friends with him. Yangkai. So it's Brother Yang, could it be? Huang Shiran hesitated for a moment before suddenly shaking and laughing. This Huang has been rude, Brother Yang. Please don't take offense. Yangkai looked at him strangely, confused. Meng Hongliang had said the same thing a moment ago, and now Huang Shiran was saying the same thing. Did the two of them have some kind of misunderstanding about who he was? However, Yangkai was too lazy to bother with these things, so he simply asked, "What does Brother Huang plan to do now?" Huang Shiran thought seriously for a moment before replying. "First, I'll find a place to heal. In this Huang's current state, I can't go any deeper into the flame area. If I go any further, my injuries will only worsen. Brother Yang, you don't need to worry about this Huang. I can contact the other brothers of the Extreme Peak sect. Perhaps there are other brothers and sisters nearby." "That's also good." Yangkai nodded and cupped his fists. "Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first." "Brother Yang, please do as you wish. If there is a chance in the future, Brother Yang, please come to my Extreme Path sect, and this Huang will welcome you with open arms." Yangkai smiled lightly, not saying anything, before turning around and rushing off in the direction of the treasure area. Looking at Yangkai's back, Huang Shiran felt an inexplicable excitement. Like Meng Hongliang, he believed that Yangkai was from that place. Otherwise, how could a First Order Saint King easily kill 5 opponents whose cultivations were far higher than his? Chapter 1188. In this world, only in that place would such an earth-shattering genius appear, which was why Meng Hongliang had panicked so much at the last moment. He had heard that the people there were indifferent and ruthless, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. At the very least, this guy named Yang Kai was quite good. It seemed that rumors really couldn't be trusted. Yang Kai didn't mention anything about the brilliant fire crystal essence, and Huang Shiran didn't ask, the two of them having a tacit understanding. For Huang Shiran, being able to get his revenge was already good enough. So how could he ask Yang Kai for the brilliant fire crystal essence? After all, it could already be considered the other party's spoils of war. After Yang Kai's figure disappeared, Huang Shiran hurriedly picked up the few space rings scattered on the ground, took out the Saint crystals and pills inside, and quickly left the place, preparing to find a secluded place to heal himself and see if he could contact his fellow sect brothers to help protect him. 5 days later, Yang Kai passed through the flame area and suddenly came to a place where the world energy was extremely rich. This place didn't have the ubiquitous heat of the flame area, nor did it have the fire poison that constantly invaded one's body. Looking around, there was lush greenery, bird song, and the fragrance of flowers filling the air. This place was simply like a paradise. The treasure area. Yang Kai's spirit shook as he realized that he had finally passed through the first layer's flame area and arrived at the second layer's treasure area. The Luoyan Desert was really strange. Each layer of territory was distinctly different from the other, but at the intersection of each territory, the flame area and treasure area were perfectly separated. The heat and fire poison were unable to penetrate this place at all. Since separating from Huang Shiran of Extreme Path sect, Yang Kai had been on the move for the past 5 days. As Yang Kai moved deeper in, he also encountered several cultivators from various forces. These cultivators were in groups and did nothing else but search for fire spirit beasts in the flame area, as well as looking for fire attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Of course, if there were precious ores like brilliant fire crystals, it would be even better. Basically, most of the cultivators from the major forces who entered this place would stay in the flame area to do this kind of thing, while the rest would enter the treasure area to search for spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Those who were qualified to enter were the elites of their respective sects. It didn't seem very fair. Those with low strength and poor aptitude were fighting outside, while those with high strength and good aptitude were peacefully searching for treasures. However, this was how the world worked. The higher the aptitude and strength of a person, the better the treatment they would receive. This was the same principle as the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. If he wanted to get good resources, he had to increase his strength first. Yang Kai's journey was peaceful, and he didn't encounter anyone like Meng Hong Liang who liked to cause trouble. Except for the strange looks that the cultivator gave him, everything else was fine. When the cultivator saw that Yang Kai's cultivation was low and that he was walking alone in the flame area, they simply thought that this guy didn't know the difference between life and death. Most of them just wanted to watch a good show. But there was a delicate woman that Yang Kai didn't know who ran over and advised him to turn back and not seek his own death. Yang Kai casually replied with a few perfunctory words. Seeing that Yang Kai insisted on going deeper, the woman no longer wasted her breath and just shook her head and sighed, thinking that there really were fools who didn't care about their own lives in this world. Originally, the flame area should have been completed in about 10 days, but because of the delay of the strange valley and the bewildering array, it took Yang Kai about a month to complete. By now, many people must have entered the treasure area, but Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. Releasing his divine sense, he calmly began searching for spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Wei Guchang had said that although there was no fire spirit beast in the treasure area, there were many monster beasts here. So Yang Kai still had to pay attention. For a few days, Yang Kai didn't encounter anyone. His harvest wasn't great, and he didn't know if it was because others had beaten him to it or because this place was simply like this. But after so many days, Yang Kai's expectations for this place had gradually decreased. Moreover, he had seen the bountiful resources of the floating continent. The floating continent was a place rich in resources. There were spirit grasses and spirit medicines everywhere, with countless origin grade and origin king grade ones. Most of the herbs harvested in the treasure area were Saint King grade mid-high rank, with a small number of origin grade herbs. Such a harvest would be huge for anyone else, but Yang Kai didn't care. He hadn't been able to find the herbs he was looking for. After Lu Yin closed the sand field, Yang Kai wanted to refine some pills for Wu Yi and the others to enhance their strength. After all, Wu Yi and Yu Feng's strength was too low. On this day, Yang Kai was walking when he suddenly sniffed the air with a strange expression. He smelled a familiar scent, a very special one that carried a faint bitterness to it. The smell of emerald silk grass. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Emerald silk grass was one of the purposes of his trip. It wasn't that emerald silk grass didn't exist on Shadowed Star, but once it appeared, it would be snatched up by all the great forces because it was the main ingredient for refining origin condensing pills. Although the highest grade of alchemist on Shadowed Star was origin grade low rank, they could still attempt to refine origin condensing pills. Out of 10 batches of pills, they might be able to refine a single batch, which meant there was a high chance of producing an origin returning Realm Master. It was for this reason that emerald silk grass was one of the most sought-after herbs on the market. If Yang Kai wanted one, he could only pin his hopes on this trip to Lu Yan Sandfield. However, Yang Kai hadn't expected that he would actually discover something. This faint bitterness could only be emitted by emerald silk grass, and judging from the richness of this aura, there seemed to be a lot of them. Otherwise, it would be impossible for their medicinal fragrance to spread so far. Yang Kai was so excited that he didn't even need to use his divine sense to quickly follow the source of this medicinal fragrance. After about half an hour, Yang Kai finally arrived at his destination. He didn't rush to collect the emerald silk grass, but instead concealed his aura and looked around. Because he knew that where emerald silk grass grew, there was a high chance that there would be several special monster beasts. Yang Kai decided to first see if there were any traces of a monster beast here. Looking over there, Kai Yang's heart began to beat wildly, unable to contain his joy. Because in this large area, there were actually more than a dozen green grasses with 7 small leaves. Having 7 leaves meant that these emerald silk grasses were at least 500 years old and were fully mature herbs. In Yang Kai's hands, they were equivalent to more than a dozen origin condensing pills. Not far from these dozen emerald silk grasses, there was also a human-sized hole in the ground. This hole faintly exuded a fishy smell and there were some slimy marks at the entrance of this hole. Seeing this, Xianxia understood what the monster beast accompanying these emerald silk grasses was. Silver-horned lightning python. The silver-horned lightning python was a 7th order or 8th order monster beast. When it grew to its peak, it could transform into a flood dragon, a 9th order monster beast. Moreover, the silver-horned lightning python liked the bitter smell of emerald silk grasses, so it chose to live here. Xianxia had obtained this information from the ancient books given to him by Rainfall Star Zhong Ao. Otherwise, he would not have known so much about the herbs that existed in Rainfall Star's territory. Whether it was a 7th order monster beast or an 8th order monster beast, Xianxia didn't care much about them. He believed that after collecting these emerald silk grasses, he could quickly leave. Sweeping the hole with his divine sense, Xianxia immediately noticed that there were 2 silver-horned lightning pythons inside, both of which had reached the 8th order. These 2 monster beasts had lived here for who knows how many years, so it was not surprising that they had reached the 8th order. However, what made Xianxia a little concerned was that he was not the only one here. There were 2 other cultivators who had arrived before him. The other 2 obviously knew that there was an existence in the hole that was not to be trifled with. So even if they had arrived before Xianxia, they did not dare act rashly, seemingly discussing how to collect these emerald silk grasses. The best way was naturally for one person to lure the snake out of its hole, while the other would be responsible for collecting the emerald silk grasses. However, both of them were only 2nd order Saint Kings, so facing one silver-horned lightning python wasn't a big deal. If they couldn't win, they could still run, but if they had to deal with 2 at the same time, it would be extremely dangerous. Neither of them was willing to take such a risk, so they hesitated. But before they could come to a conclusion, they saw a man in black robes walk out from nearby and quickly approach the dozen or so emerald silk grasses. Both of them were stunned for a moment before realizing that someone was trying to steal their treasures. The man in black robes didn't seem to realize the potential crisis at all, a joyful smile still hanging on his face. After being stunned for a moment, the 2 could no longer hold back. Regardless of whether this person could collect the emerald silk grasses or not, once he stepped forward and alerted the snake, with their strength, they would never be able to obtain them again. Hurriedly, both of them rushed out. Xianxia frowned, but after noticing the movements of these 2, he increased his speed and arrived in front of the dozen or so emerald silk grasses in an instant. Gathering the dozen or so emerald silk grasses into his hand, Xianxia threw them directly into his space ring. Only then did the 2 silver-horned lightning pythons in the hole in front of him become alarmed, and a blue arc of lightning suddenly shot out from the hole towards Xianxia's abdomen. At the same time, a table-sized python head poked out of the cave. Its 2 triangular eyes stared coldly at Xianxia as it flicked its forked tongue, and a single silver horn on its head exuded an incomparably dense lightning attribute aura. With a rumble, the huge body of the silver-horned lightning python crawled out of the hole, causing the ground to shake. Xianxia's action of collecting the emerald silk grasses had obviously angered it. Not only that, but the other silver-horned lightning python also ran out. Xianxia's figure flickered as he avoided the first bolt of lightning. But just as he was about to flee, he heard an anxious shout. "If you don't want to die, leave the emerald silk grasses behind." As soon as these words fell, Saint Chi surged and a majestic tiger head appeared, baring its fangs as it pounced towards Xianxia. How could he give away something he had already obtained? Xianxia knew that these 2 were a little anxious. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed out so hastily. His figure flickered again, and he easily avoided the tiger head's attack. The tiger head coincidentally attacked the 2nd silver-horned lightning python that had run out of the hole. With a loud roar, this silver-horned lightning python's body flashed with lightning. Although it wasn't injured, it was angered by this attack. Chapter 1189. With a crackling sound, a black ball of lightning appeared on the horn of the 2nd enraged silver-horned lightning python. With a flick of its head, the black ball of lightning shot straight towards the 2 cultivators at an incredible speed. One of the cultivators' expression changed drastically as he hurriedly dodged, while the other seemed to have focused most of his attention on Yang Kai, who was trying to escape, so he was unable to avoid the ball of lightning and was instantly enveloped by it. With a crackling sound, the cultivator's body twitched as his hair stood on end. Panicking, he hurriedly circulated his Saint Chi to resist the electric current that was invading his body. However, a huge whip shadow struck him head-on, causing him to be frightened out of his wits. Enveloped by the electric current, the cultivator's body was paralyzed for a moment, making it impossible for him to effectively dodge. He was directly struck by the whip shadow and was sent flying several dozen meters. The sound of bones breaking filled the air. This martial artist's body was caved in by a large margin, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. An abnormal flush appeared on his face. It was only now that he could clearly see that what had attacked him wasn't a whip shadow, but the silver-horned lightning python's tail. After landing on the ground, the cultivator's body twitched a few times before he managed to stand up, but he staggered and fell down again before finally stopping moving. Struck by an 8th-order monster beast's lightning attack, coupled with a heavy tail whip strike, this second-order Saint King cultivator only managed to survive for a moment before dying. The remaining cultivator's expression changed drastically, never having expected such an outcome. In his plan, he had first launched a sneak attack on Yang Kai and snatched the space ring from Yang Kai's hand. Then, while the silver-horned lightning python was attacking Yang Kai, he and his companions could easily retreat without encountering any danger. However, reality was very different from what he had expected. Yang Kai was unscathed while his companion had been killed on the spot. Now, he had no time to find trouble with Yang Kai, because, like Yang Kai, he was also entangled by one of the silver-horned lightning pythons. A second-order Saint King facing an 8th-order monster beast was barely enough to survive, so he didn't dare to continue fighting. Quickly retreating, he took the silver-horned lightning python and left Yang Kai's line of sight. However, before he left, the resentful look he gave Yang Kai let him know that this enmity had been inexplicably planted on his head. The other party had launched a sneak attack first, trying to kill him and steal his treasures, and now they held a grudge against him, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't let them go. What's more, if he let them escape, he would definitely be in trouble. Once news of the emerald silk grass spread, it would inevitably attract people's attention. This wasn't a good place to silence people. The silver-horned lightning python was extremely difficult to deal with, and Yang Kai found that his demonic flame didn't cause much damage to it. Its tough skin was simply impervious to fire and water, and it even looked like it was covered in scales. This was a peak 8th-order monster beast that was on the verge of evolving into a 9th-order flood dragon. As long as it was given a dozen years, it would definitely succeed. On top of that, this silver-horned lightning python seemed to have undergone some kind of mutation. Not only could it use the thunder attribute divine technique, but it could also spit out a green poisonous mist from its mouth, giving Yang Kai a headache. It would take a lot of effort to kill it. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before giving up on the idea of killing it. Killing such a monster beast would only net him an 8th-order monster core and some artifact refining materials. The gains simply weren't worth the losses. Yang Kai was in a hurry to silence it. Thinking so, Yang Kai immediately took the initiative to leave the battlefield and chase in the direction the cultivator fled, soon shaking off the silver-horned lightning python that had been tailing him. Halfway through, Yang Kai saw the other silver-horned lightning python that had chased after him return to the cave. He immediately knew that the other cultivator, like himself, should have escaped from this difficult opponent. Inside a jungle, a second-order Saint King cultivator leaned against a large tree, releasing his divine sense as he panted heavily, cursing under his breath as he vigilantly scanned his surroundings. He could have obtained a dozen or so emerald silk grasses, but the heavens didn't let him. Now, not only had he failed to collect the herbs, his companion had also died. He completely hated Yang Kai in his heart and felt that the reason he had encountered such a situation was all because of Yang Kai. If this person hadn't appeared out of nowhere and acted rashly, how could he have ended up in such a sorry state? A dozen or so emerald silk grasses. If he had been able to bring them out safely and hand them over to the elders of his sect, he would have definitely received a huge reward, but now there was nothing left. He couldn't let this go. No matter what, he had to take the emerald silk grasses back from that person. Taking out his communication artifact from his space ring, he poured his divine sense into it and was about to inform his fellow sect brothers about what had just happened when a cold, hot, righteous, and evil aura suddenly descended from the sky. He raised his head in a daze, only to see a gigantic pitch-black palm ruthlessly slapping down at him. With a scream, he immediately pushed his defensive artifact and leapt out, crossing several dozen meters in an instant, narrowly avoiding the attack of the huge palm. Someone had attacked him. The cultivator was frightened out of his wits. He had already spread out his divine sense, but he still couldn't find any trace of this person. This meant that the other party's cultivation was higher than his, but what kind of person would attack him? In the next moment, he understood. A dark flame enveloped him, and he stared at Xianxia, who was walking over from not far away. Exclaiming in horror, "It's you!" The demonic flames wrapped around his body, but he didn't have the hard skin of the silver-horned lightning python, so he was unable to resist them and was instantly reduced to ashes. His space ring fell to the ground along with a compass artifact. Xianxia secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this compass artifact, he knew that his guess was right. The other party had been preparing to contact his companions as soon as he escaped from the silver-horned lightning python. Fortunately, he had arrived in time, otherwise there would have been a lot of trouble. Bending down, Xianxia picked up the space ring and checked its contents. Unsurprisingly, it was filled with Saint crystals and pills. In addition, there were a few Saint King grade high-rank herbs and a few bean-sized fire crystal stones. It seemed that this was the harvest he had obtained along the way. Casually taking these things for himself, Kai Yang then picked up the compass artifact. Just as he was about to throw it into his space ring, a divine sense fluctuation came from the compass artifact. Someone was sending a message. Xianxia was startled, wondering if he had come too late. Had the other party already contacted someone else? Frowning, Xianxia probed with his divine sense, and after a brief investigation, his expression became strange. Someone was indeed sending a message, but it wasn't because of what had just happened. Instead, it was because the cultivator's companions were gathering people, seemingly having found some incredible treasure. Xianxia didn't want to pay attention to it. After all, he had just killed someone else's people, so there was no reason for him to contact these people, but in this divine sense message, the words soul, cleansing divine water were mentioned. This surprised Xianxia greatly. When he was on Rainfall Star, Zhong Ao had read a lot of ancient books, not only information about herbs and pill recipes, but also many other secrets. Soul cleansing divine water was one of them. This kind of treasure was not a naturally occurring treasure, but was instead born due to some coincidental opportunities. For soul cleansing divine water to be born, 3 conditions must be met. First, the world energy aura must be extremely rich, preferably above an earth vein or spirit spring. Second, an Origin King Realm Master must have died here. Third, after the death of the Origin King Realm Master, their spiritual energy must not dissipate, but instead perfectly integrate with the earth vein or spirit spring. Only then would there be a slim chance of producing soul-cleansing divine water. Of these conditions, the third one was the most difficult to achieve, because no matter how strong a cultivator was, once they died, their spiritual energy would overflow their body and quickly dissipate from the world. This was something no one could avoid. However, there were some exceptions. For example, the soul-warming lotus had the function of preserving spiritual energy. When Xianxia obtained the soul-warming lotus, it was surrounded by a huge amount of spiritual energy because the soul-warming lotus itself had the function of preserving spiritual energy. If Xianxia accidentally died, the same would happen. His spiritual energy would not dissipate, but instead be preserved by the soul-warming lotus. The birth of soul-cleansing divine water was one of these exceptions. A person's spiritual energy contained their life experiences and memories, so no one dared to devour it at will. Xianxia had to use his demon eye of annihilation to purify it before he could do so. But soul-cleansing divine water was different. It was a mixture of spiritual energy and a huge amount of world energy, and was only born because of certain conditions. It did not contain the memories or life experiences of a deceased master. It could be said that these impurities have been wiped out by the countless years of the flowing time great emperor. Soul-cleansing divine water could not only rapidly improve a cultivator's spiritual energy, but if one was lucky enough to meditate in soul-cleansing divine water, they might even be able to comprehend the divine technique of the Origin King Realm cultivator. Of course, the chances of this happening were even lower than the chances of soul-cleansing divine water being born. Zhong Ao's ancient book had recorded this, but soul-cleansing divine water was simply too rare. An Origin King Realm cultivator was already a peak master within the star territory and had a long lifespan. How could one die casually, especially in a place with rich world energy? As such, Zhong Ao had only heard about it and had never had a chance to see it. What surprised Xianxia was not that soul-cleansing divine water was actually here, but rather that Xianxia was surprised by one of the conditions for its birth. If this was really soul-cleansing divine water, didn't that mean that an Origin King Realm Master had once died on Shadowed Star? Since there had been Origin Kings before, why were there none now? The overall low level of alchemy and artifact refining on Shadowed Star was also a strange phenomenon. While Xianxia was contemplating this, the compass artifact in his hand was constantly sending out divine sense messages to the cultivator. Many people were inquiring about this in surprise while quickly gathering toward a certain place. Should I go take a look? Xianxia frowned. If this was really soul-cleansing divine water, it was worth seeing, but if it wasn't, there seemed to be no loss. At most, it would just be a waste of time. Considering all this, Xianxia no longer hesitated. While secretly paying attention to the messages from the compass artifact, he rushed towards the location indicated by the cultivator. Chapter 1190. It took Xianxia some time to determine the location, but fortunately, the location of the soul-cleansing divine water wasn't too far from where he was, otherwise, the communication artifact wouldn't have responded. When Xianxia finally arrived, he discovered that it was actually a stalactite cave. The entrance to this cave was pitch black and seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. He couldn't see what was inside with his naked eye and couldn't extend his divine sense very far. The soul-cleansing divine water is in this place. As soon as Xianxia arrived, a group of 3 people quickly approached from the side. Xianxia glanced around casually and was stunned because he found that 2 of these 3 were wearing the same robes as the cultivator who had snatched the emerald silk grass from him. In other words, this group of 3 belonged to the same force as the 2 who had snatched the emerald silk grass from him. Xianxia secretly paid attention to them and immediately knew what kind of force they belonged to. It was actually Heaven Battling Union. Because of this group of 3, the one leading them was none other than the extremely arrogant Chu Changfeng. Heaven Battling Union's entrance to the Lu Yin Sandfield was not the same as the one in the Shadow Moon Hall. When Xianxia had passed through the flame area, he hadn't met anyone from Heaven Battling Union, but now that he had entered the treasure area, it seemed that everyone would gradually have a chance to meet. After all, the deeper one went into the Lu Yin Sandfield, the less space there was to move around. At this moment, Chu Changfeng's face was filled with excitement and ecstasy as he led his 2 fellow disciples towards this place. Obviously, he had also received a divine sense message and couldn't wait to investigate. Soul-cleansing divine water was a huge attraction to anyone, not just the Saint King Realm cultivator, but even Origin returning realm and Origin Kings could benefit from it. Unfortunately, those who could enter the Lu Yin Sandfield were only Saint Kings. Otherwise, Saint Kings would never have been able to enjoy such a treasure. Concerned about the soul-cleansing divine water, Chu Changfeng didn't seem to have any intention of looking for trouble with Xianxia, simply shooting him a glance before rushing into the stalactite cave. After his figure disappeared, another 2 to 3 cultivator rushed over from different directions. Seeing this, Xianxia no longer hesitated and followed Chu Chong Feng into the cave. The treasure was right in front of him. If he was fast, he would get it. If he was slow, he would get nothing. How could Yang Kai fall behind? There were countless cone-shaped stalactites hanging above the cave. They were pinkish-white in color. The air in the cave was clear, and the spirit energy was extremely dense. It seemed that there was some kind of spirit source hidden inside the cave. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai nodded inwardly. Of the several conditions for the birth of the soul, cleansing divine water, this place should have fulfilled the first one. The world energy here was indeed rich, and this was only the periphery. If they went deeper, the world energy density would only increase. The stone cave was completely silent. Only a few drops of water dripped from the ceiling, making a light dripping sound. Yang Kai went all the way in. The further he went, the denser the spirit chi became. After walking for a full incense stick's worth of time, he suddenly rushed into a huge stone room. Looking around, Yang Kai's expression froze. There were a lot of people gathered in the stone room at this time, at least 20 of them. Chu Chong Feng was among them, and at this moment, he was staring greedily at a certain spot. Beside him were 5 Saint King realm cultivators. These people were naturally cultivators from Heaven Battling Union. In addition to the 6 cultivators from Heaven Battling Union, the remaining dozen or so people were divided into 4 groups, each of which only had 3 to 5 people. There was even a man with a chiseled face and a resolute expression who, like Kai Yang, stood there alone, looking like he was all alone. However, when Yang Kai saw this person, he inexplicably felt a sense of danger. This guy was not weak, at least a third-order Saint King. Yang Kai had always been able to kill enemies above his realm. He had even killed a few third-order Saint Kings before. Ordinary third-order Saint Kings would not give him such a feeling. Being able to make him feel a sense of danger meant this person was very powerful. When facing Chu Chong Feng and Feng Tianzhong, Yang Kai did not feel this way. Who was this person? Sure enough, after Chu Chong Feng withdrew his greedy gaze and saw this person, his brow could not help furrowing slightly as a trace of dread and annoyance flashed across the depths of his eyes. Yang Kai was greatly surprised. He had experienced Chu Chong Feng's arrogance and disdain for others. He didn't even put Feng Tianzhong in his eyes. So what was the background of this chiseled face and resolute expression that could make Chu Chong Feng show such an expression? Just as he was thinking this, Chu Chong Feng suddenly cast his gaze over, a trace of anger flashing across his eyes, as if he was mocking Yang Kai for overestimating himself, daring to come here alone with just a first-order Saint King realm cultivation. According to Chu Chong Feng's character, he would definitely clear this place at this moment, and Yang Kai was his primary target. After all, who didn't want to monopolize such a good thing? But after some thought, Chu Chong Feng's anger and unwillingness gradually subsided. Seeing that Chu Chong Feng had no intention of finding trouble with him, Yang Kai turned his eyes to the front, wanting to see if the soul-cleansing divine water really existed. At the place where everyone's eyes gathered, there was a pool. This pool was less than 200 meters wide and was overflowing with golden water. This pool was extremely thick and gave off a soul-cleansing charm. All the cultivators standing next to the pool were enveloped by this aura and felt refreshed. Several of them even showed joyful and thoughtful expressions. Obviously, they had made some breakthroughs in their divine senses and cultivations. Is this really soul-cleansing divine water? Yang Kai's brow twitched. Feeling the power of this pool of water, Yang Kai immediately determined that this was indeed the legendary soul-cleansing divine water. But what Yang Kai didn't quite understand was why this soul-cleansing divine water was golden in color. According to Zhong Ao's ancient book, soul-cleansing divine water was generally milky white, but if the quality was good enough and it was stored for a long enough time, it might turn silver. Golden soul-cleansing divine water had never been recorded in Zhong Ao's ancient book, and it seemed that no one had ever had a chance to see it. Could it be that the soul-cleansing divine water here was better than the silver one? Was there some kind of problem? Yang Kai frowned as he thought to himself, turning his eyes to the others from time to time, wanted to see if they had any idea what was going on. But soon, Xianxia was disappointed. The cultivators standing here only showed two kinds of expressions. One was a desire for the soul, cleansing divine water, while the other was a dread towards Chu Changfeng. Only the third-order Saint King, with a chiseled face, remained calm and unperturbed. These people obviously didn't know much about the soul-cleansing divine water, so trying to pry information from them was undoubtedly a mistake. With a treasure in front of them, no one could remain unmoved. However, the reason why no one was in a hurry to jump into the pool to cleanse their soul was because there was a layer of dazzling golden restriction above the pool. It was like a semicircular cover that enveloped the pool. Obviously, someone had tested the power of this barrier before, and before it was broken, no one could enter the pool. On the other side of the pool, there was a skeleton sitting cross-legged on the ground. It was unknown how long this skeleton had been dead, but even the armor-like artifact he wore had become dim and tattered. There was no space ring on his hand, so it was unknown whether it had been taken away in advance or never existed. This person must have been an Origin King before he died. Only when an Origin King Realm Master died, here would their spiritual energy dissipate and combine with the spirit spring here to form the soul cleansing divine water. When everyone looked at this skeleton, they couldn't help showing a look of pity, because an artifact armor worn by an Origin King Realm cultivator was definitely not low grade, possibly even more powerful than the highest grade artifacts on Shadowed Star. However, this artifact armor was clearly damaged and could no longer be used, so it was impossible to say how many years this Origin King Realm Master had been dead here. After Xianxia entered, a dozen more people rushed in one after another, obviously all of them having received the news. Chu Changfeng's face became more and more gloomy, clearly dissatisfied that so many people had come to compete with him for this treasure. Even if he was dissatisfied, there was nothing he could do. There were already 7 or 8 cultivator forces gathered here, so even if Heaven Battling Union was tyrannical, Chu Changfeng couldn't afford to offend them all. What's more, there were only 8 cultivator forces gathered around him at this moment, so he couldn't afford to offend everyone present. Why haven't Junior Brother Fu and Junior Brother Lu come yet? They should be active around here. Logically speaking, they should have received the message long ago. Next to Chu Changfeng, a thin man whispered softly, glancing out of the cave from time to time, trying to see if Junior Brother Fu and Junior Brother Lu were coming. Although the strength of these two wasn't very high, if they could come, Heaven Battling Union side would increase their strength, and when it came time to divide the treasures, they would naturally be able to take more advantages. But now, not only had they not come, they had also not responded to any of their messages. If they haven't come yet, then they won't be able to come. Chu Changfeng coldly snorted. The thin man's face changed as he understood the meaning behind Chu Changfeng's words. Indeed, if they could come, they would have already come, but now that they hadn't, it meant that they might have encountered some kind of accident. The treasure area was not a safe place, and there were many dangers lurking inside. However, none of them could have imagined that Junior Brother Fu and Junior Brother Lu had died at the hands of Xianxia and the silver-horned lightning python's tail whip, so naturally, they wouldn't be able to come back. Seeing more and more people coming in, the cultivator who had come here earlier finally couldn't sit still. If they waited any longer, the situation would be bad. Once more people arrived, the benefits they could get would only decrease. From one of the 5-person teams, a blue-robed man suddenly walked out and cupped his fist to Chu Changfeng. "Young Master Chu, what do you think we should do now? Shouldn't we take some action?" He spoke politely and respectfully, as if he was following Chu Changfeng's lead, because he knew better than anyone that the person with the highest status here was Chu Changfeng. Not only was he the #1 genius of Heaven Battling Union, he was also the strongest person here. How to deal with this soul-cleansing divine water had to be asked for his opinion first. Acting rashly would only arouse everyone's hostility. In this situation, the only way was for everyone to discuss a solution and then distribute the benefits. Chapter 1191. Yes, young Master Chu. More and more people are gathering here. If we continue to wait, I'm afraid a long night will bring many dreams. Immediately, someone chimed in, and the leaders of the 7 or 8 teams gathered here quickly expressed their approval for Chu Changfeng to come up with a plan. Chu Changfeng himself seemed to enjoy the feeling of being praised by so many people. Hearing this, his gloomy expression finally eased as he frowned and pondered for a while before saying, "Naturally, we need to act. As long as everyone works together to break this barrier, the soul-cleansing divine water will naturally be at our fingertips." We also have the same idea. Just now, this Mistress Junior brother tested the power of this barrier and found that although it has existed for a long time, it is extremely strong. I'm afraid 2 or 3 people won't be able to break it. Only by working together will we have a chance. A beautiful woman nodded with a smile. Then what are we waiting for? Young Master Chu gives the order, everyone should attack together. I don't believe that with so many people present, we can't break this barrier. A burly man with a full beard shouted as he took out a hammer artifact and gripped it tightly with both hands, seemingly waiting for Chu Changfeng to speak before taking the lead. Chu Changfeng smiled lightly, giving off a refreshing feeling. At this moment, he finally restored his previous elegant temperament and said lightly, "Breaking this barrier isn't a problem. It's only a matter of time before we obtain the soul-cleansing divine water. But before that, this Chu thinks we should discuss how to distribute it." Many people furrowed their brows when they heard what he said. The barrier hadn't been broken yet Chu Changfeng was already talking about distributing the benefits. Clearly, he was up to no good. However, they had no way to stop him. If they really angered Chu Changfeng, the consequences wouldn't be something they could afford. Heaven Battling Union had caused trouble for others more than once or twice, and many people who had offended them had ended up miserable. Then, young Master Chu, how do you think we should distribute this soul-cleansing divine water? The beautiful woman who spoke before smiled lightly, her beautiful eyes darting around as she asked this question, giving off a sense of charm. She wasn't trying to seduce Chu Changfeng. She knew that with her own ability, it was impossible to seduce a genius from Heaven Battling Union. She just wanted to show some goodwill so that Chu Changfeng would give her more benefits when the time came. Chu Changfeng, on the other hand, turned a blind eye to her flirtatious charms as he already had a plan in mind. Sweeping his eyes across the crowd, he said, "There are friends from 8 great forces present, so this Chu suggests dividing this pool of divine water into 4 portions." 4 portions? The beautiful woman frowned slightly and forced a smile. "If we divide it into 4 parts, how should we divide it?" Chu Changfeng proudly declared, "My Heaven Battling Union won't take too much, only 1 share." Hearing this, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief, as they couldn't help feeling a little surprised that Chu Changfeng would be so magnanimous this time. In their imagination, Chu Changfeng would ask for half, but now he only asked for a quarter. He had to accept this. Who would be stupid enough to refuse? Everyone nodded vigorously. No one had any objections. They all looked like they had taken advantage of the situation. Seeing that all of them agreed to his proposal, Chu Changfeng was quite satisfied, and his smile became even wider. Then, young Master Chu, how should we divide the remaining 3 portions? I'll have to trouble you to inform us, so that when the barrier is broken, we won't be able to abide by the rules. We all live on Shadowed Star, so there's no need to quarrel over something as trivial as this. Someone else spoke up. This person's force had the fewest members, only 3. He knew he was alone, so he had let Chu Changfeng decide the distribution of the soul-cleansing divine water. Otherwise, if they fought over it, they would only get less. As soon as this person spoke, many people glared at him fiercely. However, Chu Changfeng nodded without any trace of politeness. "That's a good idea. If none of you have any objections, this Chu will also divide the remaining 3 portions." Although some people were reluctant, who would be stupid enough to stand up and question Chu Changfeng's status at this time? All of them could only pinch their noses and hope that Chu Changfeng wouldn't be too biased. After all, some of the forces here had good relations with Heaven Battling Union. Regardless of everyone's expression, Chu Changfeng just laughed and said, "Since that's the case, this Chu won't be polite. And of the remaining 3 portions, this friend will take 1. Does anyone have any objections?" To everyone's surprise, Chu Changfeng actually assigned the first portion to the male cultivator standing alone to the side, his face as sharp as a knife. Exclamations sounded as everyone stared at Chu Changfeng in amazement, then at the man, wondering what Chu Changfeng was trying to do. In their minds, heaven battling union, taking a quarter of the soul, cleansing divine water, was indisputable, but this man and Yang Kai were alone, so they had no ability or qualification to divide the treasures. They had long since subconsciously excluded these 2 people from the equation. Who knew that Chu Changfeng would suddenly give a quarter of the soul cleansing divine water to one of them, the same amount as heaven battling union? Was there something fishy going on here? Many people began to wonder if Chu Changfeng was waiting for this man to take a quarter of the soul cleansing divine water before snatching it from him. However, if he really wanted to do this, the other First-Order Saint King cultivator would undoubtedly be a better target. So why did Chu Changfeng specifically choose this Third-Order Saint King? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? However, the other party didn't seem surprised at all, as if he already knew this would be the result, nodding slightly and saying lightly, "Good." He spoke matter-of-factly, without the slightest trace of embarrassment or flattery. This caused the faces of the leaders of the other forces to change slightly as they all frowned, seemingly thinking of something, but none of them refuted Chu Changfeng's allocation plan and simply acquiesced. At this moment, all of them turned to look at this man with a firm expression, their eyes filled with dread. Yang Kai frowned as he vaguely guessed the origins of this man, but he wasn't sure. After all, he hadn't been on Shadowed Star for long and didn't know much about the customs here. Next, Chu Changfeng overstepped his authority and distributed the remaining half of the soul, cleansing divine water, to the various great forces present. The principle of distribution was based on the number of people present. The more people who came, the more shares they would get. The fewer who came, the less shares they would get. This distribution was barely fair and didn't deliberately favor anyone. Even the beautiful woman who had been flirting with Chu Changfeng didn't receive any benefits, causing her to feel quite depressed. Her pretty face becoming so cold, it was as if a layer of frost could be scraped from it. Of all the people present, the only one who wasn't distributed was Yang Kai. No one was surprised because they had already excluded Yang Kai in their hearts. So it would be strange if Chu Changfeng really gave Yang Kai some of the soul, cleansing divine water. After the distribution of benefits was completed, many cultivators turned to look at Yang Kai, some ridiculing him, some mocking him, some sympathizing with him. Everyone's expressions varied, but no one showed any intention of standing up for him. Yang Kai stood in place with an indifferent expression and didn't say anything. He was also amused in his heart. He wasn't sure whether this golden pond water was soul, cleansing divine water or not before. So pinning his hopes on someone else was no different from hoping a pig could climb a tree. These people didn't understand soul, cleansing divine water at all. The barrier hadn't even been broken yet, but they had already discussed the distribution of benefits. Yang Kai wanted to see what they were going to use to take away this soul, cleansing divine water. Once the soul, cleansing divine water left the pool where it was born, the soul, cleansing divine water would immediately disappear. If they really took the soul, cleansing divine water out of the pool, they would only get a pile of spirit liquid instead of the soul, cleansing divine water. So no matter how extravagant Chu Changfeng's distribution was, no matter how these people tried to exclude him, Yang Kai wasn't worried at all. If these things couldn't be taken out of the pond, what was the point of a good distribution? In the end, they would still have to soak themselves in it. Once their distribution plan failed, the situation would become chaotic, and Yang Kai would be able to fish in troubled waters and fish for benefits. After the distribution of benefits was completed, everyone immediately began to attack the golden barrier covering the pond under Chu Changfeng's command. For a time, the light of various artifacts and martial skills filled the air, causing ripples to appear on the golden semicircular membrane covering the pond. In order to avoid any unexpected surprises, everyone put forth their full strength. As soon as they began fighting, everyone's strengths and weaknesses were immediately apparent. The strength of the third order Saint King cultivator was almost the same, but Chu Changfeng's performance was like a crane in a flock of chickens. The artifact he used was an origin grade high-rank artifact, a bronze-colored long spear. Although he couldn't display the full power of this artifact with his third order Saint King cultivation, every strike he made was powerful enough to cause the barrier around the semicircular membrane to tremble considerably. It was not surprising that Chu Changfeng had such ability. After all, he was a genius of heaven battling union and enjoyed a great reputation on Shadowed Star, so it was normal for him to have such a powerful artifact. What was surprising, though, was the man with the firm expression. He didn't use any powerful artifact, simply wearing a pair of black gloves on his fists as he smashed down on the barrier. This light attack was no weaker than the one Chu Changfeng had made. Everyone confirmed their previous conjecture and understood why Chu Changfeng was willing to share a quarter of the soul-cleansing divine water with this person. After figuring this out, everyone silently displayed the power of their artifacts and martial skills, no longer paying attention to this person. Chu Changfeng, on the other hand, seemed to want to compete. He couldn't casually find this person to exchange pointers with, so he only wanted to suppress the other party in terms of attacking the barrier. The more Saint Chi he pushed, the bigger the commotion he created. However, no matter how Chu Changfeng pushed his Saint Chi, this person's attacks remained neither fast nor slow, as if he didn't put Chu Changfeng in his eyes at all. This made the genius disciple of heaven battling union so depressed he almost coughed up blood. Punching out heavily, but hitting nothing but cotton, this was the feeling of being frustrated. Chapter 1192. While everyone was cracking the barrier, Xianxia didn't stay idle either and instead helped out. After all, he was going to reap the benefits later, so if he just stood by and watched, it would only give others an excuse to expel him. So, under everyone's surprised gazes, Xianxia condensed his Saint Chi into a long sword, not daring to use his demonic flames, and calmly slashed to the golden barrier. Xianxia's attack was neither strong nor weak, only capable of displaying the strength of a first-order Saint King cultivator. The others just thought he was bored and didn't pay any attention to him, but they all secretly shook their heads and sighed, thinking that no matter how hard this person tried, the soul-cleansing divine water wouldn't be available for him. So why bother making a fool of himself? If he really wanted to snatch it, anyone here would be able to kill him on the spot. The beautiful woman was standing beside Xianxia, using an artifact that transformed into countless flaming birds that constantly flew towards the barrier, wearing it down. She couldn't bear to see Xianxia struggle and couldn't help trying to persuade him. "Little brother, don't fight. It's useless. If you have the time, it's better to leave this place and look around outside to see if you can find an opportunity of your own. You're just wasting time here. With your cultivation, it's not easy for you to break into the treasure area." She obviously thought that Xianxia's luck had been off the charts all this time, allowing him to pass through the flame area and arrive at the second layer's treasure area. In her opinion, since Xianxia had such luck, he should naturally make good use of it. Why waste time here? Since she was trying to persuade him out of goodwill, Xianxia didn't say she was meddling in other people's business and simply smiled faintly, putting on a silly look. The beautiful woman saw how insistent he was and couldn't help her pretty face turning cold, feeling that he didn't know how to appreciate kindness and no longer paid any attention to him. At that moment, one of the cultivators suddenly shouted excitedly, "The barrier is about to break. Everyone put in more effort." As his voice fell, the entire golden semicircular membrane shook even more violently. Layer after layer of ripples spread out from the surface, layer after layer, as if someone had thrown countless stones into a calm lake. There was no need for Yangkai to remind them, as everyone had already noticed the changes in the barrier. This barrier was indeed powerful. There were 30 to 40 Saint King realm elites from the various great forces present. But after attacking it for a stick of incense worth of time, they were barely able to break it. Moreover, this barrier itself had existed for countless years. If this barrier had been intact, no one would have been able to break it open no matter what they did. As the barrier began to crumble, everyone's eyes filled with joy as they increased the output of their Saint Chi. After half a cup of tea's time, along with a soft cracking sound, a small crack, a moment later, it disappeared. The moment the barrier, however, was broken, an invisible wave of energy spread out from the pool and swept everyone present. In an instant, everyone showed a look of shock and immediately became overjoyed. Because in this instant, everyone felt that their spiritual consciousness had some subtle changes. It seemed that the power of their spiritual consciousness had become a little stronger. Soul-cleansing divine water, it really lived up to its reputation. Excitement and anticipation filled everyone's faces. If it were any other time, everyone would have already rushed up to grab this treasure. But after all, everyone had just discussed how to divide up the benefits. So even if they were excited at this moment, they could still suppress their excitement and turn their eyes to Chu Changfeng. Seeing this, Chu Changfeng smiled lightly. Many thanks for everyone's hard work. We've finally broken this damn barrier. I hope everyone will continue to collect the soul-cleansing divine water in an orderly manner. If anyone dares to ruin what we've discussed before, don't blame this Chu for being ruthless. As he finished speaking, his expression became cold and gloomy. Everyone hurriedly said they wouldn't dare. Chu Changfeng was probably looking forward to someone not following the rules, so he could have an excuse to kill them and take their share. Everyone present was an elite from one of the great forces, so how could they not understand what he was thinking? Naturally, they wouldn't comply with his wishes. A trace of hidden regret flashed across the depths of Chu Changfeng's eyes before he unceremoniously motioned to a male cultivator with disheveled hair next to him. Go! The cultivator nodded excitedly before rushing over to the pool, condensing his Saint Chi into the shape of a bowl before scooping up some of the soul-cleansing divine water from the pool and preparing to put it into the space ring he had prepared in advance. Seeing this, Yang Kai's brow twitched as he felt his heart ache. Sure enough, the soul-cleansing divine water that Yang Kai had scooped up had undergone an astonishing transformation under everyone's watchful eyes. Originally, it was a golden liquid, but as soon as it left the pool, it immediately transformed into countless strands of golden energy that filled the sky. These strands of golden energy only lasted for 3 breaths of time in the air before suddenly dissipating. This scene caused everyone to be taken aback. Brother Chu, something's wrong. The cultivator responsible for scooping up the soul-cleansing divine water suddenly exclaimed, "What's wrong?" After scooping it out, the effect of the soul-cleansing divine water seems to have disappeared. The cultivator pointed to the big bowl he had condensed with his Saint Chi with a sad face. What? Chu Changfeng was startled. Looking around, he saw that the soul-cleansing divine water in the bowl was no longer golden and thick like before, and had instead turned into a pool of clear spirit liquid. Although the spirit liquid was very good, even better than high-rank Saint crystals, how could it compare to the value of soul-cleansing divine water? How could this be? Chu Changfeng's face was gloomy as he reached out and dipped a drop of spirit liquid from the big bowl of Saint Chi into his mouth, confirming that it was just spirit liquid and no longer had any soul-cleansing effect. Refusing to believe such nonsense, Chu Changfeng personally stepped forward and scooped up a handful of water from the golden pool. The exact same situation as before played out. When Chu Changfeng took the soul-cleansing divine water out of the pool, countless wisps of golden energy immediately flew up into the air and disappeared. Young Master Chu, could it be that the soul-cleansing divine water can't be taken away? Someone guessed. It's possible otherwise. Why would the soul-cleansing divine water in the pool be fine, but lose its effect once it is taken out? How could such a thing happen? I don't know. I've only heard that soul-cleansing divine water is one of the 3 great spirit liquids of the world, but I don't know how to collect it. I don't know either. 3 great spirit liquids. Xianxia's brow rose as he listened. He didn't know what these 3 great spirit liquids were, but soul-cleansing divine water was undoubtedly one of them. Chu Changfeng's face was extremely ugly at the moment. Listening to everyone's noisy discussion, he could no longer maintain his gentle and refined temperament, his expression becoming fierce as he shouted, "If we can't take the soul-cleansing divine water away from here, how can we collect it?" The group of people was rendered speechless by this question. Just now, Chu Changfeng was responsible for dividing up the benefits, and everyone had agreed to give him face. But now that the soul-cleansing divine water couldn't be taken away, the division just now was obviously a joke. Chu Changfeng was obviously a little angry because of this. So who would dare remind him at this time that they should all go in together? Chu Changfeng wasn't stupid. He must have thought of this himself. He just didn't want to say it out loud. The reason he didn't say it out loud was obviously because he wanted to redistribute the benefits. Others didn't dare to say anything, but the man who had always looked indifferent took the initiative to speak for the first time. It's very simple. Just go in and absorb the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water. Saying so, ignoring everyone else, he leapt up and landed directly in the center of the pool. This pool was so thick that one's divine sense couldn't penetrate it, but it was clearly not deep because this man sat cross-legged in it, exposing his chest. Everyone was dumbfounded as they turned to look at Chu Changfeng. The cultivator who followed Chu Changfeng was even more furious, but even though they were angry, they didn't dare casually scold this cultivator for acting on his own accord. Chu Changfeng's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and his breathing was obviously heavy. Just now, when he was distributing the soul-cleansing divine water, he had scruples about the other party's identity and face, giving them a quarter each, but now the other party didn't give him any face at all, making Chu Changfeng very angry. Even Fang Tianzhong couldn't ignore him like this. Chu Changfeng stared at the man with a gloomy face, but the other party didn't say anything, just closing his eyes and sitting cross-legged, his expression faintly showing a hint of joy. It seemed that he was already absorbing the great benefits of the soul-cleansing divine water. The other party had already taken the initiative. So many cultivators were anxious and couldn't wait for Chu Changfeng to speak. What's more, looking at Chu Changfeng's expression, it seemed he didn't dare to say anything. Many people secretly looked at each other and then jumped into the pool together. With someone taking the lead, naturally others would follow. Everyone was afraid of falling behind, so the scene suddenly became chaotic. Except for the few cultivators from Heaven Battling Union who didn't move, everyone else rushed into the pool. This pool wasn't small, more than enough to accommodate a few dozen people. Although there seemed to be a lot of soul-cleansing divine water, in fact, the medicinal efficacies it contained were only a part of it, so everyone who jumped in wanted to occupy an advantageous position. Naturally, the most advantageous position was in the middle. Among the dozen or so people who jumped in first, 5 or 6 of them landed in the middle. However, the indifferent man suddenly opened his eyes and swung his fist twice. With 2 punches, the air in the entire stone room seemed to have been sucked out, and the incomparably violent fist force sent the 5 or 6 people flying. They all spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, and when they landed on the ground, their expressions were filled with shock and dispirited. They knew this man wasn't to be trifled with, but they didn't expect him to be so fierce. One against many, 2 simple punches had repelled all of them. Although there was some suspicion that this was a sneak attack, he had clearly shown mercy. No one doubted this. If he had really intended to kill, at least half of the 5 or 6 cultivators would have died. Anyone who comes within 3 meters of me will die. After throwing out 2 punches, he said indifferently before closing his eyes again. He wanted to monopolize the 3-meter area in the center. Chapter 1193. The indifferent man declared that he wanted to monopolize the surrounding 10 meters, his tone extremely overbearing. However, no one thought there was anything wrong with this. Even Chu Changfeng, after witnessing the power of the other party, was slightly shocked. Yang Kai's body trembled slightly, not out of fear, but an inexplicable excitement surging in his heart. He had met many geniuses on Shadowed Star during this time, but no matter who they were, none gave him the same impulse to fight this indifferent man. Because Yang Kai didn't know if he could win against this person with his current means, he couldn't wait to test this uncertainty. However, now was not the time to find this person to fight. The soul-cleansing divine water was the most important thing right now. Yang Kai still had to move around Shadowed Star in the future, so sooner or later he would have a chance to compete with this person. So soon, Yang Kai's expression returned to normal. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that he hadn't acted rashly when he first entered this place. When he entered the stone room, for a moment, Yang Kai even had the idea of driving everyone away so he could enjoy the effects of the soul-cleansing divine water alone. If he had attacked at that time, he might not have been able to win against this person. And if he had fought with him, not only would he have exposed his true strength, it would only have allowed Chu Changfeng and the others to reap the benefits. This world was big, and there were indeed many strange geniuses. This indifferent man was the most powerful Saint King Yang Kai had seen so far. Even Shui Yu of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was not his opponent, causing Yang Kai to secretly become vigilant and feel that he could no longer casually underestimate a cultivator in the same realm. Inside the stone room, except for the few people from Heaven Battling Union who stood still, everyone else found a place to sit down cross-legged and began to absorb the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water, beginning to cleanse their souls. Everyone's face showed an inexplicable look of joy, some even moaning as if they were extremely comfortable. Enter. Chu Changfeng no longer wasted any time and waved his hand with a gloomy face. The several Heaven Battling Union disciples who had been waiting for Yang Kai to make a decision all entered the pool in a single file and sat down cross-legged. Chu Changfeng's face was gloomy as the anger in his heart could not be quelled. But even if he was given more courage, he wouldn't dare find trouble with this stern-faced man. Not to mention whether or not he was this man's opponent. The behemoth behind him was something even Heaven Battling Union feared. Unable to vent the anger in his heart, Chu Changfeng felt very uncomfortable. So for some unknown reason, he actually rushed over to Yang Kai and coldly shouted, "Scram! This position is mine." Yang Kai's position wasn't too good, but it wasn't too bad either. Just now, when Yang Kai had entered this place with everyone else, he hadn't paid much attention to it and had just casually found a place to occupy. But how could he have known that Chu Changfeng would also be eyeing it? Yang Kai knew in his heart that Chu Changfeng was just venting his anger and didn't really want to occupy this position, because there were many better positions than this one. Chu Changfeng deliberately acting this way was clearly looking for trouble. Because Yang Kai's strength was the lowest and he was alone, if Chu Changfeng didn't find trouble with him, who else could he find trouble with? Obviously, he was also concerned about this stern-faced man. Yang Kai's expression went cold, but after thinking about it for a moment, he didn't act up and instead stood up obediently and sat down in an empty spot nearby. Chu Changfeng coldly snorted, very satisfied with Yang Kai's performance. Seemingly recovering some face for himself, his expression gradually eased, and after sitting down cross-legged and beginning to absorb the efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water, his face immediately filled with joy, all his previous displeasure disappearing. "Little brother, your luck is really good." The beautiful woman who had advised Yang Kai not to waste time before was actually not far from Yang Kai at this moment. Seeing him being driven away by Chu Changfeng, she smiled and comforted him. "It seems you were right to insist on staying here. Compared to this great opportunity, there's no need to worry about anything else." Elder sister has been sitting here for a while now and feels that the bottleneck of her soul cultivation has loosened a little. You should quickly absorb the efficacies here. Perhaps you'll be able to comprehend something. Yang Kai didn't want to say much to her, and simply nodded before beginning to absorb the efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water. The reason why the function of soul-cleansing divine water was so wondrous was entirely because of the strength of the soul of an Origin King Realm Master. When an Origin King Realm Master died here, their spiritual energy would fuse perfectly with the spirit liquid here, and after countless years of transformation, it would form soul-cleansing divine water. Although Yang Kai didn't know why the soul-cleansing divine water here was golden, after a short period of absorption, he was certain that this was indeed soul-cleansing divine water. Naturally, he wouldn't waste any more time. The beautiful woman was right. Cultivating here could not only enhance one's soul, but also allow one's spiritual energy to become more condensed and solid. If one's luck was good enough, they may be able to comprehend some of the dead Origin King Realm Master's soul skills. How could the methods of an Origin King Realm Master be lacking? As long as one could comprehend even a tiny bit of that master's divine technique, it would be enough to benefit them for the rest of their life. So far, the only Origin King Yang Kai had seen was Gui Zhu. However, Gui Zhu's earth-shattering methods were something Yang Kai couldn't help but yearn for. Presumably, other Origin Kings weren't any worse than Gui Zhu. Opening his pores, Yang Kai's physique wriggled and a trace of golden energy drilled into Yang Kai's 5 viscera and 6 organs before rushing straight to the top of his head and into his knowledge sea. Yang Kai sensed his surroundings carefully, dividing half of his consciousness to guard against any movement outside to avoid being attacked at this critical moment, while the other half entered his knowledge sea to observe the magical effects of the soul-cleansing divine water. Yang Kai could clearly see that within his knowledge sea, which was burning like a raging inferno, there were many golden threads pouring into it. Although there weren't many of these golden threads, their colors were very distinct, and they were particularly eye-catching in the red sea of flames, like golden fish swimming freely. Half of the golden threads quickly merged with the seawater in his sea of consciousness, increasing the strength of his sea of consciousness and tempering the tenacity of his sea of consciousness. Although the increase was negligible, it was already amazing. A cultivator's cultivation could be summed up in 4 aspects: the strengthening of one's physical body, the accumulation of Saint Qi, the tempering of one's soul, and the comprehension of one's realm. The simplest of these was the accumulation of Saint Qi, because this kind of accumulation could be achieved by relying on external materials, such as pills and saint crystals. When a cultivator cultivated, they would use these 2 things. The most difficult aspect was the comprehension of one's realm. Many cultivators had reached the requirements for advancement in the other 3 aspects, but were unable to break through their bottleneck because their comprehension of their realm was insufficient. 90% of the 3rd Order Origin returning Realm Masters on Shadowed Star were stuck in their comprehension of their realm, unable to advance any further for the rest of their lives. As for the strengthening of one's physical body, it was relatively easy in the early stages and could be done with the help of external forces, but as one cultivated to the later stages, it would become more and more difficult. It was almost impossible to reach the peak. Yang Kai's powerful physical body was only possible because he had encountered countless opportunities, but his physical body was still far from its peak, so he would still suffer some damage from powerful attacks. It can only be said that compared to a cultivator in the same realm, or even an Origin returning realm cultivator, Yang Kai's physical body was countless times stronger. On top of that, the massive vitality contained in his golden blood gave him a terrifying restorative power, so after being injured, he would be able to restore himself to his original state in a very short time. The cultivation of spiritual energy was countless times more difficult than the accumulation of Saint Qi, and it was even more difficult than the enhancement of one's physical body, second only to the comprehension of one's realm. Many cultivators, after breaking through to a new realm, would deliberately choose to enter retreat for a period of time to focus on cultivating their spiritual energy in order to enhance it. The effect of taking pills to cultivate one's spiritual energy was not very obvious. And no matter where one went, soul cultivation secret arts were extremely rare, each one extremely precious. This was the case in Tong Xian realm, and it was the same in Star territory. 80% of cultivators cultivated their spiritual energy by cultivating soul skills, constantly using soul skills to exhaust their spiritual energy and then replenish it. This cycle repeated over and over again. And in this cycle of exhaustion and recovery, one's spiritual energy would slowly increase. This was a stupid method, but it was the simplest and most practical one. Xianxia did not need to use this method to enhance his spiritual energy, because he had the soul-warming lotus. What's more, he did not have much time to spend in retreat to cultivate his spiritual energy, but his spiritual energy was still much stronger than any other cultivator in the same realm, comparable to that of an origin-returning realm master. The reason for this was none other than the soul-warming lotus. This supreme, soul-nourishing treasure had been obtained by Xianxia when he was still very weak and had coexisted with him for more than 20 years. With his spiritual energy and the soul-warming lotus complementing each other, not only did his spiritual energy grow, but the soul-warming lotus also continued to grow. Now, the effects of the soul-cleansing divine water had been displayed, and even though it was only a small amount, it had allowed Xianxia to reap great benefits. His spiritual energy seemed to have become stronger, comparable to what he had accumulated over many days, making him very happy. Under the watchful gaze of his spiritual energy, some of the golden threads that had not yet been integrated into his knowledge seemed to be attracted by something and quickly rushed towards the location of the six-colored island in his knowledge sea, quickly disappearing into it. This phenomenon did not surprise Xianxia, because the soul-warming lotus had such a function. Xianxia had swallowed some spiritual energy-enhancing pills in the past. The soul-warming lotus would absorb a lot of it and use it to grow. Although in the short term, Xianxia's benefits were taken away by the soul-warming lotus, his spiritual energy and the soul-warming lotus complemented each other. Over the years, the benefits provided by the soul-warming lotus were far greater than the nutrients he provided to the soul-warming lotus. The soul-cleansing divine water could cleanse and purify one's soul, so it was naturally effective for the growth of the soul-warming lotus. But to Xianxia's surprise, after the soul-warming lotus swallowed these golden threads, it actually took the initiative to emit an incomparably powerful attractive force. In an instant, the golden threads, several dozen times larger than before, were absorbed into Xianxia's body and rushed into his knowledge sea. Chapter 1194. Xianxia only had time to absorb 1% of the golden threads that had been drawn into his knowledge sea by the soul-warming lotus. The rest was snatched away by the soul-warming lotus, causing the six-colored light to become even more dazzling than before. Startled, Xianxia quickly controlled the attractive force produced by the soul-warming lotus, not daring to make such a big commotion again. If he had been alone here, Xianxia would have been pleasantly surprised instead of suppressing himself. But now there were more than 30 people here. Once he made such a big commotion, he would definitely be targeted and expelled. If he could absorb the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water so crazily, how could anyone else? Although Kai Yang had suppressed it very quickly, he had still alarmed the beautiful woman who had been talking to him earlier and was standing right next to him. The beautiful woman opened her beautiful eyes suspiciously and stared at Xianxia strangely. Just now, she had clearly noticed an abnormal attractive force coming from this First-Order Saint King, but when she tried to sense it carefully, she couldn't find anything. Shaking her head secretly, she thought it was just an illusion and quickly closed her beautiful eyes again to continue absorbing the benefits of the soul-cleansing divine water. Xianxia secretly sighed in his heart. He hadn't known that the soul-warming lotus would desire the soul-cleansing divine water so much. If he had known earlier, he would have simply found a more remote corner where he could act more freely. Although he could do so now, Xianxia had to be extremely careful not to arouse suspicion, especially when it came to the beautiful woman not far away. Thinking so, Xianxia gradually released his suppression of the soul-warming lotus, only stopping when it reached a certain level. In an instant, 10 times more golden threads than before poured into Xianxia's knowledge sea. 1% of them was swallowed by Xianxia's knowledge sea, while the rest poured into the 6-colored island as usual. This speed was just right. Not only would he not be discovered, but Xianxia would also be able to reap enough benefits. Now, the medicinal efficacies he absorbed from the soul, cleansing divine water, were comparable to the sum of the other 10 people combined. However, Xianxia was still not satisfied. He could not help but feel a little anxious. There was only one pool of soul, cleansing divine water. Everyone was fighting for it, and there would be a time when it would run out. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. At this time, it was naturally better to fight for as much as possible. Unlike the others who were wholeheartedly absorbing the medicinal efficacies of the soul, cleansing divine water, Xianxia's spiritual consciousness was extremely powerful. At this time, he was able to divert his attention to other things. He was prepared to secretly observe the others. If these people were immersed in the pool and unable to extricate themselves, he decided to increase the speed of absorption. As long as he was careful, he should not be discovered by others. Moreover, it was best to stay away from that beautiful woman. Her strength wasn't high, only a third-order Saint King, but she was still a bit too sensitive. With that in mind, Xianxia quietly swam to a remote corner. Although his movements alarmed a few cultivators, causing them to open their eyes and look at Xianxia with some dissatisfaction, no one had the time to criticize him. They simply glanced around before closing their eyes again, racing against time. A moment later, Xianxia finally arrived at a corner of the pool. This location was very remote, and almost no one would choose to stay here, which made Xianxia very satisfied. Just as he sat down cross-legged and was about to relax a bit, Kai Yang suddenly felt something poking him from under his buttocks. Quickly reaching out and picking it up, Kai Yang felt that it was slightly warm, but before he had time to investigate what it was, he suddenly felt a strange energy flow from his fingertips into his body, all the way to his mind. Wherever this energy passed, Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively felt a sense of crisis. Not daring to neglect, Xianxia hurriedly condensed his Saint Qi to block it. The demonic flame burned fiercely in his meridians, and Xianxia seemed to hear a faint howl in his ears. The cold energy seemed to know the terror of his demonic flame and didn't dare to go any further, instead quickly retreating and was smoothly forced out of his body by Xianxia, disappearing into the pool. Xianxia's face changed drastically. Opening his eyes, Xianxia looked around in the direction of the others and was surprised to find that no one had noticed the movement here, as if he was the only one who had heard the miserable howl just now. Not only that, the thing he had just held in his hand was no longer warm and had become ordinary. No matter what it was, if it could appear in the soul, cleansing divine water, it was definitely extraordinary. Xianxia didn't even think about it and directly threw it into his space ring, preparing to investigate it carefully after leaving this place. His brow furrowed as he looked around the golden pool, trying to find the cold energy that had just rushed into his body. But this pool was invisible to the naked eye, and his divine sense was also unable to penetrate it. Xianxia searched for a long time, but was unable to find anything. However, since this energy was afraid of his demonic flame, Xianxia wasn't worried that it would harm him again. What made Xianxia puzzled was what this thing was and why it was here. Shaking his head secretly, Xianxia no longer thought about it and quietly released the suppression of the soul-warming lotus, allowing the soul-warming lotus to attract the golden threads faster. The stone room was quiet for a while. Everyone was frantically tempering their divine sense in the pool. Moreover, everyone's luck seemed to be very good. Ever since everyone jumped into the pool, no one else found this stalactite cave. Most likely, everyone who had received the news had come here. About half an hour later, a sudden change occurred. A huge amount of spiritual energy suddenly rippled out, and the strength of this spiritual energy was comparable to that of a master from the First Order origin returning realm, sweeping across the entire stone room. All the cultivator, sitting in the pool, opened their eyes in horror and looked in the direction of the source of this spiritual energy. At first glance, there were those who were shocked, those who were envious, and those who were stunned. The source of the movement was actually the indifferent man sitting in the center of the pool. At this moment, his face was trembling slightly as a strange look appeared on his face. Sometimes he was happy, sometimes he was frowning. It was a very strange sight. Around his body, there was a conspicuous circle of golden light. His body seemed to have become a bottomless pit. Countless golden threads were madly drilling into his body. This movement was so obvious that it caused the entire pool to become turbulent. He really comprehended it. The beautiful woman's cherry lips opened slightly as she looked at the indifferent man in disbelief and exclaimed. Hearing what the beautiful woman said, everyone suddenly realized that the benefits this stern-faced man obtained from the pool were not only tempering his soul, allowing his spiritual energy to reach the level of a first-order origin returning realm master, but also allowing him to comprehend a soul skill that the origin king who died here had mastered before his death. This made everyone's eyes turn red. Compared with the soul skill of an origin king, the small benefits they had just obtained were simply negligible. For a time, everyone stared at him in a daze, forgetting to continue absorbing the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water. Among them, Chu Changfeng's expression was the ugliest. Before, he had vented his anger on Yang Kai and had finally calmed down a lot. In any case, he could still obtain benefits from his current position, so there was no need to be so calculative. But now, this man had actually comprehended an origin king realm soul skill, while he had only tempered his soul slightly. In comparison, the benefits he had obtained were simply heaven and earth. Why? Why was this person able to comprehend a soul skill? Why wasn't his turn yet? He was also a peerless genius who wore countless dazzling halos in Heaven Battling Union, and was worshipped and admired by many of his fellow disciples. He was the most dazzling star of Heaven Battling Union. So why couldn't he comprehend a soul skill? Just because he occupied the best spot in the center with a radius of 30 feet all to himself? Chu Changfeng was so depressed, he almost vomited blood. But he could only watch helplessly with a look of jealousy on his face, not daring to interfere. Although this was the best opportunity to interfere with the indifferent man's comprehension, who knew how powerful this man's angry blow would be. So, Chu Changfeng could only watch helplessly, his heart filled with jealousy and resentment. While everyone else was shocked, Yang Kai was overjoyed. He had been suppressing the attractive force of the soul-warming lotus because he was afraid of causing too much of a commotion and attracting the attention of others. But now, this stern-faced man had attracted everyone's attention, causing the entire pool to become restless. At this moment, even if Yang Kai made a big noise, it would be covered up. How could he hesitate? Immediately releasing all his suppression of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai allowed it to absorb the golden threads here. In an instant, a large amount of golden light poured into Yang Kai's fiery red knowledge sea, so much so that it almost overshadowed the original fiery red knowledge sea. The energy contained in this golden light was so shocking that even with Yang Kai's ability, he was unable to refine and absorb it in time. Instead, all of it was given to the soul-warming lotus. The soul-warming lotus had become even more terrifying than the cold man's body, and no matter how many golden threads it received, it was able to absorb them. The originally dazzling golden color of the soul-cleansing divine water in the pool began to fade at a speed visible to the naked eye, but everyone was immersed in horror and envy. Not a single one of them noticed this change. As a result, Yang Kai became even more unscrupulous. Although Yang Kai was somewhat envious of the cold-faced man's opportunity, he was more open-minded than anyone else. Soul skills were just a clever use of spiritual energy. Just like martial skills, they were ingenious uses of Saint Chi, allowing one to exert the greatest amount of power at the lowest cost. So what if it was an Origin King realm soul skill? When he grew stronger in the future, Xianxia felt that he could even create his own soul skill. But the benefits he was receiving now were a kind of fundamental change. Although the indifferent man's soul skill was incredible, compared to the benefits he was receiving, it was still far from enough. While he was eating meat, he had to let others drink some soup as well. Everyone had their own opportunities, so jealousy was useless. How did the color of the pool become so light? A sudden exclamation pulled everyone's attention back. When everyone looked down, their faces all paled. In just a cup of tea's worth of time, the originally thick golden liquid in the pool had become extremely dim, with only a few traces of golden light flowing through it. The pool was no longer as thick as before, and it was now possible to see the bottom of the pool with one's physical body and use one's divine sense to penetrate it. Chapter 1195. The originally rich golden light in the pool was now extremely dim. Everyone hurriedly circulated their Saint Qi to try and absorb it, only to find that the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water contained in this pool were incredibly weak. This both shocked and angered everyone. "It's him!" Chu Changfeng ground his teeth as he glared at the indifferent man and couldn't help shouting. In an instant, several dozen pairs of eyes turned towards the indifferent man, their expressions filled with dissatisfaction. Xianxia also grit his teeth, as if the benefits that should have been his had been snatched away. At the same time, he once again suppressed the soul-warming lotus. In that short period of time, almost 90% of the soul-cleansing divine water's medicinal efficacies had been absorbed into his knowledge sea and into the six-colored soul-warming lotus. As for the remaining 10%, half of it had been absorbed by everyone, so there was at most half left in the pool. It wasn't that Xianxia didn't want to continue absorbing it, but that the mood of the cultivator here was very unstable and extremely vigilant. If he continued to act as he did just now, he may be discovered by others. Of course, Xianxia wouldn't allow himself to become the target of public criticism. Xianxia decided to let the indifferent man take the blame. In any case, not only was this indifferent man's personal strength tyrannical, but the force behind him was also extremely powerful. Presumably, no matter how dissatisfied and angry these people were, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble for him. Sure enough, although the 30 or so cultivator were glaring at him with murderous eyes, none of them dared to make a move. Even Chu Changfeng didn't have such intentions. After a while, everyone closed their eyes again and raced against time to absorb the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water contained in the pool. Now that there was only so much soul-cleansing divine water left, if they didn't fight for it now, others would only benefit them. The indifferent man seemed to have reached a critical juncture in his comprehension and was completely unaware of what was happening outside. He also didn't know that he had become Xianxia's scapegoat. Immersed in comprehending the subtleties of an Origin King Realm Master's soul skill, this indifferent man's harvest was simply unimaginable. The little remaining soul-cleansing divine water in the pool rushed madly towards him. About a day later, sitting cross-legged in the pool, nearly 30 cultivator opened their eyes one after another. Everyone's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, but within that surprise, there was also a lot of regret and indignation. Everyone who soaked in this place had obtained a great improvement in their spiritual sense cultivation. In just one day, the growth of their spiritual sense was almost equivalent to many years of painstaking cultivation. Furthermore, after being purified by the soul-washing divine water, some of the hidden dangers left behind by the injured divine sense of the cultivator in his early years were all gone. Running their divine senses, they all found that their divine senses were clearer and more condensed than ever before. They also seemed to have obtained some fundamental benefits, which made them very happy. The fundamental change of their spiritual energy meant that it would be easier for them to cultivate their spiritual energy in the future. Such a huge change happened in just one day. What would happen if it took longer? But it was a pity. If it wasn't for someone taking all the benefits, they could have soaked in this place for at least 10 days. No one dared to imagine what kind of improvement and change their divine sense would have in 10 days. For a time, everyone's eyes towards the indifferent man once again became filled with hatred. The indifferent man had also thoroughly comprehended an Origin King realm soul skill at this moment, and a trace of satisfaction appeared on his inflexible face. However, when he found that everyone present was staring at him with hostile eyes, he was still a little confused, wondering what he had done to provoke such indignation. But soon, he attributed the hostility of these people to jealousy. Although the disappearance of the soul washing divine water's medicinal efficacy surprised him, when he thought about the fierce improvement of his spiritual energy after comprehending the soul skill just now, he seemed to have found another reason. Did I really absorb more than half of the soul washing divine water? Is that why they are so angry? The indifferent man also couldn't figure out the situation, but he had no intention of getting entangled with these people. Letting out a cold snort, he stood up from the pool and flew out. Mid-air, he circulated his Saint Chi to dry the water on his body before landing on the ground and walking away without looking back. The biggest benefit of this place had been taken away, so he naturally didn't want to stay and be treated with hostility. The remaining 30 or so people glanced at each other, none of them having expected this man to be so carefree. He got off too easy this time. Chu Chong Fong ground his teeth bitterly as he smashed his fist into the pool, his expression fierce. No one else dared to answer casually, and after a while, they all stood up from the pool one by one, sighing and walking outside. Looking at the pool of spirit liquid, everyone's expression became a little dispirited. If it had been any other time or place, encountering such a pool of spirit liquid would have made everyone ecstatic. After all, spirit liquid was a rare treasure that took countless years to form. It was far more beneficial to a cultivator than a high-rank Saint Crystal, whether it was used for cultivation or for restoring one's strength. However, after witnessing the wonders of the soul-washing divine water, this spirit liquid didn't count for much. After all, it was a remnant of something that had lost its soul-washing effect. Even so, with such a precious treasure in front of them, it would be unreasonable not to take it, but everyone's mood was somewhat indescribable. Young Master Chu, how should we distribute this spirit liquid? The beautiful woman looked at Chu Chong Fong cautiously and asked for his opinion, a trace of self-mockery appearing on her charming face as she said, "Our family's business is small, unlike that person who doesn't even put this pool of spirit liquid in his eyes. This spirit liquid is also a good thing for us." "Yes, young Master Chu, what you say? Everyone will listen to you. If anyone dares to disobey, we'll kill them together." Immediately, a cultivator from a force that had a good relationship with Heaven Battling Union expressed his support. Just now, when they were distributing the soul-washing divine water, Chu Chong Fong had taken care of him. Although the distribution plan had become a joke, now was the time for him to show his loyalty. Hearing this, Chu Chong Fong angrily said, "If that's the case, my Heaven Battling Union will take half of this spirit liquid." His anger didn't disappear because of everyone's praise. As long as he thought about how he hadn't obtained much of this soul-washing divine water, Chu Chong Fong couldn't help feeling resentful. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed slightly, some of them even muttering in a low voice, "Didn't you say it would be a quarter before? What? Do you have an opinion?" Chu Chong Fong glared at the speaker coldly, a clear murderous intent flashing across his eyes. Young Master Chu misunderstands. This one's junior brother just doesn't know how to speak. How could he dare have an opinion? Young Master Chu, Master is magnanimous. Please don't lower yourself to his level. Immediately, a man dressed like a scholar stood up and looked at Chu Chong Fong cautiously before shouting at the speaker. "If you don't know how to speak, then shut up. No one will treat you as a mute." Quickly apologized to young Master Chu. Everyone knew that Chu Chong Fong couldn't be provoked at this time. He was clearly angry and couldn't find an excuse to vent. Only a fool would try to provoke him. If the Confucian scholar didn't speak up for his junior brother, Chu Changfeng would definitely go on a killing spree. Whether or not Chu Changfeng would give up now, the Confucian scholar didn't know. He only hoped that Chu Changfeng wouldn't vent his anger on his junior brother. The person who spoke before was also tactful. Knowing that he had spoken without thinking, he hurriedly stood up and respectfully apologized. Chu Changfeng coldly snorted. "Only this once. Next time you dare speak nonsense, I'll directly take your life. So what if you take half of the spirit liquid? Even if this young master monopolizes this place, what complaints do you have?" "We wouldn't dare." Everyone nodded, looking embarrassed. The biggest benefit had been taken away by that indifferent man. So, if Chu Changfeng really monopolized this place, they really wouldn't gain anything this time. "Go get it." Chu Changfeng ordered one of his sect brothers, who immediately stepped forward and began collecting the spirit liquid. Everyone stood aside and waited quietly, hoping that Chu Changfeng would really keep his word and only take half. Chu Changfeng's eyes suddenly turned to Xianxia, a cold light flashing across his eyes. The moment Chu Changfeng looked over, Xianxia knew what he wanted to do. This guy was really looking for an opportunity to vent his anger. Everyone else was in groups of 3 or 5, and the forces behind them weren't weak, so Chu Changfeng couldn't really attack them. Instead, he had set his sights on Xianxia, a lone cultivator with no background. Grinning at him, Xianxia quickly retreated and rushed out of the stone room. Xianxia didn't want to get entangled with this guy. Although he wasn't afraid of him, if he accidentally killed him, he would only provoke Heaven Battling Union. With so many people here, unless he killed them all, news would definitely leak out. Xianxia didn't want to face a behemoth like Heaven Battling Union right now. Chu Changfeng's strength wasn't bad, so Xianxia estimated that he wouldn't be able to kill him in a short time. The origin-grade high-rank artifact Chu Changfeng used before was already extraordinary. The drop of spirit liquid wasn't a necessity. It was only better than high-rank Saint crystals and wasn't a precious treasure, so Xianxia decisively left without any hesitation. "You ran fast." Chu Changfeng was stunned, seemingly not having expected Xianxia's actions to be so fast, but he didn't chase after him, and instead just shouted angrily. This pool of spirit liquid seemed like a lot, but after it was divided among the 8 forces present, it was quickly emptied. The milky white crystals that had accumulated at the bottom of the pool were all scraped clean by them. After searching the stone room for a while and confirming that there was nothing to be gained, everyone left the stone room one after another. Their expressions were somewhat reluctant to part with the stone room. Outside, everyone bid farewell to Chu Changfeng and walked off in different directions. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a group of 3 people stopped in a valley 10 miles away from the stalagmite cave. These 3 people were from the group with the least number of people in the stone room. Of these 3 people, 2 were third-order Saint Kings, while 1 was a second-order Saint King. At this moment, the second-order Saint King was cursing and scolding Chu Changfeng for being overbearing. When the soul-cleansing divine water was first distributed, they were allocated the smallest share, and when the spirit liquid was distributed later, they were also allocated the least. The reason was simple. They had the smallest number of people. Chapter 1196. Among this group of 3, the elderly man who was the leader of the group listened to his companions' endless cursing and finally couldn't help but interject. "Forget it. Who told them to be so powerful? Our flowing cloud valley can't afford to provoke them. We'll just have to endure. It's not like you don't know what kind of people Heaven Battling Union is, so why keep complaining?" "I just can't swallow this insult," the man angrily said. "So what if it's Heaven Battling Union? Does Chu Changfeng really think he's some big shot? If it weren't for Heaven Battling Union supporting him, how could he dare act like this? I think this man's reputation is unwarranted. If we really fought, he would definitely not be your 2 brothers' opponent." The elderly man's face sank as he reprimanded. "You're wrong. Although Chu Changfeng is an overbearing playboy with a bad reputation, he does have genuine ability. Otherwise, with just the prestige of heaven battling union, how could his name be known to all of Shadowed Star? Do you know Thunder Typhoon's sex, Fong Tianzhong? I heard that he and Chu Changfeng have exchanged pointers no less than 10 times, but every time the two ended in a draw. Since he can fight Fong Tianzhong to a draw, this brother is definitely not his opponent. In the future, you must not underestimate those with reputations. With their reputation, they naturally have their own confidence. Even Fong Tianzhong couldn't beat him. The junior brother was shocked, realizing that he had underestimated Chu Changfeng's ability. Naturally, that's why every time these two met, they would oppose each other, as if they were water and fire. Your brother Lu Yi is very clear about this. When the elderly man spoke, he glanced towards the third person. Why does brother Lu Yi know about this? The elderly man said, because brother Lu Yi was once outside and happened to encounter these two fighting. Junior brother Lu Yi told him about the situation at that time, lest he look down on the heroes of this world in the future and lose his life without even knowing why. In an instant, the second-order Saint King cultivator turned a curious look towards his brother Lu Yi. Lu Yi, on the other hand, was frowning as if he was thinking about something. His face was gloomy and uncertain, as if he hadn't heard the elderly man's words. Junior brother Lu, what are you thinking about? The elderly man asked suspiciously. Since coming out of the stone room, Lu Ye's soul seemed to be a little out of place, as if he was sleepwalking. Even now, he still hadn't recovered. Ha! Lu Yi suddenly let out a low chuckle. For some reason, when this chuckle reached the ears of the elderly man and the second-order Saint King cultivator, they couldn't help shivering as goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. The elderly man was startled, mistakenly thinking that something had happened to Lu Yi while he was soaking in the soul-cleansing divine water, hurriedly asking, "Junior brother Lu, are you all right?" "Me? Of course I'm fine. I'm fine. Haha. I'm better than ever before." Saying so, two strange green lights suddenly appeared in Lu Ye's eyes. These green lights were like two flickering ghostly flames, giving anyone who saw them a feeling of dread. Lu Ye's originally calm face became extremely ferocious at this moment as he suddenly stretched out his hand, pushed his Saint Chi into the second-order Saint King's chest, and plunged it directly into this second-order Saint King's chest. How could the cultivator have imagined that brother Lu Yi, who was usually gentle and polite to everyone, would actually try to kill him? When he felt the pain in his chest, he looked down and saw that Lu Ye's hand had already pierced into his chest. His heart inexplicably convulsed as he saw Lu Yi pull his hand out of his chest, revealing a blood-red hand holding his still beating heart. Is this my heart? This was the only doubt that flashed across the cultivator's mind before he fell backwards, a large amount of blood gushing out from the big hole in his chest. "Lu Yi, what are you doing?" The elderly man's expression changed greatly. He had never expected that such a thing like killing his fellow disciples would actually happen right under his nose. Shouting angrily, he condensed his Saint Chi and prepared to attack this person who had just killed his fellow sect brother. But how could he have imagined that a shocking spiritual energy would suddenly rush straight into his knowledge sea, instantly breaking through his defenses and causing his knowledge sea to turn upside down? The elderly man let out a muffled groan as his knowledge sea was damaged, and the Saint Chi he had condensed dissipated without a trace. Immediately, he saw Lu Yi rushing towards him with a ferocious smile on his face, the green fluorescence in his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. "You're not." The elderly man opened his mouth and exclaimed, but before he could finish his words, his entire head was chopped off by Lu Ye's palm, causing blood to spurt out from his headless corpse. Lu Yi stood up lightly, shook off the blood on his hand, and coldly snorted, "Of course I'm not." It seemed like he had easily killed two Saint King Realm cultivator, but Lu Yi still showed a look of dissatisfaction at this moment. This body's aptitude was not bad and was very suitable for cultivating his secret art, but its cultivation was too weak. Compared to his peak, it was like an ant that couldn't withstand a single blow. However, Lu Yi was very satisfied because he had finally escaped from that damn place. How many years had it been? 5,000 years? 10,000 years? 20,000 years? It had been so long that he couldn't even remember. If no one had found that stone room in another 1,000 years, his soul would likely have really dissipated from this world. In order to break through some of the barriers surrounding that stone room and allow others to discover it, he had not hesitated to consume the energy of his soul source. If not for that, the stone room would likely still be covered in dust. Fortunately, all his efforts had been worth it. Someone had really gone to that place, allowing him to fulfill his wish of many years. Lu Ye's face paled slightly for a moment, but he quickly suppressed it. Forcibly using his secret technique had placed a great burden on his body, and even now, he had not fully familiarized himself with this new body. It seemed that he would not be able to use any more secret techniques in the short term. Lu Yi raised his head to look at the blue dome of heaven, then looked at the fiery red flames of the flame area on the horizon. He sneered, 3 suns ring of fire, what a grand move. After saying such inexplicable words, Lu Yi searched the rings of the elderly man and the second-order Saint King cultivator, burned their bodies, then immediately turned around and ran towards the stalactite cave. A moment later, Lu Yi returned. There was nothing left in the stone room, and the pool had been scraped clean. Even the skeletons that had been lying on the side had been attacked by someone before they left, and now they were all over the floor. Seeing this scene, a trace of annoyance flashed across Lu Ye's eyes as he walked over to the scattered bones, bent down, and carefully sorted them out, putting them all into his space ring. As he did this, Lu Ye's expression became somewhat strange, a mixture of sadness and nostalgia. After collecting the bones, Lu Yi jumped into the empty pool and stood there contemplating for a while before suddenly walking forward at an irregular pace. Every time he took a step, he would pour some Saint Qi into the bottom of the pool, alternating between light and heavy. Lu Ye's expression was also extremely serious, as if he was doing something extremely important. After walking like this for the time it would take to brew a cup of tea, Lu Ye's eyes gradually filled with expectation. A moment later, Lu Ye's figure paused, and he took a final step while pouring just enough Saint Qi into the pool. Asterisk Kacha, asterisk at the center of the bottom of the pool, a crack suddenly opened, revealing a secret compartment. Seeing this, Lu Yi smiled and quickly stepped forward, picked up a space ring hidden in the secret compartment, and put it on his finger, breathing a heavy sigh of relief. As long as he had this space ring, he could easily make a comeback. However, the only thing that annoyed him was that his most important possession had been taken away by this first-order Saint King cultivator. On top of that, the power in this cultivator's body was too strange, a kind of burning black flame. When Lu Yi had entered his body and tried to seize it, he had almost been burned to death. Lu Yi had never seen this kind of black flame before, one that alternated between hot and cold, good and evil, a contradiction to the extreme. Lu Yi panicked and hurriedly tried to escape. If he had remained inside this cultivator's body for another 3 breaths, Lu Yi had no doubt he would have been burned to ashes. That was a good body. If only he could seize it. Lu Yi couldn't help feeling a little regretful. How could you take away something that belongs to me? Lu Yi sneered as he released his divine sense. He believed that as long as Yang Kai was carrying that thing, even if it was hidden in his space ring, Lu Yi would be able to accurately find it, because that thing was his to begin with. However, after investigating it, Lu Yi was shocked as he couldn't feel the aura of that thing at all, as if it had disappeared into thin air. Impossible! Lu Yi roared madly, his face filled with hysteria, unable to believe that the aura of that thing had disappeared. The only possibility was that the other party had fused with it. But a trivial first-order Saint King, even if he had great ability, was incapable of fusing with it. Doing so would only result in his death. That thing was Lu Ye's most important possession. If he had taken it out, it would have set off a bloodbath across the entire star territory. Now that it had disappeared, how could he not be angry? Without it, It would take Lu Yi at least 2 or 3,000 years to restore his soul and cultivation. At this moment, Yang Kai was already 50 kilometers away from the stalactite cave. After perceiving Chu Chongfeng's murderous intent, Yang Kai immediately left without any particular target, simply moving as he pleased. At first, Yang Kai wanted to enter the treasure area to search for treasures, but after entering, the spirit grasses and spirit medicines produced here disappointed him. With the exception of the emerald silk grass, which was a pleasant surprise, the other gains were simply not worth mentioning. Although they were all very expensive, Yang Kai didn't lack money at all, so there was no need to waste time collecting them here. His biggest gain was naturally the benefits he obtained from the stalactite cave. Needless to say, the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water didn't need to be mentioned. Yang Kai himself didn't obtain many benefits from it. Although his spiritual energy had improved somewhat, it wasn't obvious. After all, his soul was much stronger than most cultivators at his level, but the benefits his soul-warming lotus received were unimaginable. Chapter 1197. After the soul-warming lotus swallowed so much golden energy, its six-colored light continued to flicker, as if it only needed to devour a little more to evolve. This made Yang Kai feel very regretful, as he knew how difficult it would be for the soul-warming lotus to evolve. When Yang Kai first obtained this precious treasure that could nourish his soul, the soul-warming lotus was only 5-colored. Even after taking so many pills to strengthen his soul, the soul-warming lotus didn't change much. In the end, Yang Kai had to eat a saint-grade high-rank pill that had formed pill clouds and was thousands of years old to allow the soul-warming lotus to evolve to 6-colored. Yang Kai hadn't held much hope for the soul-warming lotus to evolve into its final 7-colored form before, thinking that being able to achieve this goal in his lifetime would already be a great achievement. But now, this lofty goal was actually showing signs of being achieved, which made Yang Kai both excited and somewhat regretful. He was already considering whether he should refine some spiritual energy-enhancing pills after Lu Yan's desert closed and desperately take them to help the soul-warming lotus evolve. How much he could absorb from these pills wasn't the main point, as long as it could help the soul-warming lotus evolve. Even if he had to spend more saint crystals or waste more pills, it would be worth it. Secretly thinking about this for a while, Yang Kai was in a good mood. He was looking forward to what kind of help the soul-warming lotus would bring him after it evolved into its final form. In the past, his strength had been low, so although he could feel the various benefits of the soul-warming lotus, he didn't have a thorough understanding of them. Now, with the improvement of his strength, Yang Kai was more and more aware of the importance of the soul-warming lotus. He had never deliberately cultivated his spiritual energy, but his spiritual energy was far superior to that of any other cultivator in the same realm. 80% of this was due to the soul-warming lotus, but of course, the demon eye of annihilation also played an important role. Without the demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to freely devour others' insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao, allowing his own understanding of cultivation to reach a bottleneck, or allowing his spiritual energy to grow so recklessly. Putting these thoughts aside for the time being, Yang Kai took out something from his space ring. This thing was the unknown object that had hit him in the pool. At that time, Yang Kai didn't have time to investigate it, and had simply tossed it into his space ring. Only now did he discover that it was actually a hexagonal crystal about the size of an egg. It looked like a perfect piece of jade. However, other than being beautiful, there was nothing special about it. When Yang Kai touched it in the pool, there was still a trace of warmth. In addition, a cold energy seeped out from it and poured into Yang Kai's body. But now it was completely ordinary. Yang Kai couldn't feel any energy from it all. After frowning and observing it for a long time, a layer of demonic flame appeared on Yang Kai's hand. The demonic flame roiled and slowly wrapped around it, but no matter how Yang Kai burned it, it didn't change at all. This came as a pleasant surprise to Yang Kai. His current demonic flame was something even ordinary origin grade artifacts could not resist, let alone a piece of ordinary stone. Unable to feel any energy fluctuations and unable to burn it with his demonic flame, Xianxia tried to use his divine sense to probe it. Who would have thought that as soon as his spiritual sense touched this hexagonal colorless crystal, it would disappear from his hand? At the same time, a refreshing feeling spread from his mind. Xianxia's face changed slightly, and he quickly sent his consciousness into his knowledge sea. Inside Xianxia's knowledge sea, the fiery red ocean was tumbling, and the six-colored light of the six-colored island was shining brightly. Above Xianxia's knowledge sea, a hexagonal colorless crystal had appeared at some unknown time. It was the same crystal that he had held in his hand before. Xianxia's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. As far as he knew, the knowledge sea was an invisible thing. So even if a cultivator's head was cracked open, their knowledge sea would not be able to be discovered with the naked eye. In this invisible sea, only some soul-type artifacts could enter it. The demon eye of annihilation could barely be considered a soul-type artifact, while the soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure used to nourish one's knowledge sea. But what was this hexagonal, colorless crystal? The moment he tried to probe it with his divine sense, it had actually entered his knowledge sea. But now, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. It only gave him an unimaginably refreshing feeling that was harmless. Xianxia originally wanted to investigate it carefully. After all, no matter who it was, having such an inexplicable thing appear in their knowledge sea would cause them to feel uneasy. But before Xianxia could take any action, the six-colored island suddenly transformed into a six-colored beam of light that shot out from a great distance and wrapped around the colorless crystal like a ribbon. Then, under Xianxia's dumbfounded gaze, it was dragged back to the island in one fell swoop. The six-colored island wriggled and transformed back into the original form of the six-colored soul-warming lotus, the six-colored light quickly converging. Xianxia's thoughts flashed, and his soul avatar instantly appeared above the six-colored soul-warming lotus. Looking down, as he expected, the colorless crystal was lying quietly on the bud of the six-colored soul-warming lotus, reflecting the six colors of the soul-warming lotus. Soon after, the petals of the lotus closed towards the center like an open hand clenched into a fist. Soon it turned into a flower bud. It looked like a budding lotus flower. Xianxia's complexion changed rapidly as his soul avatar trembled with excitement. Although he didn't quite understand what was going on, as the master of the soul-warming lotus, he could still tell that the soul-warming lotus had begun to evolve into its final form. Xianxia had previously considered refining pills to nourish the soul-warming lotus, but now there was no need for that. And the reason for this change was the colorless, hexagonal crystal. The last time the soul-warming lotus evolved, such a situation had not occurred. Its color had only gradually increased with the nourishment of a large amount of energy. But this time, before it evolved, it had turned into a bud. Xianxia could almost foresee that when its bud fully bloomed again, it would transform into its final form, the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, and be reborn. What was that crystal? It seemed to be even more powerful than the golden energy contained in the soul-cleansing divine water. Otherwise, how could it cause the soul-warming lotus to undergo such a change? Xianxia was excited, his soul avatar's face filled with an indelible smile. The ups and downs of his mood caused his fiery red knowledge sea to roll up in waves several hundred meters high, like a volcanic eruption, full of peerless power. After a long time, Xianxia suppressed his excitement and fixed his eyes on the soul-warming lotus's bud, discovering that bright halos were spreading out from the soul-warming lotus towards his knowledge sea. These halos were spreading in a very regular pattern, like a heartbeat. Every time these halos rippled, subtle changes would occur in his knowledge sea. The fiery red seawater became thicker and purer, and the fire it contained became more fierce. The medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water that Xianxia had not had time to refine began to gradually melt at this moment, completely integrating into his knowledge sea and strengthening Xianxia's spiritual energy. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The soul-warming lotus was still evolving, but had already begun to give him benefits. This made Yang Kai even more eager to see what it would look like after its evolution. Although Kai Yang wanted to stay here for a while longer, he couldn't help but furrow his brow and reveal a displeased expression. This was because the part of his consciousness he had left outside had noticed that several people were approaching him. As a last resort, he could only withdraw his soul avatar from his knowledge sea. Quietly releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai was stunned when he discovered who the people approaching him were. These people turned out to be the beautiful woman and her companions who had spoken a few words to him in the stone room before. There were 5 people in this beautiful woman's group, all of whom were second or third order Saint Kings. Yang Kai didn't know which force they came from, but since so many people could enter at once, this force was definitely not a small family or sect, so it should be quite strong. Why was she following behind him? Could it be that she saw that he was alone and didn't have a high cultivation, so she wanted to kill him? A cold light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he deliberately paid attention to the movements of this group. No matter where they were in the Lu Yin desert, the cultivator's divine sense would be greatly suppressed. Although Yang Kai was also suppressed, he was much stronger than this group of people, so he could easily monitor their movements without being detected. Soon, a faint conversation could be heard. "Senior Sister Chun, why are we looking for that guy? He's just a first-order Saint King cultivator. His strength is pitifully low. Letting him join us won't be of any help to us and will only drag us down." A burly man with a pockmarked face asked with an unwilling expression on his face. "That's right, Senior Sister Chun. That guy doesn't seem to have much skill at first glance. I don't know which small family he's a cultivator, but he was actually qualified to enter this place with such low strength. It seems that family definitely doesn't have a more powerful cultivator. Besides, if we let him join us, once we find something good, we'll definitely have to give him a share. It's not worth it." The 4 men and women behind the beautiful woman didn't understand why she wanted to bring Yang Kai along, thinking that she was simply being kind and wanted to help him, but this was the Lu Yin desert. Helping others was fine anywhere, but here, there were dangers everywhere, and if they weren't careful, they could easily lose their lives. They couldn't even take care of themselves, so how could they spare any effort to help others? After the 4 men and women finished speaking, the beautiful woman let out a faint sigh, her red lips parting slightly as she softly asked, "You all think his strength is low and he has no skill, right?" "Yes, isn't it obvious? Is he pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger?" The burly man with a pockmarked face stared widely as he thought of a possibility. "That shouldn't be the case." The beautiful woman shook her head. "If that's the case, why bring him along? You all know he has no skill, but why was he able to come here? Why was he able to break through the flame area?" Chapter 1198. As soon as the beautiful woman asked this question, all 4 of them froze for a moment, thinking that it made sense. Just how unbearable the flame area was, they had all experienced it firsthand. At that time, the 5 of them had spent a great deal of effort to break through the flame area and set foot in the treasure area. So how did a little first-order Saint King manage to do so? "Senior Sister Chun, do you know the reason?" The 4 all looked at the beautiful woman curiously. The beautiful woman shook her head. "I don't know, but I think he's a man of great luck." A man of great luck. The 4 men and women around the beautiful woman looked at each other. The beautiful woman, surnamed Chun, chuckled and pursed her lips. "I'm afraid you won't believe me if I tell you this, but I personally believe in this kind of thing. Some people are born with better luck, while others are born with worse luck. This is the result of different opportunities, which is why a cultivator with the same aptitude can develop differently in life. I've seen many people with such luck over the years, and every time I follow them, I can more or less obtain some benefits." The burly man's mouth couldn't help twitching as he hesitantly asked, "Senior Sister Chun, what you mean is that if we take him with us, we may obtain some unexpected benefits?" "Exactly. Think about it. It's already a miracle that a first-order Saint King cultivator, like him, was able to pass through the flame area. I think he didn't rely on his own ability, but rather found a safe path to enter the treasure area. Otherwise, with his current cultivation, it would have been impossible for him to pass through the last section of the flame area. What he relied on was his own luck. The beautiful woman's voice was soft, and although her words weren't convincing enough, they were still very comfortable to listen to. Of course, this alone isn't enough to explain everything, but what happened in that stone room later, I'm sure you all know. That stone room. Everyone thought back for a while, naturally recalling Xianxia's performance and experience at that time. For a moment, all of them couldn't help feeling a little incredulous. Do you understand now? At that time, I thought that after the soul-cleansing divine water was distributed to Chu Changfeng, it would be impossible for him to obtain any benefits. I even advised him not to waste time and leave as soon as possible, but who could have guessed that in the end, everyone would have to soak in the pool together. No matter how many benefits he obtained, it wasn't as if he gained nothing. There are more than 10,000 cultivators who entered Lu Yin Sandfield, and there are at least 3,000 to 4,000 cultivators who entered the treasure area, but only 30 or so people benefited from the stone room, and he is the only First-Order Saint King. From what Senior Sister Shin said, his luck is pretty good. The pockmarked man stroked the short beard on his chin and gently nodded. It seemed that he felt that the beautiful woman's words weren't without reason. Luck was an illusory thing, but no matter how one looked at it, the First-Order Saint King cultivator's luck couldn't be too bad. Senior Sister, there's a saying that from the depths of misfortune comes bliss. What if he runs out of luck? Another female cultivator in the team secretly worried. There's no such thing as endless wealth in this world, and there was no such thing as inexhaustible luck. It doesn't matter. In any case, we have nothing to lose by bringing him along. If we really find something good, we'll just share some with him. If we don't find anything, it's just our bad luck. The beautiful woman smiled freely. Since Senior Sister says so, then let's bring him along. The pockmarked man saw that the beautiful woman was determined and no longer objected. Indeed, as the beautiful woman said, bringing him along wouldn't be a big loss. At most, they would just share some benefits with him. He was just a trivial First-Order Saint King. How could he resist? If they really encountered some kind of great danger, he could only pray for his own good fortune. In any case, Senior Sister Shun said that he was a person of great destiny, so he shouldn't die casually. With the pockmarked man's words, everyone stopped talking and under the guidance of the beautiful woman, walked forward. Xianxia took back his divine sense and wore a strange expression. A person of great destiny. Xianxia couldn't help laughing dumbly. Being able to find that stone room had something to do with luck, but it was more because he was bold and didn't fear Chu Changfeng, so he chose to stay behind. If it had been anyone else, they would have left long ago. How could they have obtained any benefits? As for breaking through the flame area, was that really that difficult? It had nothing to do with luck, right? However, now that he had figured out why they had followed him, Xianxia's displeased look disappeared. After all, these people didn't have any malicious intentions. Relatively speaking, they had good intentions. However, Xianxia didn't want to act with others. If they thought he was dragging them down, he would think they were dragging him down. It was much more convenient to be alone. If he really found something good, he wouldn't have to share it with others. The beautiful woman's group wasn't far from Xianxia, and perhaps because they had immediately chased after him after obtaining the spirit liquid, the group of 5 soon appeared in Xianxia's field of vision. In order to avoid any misunderstandings from Xianxia, the beautiful woman, surnamed Chun, called out enthusiastically from a distance, "Little brother." Xianxia pretended to have only just discovered their whereabouts and immediately showed a look of vigilance as he slowly got up. Little brother doesn't need to panic. The beautiful woman seemed to have expected this scene, and her seductive face filled with a kind smile, her beautiful eyes clear as she said, "We have no malicious intentions." Saying so, she quickly led the other 4 men and women over to Xianxia. After they arrived in front of him, Xianxia asked in a lukewarm tone, "What do you want?" It's nothing. I just saw that little brother was alone, so I came to take a look." The beautiful woman replied with a smile. "Did you come here alone?" "You can say so." Yang Kai nodded lightly. You're really amazing. In her opinion, Yang Kai should come from some small family that had at most 3 spots to enter the flowing flame sand field. The other 2 would probably be stuck in the flame area, but Yang Kai had actually reached the second layer. Naturally, he was quite amazing. Yang Kai's face was filled with a sweet fragrance, and his mouth was also filled with sweetness. In her opinion, Yang Kai should come from some small family that had at most 3 spots to enter the flowing flame sand field. The other 2 would probably only be able to reach the flame area, but Yang Kai had actually reached the second layer. Young lady, if you have something to say, just say it. Since he knew their purpose, Yang Kai didn't bother to beat around the bush and simply waited for her to bring it up. Quite a temper. The pockmarked man couldn't help sneering. In his opinion, Senior Sister Chun being willing to bring him along was a direct reflection of his good luck, but he hadn't expected this little brat to not give him any face at all. Young lady, when the beautiful woman heard Yang Kai address her as such, she couldn't help smiling. She hadn't heard anyone call her this for a long time, so she quickly said, "It's like this, we are from Clear Sky Sect." After reporting her sect, the beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, seemingly thinking that since her sect was not weak, Yang Kai should be a little surprised, but Yang Kai still looked indifferent, making her feel quite embarrassed. Coughing lightly, she continued, "My name is Chun Shi Tao, and these are my junior brother and junior sister. Seeing you wandering here alone, I'm afraid little brother doesn't know much about the dangers of the treasure area, right? Not only are there many monster beasts here, but there are also many inexplicable barriers and traps. It is very dangerous for someone with your cultivation to wander here. If you aren't careful, you may lose your life here." At this point, according to the beautiful woman's estimation, Yang Kai should panic in fear, so she would take advantage of this situation to say a few words of comfort and smoothly win him over, but she never expected him to remain indifferent, as if he didn't know how high the heavens were and how deep the earth was. Chun Shi Tao groaned in her heart, wondering what kind of family this little brat came from. It seemed he didn't know anything about Lu Yin Sandfield. Left with no choice, she could only cut to the chase. "If you are willing, you might as well act with us. Although the 5 of us aren't very powerful, it's still better than risking your life here alone. Of course, if we can find something good, we won't treat you unfairly. My Clear Sky Sect's disciples have a very good reputation outside, and there are no scums who bully the weak. What does little brother think?" It wasn't good to give a straight answer, so Yang Kai pretended to ponder for a while, but just as he was about to decline, he couldn't help frowning and turning his head to the side. Not far away, a fiery red light was rapidly approaching them like a bolt of lightning, arriving at their side in the blink of an eye. Lu Yin flying fire? Yang Kai's first thought was that this thing was Lu Yin flying fire. But soon, he denied this conjecture because this fiery red light was different from the Lu Yin flying fire he had seen before. Although its speed wasn't slow, it was definitely not as fast as Lu Yin flying fire. Yang Kai released his divine sense and was even able to catch a trace of it. What's more, this was the second layer's treasure area, so how could there be a Lu Yin flying fire? Wei Guchong had said that something like Lu Yin flying fire only existed in the flame area, so it was impossible for it to appear in the treasure area. At the same time that Yang Kai discovered this fiery red light, Chun Shi Tao and the others also noticed it. The burly man with the pockmarked face stared in the direction the red light disappeared and, after a moment of contemplation, exclaimed, "A world spirit treasure?" Everyone else was visibly moved. Yang Kai also saw what that thing was. It was indeed a kind of world spirit treasure, but he couldn't determine its specific type. When that red light flashed in front of him just now, Yang Kai clearly felt a trace of vitality. So if it wasn't a world spirit treasure, what could it be? Not waiting for Kai Yang to give chase from the direction the red light had come from, a figure hurriedly rushed over. Seeing this person's face, Yang Kai couldn't help grinning as he stood in place. This person soon arrived in front of everyone. Originally, he was still a little vigilant. After all, He was chasing after a treasure, and suddenly having 6 people blocking his path made him feel uneasy. But when he saw that one of them was Xianxia, he immediately relaxed and rushed over. Foreign Elder Chong. Xianxia hurriedly greeted him. This person was none other than Changqi of the Haika family. Xianxia, you're here too. Changqi's face was filled with excitement, as if he had seen a close relative, laughing heartily. Chapter 1199. Changqi wasn't surprised that Xianxia could come here. Others didn't know how great Xianxi's strength was, but Changqi was very clear. He had seen Xianxia fight with a third-order Saint King cultivator several times. So if such a person couldn't break into the flame area, it would be too unreasonable. Changqi was happy that the two of them actually had a chance to meet here. Where's foreign elder Hao? Xianxia looked behind him, but didn't see any trace of Howlin, so he quickly asked, Old Hao didn't come with me. We haven't seen each other since we came in, but don't worry, although Old Hao is quite old, he should have no problem breaking through the first layer of the flame area with his ability. Changqi smiled. It wasn't until this moment that he turned his eyes to Chun Shi Tao and the others and asked in surprise, We're from Clear Sky Sect. Chun Shi Tao smiled, thinking that this old man should be a cultivator from the same family as this young man. It seemed they weren't from a big family, otherwise they wouldn't have sent out such an old man. Clear Sky Sect. Unlike Xianxia, when Changqi heard these 3 words, his expression immediately became dignified, and he quickly cupped his fists. So it's Clear Sky Sect, my apologies for not recognizing you. He looked at Xianxia suspiciously, unable to figure out how Xianxia was related to Clear Sky Sect. Clear Sky Sect's forces weren't any weaker than Shadow Moon Hall's, and although it didn't have any outstanding disciples these years, its many years of accumulation and heritage had given it an extremely resounding reputation. So when Changqi heard Chun Shi Tao say they were from Clear Sky Sect, he didn't dare act negligently. This is the reaction a person of low birth should have when hearing about Clear Sky Sect. Chun Shi Tao thought to herself, the awkwardness caused by Xianxi's indifference being swept away. Foreign Elder Chong, were you chasing that world spirit treasure? Xianxia hurriedly asked, and Changqi patted his thigh, a look of annoyance filling his face. That thing was simply sentient. At first, I thought it was just an ordinary little snake, but as soon as I got close, it turned into a streak of fire and flew away. I've never seen anything that can fly in the flowing flame sand field before. Hearing him say this, everyone was shocked. Just now, when the spiritual object of heaven and earth flashed by, everyone was so excited that they completely forgot that the laws of heaven and earth here restricted all flying abilities. Now that they thought about it, it was really quite incredible. That thing was extraordinary. This thought popped into everyone's minds, causing the eyes of the 5 Clear Sky Sect disciples to burn with excitement. Hurry up and chase after him, Xianxia said, and immediately rushed in the direction where the red light had disappeared. Changqi was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly followed and walked side by side with Xianxia. Senior Sister Shun. The pockmarked-faced man licked his dry lips and muttered, He really is a person of great fortune. Before, when Chun Shi Tao said that this young man's luck was extraordinary, they were all skeptical. But how could they have known that just after coming into contact with him, they would encounter a world spirit treasure? This kind of thing was extremely rare, and each of them was priceless. With the facts in front of them, they had no choice but to believe it now. Looking at Chun Shi Tao, their eyes were filled with admiration, thinking that she was truly a good judge of character. What should we do? Another female cultivator asked. Chase. Chun Shi Tao stomped her foot and shot forward while the other 4 hurriedly used their movement skills and pushed their Saint Chi to their limits. Xianxia, those Clear Sky Sect disciples. Changqi looked back at the 5 people who had caught up with him with some uneasiness. I'm not familiar with them. We've just met by chance. Xianxia replied with a smile. Don't worry about them. If we can catch up with that world spirit treasure, just snatch it. It'll belong to whoever grabs it. But if they dare to use force, we won't be polite either. Good. With your words, I can rest assured. Xianxi's expression relaxed as he became full of energy. He had come to the Lu Yin desert in search of opportunities, and now that such an opportunity was right in front of him, let alone Clear Sky Sect's disciples, even if Heaven Battling Union or Thunder Typhoon Sect's disciples stood in his way, he would fight for it. After all, he wouldn't live for many years, so dying for the martial Tao would not be in vain. Although the 6 people in the 2 groups had all raised their speeds to their limits, the fact that they couldn't fly in this place still caused them a lot of trouble. Xianxia had been delayed for a few breaths while waiting for Xianxia, but now it was impossible for him to catch up with the flame, so he could only carefully follow its path and sense the vitality and aura it left behind. This was the only way to avoid losing track of it. Foreign Elder Chong, tell me more about that world spirit treasure. Xianxia took the time to ask. I didn't get a good look at it, but it looked like a small cyan snake that was lying motionless on a patch of soul-nourishing flowers. I only found it when I was collecting those soul-nourishing flowers. Soul-nourishing flowers? Xianxia couldn't help but frown. As an alchemist, Xianxia naturally had the right to speak about the effects of herbs. Soul-nourishing flowers were Saint King-grade herbs, and the medicinal fragrance they emitted could calm one's mind and nourish one's soul. They could be used to refine several kinds of pills. However, world spirit treasures were essentially spirit grasses and spirit medicines, so why would it absorb the medicinal fragrance of soul-nourishing flowers? Could it be that this small, snake-like world spirit treasure had developed a soul and gained sentience? But even so, it shouldn't be interested in soul-nourishing flowers. It was really strange. While Xianxia and Xianxia were talking, Xianxia Tao and the others behind them were quite surprised, because they discovered that Xianxia, a First-Order Saint King, was not slower than any of them, and no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't catch up to him. Xianxia Tao was greatly surprised and couldn't understand this First-Order Saint King cultivator. Not long after, Xianxia and Xianxia came to a stop in front of a large plain. This plain was covered in thick grass that was 2 to 3 meters tall, but after sweeping it with his divine sense, Xianxia was surprised to find that there were no spirit grasses or spirit medicines here. It was as if this fertile land was only suitable for growing weeds. This situation was very unusual. Xianxia had chased them all the way here, but the vitality and aura left behind by the fiery light had been cut off here. He didn't know whether it was hiding or for some other reason. However, Xianxia was certain that the small snake-like world spirit treasure was hiding here. Let's split up and search. With so many weeds, it should be difficult to find it. Pay attention to any special energy fluctuations. Maybe there are some kind of barriers here, Xianxia said lightly. Okay. Xianxia nodded and immediately separated from Xianxia. A moment later, Xianxia Tao and the others also arrived. Seeing Xianxia and Howen disappear into the weeds, the 4 of them immediately turned their eyes to Xianxia Tao. Let's also split up and search. Xianxia Tao made a prompt decision. With a world spirit treasure right in front of them, who wouldn't be tempted? The 5 people from Clear Sky Sect also followed Xianxia and Xianxia and scattered in 5 different directions to begin their search. Searching for something in this kind of place was a headache. Even if Xianxia's divine sense was powerful and could cover a wide range, he didn't have much of an advantage. Who knew how that world spirit treasure was able to conceal itself without revealing the slightest flaw? After searching for 2 hours, Xianxia was considering whether to give up and not waste any more time here, when he suddenly noticed an energy fluctuation coming from a place 10 kilometers away. Did someone discover something? Xianxia's face lit up, and he immediately rushed over. A moment later, Xianxia arrived at the location where the energy fluctuation was coming from and found that the 5 people from Clear Sky Sect had actually gathered around a large hole, all of them wearing excited expressions. Several of them were peering into the hole, but none of them dared to enter. The burly man with the pockmarked face was talking to Xianxia Tao, and from what he was saying, it was obvious he had inadvertently discovered something unusual here. So he had attacked it, but how could he have known he would create a hole in the ground? However, whether this hole was a blessing or a curse, he wasn't sure. So he sent a message to Xianxia Tao and the others to gather together and carefully discuss what to do next. When Yangkai arrived, the 5 people all glanced at him but didn't show any intention of driving him away, instead continuing to discuss. A moment later, Changqi also arrived, apparently having heard the same movement as Yangkai. Did you find it? Changqi stared at the hole, and his eyes lit up. I'm not sure. Yangkai shook his head. He hadn't found anything noteworthy from this hole, but the appearance of a hole here was really intriguing, so naturally, it was necessary to explore it. However, this hole had been discovered by others first, so Yangkai couldn't be the first to enter. If he really did so, he would inevitably draw the ire of the 5 people from Clear Sky sect, so he could only wait. While Xianxia Tao and the others were discussing, they glanced over at Yangkai from time to time, some shaking their heads while others nodded, as if there was some kind of dispute. However, Xianxia Tao quickly said a few words, and those who shook their heads could only nod in agreement. After reaching a consensus, Xianxia Tao suddenly smiled and walked over to Yangkai. Yangkai remained calm, and although he didn't understand what she wanted to do, he didn't feel the slightest malice from her. Little brother, do you and this old man want to explore this hole? Xianxia Tao asked. You're willing to let us in? Yangkai raised his brow, seeming a little surprised. Naturally, although this hole was discovered by my junior brother, in the end, we all chased here together, so discovering this hole is also thanks to your efforts. Xianxia Tao smiled lightly. It's not that simple, is it? Tell me your conditions. Yangkai smiled thoughtfully. Xianxia Tao was startled for a moment before covering her mouth and giggling. Little brother really is a sensible person. Then I'll be frank, no one knows what's inside this hole, but there may be some kind of opportunity or hidden disaster. You also know that Luoyan Desert is full of dangers, so although this hole looks ordinary, who knows what dangers lie below? We don't dare to go down. Yangkai gently nodded, not interrupting, motioning for her to continue. Xianxia Tao continued. Little brother seems to have very good luck, so I was wondering if you could be the first to explore. With your luck, you should be able to avoid many dangers. Of course, you must consider this matter carefully. If you don't want to, we won't force you. So, they want me to explore the way. Yangkai suddenly understood. Even if they didn't say anything, Yangkai would have gone down himself. Not to mention now that they had invited him, it was perfectly justifiable. Chapter 1200. Having made up his mind, Yangkai didn't immediately express his opinion, instead showing a look of hesitation as he rubbed his chin and pondered for a long time. Just as Xianxia Tao was secretly worried that Yangkai would refuse, Yangkai finally spoke. There's no problem with being the first one to explore, but how do you plan to distribute the benefits we obtain? Little brother can rest assured, we are not Heaven Battling Union, so we won't act so overbearingly. As for the benefits we obtain, we'll distribute them according to the number of people present. You see, there are 7 people here, so when the time comes, we'll divide the treasures into 7 parts, each of us taking a share. This kind of distribution seemed to give Clear Sky sect an advantage. After all, they had the advantage of numbers, so they would naturally take more, but in reality, it was very fair. After all, the other side had 5 second or third order Saint Kings. If it had been Heaven Battling Union's cultivator, they would have driven away Yangkai and Changqi or even killed them. So how could they share anything with them? Xianxia Tao being able to make such a proposal was already extremely fair. However, what they didn't know was that if they really dared to drive them away, the only ones who would suffer would be themselves. What if there isn't enough to divide into 7 parts? Yangkai asked a very sharp question. That's simple. If there really isn't enough to divide into 7 parts, then everyone can bid for the treasures they obtain. The highest bidder wins. In this way, Those with financial resources will get treasures, while those without will get saint crystals. This is how we usually do things when we go out adventuring. Xianxia Tao had obviously encountered this kind of situation more than once or twice, so she immediately came up with a plan that satisfied Yang Kai. Since the other party was so sincere, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't say anything more, immediately nodding. Good. Then we'll do as you say. I'll take the lead. I'm young and strong, so I don't fear any danger, but this foreign elder Chong is already quite old. I'll bring up the rear. How about this old sir walk in front of this mistress? Xianxia Tao smiled lightly. She knew what Yang Kai was worried about, and immediately took the initiative to assume a certain amount of risk. Good. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, having no choice but to admit that this beautiful woman named Xianxia Tao really had some skill. She was the kind of person who was able to consider the risks and concerns of others and put herself in their shoes. It was no wonder the other 4 men and women all looked at her as if she was their leader. This made Yang Kai have a good impression of her, as there weren't many such people nowadays. Yang Kai estimated that Xianxia Tao's minor name, she should have some reputation in Clear Sky sect and was likely a core disciple or something. After discussing this matter, he didn't waste time. Was the first place Xianxia Tao? Xianxia Tao, Xianxia Tao, Yang Yangs of Yang Kai, and Xianxia Yangs, I ants Yang this. The 5 Clear Sky sect disciples all looked at each other with strange expressions. Now they were more and more certain that Yang Kai was a man of great destiny. This guy had acted so rashly and impulsively, jumping into an unknown hole without even taking out a defensive artifact to protect himself. Even if he didn't use an artifact, shouldn't he at least circulate his Saint Chi to protect himself? Yet, he just jumped straight down. If he wasn't a man of great destiny, with his style of conduct, he would have died countless times along the way. How could he have survived? Ahem, let's follow him. Chang-Chi saw the 5 people standing still and couldn't help reminding them. If Yang Kai and the others really encountered some kind of danger down there, it wouldn't be good for them to just stand there. Let's follow. Xianxia Tao nodded helplessly. The other 4 men and women from Clear Sky sect immediately pushed their Saint Chi and jumped into the hole one after another. After they jumped in, Chang-Chi followed closely behind, while Xianxia Tao brought up the rear. The hole was very deep, so after Yang Kai jumped in, he began sliding down. This hole should have been naturally formed as the walls were as smooth as jade, so he didn't need to expend any effort to descend. Although Yang Kai didn't use a defensive artifact, nor did he push his Saint Chi to protect himself, his divine sense was always on high alert. If there really was danger, he would immediately take defensive measures. To his surprise, there wasn't the slightest dangerous aura in this hole. After sliding down for half a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai estimated that he had descended at least 3,000 or 4,000 meters into the ground without encountering any danger. Suddenly, an extremely pure energy rushed up from below, causing Yang Kai's spirit to shake as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. This energy was so rich that it was even purer than the aura of the spirit liquid in the stalactite cave. Being able to produce such a rich aura, it was obvious there was something good down below. After sliding down another 1,000 meters or so, Yang Kai finally stepped onto the ground, his figure flickering as he moved away from his original position to make room for the person behind him. Next, he took out a strange illumination stone from his space ring. Releasing a soft light, Yang Kai used the illumination of the illumination stone to see where he was. This was an underground cavern with an underground river flowing not far away, the water of which was so clear that he could see the bottom. The cavern wasn't very large, only about a few dozen meters in diameter, but around this underground cavern, there were numerous tunnels leading to unknown depths. From each of these tunnels, there was an extremely rich world energy. Looking left and right, Kai Yang's eyes lit up when he saw a certain passageway. He actually found a faint trace at the entrance of the passageway. It was exactly the same as the trace he saw when he was chasing after the small snake-shaped spiritual object of heaven and earth. Although the aura was very faint and quickly dissipated, it was definitely a trace left behind by it. It had actually come here to hide. Xianxia didn't rush to find it, and instead stood in place and waited. A moment later, the 5 people from Clear Sky Sect and Xianxia arrived one after another. After discovering the strangeness of this cavern and the richness of the world energy aura here, all of them were overjoyed and excited. Senior Sister Chun, what is this place? What good things are inside? Among the group, another female cultivator couldn't hold back her joy and hurriedly asked Xianxia, "How would I know?" Little brother came down first. "Did you find anything special?" Xianxia turned her eyes to Xianxia. "No." Xianxia shook his head. "I've been waiting for you here since I came down." Xianxia frowned, seemingly thinking of something, and his expression couldn't help changing. Xianxia observed Xianxia's expression and couldn't help casting her beautiful eyes towards him. "Has old sir discovered something? If so, please enlighten me." Xianxia chuckled. "Young lady is too serious. This old man wouldn't dare enlighten you. But if this old man is not mistaken, this place should be a mineral lode." "A mineral lode?" Xianxia and the others were surprised. "A Saint Crystal mineral lode." Xianxia's voice was low as he uttered these words, adding, "And it's a rich mineral lode." "Is it really a Saint Crystal mineral lode?" Xianxia's beautiful eyes flashed with a thick sense of surprise, while the expressions of the other 4 men and women were not much better, all of them extremely excited. "This old man doesn't dare make any guarantees, but he is at least 80% certain." Xianxia smiled faintly. "Because this old man once mined Saint Crystals from a Saint Crystal mineral lode in Shadow Moon Hall. He is somewhat familiar with this place. As for whether it really is a Saint Crystal mineral lode, we'll know once we investigate it." Everyone thought about it and immediately decided to investigate. There were many passages in the cave, but Xianxia still took the lead and deliberately chose an inconspicuous entrance to enter. After entering less than 300 meters, Xianxia came to a stop and stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. Even though he had seen many great storms and had a net worth of over 100 million Saint Crystals, he was still shocked by the scene in front of him. In front of him was a huge, intact Saint Crystal mineral lode. This Saint Crystal had not yet been cut and was the size of several houses, blocking the passage ahead. Judging from the purity and impurities of this huge Saint Crystal, as well as the world energy fluctuations it gave off, it was definitely a high-rank Saint Crystal. Even deeper inside, there was no telling how many more Saint Crystals there were. From behind Kaiyang came the sound of someone swallowing their saliva, gudong, gudong, gudong. On Shadowed Star, Saint Crystal mineral lodes were extremely rare. Although the great forces and sects were extremely generous at Treasure Trove Pavilion's auctions, that was because they had accumulated many years of wealth and heritage. Coupled with the fact that Luyin Sandfield was about to open, everyone didn't hesitate to spend more Saint Crystals to purchase defensive items for their disciples, so they could obtain as many benefits as possible from the Luyin Sandfield. This was a kind of investment, and as long as these disciples could make good use of the items they bought, any benefits they could obtain from the Luyin Sandfield would be enough to make up for the Saint Crystals they spent. However, no matter how generous these people were, they still couldn't hide the scarcity of Saint Crystal mineral lodes on this cultivation star. Clear Sky Sect was a great sect, no worse than Shadow Moon Hall. Xianxia had heard that the sect controlled more than a dozen large and small mineral lodes, of which only 2 were high-rank Saint Crystal lodes while the rest were mid-rank and low-rank Saint Crystal lodes. Moreover, none of them were rich mines. The amount of Saint Crystals they could extract was far from the standard of a rich mine. What is a rich mine? A rich mine was the Saint Crystal lode in front of them. A lode of Saint Crystal that could be seen anywhere was a rich mine. So when she saw this huge high-rank Saint Crystal lode floating in the air, Xianxia couldn't help feeling excited. If such a lode was completely mined, it would definitely allow Clear Sky Sect's financial resources to rise to a whole new level. There is actually such a coveted lode hidden in the Luyin sand field. So how come no one had ever discovered it before? There's no need to distribute it, right? Yang Kai suddenly turned around and asked, pulling Chun Shi Tao's attention back from her shock. No need, no need, although I haven't checked the other channels yet. I think they should all be the same. Let's all mine our own and keep whatever we mine. Chun Shi Tao waved her hand quickly. It had only been a little over a month since the opening of the Luyin sand field, so there was still about 5 months until the deadline, if they stayed here to mine Saint crystals for such a long time. Chapter 1201. Chun Shi Tao was already worried about whether or not her space ring was big enough, and whether or not she should contact some of her fellow sect brothers and sisters to mine together. This was the biggest opportunity of all. Even if they didn't need the spirit grasses and spirit medicines outside, as long as they had enough Saint crystals, how could they not be able to buy anything good? Considering all this, Chun Shi Tao suddenly turned a burning gaze towards Yang Kai, as if she wanted to see just how strong his hidden destiny was, allowing him to casually lead them to such great benefits. Just in case, everyone went to investigate the other channels, wanted to see if there was anything else besides Saint crystals. Unsurprisingly, after exploring a few of the channels, all they saw after entering were huge high-rank Saint crystals exposed to the air. There's still plenty of time. Let's split up and mine as much as we can before the Luyin sand field closes. If we can mine all the mineral lodes here, that's naturally a good thing. But if we can't... A trace of hesitation flashed across Chun Shi Tao's face as she glanced over at Yang Kai. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't say anything, she could only say, then let's bring this news back to the sect and wait until the next time the Luyin sand field opens. We'll have others come to mine. According to her thoughts, at this moment, it was natural to contact her fellow sect brothers and sisters. The more people there were, the faster the mining speed would be and the more benefits they would obtain. But now, in addition to the 5 people from Clear Sky sect, there was also an outsider, Yang Kai. So Chun Shi Tao couldn't call others over to avoid arousing disgust. Xianxia didn't care, but this young man named Yang Kai's destiny was not small. So Chun Shi Tao wanted to make friends with him. Perhaps she would be able to obtain some benefits from following him around in the future. Her decision made Yang Kai very satisfied, and he immediately nodded in agreement. The 7 of them immediately scattered, and each found a channel to enter before using their own methods to mine Saint crystals. Yang Kai naturally chose the Saint crystal channel he had been eyeing for a long time, but after walking less than 100 meters in, the road ahead was blocked by a huge block of Saint crystal. Yang Kai condensed his demonic flame into a sharp knife and easily cut into the Saint crystal mine, cutting off large chunks of Saint crystal the size of a wash basin before throwing them into a space ring. Although Yang Kai wasn't as keen on mining Saint crystals as others, having more Saint crystals wasn't necessarily a bad thing. While working hard to mine, Yang Kai carefully looked around, trying to find where the little snake-like spirit creature of heaven and earth was hiding. Although he was sure that it had entered this passage, there was no other way out, and Yang Kai didn't find anything suspicious. The heaven and earth spiritual object seemed to have disappeared after entering this place. This made Yang Kai very puzzled. Thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai couldn't think of any other reasonable explanation other than drilling into the Saint Crystal Mine. But could a world spirit treasure drill into a Saint Crystal Mine? He didn't know what kind of world spirit creature could have such an ability. On top of that, there was something strange about this place. Logically speaking, with such a large Saint Crystal lode underground, the plains above should have been filled with spirit grasses and spirit medicines. But there was nothing here except weeds. Unable to figure out what was going on, Yang Kai could only dig deeper as he investigated. Large chunks of Saint Crystal were thrown into his space ring, and the Saint Crystal mine in this channel decreased at a rapid rate. The sharp knife condensed from demonic flame was extremely sharp and could easily cut through Saint Crystal, but the demonic flame had the ability to burn everything, so when it cut through, it would cause a lot of damage. The loss of 1 or 2 Saint crystals wasn't great, but over time, the loss would become difficult to estimate. Thinking about it for a moment, Xianxia directly forced out a drop of golden blood and transformed it into the shape of a short sword. The golden blood short sword casually sliced through the Saint crystal mine like it was tofu. The ease with which it cut through the Saint crystal was unimaginably easy. Now, not only did his speed increase, but he also didn't lose any Saint crystals, making Xianxia quite satisfied. One day later, Xianxia had harvested a large number of Saint crystals, but there was still no trace of the little snake-like world spirit creature, and the passage he was in was a dozen or so meters deeper. Just as Xianxia was working hard to mine Saint crystals, the sound of light footsteps suddenly came from the entrance of the cave, and Xianxi's figure appeared. Foreign Elder Chang wore an excited look at the moment as he suppressed his aura and footsteps. Seeing Xianxia look over suspiciously, he couldn't help beckoning to him with a mysterious look. Seeing his expression, Xianxia knew that he must have found something good, and his eyes couldn't help lighting up as he quietly walked over. Following Xianxia out, Xianxia asked with his divine sense, "Did you find a trace of the world spirit creature? Is it hiding here?" Xianxia gawked, a blank expression appearing on his face. "It was hiding here. It went to my passage, but unfortunately I didn't find it." Xianxia shook his head and replied, "I didn't come to find you because of it, but because I found something very special." This old man's eyes were too poor to recognize it, nor did he dare touch it rashly. "You came from the outside world and are quite knowledgeable, so you must know something about it." Hearing Xianxia say this, Xianxia was a little disappointed, but he was also a little expectant, immediately falling silent and following him to another passage. Some of the Saint crystal in this passage had already been mined by Xianxia, but not as much as Xianxia had, only half of it. Even so, it was still a huge fortune. "Take a look, do you recognize this?" Xianxia pointed forward. Xianxia looked in the direction Xianxia was pointing, and his eyes couldn't help shrinking. Inside the Saint crystal mine in front of him, there was actually a small tree-like thing. This small tree was about a meter tall, and whether it was its tiny branches or leaves, they all seemed to be polished from crystal stone, pure white and crystal clear, giving it a very beautiful appearance. It seemed to have grown out of the Saint crystal mine, but at the same time, it also seemed to have been frozen like a fossil, giving it a lifelike appearance. Xianxia couldn't feel any vitality from it, but there were all kinds of wonderful auras emanating from its branches and leaves. Whether it was Xianxia or Xianxia, when they sensed this aura, they both felt a sense of enlightenment. Xianxia even noticed that the bottleneck he had been stuck at for many years showed faint signs of loosening. This situation gave him a fright, and he quickly suppressed the restless Saint Qi in his body, not daring to have any distracting thoughts. This was the Lu Yin Sand Field, and any Origin returning realm master who entered the Lu Yin Sand Field would die without a doubt. Xianxia was now a peak third-order Saint King, but once he broke through here, he would reach the Origin returning realm. At that time, he would only die under the world principles of the Lu Yin Sand Field. It was because of this concern that Xianxia hurriedly went to find Xianxia after discovering this white jade-like tree. Firstly, he didn't recognize this thing and didn't know how to deal with it, and secondly, he didn't dare to touch it casually. If this thing allowed him to break through, it would be a huge mistake, even though he knew it was definitely something good. Xianxia, on the other hand, was unscrupulously immersed in this wonderful atmosphere, a look of comfort appearing on his face. But soon, he returned to normal and stared at the small tree in the middle of the Saint Crystal Mine with a fluctuating expression. After a long time, he let out a soft sigh and said, "This should be the 9-branch jade crystal tree." 9-branch jade crystal tree? Xianxia was obviously hearing this for the first time and couldn't help asking in amazement, "What is that?" "It's a supreme treasure of heaven and earth," Xianxia said in a low voice. "It's an existence even higher than world spirit treasures. I've read about it in an ancient book before. It can only be found in rich high-rank Saint Crystal mines and has a very small chance of being born." After absorbing the essence of the Saint Crystal Mine for 10,000 years, a small seedling will be born. This 9-branch jade crystal tree has already grown to a height of 3 meters, so it must have existed here for at least 20 or 30,000 years, perhaps even longer. Xianxia couldn't help feeling shocked. No matter what it was, existing for 20 or 30,000 years was a very extraordinary existence. Even a weed could gain sentience and become a world spirit treasure. However, this 9-branch jade crystal tree was born from a Saint Crystal lode and was one of the richest high-rank Saint Crystal lodes. Just this alone was already extremely valuable, so it was easy to imagine how astonishing its value was. Xianxia knew all of this because he had read about it in Rainfall Star Zhong Ao. Zhong Ao's ancient books were very messy, but thanks to this, Xianxia was able to learn about some very wonderful things. That ancient book not only recorded the 9-branch jade crystal tree, but also the soul-warming lotus, as well as a variety of other supreme treasures. Although the value of the 9-branch jade crystal tree was not as great as the soul-warming lotus, it was still incomparable to ordinary treasures. However, whether it was the soul-warming lotus or the 9-branch jade crystal tree, in the entire territory of the starry sky, most cultivator had only ever heard of them, never seen them. Only a very long time ago had they appeared for a brief moment before disappearing without a trace. What use does it have? Can it be used for alchemy? Xianxia saw that Xianxia really had some understanding of this thing and immediately asked, "Alchemy?" Xianxia chuckled. Naturally, it can be used for alchemy, but using it for alchemy is really a waste of heaven's treasures. If those masters who know about the existence of the 9-branch jade crystal tree were to learn of it, I'm afraid they would turn us into ashes. Ahem ahem. Xianxia's face turned bright red, knowing that he had been a bit ignorant and had probably asked a ridiculous question. You should have experienced its greatest use by now. If one cultivates near it, it can help a cultivator break through their bottleneck. It's a very good thing, Xianxia nodded. Most of the things that could help a cultivator break through bottlenecks were special pills, but if a cultivator couldn't break through after taking a pill, taking a second one would have no effect. However, the 9-branch jade crystal tree was different. It could allow a cultivator to integrate their state of mind into their cultivation, naturally eliminating bottlenecks. Taking a pill was an external push, but the wonders of a 9-branch jade crystal tree could fundamentally solve a cultivator's bottleneck. The effects of the two were simply not on the same level. Sure enough, when Xianxia heard this, his eyes lit up and his body trembled with excitement. Chapter 1202. The reason why Xianxia and Haon were unable to break through to the origin returning realm was because they were stuck at a bottleneck. The Haika family did not have the ability to purchase origin condensing pills for them. So without some kind of special opportunity, they would remain third-order Saint Kings for the rest of their lives, never reaching the origin returning realm. The two of them had come to the Lu Yin Desert to fulfill their agreement with Yin and to find an opportunity to break through. But now, this little tree in front of them could easily help them break through their bottlenecks. So how could Xianxia not be excited? When he thought about how he and old Hao could finally take that step forward, Xianxia couldn't help bursting into tears. There was one thing Xianxia didn't tell Xianxia, and that was the magic of this 9-branch jade crystal tree. It could help a cultivator break through any bottleneck. Whether it was a bottleneck in cultivation, martial skills, or spiritual energy, as long as it was a hindrance to the cultivator's progress, it could help the cultivator. Moreover, the higher the strength of the cultivator, the greater the benefits. When a cultivator cultivated, they pursued the heavenly way in martial Tao, but the further they advanced, the more difficult it would be to break through. This was not only the accumulation of time, but also the comprehension of the heavenly way in martial Tao. If breaking through to the origin returning realm was so difficult, one could imagine how difficult it would be to break through to the origin king realm. But the 9-branched jade crystal tree could help a cultivator solve this problem. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a priceless treasure. To some extent, it was even more valuable than the soul-warming lotus. The soul-warming lotus could only be used by one person, but the 9-branched jade crystal tree could be used by countless people. It's not difficult to explain why there are only weeds growing on the plains above and no spirit grasses or spirit medicines. Xianxia smiled. Xianxia reflexively asked why. Because it is impossible for there to be any spirit grasses or spirit medicines in this place. It has already absorbed all the heavenly luck within a radius of several hundred kilometers. Xianxia said, suddenly frowning. Xianxia apparently also thought of something and quickly asked, "But isn't that world spirit treasure here?" Xianxia slowly glanced at him and guessed, "That may not be a spirit object of heaven and earth." In any case, with this 9-branch jade crystal tree in hand, Xianxia and Xianxia had completely forgotten about the matter of world spirit treasures. Xianxia didn't dare to touch this precious treasure for fear that he would break through here, but Xianxia didn't have any scruples. Wielding his golden sword, he dug out a large chunk of Saint Crystal from the 9-branch jade crystal tree and threw it directly into the black book space. Inside his space ring, there were only a few unimportant things, while the important ones were all hidden inside the black book space. "Exalted Chang, I'll keep this for now. When you return, I'll take it out and return it to you. It'll definitely help you break through to the return to void stage." After all, it was Xianxia who found this item. Although Xianxia coveted it, he wouldn't take it for himself. Xianxia quickly waved his hand and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. "You're treating me like an outsider. It's not that this old master doesn't know the value of this thing, but this old master understands his own situation. This kind of treasure is not something I'm qualified to possess. Possessing it is a disaster, not a blessing. This old master is already so old, and his only wish in life is to break through to the origin returning realm." When this old master and old how we're at our most helpless, it was you, Xianxia, who helped us. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to enter the Luyin sand field. If you hadn't brought this old master here, this old master wouldn't have been able to reach this place. You can keep this 9-branched jade crystal tree with you. When we leave, old Hao and I can cultivate next to it for a while. Hearing him say this, Xianxia no longer acted polite and immediately nodded. "Good. In the future, when you and Foreign Elder Hao come to Dragon Cave Mountain together, you'll definitely live a better life than you did in the Haika family. Breaking through to the Origin King realm isn't impossible." Xianxia laughed. "That will be my goal in the future." Obviously, he didn't have much hope. He hadn't broken through to the Origin returning realm yet. So how could he hope to reach the Origin King realm? What's more, it had been countless years since an Origin King realm master had appeared on Shadowed Star. So Xianxia didn't think he could break through this barrier. Xianxia didn't say anything more. In any case, his goal was to reach the Origin King realm. If Shadowed Star wasn't enough, then he would go to another cultivation star. He wouldn't be trapped here. When the time came, he would take them with him. After obtaining the 9-branch jade crystal tree, Xianxia returned to his own tunnel and began mining again. The entire underground cavern was quiet, with only the sound of mining coming from inside each tunnel. Whether it was the 5 people from Clear Sky Sect or Xianxia, Xianxia, all of them had a huge harvest. Time flew by, and soon, for days had passed. Xianxia had already dug more than 300 meters into his tunnel and had obtained a total of 3 million Saint Crystals, but he still hadn't found any trace of the little snake-like world spirit treasure. Now that the 9-branch jade crystal tree had appeared here, he was even more curious about the little snake-like spiritual being of heaven and earth, because he really wanted to know how it had grown in the place where the 9-branch jade crystal tree was, or if it had accidentally entered this place in order to avoid their pursuit. As such, Xianxia continued to dig deeper. 2 days later, Xianxia's brow furrowed as he wondered if he should give up. Xianxia's biggest purpose in entering the Luyin sand field was to refine the profound Yin sunflower water, But the flame area in the first layer didn't meet his requirements, so he didn't stay there for long. Instead, he wanted to go to the flame area behind the treasure area to see what was going on. Wasting time here wasn't worth it. Although Saint Crystals were valuable, Xianxia felt that if he wanted them, it would be a simple matter, so there was no need to waste time here. After pondering for a while, Xianxia made up his mind and decided to dig for 2 more days. After 2 days, no matter what the result was, he would have to leave this place. He didn't know if it was because of his good luck, but half a day after Xianxia made his decision, after digging out a large piece of Saint Crystal, he immediately felt a distinctive aura overflow from it. This aura was very strange, and although it was extremely faint, it contained a kind of majesty. Under this aura, Kaiyang even had a feeling of fear and trepidation, as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him, ready to kill him at any time. This made Xianxia's heart tremble, and he quickly immersed himself in resisting this inexplicable majesty. In an instant, Xianxia felt his body lighten, and when he carefully examined himself, his expression became strange. This kind of majestic aura was very familiar to him. It wasn't the majesty of the demon eye of annihilation, but rather the feeling the golden dragon tattoo on his body gave off when it materialized. Although it was somewhat different, it was fundamentally the same. Sensing this anomaly, Xianxia immediately became excited and accelerated the movements of his hands, throwing piece after piece of Saint Crystal into his space ring. As he went deeper, the majestic aura became more and more obvious and rich. Xianxia even felt a burst of heat coming from his body, not because of anything else, but because the golden dragon tattoo was swimming around his body at this moment, as if it had come to life, and even a faint dragon roar resounded in his ears. Not only that, but the Ice Phoenix tattoo that had been his brand all this time also seemed to have been stimulated and was now letting out a loud phoenix cry. What was inside that had caused the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress inheritances to stir? A few dozen meters further in, when Xianxia cut out a piece of Saint Crystal, a blue light suddenly burst out in front of him, illuminating the entire passage in a strange green hue. Xianxia immediately narrowed his eyes and pushed his Saint Qi to resist the fierce pressure coming from in front of him. In an instant, his breathing became somewhat difficult, and he felt as if he had fallen into a swamp, unable to move. Xianxia's face changed drastically, but in the next moment, this feeling disappeared without a trace, as if everything just now was just an illusion. Only the blue light continued to shine brighter and brighter. Looking forward, Xianxia's face filled with surprise. In the passage he had dug out, there was a sealed space. This space wasn't very big, only about 10 meters in diameter, and inside this space was a round bead the size of a pigeon's egg. This bead was colorless, but there was a small green snake swimming inside. This snake seemed to have its own sentience, and when it saw Xianxia looking at it, it began swimming even faster, as if it was alive. Xianxia felt the aura of a soul from this little snake. It was definitely the little snake that Xianxia had chased after and which he had mistakenly thought was a world spirit treasure. But now, Xianxia discovered that it really wasn't a world spirit treasure, but a soul. In other words, there was a reason why Xianxia had found it near the soul-nourishing flower. Souls couldn't exist for long, so every once in a while, they would have to go to the soul-nourishing flower to absorb its fragrance to maintain the stability of their soul. However, Xianxia hadn't expected that Xianxia would accidentally discover it and chase it all the way here. The dignified green light was emitted by this small snake, but it was clearly very weak at the moment. It seemed to be powerless as it swam within the pillar. The dignified aura only burst out for a moment before subsiding. Its soul was incomplete, so it must have suffered some kind of injury before, so it shouldn't have much of its consciousness left. Xianxia was curious as to what kind of soul it belonged to, and how could it be so powerful? Next to the round bead where the little snake was, there was a bone several feet long. It was as thick as a baby's arm and looked like a crystal jade pillar. Although it had been there for countless years, there wasn't the slightest sign of damage. Instead, there was an extremely fierce aura coming from it, as if a giant beast that had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years had suddenly awakened. Feeling this fierce aura, Xianxia was secretly shocked. This bone wasn't the bone of a human, but the bone of a monster beast. It couldn't be a dragon bone, right? Xianxia's eyes bulged. Combining this with the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress inheritances, Xianxia's mind suddenly surged with an incredible idea. Only this could explain why the Golden Dragon tattoo and the Ice Phoenix tattoo were so excited. The little snake inside the round bead didn't look normal either. Not only did it have 2 horns on its head, but it also had claws and 2 whiskers on its chin. It was clearly a miniature version of the legendary ancient dragon. Xianxia's heart pounded. Even when he obtained a 9-branch jade crystal tree a few days ago, he hadn't been so excited. This was because he wouldn't encounter any bottlenecks in his cultivation, so the existence of a 9-branch jade crystal tree was just icing on the cake for him. It wasn't necessary. The biggest use of a 9-branch jade crystal tree was to help his friends and family break through. Chapter 1203. Although the 9-branch jade crystal tree was extremely precious, a priceless treasure, Xianxia didn't need it, so when he discovered it, he was only a little excited before quickly returning to normal. However, when he thought that this long bone in front of him might be the dragon bone of an ancient dragon, Xianxia couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Dragons and phoenixes were 2 of the most powerful creatures, born from the birth of heaven and earth. They were the emperors of the monster race, but they only existed in legends, whether it was Tongxian realm or star territory. No one had ever seen a dragon or a phoenix, but many descendants of these 2 powerful creatures still existed. For example, in Tongxian realm, the monster race Great Senior Thunder Dragon had a trace of the ancient dragon's bloodline flowing through his veins. There was also the predecessor of the Thunderwood that Xianxia had previously obtained, the 10th Order Thunder Luan monster beast, which had a trace of the phoenix's bloodline flowing through its veins. After the Thunder Luan died, its essence, chi, soul, and even its monster core condensed into one, allowing the Thunderwood to grow and nourish it. The Thunderwood was still in Xianxia's Black Book space, and had not been used because it was so precious. Xianxia was somewhat reluctant to take it out for Yang Yin to use in artifact refining. The Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress inheritances Xianxia and Su Yin had obtained also contained traces of these 2 powerful creatures, so Thunder Dragon Great Senior had said before that Xianxia had a faint monster emperor aura. These 2 powerful creatures could be said to be immortal existences with immortal bodies. However, this long bone in front of him was very similar to the legendary dragon bone, which made Xianxia very confused, not knowing whether his guess was correct or not. Since the dragon and phoenix were immortal existences, where did this dragon bone come from? If his guess was correct, then wouldn't this pigeon egg-sized bead be a dragon bead? Wouldn't the little snake inside the dragon bead be a broken dragon soul? No matter what, I'll keep them first. I'll have plenty of time to study them when I get back. After making up his mind, Xianxia took a deep breath and reached for the bead in front of him. But before Xianxia's hand could touch the bead, the small snake that was swimming restlessly in the bead suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a green mist. The mist directly penetrated the bead and covered Xianxia's big hand. There was no bad feeling, but Xianxia's expression changed greatly. This was because when the green mist enveloped his hand, he suddenly discovered that he had lost all feeling in his hand. Moreover, a wooden texture quickly appeared on the back of his hand. It was as if his hand would turn into wood in the next moment. Moreover, this phenomenon continued to spread from his hand to his arm, as if it wanted to turn his entire body into wood. Xianxia was shocked and quickly retracted his hand, circulating his demonic flame. Xianxia's black flames burned brightly as he tried to disperse this strange energy with his demonic flame. But to his dismay, even with the terrifying power of his demonic flame, he was unable to disperse the blue mist on his hand and was only able to prevent it from spreading further. The feeling in his hand disappeared even more, causing Yang Kai's expression to become gloomy. Even the circulation of his Saint Qi was blocked. Fortunately, his demonic flame was also extraordinary and was not something an ordinary cultivator's Saint Qi could compare to. For a time, the black demonic flame and the green mist confronted each other on Yang Kai's wrist. The green mist was unable to advance, and the demonic flame was unable to do anything to it, only able to block it. After secretly observing for a while, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. As long as his demonic flame could block the green mist, it was fine. However, after this incident, not only did Yang Kai not feel angry or frightened, he instead became more and more certain that his guess was correct. This little snake's soul was incomplete and extremely weak. Otherwise, it would not have remained here and not tried to escape. It was likely that the previous chase had exhausted it. Even so, the green mist it spat out contained such great power. If it had been at its peak, Yang Kai estimated that it would have been able to turn him to ash with a single breath. This was definitely the remnant soul of an ancient dragon. Otherwise, how could it possess such great power? After spitting out that green mist, the already weak little snake became even more exhausted, its head drooping as its body became translucent, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Seeing this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and quickly took out the round bead and the bone, throwing them into his black book space. Yang Kai wasn't in the mood to mine Saint crystals right now. This time, he had not only harvested a supreme treasure like the 9-branched jade crystal tree, but also a dragon bead and dragon bone. The harvest from this trip was simply unimaginable. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai began to resist the green mist invading his body with all his strength. Pushing his Saint Qi, Yang Kai urged his demonic flame to gather in his hands, causing the black flames to burn even more fiercely, almost annihilating the surrounding space. The green mist, which had originally been able to compete with the demonic flame, was forced back again and again. Although its speed was quite fast, it was still constantly being forced out of Yang Kai's body. Drop after drop of blue liquid flowed out from Yang Kai's fingertips and dripped onto the ground, emitting a pitter-patter sound. 2 days later, Yang Kai stood up, waved his hand, and found that there were no more problems, gently nodded, and relaxed. Turning his head to look at the Saint crystal lode he had been mining, Yang Kai began digging out the 10 meters in front of him so as not to leave behind any traces that would lead to him being discovered. After digging out 10 meters of Saint crystals, Yang Kai turned around and left without any reluctance. Arriving at another passage, Xianxia was still digging, seemingly feeling that he had hope of breaking through, and with such a huge fortune in front of him, Xianxia's face was flushed with happiness. Seeing Yang Kai come over, Xianxia couldn't help asking, "Why aren't you mining Saint crystals?" "I don't want to mine anymore." "For an elder Chang, do you still want to stay here?" Yang Kai asked. "Of course I'm staying." Xianxia nodded without hesitation. "There are so many Saint crystals here. I'm afraid we won't be able to mine them all even after Lu Yin closes the sand field." "Yang Kai, are you leaving?" I still have some things to do, so I can't stay any longer," Yang Kai replied. He didn't try to persuade Xianxia. After all, these Saint crystals were indeed a huge fortune for him. Yang Kai had been mining for so many days and had obtained almost 4 million Saint crystals. So even if Xianxia's speed was much slower, he would still be able to harvest at least half of what Yang Kai had, which was 2 million Saint crystals. Such a number was something he had never even dared to dream of before. After he broke through to the origin returning realm, he would need to purchase more powerful artifacts, so naturally he wanted to increase his capital. Although the treasure area was also very attractive, it was also filled with danger. Not only was there the threat of the monster beast, but there was also the threat of the cultivator. If one was unlucky enough to run into people like Chu Changfeng or Meng Hong Liang, they might be killed and robbed of their treasures. It was far better to stay here and earn a stable income. Xianxia was clear about this, and so was Yang Kai, so he didn't try to persuade him otherwise. After thinking about it, Xianxia said, "I'll give you this sword. It'll help you collect Saint crystals much faster." Saying so, Xianxia handed over the golden sword condensed from his golden blood. The reason why Xianxia's mining speed was faster than others was because he had such a powerful weapon. Xianxia took the golden sword and gently wiped its blade, a thoughtful expression flashing across his face before he suddenly smiled. "Last time in the star field, when our starship was surrounded by black rock beasts, it was you who helped us out, right?" When Xianxia first came here a few days ago, Xianxia had noticed the golden sword in his hand because it exuded a rich vitality and powerful vitality. At first glance, it didn't seem like a sword, but rather a living creature. However, at that time, Xianxia was thinking about the 9-branched jade crystal tree, so he didn't ask much. Now that Xianxia handed the golden sword to him and directly experienced its aura, Xianxia naturally understood something. Xianxia had encountered this kind of aura once before, back in the star field. He still remembered that when the Haiku family starship was in danger, a golden spear suddenly appeared and swept through the entire Black Rock Beast Pack, saving several dozen cultivators. The aura exuding from that golden spear was exactly the same as the golden sword in his hand. At that time, he and Wuxia thought some powerful master had just passed by and helped them, but now he understood that there was no such master at all, and that it was Xianxia who had helped them. At that time, he was only a third-order saint. Xianxia remembered this and couldn't help feeling shocked, feeling more and more that Xianxia was not an ordinary person. Hearing this question, Xianxia smiled but didn't answer, simply saying, "Although the energy contained in this golden sword decreases each time it is used, it should be able to last 3 or 4 months. With its help, you should be able to save yourself a lot of trouble. As for Chunshir Tao and the others, you don't need to worry. She's a good person and won't have any ill intentions towards you. On top of that, if you leave early, it's even less likely for her to act against you, unless she's willing to accept my revenge. I know that. You can rest assured and leave. After Lu Yin's sand field closes, Old Hao and I will go to Dragon Cave Mountain to find you." Xianxia nodded. "Good." After saying goodbye to Xianxia, Xianxia returned to the surface. Although the passage was as smooth as jade, it wasn't a problem for Xianxia, and after a little effort, he was able to climb up. Standing on the grassy plain, Xianxia released his divine sense, and after confirming that there was no one nearby, he used some means to hide the entrance to the underground cave so no one would discover it again. After that, Xianxia took out his Yuan magnetic compass and confirmed the direction to the 3rd layer of Lu Yin sand field before heading straight there. The plain was very large, so it took Xianxia 2 days to walk out of it. Along the way, Xianxia didn't encounter anyone, nor did he find any spirit grasses or spirit medicines to collect. Xianxia's heart was set on the 3rd layer flame area, so his speed was quite fast. Wei Guchang had said before that no one could enter the 3rd layer flame area. Since ancient times, all those who had tried to enter had died, so before coming to Lu Yin Sandfield, Qian Tong had specifically warned them not to enter the 3rd layer. Xianxia didn't know what kind of dangers there were, but he needed a very hot environment to refine the profound Yin sunflower water. The 1st layer couldn't meet his requirements, so he could only go to the 3rd layer. If the 3rd layer was too dangerous, he would have to think of another way. Chapter 1204. After leaving the plane, Xianxia walked forward for another 10 days, but strangely, he didn't encounter a single person. This phenomenon was very unusual and surprised him greatly. Whether it was in the flame area or the treasure area, although Xianxia hadn't encountered many people before, at the very least, this kind of situation had never occurred. It was as if all the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in the treasure area had suddenly disappeared, causing Xianxia to feel a sense of foreboding. He wasn't sure what had happened here. Xianxia couldn't help wondering if something big had happened while he was mining Saint crystals underground. Was that why he couldn't see a single person? Continuing to walk forward for a few days, Yongkai soon approached the third layer flame area, but the situation was still the same. Half a day later, Yongkai arrived at the edge of the third layer flame area and stared at the fiery red world in front of him with a dignified expression. The third layer flame area looked no different from the outermost flame area, but Yongkai could feel that there were many dangers hidden inside. At the very least, the fire poison and heat here were not something the outermost flame area could compare to. However, it didn't seem to be as inaccessible as Qiantong had said. Yongkai sensed for a while and felt that, let alone himself, even some of the elites from other sects should be able to enter this territory as long as they made sufficient preparations. Could the dangers be more than what he saw on the surface? Just as Yongkai was pondering, two figures suddenly appeared 1,000 meters away. These two wore the same robes and seemed to be from the same sect, both of them having third-order Saint King cultivations. Yongkai noticed that the Saint Chi these two had was extremely rich and pure, not something an ordinary third-order Saint King could compare to. Obviously, they were elites from some sect. The two of them, one in front and one behind, moved extremely quickly, not even sparing Yongkai a single glance. When they arrived at the edge of the third layer flame area, the two of them whispered a few words to each other. Soon after, the leader of the two released a pale blue light and a cold aura enveloped him, seemingly activating some kind of ice attribute artifact to protect his body before plunging into the third layer flame area. Seeing this, Kai Yang was stunned. Didn't they say that the third floor was a place of no return? Was this guy crazy or stupid? How could he just rush in like that? Wei Guchong wouldn't lie to him. Yongkai was sure of that. He had warned Yongkai seriously, but the scene before him was completely different from Wei Guchong's warning. Seeing that the second person was also emitting a cold aura and was about to enter the flame area, Yongkai hurriedly shouted, "Friend, wait." Hearing the shout, the man frowned and looked at Yongkai with an unhappy expression. When he and his fellow disciples arrived here, it wasn't that they didn't notice the existence of Yongkai, but rather that the other party was just a first-order Saint King cultivator and wasn't worthy of their attention. But now, this person had actually called out to him, so he immediately asked coldly, "What's the matter?" Yongkai cupped his fists and knew that the other party was in a bad mood, so he could only ask with a smile, "Friend, please don't take offense. This one is just curious. Didn't they say that the third floor flame area was extremely dangerous and that those who entered would never return? Why does your excellency and your fellow disciples have to enter? Never return?" The man sneered when he heard this, squinting at Yongkai and saying, "That's old news. When Lu Yin Sand Field opened before, it was indeed like this, but this time it seems to be a little different. I don't know the specifics, but in any case, the third floor flame area can now be entered." Of course, with your cultivation, it's best you don't seek death. Saying so, he rushed into the flame area impatiently, no longer bothering to talk nonsense with Yongkai. After he left, Yongkai stood in place with a strange expression on his face. The third floor of Lu Yin Sand Field could now be entered. However, listening to the man's words, it seemed that he didn't know the whole story and was just following the others to enter. No wonder there weren't many people in the treasure area. It turned out that many people had gone to the third floor. Yongkai didn't know how this news had spread and how it was verified, but there were as many as 2,000 to 3,000 cultivators who had entered the second floor, all of whom were elites from their respective sects, so it wasn't surprising that they were able to discover this. Since the opening of Lu Yin Sand Field, no one had been able to enter the third floor, so it was hard to imagine how many benefits there were waiting to be discovered. Tracing back the history of Lu Yin Sand Field, it had existed for tens of thousands of years. How could a place that no one had set foot in for tens of thousands of years lack good things? No wonder these people were all rushing in as if they didn't care about their lives. Even if they had to take some risks, as long as they could obtain enough benefits, what did it matter? Benefits always coexisted with risks. Cultivators were never afraid of taking risks when they cultivated, and the more dangerous a place was, the more it stimulated their nerves. Since others had already entered, Yongkai didn't delay any longer, immediately circulating his Saint Chi and stepping into the third-floor flame area. The omnipresent heat wave enveloped Yang Kai from all directions, and in an instant, Yang Kai felt as if his skin was being roasted. On top of that, the fire poison contained in this heat wave was far more potent than the fire poison in the outermost flame area could compare to. The toxicity and power of this fire poison was several times greater. In such a dangerous zone, it was estimated that no one could enter except for a well-prepared and powerful third-order Saint King cultivator. Even if a second-order cultivator entered, they wouldn't be able to stay for more than a few days before they had to leave. In this damn place, the consumption rate was too high, and it was impossible to circulate one's secret art to supplement one's Saint Chi. If one could only rely on Saint Crystals, it was absolutely impossible to make ends meet. There were between 3,000 and 4,000 people who entered the second-layer treasure area, but Yang Kai estimated that less than 500 would be able to enter the third layer, and as time passed, this number would only decrease. Some of these people would die inside, while others would withdraw from the third layer. Only the most elite would be able to remain here. The heat here made Yang Kai very excited. Although this heat wasn't enough to meet his requirements for refining the profound Yin sunflower water, as long as he ventured deeper, he would naturally be able to find a suitable place. The situation in the third-layer flame area was much more dangerous than the first layer. The fire spirit beasts that emerged from the cracks in the ground to launch sneak attacks were all 7th-order and 8th-order fire spirit beasts. What's more, these fire spirit beasts usually moved in large groups. It was rare to encounter a single fire spirit beast. In this kind of place, if one didn't form a group, once they were besieged by a group of fire spirit beasts, their end would be very miserable. In less than a day, Yang Kai encountered 3 groups of fire spirit beasts. He killed the first 2 groups and harvested a lot of fire crystal stones, but the third group was too many, so Yang Kai could only avoid them for the time being. In the strange valley in the first layer flame area, he was able to fight against 10,000 and slaughter them all because the fire spirit beasts in the valley weren't high in rank. Most of them were 5th order or 6th order, so he could easily kill them in groups. But this place was different. Fighting against those fire spirit beasts would only waste his strength, so Yang Kai tactfully avoided them. At this moment, Yang Kai stopped somewhere in the third layer and looked ahead. Not far in front of him, there were 2 incomplete corpses. Moreover, the corpses were burnt and emitted a faint, rotting smell. These corpses were a man and a woman, and judging from their clothes, they should be elite disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Those who could enter this place must have followed Wei Guchong, so Yang Kai guessed it had seen them before. When they were waiting for Luyan Sandfield to open, there were several people waiting behind Wei Guchong and Dong Xian'er. These 2 were probably 2 of them. Now, they had died tragically here, and judging from their appearances, Wei Guchong didn't even have time to collect their corpses. The situation at the time must have been very dangerous. Could something have happened to him and Dong Xian'er? Yang Kai frowned and took out the communication artifact Wei Guchong had given him from his space ring. He poured his divine sense into it, trying to contact Wei Guchong or Dong Xian'er. However, even after pouring his divine sense into it and waiting for a long time, Yang Kai did not receive any reply. He didn't know if it was because they were too far away, or because they didn't have time to check the communication artifact, or because they had placed the communication artifact in their space ring. Shaking his head, Yang Kai flicked out 2 balls of demonic flame and burned the corpses of the 2 Shadow Moon Hall disciples to ashes before continuing to move forward. He had not spoken a single word to the 2 Shadow Moon Palace disciples. Out of respect for Qian Tong and Wei Guchong, he had not allowed their corpses to rot in the wilderness. That was already the best he could do. He was not in the mood to find a place to bury them. The third layer was very dangerous, but there were also many good things. Yang Kai soon harvested more than a dozen rare fire attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Each of these spirit grasses and spirit medicines was extremely old, far superior to those collected on the second layer. Judging from the degree of condensation of their medicinal efficacies, The youngest one was at least 3,000 years old, while the oldest one was so old that even Xianxia couldn't determine its age. It was at least 10,000 years old. The grade of these herbs was also not low, all of them origin grade high rank, with 2 of them even being origin king grade. These 10,000-year-old origin grade herbs were no less valuable than origin king grade herbs. These herbs were of great use to Xianxia and couldn't be bought anywhere else. Using them as ingredients in alchemy would allow him to refine the best quality pills he could and even increase the grade of the pills he refined. As for how many layers the Luoyin sand field had, Xianxia didn't know, but at the very least, he could confirm that there were 3. The deeper one went, the less space there was for the cultivator to move around, and the easier it was for them to run into each other. Xianxia knew his limits. As a First-Order Saint King, being able to enter the second layer was already shocking enough. But if others were to discover that he could move freely in the third layer as well, it would likely shock the world. So, since entering the third layer, Xianxia had been avoiding others as much as possible. Once he detected the aura of a living person with his divine sense, he would immediately flee. As a result, Xianxia had been living in peace, killing fire spirit beasts, collecting spirit grasses and spirit medicines, and looking forward to refining the profound sunflower water. Xianxia was in a very good mood. Chapter 1205. On this day, Xianxia arrived in front of a canyon. He stopped and looked at the canyon in front of him, frowning. This canyon was only 20 to 30 feet wide, and on both sides were mountains as high as 10,000 feet. It was as if someone had used a great divine technique to split these mountains in half. Xianxia stood in the same place and hesitated for a full incense stick's worth of time before he decided to break through the canyon. Although the canyon looked dangerous, Xianxia estimated that if he had to take a detour, he would have to waste at least several days. He didn't want to take a detour, so he could only continue to move forward. Of course, he also had the confidence to deal with a certain amount of risk. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone so deep into this place. In the Luoyin Desert, where flying was impossible, this kind of terrain was definitely the best choice for setting up a sneak attack. As long as he could block the 2 entrances of the canyon, then even if he had the ability to enter, he would still be trapped and die. However, all the cultivator who entered the Luoyin Desert came for all kinds of benefits. Although killing and robbing often happened, who would be so bored as to set up an ambush in this kind of area? Xianxia estimated that except for himself, no one would take this route, so he boldly stepped into the canyon. The canyon was very long. From one end to the other, it was at least a dozen miles long. It was really strange for such a landform to appear in the Luoyin Desert. The first few miles were peaceful, but when Xianxia walked a little less than half of the way from the cracks in the ground, bright flames immediately sprang out. These flames contained amazing energy fluctuations. As soon as these flames appeared, they attacked Xianxia from the front and back, wriggling and transforming into different shapes of fire spirit beasts. Each one of them looked fierce, bared their fangs, and pounced on him. Xianxia's expression was indifferent. A long sword with rolling devil flames appeared in his hand, and the purple shield turned into a purple light, suspended behind him. He didn't care about the fire spirit beast that pounced on him from behind, and just slashed at the fire spirit beast that rushed from the front. For this situation, Xianxia had already expected it, so he hesitated for a while before entering the canyon. Entering this place, no one would ambush him, but there were fire spirit beasts. If he didn't kill all of them, he wouldn't be able to leave the canyon. The purple shield on Xianxia's back emitted a series of clanging sounds as the fire spirit beasts were blocked by the purple shield. At the same time, the demonic flame sword in Xianxia's hand smoothly pierced into the eye of a lion-like fire spirit beast. With a fierce twist, the demonic flame poured into this fire spirit beast's body, causing the red light around its body to suddenly turn black. This black color quickly spread throughout its body, causing its originally brilliant red body to become a mixture of black and red, creating a strange sight. 7-step fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai could kill them with a full blow, but there were many fire spirit beasts here, so he couldn't use his full strength every time. He could only use the Devil Flame's special characteristics to burn their bodies bit by bit. The Devil Flame sword was pulled out of the lion's head, and regardless of whether it lived or died, it almost didn't stop, directly chopping at the body of another fire spirit beast that was rushing in front of him. The Devil Flame immediately adhered to its body, and its somewhat solid body quickly burned with black flowers, gradually spreading to other parts of its body. This kind of terrain was not conducive for Yang Kai to use all of his methods, but it was also very disadvantageous for the fire spirit beasts. Because the canyon was only 2 to 3 meters wide, Yang Kai could only face 5 or 6 fire spirit beasts at most. The other fire spirit beasts were all blocked by their companions. The strange power of alternating cold and heat, the coexistence of good and evil, was not something that these 7th and 8th-step fire spirit beasts could resist. One by one, the fire spirit beasts that blocked in front of Yang Kai were turned into nothingness, and pieces of fire crystal stones of different sizes fell from the sky. While Yang Kai was killing the fire spirit beasts, he still had the spare energy to fish for these valuable fire crystal stones, making a lot of money in a short period of time. The number of fire spirit beasts in the canyon was not small, no less than several hundred, but no matter how many there were, they couldn't withstand such a slaughter. These fire spirit beasts were not the same as those in the valley. Each of them had fire crystal stones in their body, so Yang Kai's efforts were not in vain. As time passed, the originally endless number of fire spirit beasts seemed to gradually decrease, and Yang Kai also pushed forward about a kilometer. Another fire spirit beast died under his sword. Yang Kai took a step forward, waving his hand to block the attack of another fire spirit beast, while reaching out to grab the fire crystal stones that fell. He had repeated this action countless times, so naturally he was familiar with it. Unexpectedly, when he took this step forward, he seemed to have stepped into an incredible place. An inexplicable, dignified feeling suddenly came from all directions, and Yang Kai even felt that the space around his body had solidified. This caused his hand that was reaching for the fire crystal stones to stop in midair, unable to move forward even an inch. Even the demonic flame sword that he was about to slash out suddenly froze, the sword humming endlessly. Yang Kai paled, and under his shocked gaze, the fire spirit beast pouncing over opened its bloody mouth and bit down on his neck, roaring as it spat out an incomparably hot breath mixed with a thick fire poison. Pain came from his neck, probably because his skin had been bitten and the fire poison that had invaded his body made his neck burn, giving him a feeling of dizziness. While Yang Kai was still in a daze, the fire spirit beasts in front of him suddenly attacked, opening their mouths and sending out fiery snakes and fireball-like energy attacks towards Yang Kai from all directions. Yang Kai's face went pale. Although he didn't know what had happened to him, it was already too late for him to retreat. In a hurry, he could only push his Saint Chi with all his strength to forcibly break free from the frozen space around him. Immediately, demonic flame burst out from his body, making him look like a burning man. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk, a series of explosions rang out as several of the fire spirit beasts that had pounced on Yang Kai were sent flying, whimpering as they were incinerated by the demonic flame midair. After the flames disappeared, Yang Kai's distressed figure appeared. At this moment, his face was extremely ugly. His clothes were torn and tattered. His neck, cheeks, and wrists were full of tiny wounds from being bitten by the fire spirit beasts. Within those wounds, a little bit of black fire poison gathered at the wounds, like a black gas that would not disperse. However, Yang Kai's Saint Chi forced out all of this fire poison, and his wounds quickly healed under the powerful restorative power of his golden blood. Yang Kai stared at the space in front of him with an unprecedentedly dignified expression. Just taking a single step forward had almost caused him to fall into an irrecoverable situation. If he had broken free a moment later, Yang Kai estimated he would have suffered even more serious injuries. But after taking a step back, everything returned to normal. Yang Kai didn't have time to think about why the space in front of him was so strange and could only continue to focus on dealing with the fire spirit beasts that were attacking him from both sides. Keeping this matter in mind, Yang Kai's attacks became more ruthless. In just one day, all the fire spirit beasts in the canyon had been cleared out, allowing Yang Kai to harvest a total of 400 to 500 fire crystal stones. Such a number was quite sensational and likely more than most of the great forces that had stayed in the first layer to hunt for fire spirit beasts. After all, the number of fire spirit beasts in the first layer's flame area wasn't too high, so the value of the fire crystal stones harvested was naturally not great. Standing in place and resting for a while, Yang Kai released his divine sense again to scan his surroundings. After confirming that there was no potential danger, he took a step forward. The same experience as the previous day appeared in his mind. When he took this step, Yang Kai couldn't help letting out a groan as his tall and straight body suddenly shrank, as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making him feel unbearable. Not only that, but this space was extremely condensed and viscous, clearly different from the surrounding space. Yang Kai cultivated the Tao of space, but when confronting the fire spirit beast before, he didn't have time to carefully examine this space. But now that he had investigated it, he immediately understood the strangeness of this space. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened here, nor did he know why this space had undergone such a change. But in this canyon, in front of him, there was a strange space that was more than 100 meters in length. If walking before was like swimming in water, then after entering the space, it was as if the water he was swimming in had suddenly turned into ice. This condensed space could bind anyone to this place, making it impossible for them to move. If Yang Kai hadn't been proficient in the Tao of space, he would have never been able to discover this. This was not a result of some kind of barrier or spirit array, but rather the power of space. Yang Kai found that even taking a breath here was extremely difficult. The air was so condensed that it took a lot of effort to suck it into his lungs. But why were the fire spirit beasts not suppressed by this space? Instead, they were able to move freely. Yang Kai didn't quite understand. With great difficulty, Kai Yang's slightly bent body straightened up. Large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead as his entire body twitched and spasmed. Despite exerting every ounce of strength in his body, he was still unable to take a single step forward. Sweat dripped from his forehead, but it didn't fall down at all. Instead, as soon as it left Yang Kai's body, it was squeezed into powder by the condensed space and dissipated into the surrounding space. Chapter 1206. As the saying went, blessings and misfortunes came hand in hand, and Yang Kai understood this very well at this moment. He hadn't expected that there would be such a strange space in the Lu Yin sand field that would allow him to comprehend the mysteries of the Tao of space. Yang Kai decided not to leave this place for the time being and instead stood in place, constantly condensing his space force and resonating with everything around him, allowing the wisps of enlightenment to flow into his mind and be engraved into the depths of his soul. The Tao of space was extremely difficult to cultivate because there were very few people who understood this Tao of space. There was no clear way to cultivate it, and no one could impart any insights to it. When Yang Kai first began cultivating the Tao of space, he relied on tearing space and entering the void's turbulence to deepen his understanding of the Tao of space. However, this kind of cultivation only lasted for a short time before it became useless. As Yang Kai's comprehension of the Tao of space deepened, he was able to walk through the void's turbulence as if he was walking on flat ground. So naturally, he was unable to comprehend anything. Later, however, he began absorbing the energy of space spirit crystals. This kind of cultivation was a wasteful act, but Yang Kai had no choice but to do it. Fortunately, the space spirit crystal lode discovered by the stone mongoose was rich in space spirit crystals, enough for Yang Kai to squander for a long time. But once the space spirit crystals were used up, it would not be easy for him to find more. If one did not consider the future, one would have immediate worries. Space spirit crystals were a rare resource, no matter where one went, because they could be used to forge space rings, and space rings were essential storage artifacts for every cultivator. Now that there was a place here that was very suitable for cultivating the Tao of space, Yang Kai naturally wanted to take advantage of it. Moreover, cultivating here seemed to be more effective than simply absorbing space spirit crystals, and the harvest was much greater. After realizing this, Yang Kai immediately made up his mind to not leave for the time being. The Luoyin sandfield would not close for another 4 months, which was enough time for Yang Kai to find a suitable place to refine the profound Yin sunflower water, so there was no need to rush. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai slowly sat down. In this strange space, even though Yang Kai was proficient in the mysteries of the Tao of space, he was still as slow as a turtle crawling. If an outsider were to see this scene, they would definitely think it was strange and wonder what kind of trick Yang Kai was playing, because the strangeness of this space could not be detected with one's divine sense. Only by entering it personally would one be able to discover it. After sitting down, Kai Yang calmed the tumbling blood qi in his heart, his eyes shining brightly as he stretched out his hand and gently waved it forward. A simple wave of his hand consumed a great deal of Kai Yang's strength and time. But as he waved his hand, a black crack as thin as hair suddenly appeared, but disappeared without a trace in the next instant. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai was not surprised and instead grinned happily. Since he had decided to use this rare environment to cultivate his space force, naturally, he would use his space blade to do so. In the stone room on Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai had comprehended the space blade technique, but at that time, no matter how hard he tried to cultivate it, the power of his space blade was not great and could not be used against real enemies. Against weak enemies, he did not need to use his space force, but against powerful enemies, this method was useless. As such, Yang Kai wanted to cultivate this unique divine technique, but he had not been able to find the right conditions and environment to do so. This place was definitely the best place to cultivate it. Yang Kai could foresee that once he could condense his space blade in this place, once he left this place, his space blade would be able to exert a certain amount of power. After trying out, just now, Yang Kai had a plan in his heart. The space here was thick and viscous, so tearing it was not easy. Cultivating his space blade here would not only enhance his understanding of the mysteries of Space Force, but would also allow him to quickly perfect his attack. Unhurriedly and calmly, Yang Kai tore space again and again, casting his space blade. Every time the hair-thin space crack appeared, it would immediately disappear without a trace under the huge pressure here. Yang Kai cultivated for an entire day, consuming all of his spiritual energy, but making no progress. However, he didn't panic at all because he could already feel that he was much more proficient in using Space Force than before. Naturally, he also had many methods to tear through space. He believed that as long as he continued cultivating, he would definitely make a breakthrough. With his spiritual energy exhausted, Yang Kai could no longer cultivate and could only take some pills to supplement his soul and meditate to restore himself. Although the soul-warming lotus was in the process of evolving, its ability to restore and nourish Yang Kai's soul had not weakened at all. In fact, it was even stronger than before. It only took Yang Kai 2 hours to replenish his dried-up knowledge sea. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and was about to use his space blade again when he suddenly saw a streak of spark-like light flying towards him from a very distant location. This streak of light followed the narrow canyon passage and approached Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning. Lu Yin flying fire, Yang Kai exclaimed. He had seen Lu Yin flying fire once before in the first layer flame area, so now that he saw it again, Yang Kai naturally recognized it at a glance. The last time he saw it, Lu Yin flying fire quickly passed through Yang Kai's divine sense. Yang Kai chased after for a long time, but was unable to catch it, causing him to feel extremely disappointed. This Lu Yin flying fire was exactly the same as the one he saw last time. It was incredibly fast, even faster than the spread of his divine sense. Yang Kai had only just discovered it a moment ago at the end of the canyon when it had already arrived in front of him. Yang Kai instinctively wanted to avoid it. He no longer had any hope of harvesting this kind of thing because the speed of Lu Yin flying fire was simply not something he could catch up with. However, as soon as he moved, he suddenly remembered that the space he was in was not ordinary. It was solidified and sticky, making it impossible for him to move. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and his eyes widened as he stared at the Lu Yin flying fire that was quickly flying towards him, secretly looking forward to it. Tick, with a soft sound, when a streak of light rushed into this strange space that covered an area of more than 100 feet, just as Yang Kai had expected, its speed suddenly slowed down countless times. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Just now, he had been wondering whether this solidified space would be useful in blocking Lu Yin flying fire. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he immediately knew that his guess was correct. This solidified space could not stop the movement of the fire spirit beast, but could stop the abnormal speed of Lu Yin flying fire. At least, Yang Kai can now see what Lu Yin flying fire looked like. It was like a spark sputtering from a red-hot charcoal, burning with a fiery red light. Although it was very small, it contained an amazing amount of energy. After falling into the strange space, Lu Yin flying fire was not frozen, but slowly broke through the encirclement at a human's natural walking speed. Yang Kai made a little calculation and soon found that if he did nothing and stayed in place, he would definitely miss this rare Lu Yin flying fire, because according to its flight trajectory, it would fly away from him. How could Yang Kai tolerate such a thing? Hurriedly using his space force, he slowly and painstakingly moved closer to the Lu Yin flying fire's path. Little by little, inch by inch, Yang Kai felt like an old man on the verge of death, try to move his hands and feet when his life force was running out. Every inch of movement consumed a lot of Yang Kai's strength and spiritual energy. In just a moment, his body trembled violently, and his flesh was in incomparable pain. As for the flowing flame flying fire, it was still flying towards them at a leisurely pace. A moment later, it flew to a spot not far from Yang Kai. Yang Kai was anxious. He stretched out a trembling hand, trying to catch the Lu Yin flying fire. But the other party was about 3 inches away from his fingertips and slowly drifting away. Yang Kai's nose was crooked with anger. He felt that if this Lu Yin flying fire had a mind of its own, it must have mocked him for overestimating himself just now. Turning his head with difficulty, Yang Kai helplessly watched as this thing brushed past him, his face filled with annoyance. He still failed. Since it had already flown away, Yang Kai knew that it was impossible for him to catch it. Sure enough, a moment later, Lu Yin flying fire rushed out of the blockade of this strange space, once again restoring its previous abnormal speed, flashing out of sight and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Just a little bit more, and he would have been able to obtain this treasure that could mutate his spiritual energy. It was impossible to say that he didn't feel regret, but Yang Kai quickly adjusted his state of mind, no longer thinking about Lu Yin flying fire, and instead began to focus on tempering his space blade. Not only did he fail to catch Lu Yin flying fire, but the most important thing right now was to cultivate the Tao of space. Sending out a space blade, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised to find that the power of the space blade seemed to have increased a little, although it was still as thin as hair, and although it only appeared for a moment before disappearing, its duration was obviously longer than yesterday. Yang Kai's heart was greatly shaken, and he quickly put the matter of Lu Yin flying fire to the back of his mind and began to concentrate on comprehending the mysteries of space. 3 days later, Yang Kai watched as a half-inch wide space blade flew out less than a foot before disappearing, a satisfied and excited expression appearing on his face. This damn place was indeed the best place to cultivate the mysteries of space. He had only been cultivating here for 3 days, but he already felt that his understanding of the Tao of space had become somewhat comprehensive. With his understanding of the Tao of space, the power of his space blade was countless times stronger than it was 3 days ago. Whether it was the size of the space blade, the length of time it could exist in this strange space, or the distance it could tear apart, all of it had grown tremendously. At this rate of growth, Xianxia estimated that he would be able to use his space blade to fight enemies in just 1 more month. At that time, he might even be able to contend with the Shur of an Origin returning Realm Master. After all, although Shur was a power unique to Origin returning Realm Masters, the space blade was also unpredictable and impossible to guard against. It was a killing move that no one other than Xianxia could use. Xianxia frowned, knowing that he had taken this for granted, so he no longer hesitated and reached out to grab the Lu Yan's flying fire. Grabbing it in the palm of his hand, without waiting for it to erupt, Xianxia's demonic flame enveloped it in layer after layer of demonic flame. Xianxia clearly felt that Lu Yan's flying fire was resisting his demonic flame's heat, but neither could do anything to the other. What's more, the Lu Yan's flying fire was still struggling, trying to break through the demonic flame's blockade. But how could Xianxia give it this opportunity? Seeing that this method was working, Xianxia immediately released more Saint Qi and transformed it into a more violent demonic flame, firmly binding Lu Yan's flying fire. A short time later, Lu Yan's flying fire, which was wrapped in demonic flame, calmed down and stopped moving. Looking at the fist-sized black fireball in his hand, Xianxia grinned. Finally, he had harvested 1 Lu Yan's flying fire. It had not been easy, but the other one had managed to escape when Xianxia was dealing with its companion. Xianxia had no regrets, though, since he had determined that this canyon was the place Lu Yan's flying fire had to pass through. All he had to do was wait here for it, and he should be able to harvest even more. The black fireball formed by demonic flame could not be placed into a space ring and could only be thrown into the Black Book space. After returning, Xianxia would be able to use the magic of Lu Yan's flying fire to its fullest potential. With his first harvest, Xianxia was in a wonderful mood. Refining his space blade and comprehending the Tao of space had become easier and easier, and he was also becoming more proficient in using his space force. At the same time, the restrictions placed on him by this strange space were becoming smaller and smaller. More than a month later, Xianxia used the same method to harvest a Lu Yan's flying fire, but his expression was neither sad nor happy as he casually threw it into a space ring. Xianxia had been cultivating here for about a month and a half and had obtained a total of 9 Lu Yan's flying fires. This number was not small. No one had ever obtained so many Lu Yan's flying fires before, but Xianxia's brow still showed a faint trace of regret. Because as his understanding of the Tao of space increased, the effect of this strange space on his cultivation had become smaller and smaller. On top of that, he had constantly used his space blade here to tear space apart, which seemed to have damaged the density of this space, allowing this rare cultivation place to become more and more normal. Without the powerful shackles of this space, after the Lu Yan's flying fire entered this place, its speed did not drop as much as before. If it weren't for Xianxia's experience, the Lu Yan's flying fire just now would have flown past him. Xianxia estimated that he could only cultivate here for about 10 more days at most before this place would no longer have any effect on him. Since that was the case, Xianxia decided to use this place until the last moment before leaving. Making up his mind, Xianxia no longer wasted any time. Through the Lu Yan's flying fire, he harvested into the Black Book space and immersed himself in cultivation. After waiting for several days, no more Lu Yan's flying fires appeared. It seemed that because of Xianxia's unscrupulous attempts to capture Lu Yan's flying fires had all disappeared. On this day, Xianxia finally sensed the aura of Lu Yan's flying fire again and did not dare to neglect. immediately taking action. After he quickly arrived at the right position, the Lu Yan's flying fire just happened to crash into this strange space. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, grasped it in his palm, and then pushed his Saint Qi into his demonic flame, wrapping it in layers. A moment later, a black fireball appeared in Yang Kai's hand. But before Yang Kai could throw it into the black book space, a soft cry suddenly sounded behind him, followed by the sound of clothes fluttering. It seemed that several cultivators were quickly approaching. Yang Kai frowned and immediately threw the black fireball into the black book space before turning around to look at the newcomers. At first glance, Yang Kai's brow couldn't help flashing a look of disgust, because the newcomers were actually several cultivators from Heaven Battling Union. Chapter 12:08. The cultivator from Heaven Battling Union was very easy to identify. This could be judged from the clothes they wore, each of them wearing a golden robe that gave them an imposing aura. These cultivators generally gave off a feeling of arrogance. Except for the cultivator from Thunder Typhoon's sect. When they looked at the cultivators from other forces, no matter how high or low their cultivation was, they all gave off a sense of contempt and disdain. It was as if Heaven Battling Union was some kind of great force, and these cultivators were also afraid that others wouldn't know they were from Heaven Battling Union. The battle character embroidered in golden thread on their chests could be seen from a distance. Because of Chu Chong Feng, Yang Kai had never had a good impression of Heaven Battling Union. So when he saw that these people were actually from Heaven Battling Union, he knew that today's matter would not be resolved peacefully. The scene of him collecting Lu Yan's flying fire should have fallen into their eyes. Yang Kai just didn't know how much they had seen. In a flash, the four cultivators from Heaven Battling Union rushed over to Yang Kai and stared at him with either surprise or joy. It had to be admitted that Heaven Battling Union's heritage was truly strong. All four of them were third-order Saint King cultivators, and the Saint Qi in each of their bodies was purer and denser than that of an average cultivator. Each of them was covered in a light blue light curtain that gave off a frigid aura. Clearly, this light curtain was an ice attribute artifact that was protecting them from the fire poison here. The leader of this group was a beardless man in his 40s. After discovering Yang Kai's true cultivation, he couldn't help raising his brow in surprise. He didn't understand how Yang Kai, a first-order Saint King, was able to survive in this harsh environment. And from the looks of it, he didn't seem to have any artifact protecting him. This surprised him greatly and caused him to stare at Yang Kai with a slightly dignified expression. Anyone who was able to resist the heat and fire poison without using any artifacts and only relying on their Saint Qi couldn't be underestimated. Did he just collect Lu Yan's flying fire? Another thin man next to him stared with wide eyes and exclaimed in surprise. It seemed like they were too far away and didn't see clearly. They only had suspicions, so they immediately rushed over to confirm it. I don't think so. Lu Yan's flying fire isn't something that can be easily obtained. Although Lu Yan had more flying fires on the third floor, even Feng Tianzhong couldn't catch them. How could he collect them? The third cultivator with a pointy mouth and ape-like cheeks shook his head slowly with a look of disbelief. Why don't we just ask and find out? The thin man chuckled and casually said to Yang Kai, "Boy, what did you take just now? Take it out and let me see. What does it have to do with you?" Yang Kai looked at the four people indifferently. He didn't even have the slightest intention of running away. Huh? The skinny man laughed and nodded. "Yes, it has nothing to do with us, but boy, do you know who we are? Daring to talk to us like that? Interesting." As he spoke, his expression turned ruthless, and he said coldly, "Brat, if you want to live, then hand over the thing you just took. If I'm in a good mood, I'll spare your life. Otherwise," with a chuckle, the threat was obvious. The white-faced, beardless man who had been sizing up Kai Yang all this time, upon hearing this, his brows furrowed slightly. But very quickly he relaxed. Although he could see that Kai Yang wasn't ordinary, and the other party's expression was also strangely calm, he was still only one person. He didn't believe that with the strength of the four of them, they wouldn't be able to deal with him. In this world, there were always some arrogant cultivators who thought they were great just because they had a little bit of skill. Xianxia had seen many such people because he himself was one of them. But after being repeatedly humiliated by Chu Changfeng, Xianxia realized that there was always a mountain higher than the other. He subconsciously classified Xianxia as one of these people. This kind of person was destined to suffer a big loss. He himself was lucky because he came from the same sect as Chu Changfeng, so he didn't lose his life at Chu Changfeng's hands. But after recognizing this reality, he acted much more low-key than before. You think I'll give you what you want? Who do you think you are? Xianxia stared at the four cultivators coldly, his expression still indifferent. Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The skinny man didn't expect Xianxia to be so stubborn and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He had used this trick to intimidate others before, which cultivator didn't obediently submit. Even when he took a fancy to one of the cultivator's women, the other party obediently gave up the picturesque woman. Although he only played with her for a few days before ignoring her, no one had ever dared to refuse his request. All because he was from Heaven Battling Union. Not to mention outside. This was the Lu Yin Desert, a desolate and remote place, a perfect place to kill and bury a corpse. Thinking so, the cultivator's eyes flashed coldly as murderous intent filled his body. Wait! Not waiting for him to act, the middle-aged man with the white beard suddenly called out. The other two also turned to look at him, only to see this man take a few steps forward and stare at Xianxia, cupping his fists slightly and saying, "Friend, this one's junior brother is a bit short-tempered. If he has offended you just now, I hope you won't take it to heart." Xianxia's eyes flashed, but he remained indifferent. "Brother?" The skinny man saw his brother actually apologize to Xianxia and was shocked, exclaiming, "Aren't you being too careful? Why are you talking nonsense with him?" The middle-aged man smiled lightly. "There's nothing wrong with being careful. Master also taught us that caution is the key to success. This friend is not an ordinary person. Although brother can't see his origin or identity, being able to remain here unharmed, he must have some skill. If we can resolve this matter peacefully, it would be best." The implication was that if they could not resolve this peacefully, it would not be too late to act. Hearing this, the skinny man thought for a moment with a gloomy expression and no longer spoke any nonsense. The middle-aged man then looked at Xianxia with a smile and continued, "Friend, we don't want to be nosy. After all, this is the third layer of the Lu Yin sandfield. Anyone would be on tenterhooks here, so can this friend give this one some face and let my junior brother check your space ring?" With a smile on his face, he spoke as if he didn't care at all, as if he wasn't asking to check Xianxia's space ring, but rather an old friend looking for Xianxia to borrow something insignificant. "You want to see my space ring?" Xianxia suddenly grinned. "Indeed." The middle-aged man gently nodded, his smile still like a spring breeze. "This one's brother, and I don't mean any harm. We just want to confirm what this friend received just now. If it weren't for the Lu Yin flying fire, we wouldn't have coveted this friend's belongings and would have returned your space ring. What does this friend think?" "Good." To his surprise, Xianxia actually agreed, causing the middle-aged man's brow to furrow slightly, seemingly quite surprised. In his heart, he was secretly wondering if he had been too cautious. Xianxia really didn't have any ability, otherwise, how could he have agreed so easily? Just as he was feeling surprised, though, he saw Xianxia take off his space ring from his finger and gently toss it up and down. 4 pairs of eyes immediately followed this ordinary space ring up and down. "Quickly throw it over." Seeing Xianxia so cooperative, the skinny man immediately shouted, as if he couldn't wait to examine it carefully. "There's nothing good in my space ring." Xianxia smiled at him and said in a slightly poor tone, "It's just a piece of brilliant fire crystal essence." Suddenly, a blood-red stone the size of a human head appeared in Xianxia's hand. A scorching hot and pure fire attribute energy was being emitted from this stone. The fire attribute energy was swimming around the stone as if it was alive. Brilliant fire crystal essence? The four people exclaimed in unison, and even the middle-aged man who had been smiling indifferently finally wore a look of greed and desire. Brilliant fire crystal essence was an Origin King grade material, and although the piece in Xianxia's hand was only Origin King grade low rank, it was quite large. The four of them had never even heard of this head-sized, brilliant fire crystal essence before, let alone seen it. If such a piece of material were to be sold outside, it would definitely be invaluable and could easily sell for 20 or 30 million Saint crystals. They had heard before that at the Treasure Trove Pavilion auction in Heavenly Fate City, some treasures worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of Saint crystals had appeared. Unfortunately, none of them were qualified to participate at that time and were unable to witness such a shocking scene with their own eyes. But now, such a top-grade artifact refining material had appeared in front of them. Moreover, it had been possessed by a First-Order Saint King cultivator. If their brothers could obtain this treasure, even if they divided it equally, each of them would be able to get a few million Saint crystals, enough for them to never have to worry about cultivation resources for the rest of their lives. For a time, the four people's breathing became heavy as their eyes flashed with greed, seemingly ready to snatch it at any moment. As for the middle-aged man's words about not coveting Xianxia's wealth, they had long since been forgotten. But before they could do anything, Xianxia actually put the head-sized, brilliant fire crystal essence into a space ring, causing the four of them to feel both angry and disappointed. There's also this fire crystal stone. It's not much of a good thing. Xianxia sighed faintly, as if he didn't know what it meant to not show off one's wealth before taking out a dark red crystal the size of a millstone. Although this crystal was the same as the brilliant fire crystal essence, exuding a scorching heat, the two were obviously not the same material. The former was a type of ore, while the latter was very similar to the fire crystal stone the four Heaven Battling Union Masters had obtained along the way. Impossible! The skinny man screamed as he pointed to the huge fire crystal stone Xianxia was holding and shook his head. It's impossible for such a large piece of fire crystal stone to exist. No fire spirit beast would have such a thing. It wasn't that he didn't know what was good for him, but the biggest piece of fire crystal stone the four of them had obtained along the way was only the size of a pigeon's egg. Compared to the one in Xianxia's hand, the difference was like comparing a towering tree to a small sapling. What's more, if this was really a fire crystal rock, then what level was the fire spirit beast that contained it? How big would it be? He didn't think that Xianxia could kill such a fire spirit beast, and instead thought that Xianxia was playing a trick. Chapter 1209. After Xianxia took out the head-sized brilliant fire crystal essence and the millstone-sized fire crystal stone one after another, the four Heaven Battling Union cultivators could no longer remain calm. Regardless of whether the fire crystal stone was real or not, the brilliant fire crystal essence was definitely real. For a time, greed filled the hearts of the four Heaven Battling Union cultivators, and they already regarded Xianxia as a dead man in their hearts. Casually taking out two priceless treasures, who knew what other good things he had in his space ring? Perhaps there really was a Lu Yin flying fire. Kill him, they had to kill him, then grab his ring and carefully examine it. As long as they could grab this cultivator's ring, they would no longer have to worry about cultivation for the rest of their lives. What else? The corners of the middle-aged man's eyes twitched. Although his heart was also full of desire and possessiveness, he was much better than the other three who wore their thoughts on their faces. At the very least, he looked calm. Only his trembling voice betrayed the excitement in his heart. There are also a dozen emerald silk grasses, one ancient profound tongue, 3 red blood fruits. Xianxia took out one item after another from his space ring, and every time he took out an item, the eyes of the four Heaven Battling Union cultivators burned with desire. Although these spirit grasses and spirit medicines were not as valuable as the previous two, they were still quite valuable, especially the dozen or so emerald silk grasses. These were spirit medicines that every sect longed to obtain, and Heaven Battling Union was naturally no exception. These dozen or so emerald silk grasses could be exchanged for a huge amount of contribution points, and when the time came, they could ask the elders for a reasonable request. Right, there are also 9 Lu Yin flying fires, but it's not convenient to take them out, so you won't be able to see them even if I take them out. Yang Kai chuckled and revealed all his gains after entering the Lu Yin sandfield. Except for the colorless crystal that was absorbed by the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai didn't conceal anything. Are there really Lu Yin flying fires? The monkey-faced man cried out in surprise. Yes, why would I lie to you? Didn't you see them just now? Yang Kai grinned. The expressions of the 4 people gradually became extremely strange. Everyone had an awkward look on their faces because the 4 brothers had worked together and spent 3 months in Luyan's desert, looking for treasures everywhere. They thought that they had a good harvest and were very happy, but compared to Yang Kai's harvest, it was like a difference between heaven and earth. They didn't even have 1% of his harvest. This made them somewhat embarrassed, and their gazes towards Yang Kai became more and more heated. You liar! The skinny man suddenly rolled his eyes and coldly shouted, Boy, you've got guts, daring to deceive my brothers. Obediently give me your ring, and I'll let you go. As he said this, he exchanged glances with the cultivator with a protruding mouth and a monkey-like chin. Then, they rushed towards Yang Kai from both sides. In front of so many good things, he didn't want to waste any more words with Yang Kai, so he casually found an excuse to snatch them. Although these 2 people were arrogant and often bullied the weak, they were still elite cultivators of Heaven Battling Union. So even when facing Yang Kai, a First-Order Saint King cultivator, they didn't show the slightest bit of carelessness. In the past 3 months, the 4 of them had done a lot of killing and robbing in Luyan's desert. So they naturally knew that although some people didn't look like much on the surface, in fact, they had some tricks up their sleeves. A lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Not to mention that Yang Kai didn't look normal at all. From beginning to end, he had a calm look on his face. They faintly felt that Yang Kai had some kind of trump card to rely on. So the moment they attacked, they condensed their Saint Chi to protect their bodies, each of them holding back their killing moves. They were on high alert, lest Yang Kai counterattacked and cause them any losses. The beardless middle-aged man and the fat cultivator stood in place without moving. Although the 2 of them had a strange feeling, secretly feeling that Yang Kai was deliberately luring their companions into action. With such precious treasures in front of them, even if they had doubts in their hearts, they didn't stop their companions. Anyone who saw so many good things would be willing to take a risk. After all, these were treasures worth their lives. No matter how strong a First-Order Saint King was, could he be stronger than Chu Changfeng? Even if Chu Changfeng was here, it would be impossible for him to deal with the 4 of them alone. So, while paying attention to Yang Kai's movements, they were ready to lend a hand at a moment's notice, lest the other party really had some kind of earth-shattering method. The thin cultivator and the monkey-faced one were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived 10 meters in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai, on the other hand, wore a look of shock, as if he had just discovered that they were rushing towards him. Hurriedly putting back all the treasures he had taken out of his space ring, his flustered appearance greatly reducing the vigilance in the hearts of the 2 cultivators. Without any hesitation, they pushed their speed to the limit. But soon, they saw a faint smile appear on Yang Kai's face. The moment they saw this smile, the 2 of them realized that something was wrong. It was a smile of someone who had succeeded in their scheme, as if he had set up some kind of trap here long ago and was waiting for others to walk right into it. Even the look in the other party's eyes was filled with disdain and ridicule. So how could there be any trace of the previous fluster? In the next moment, the 2 Third-Order Saint Kings who were rushing towards Yang Kai suddenly stopped in their tracks, as if they had been blocked by an invisible wall. 2 muffled groans rang out at the same time as the 2 Third-Order Saint Kings felt their bodies shrink, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. making it difficult for them to breathe as their bodies twitched and their bones creaked out of place. When Yang Kai first entered this strange space, he had almost been unable to break free. Yang Kai's physique was much stronger than an average cultivator's. So how could these two cultivators easily escape from this place? Although Yang Kai had been cultivating his space blade here for more than a month and had destroyed most of the viscous and dense space here, it was still possible for him to interfere with these two cultivators. As long as he had enough time, Yang Kai could easily kill them. As such, as soon as they rushed into this strange space, they had run out of luck. The two cultivators paled, and their eyes filled with panic. Pushing the Saint Chi in their bodies with all their might, they finally managed to alleviate the heavy pressure around them. Just as they were about to retreat from this strange space, the middle-aged man's cry of alarm rang out from behind them. The two cultivators looked up and saw a palm slamming toward their heads. This space could hinder the movements of these two cultivators, but Yang Kai was like a fish in water here, completely unaffected. He had long since become accustomed to the dignified atmosphere of this place. Facing 4 third-order Saint Kings, one-on-one, or even two, Yang Kai wasn't the slightest bit afraid and was confident he could kill them all. But 4 of them were different. If he couldn't wipe them all out, and even one of them managed to escape, there would be no end to his troubles in the future. That was why Yang Kai had constantly exposed his gains. He wanted to use these incredibly valuable treasures to lure these 4 cultivators to snatch them away. The plan was proceeding smoothly. Men die for wealth, and birds die for food. This ancient truth was vividly illustrated by the performance of these 4 cultivators. No one could remain unmoved after seeing so many good things. Asterisk pung pung. Asterisk 2 explosive sounds rang out as the thin man trapped in this strange space and a monkey-faced cultivator from Heaven Battling Union burst into a bloody mist the moment Yang Kai's palm slammed into their heads, leaving not even their bones behind. The 2 third-order Saint Kings died extremely aggrieved, not even having a chance to fight back as they were directly killed by Yang Kai. Inside the bloody mist, Yang Kai stood there with a cold aura as he stared coldly towards the remaining 2 cultivators, his malevolent aura soaring to the heavens like that of an ancient demon god. It was only at this moment that Yang Kai revealed his white fangs and stared maliciously at the remaining 2 Heaven Battling Union cultivator. The fat man of the 2 remaining cultivators had just rushed out a few meters when he saw his fellow sect brother being killed. He immediately stopped and stared at Yang Kai in shock, a look of disbelief filling his face. The moment Yang Kai attacked just now, the Saint Chi fluctuations that surged from his body were indeed at the level of a first-order Saint King. Although it was quite good, it wasn't heaven-defying. The 2 palms he had sent out hadn't been very fast either, seemingly very casual. The fat man couldn't understand why his 2 fellow sect brothers had been killed without being able to put up any resistance. This was obviously illogical. There's something strange about him. There's probably some kind of barrier around him. The beardless middle-aged man's face was gloomy to the extreme. They had always been the ones to hunt wild geese, but today they had been pecked in the eye by the wild geese, and now 2 of their fellow sect brothers had died. He was so depressed, he almost coughed up blood. Who else wants to check my space ring? The corners of Kai Yang's mouth curled upwards as he looked at the 2 indifferently. As he asked this question, he actually walked straight towards them. The fat man took a step back in horror, his face extremely dignified. The beardless middle-aged man also frowned. He had just said that there was some kind of barrier around Yang Kai, which was why he could easily kill his 2 fellow sect brothers, but now the other party had actually taken the initiative to attack. Chapter 12:10. Although his figure had undergone a huge transformation, the aura radiating from this fat man's body had increased exponentially, and the Saint Chi surging from his body was almost tangible. With a wave of his hands, a green light flew out from his palms, transforming into vines that shot towards Yangkai. These vines were full of sharp barbs, and once caught, they would pierce into a cultivator's flesh and absorb their blood essence and Saint Qi. Even a cultivator in the same realm would not be able to easily break free and would only be at the mercy of this fat man. With his unique Saint Qi and killing moves, this fat man had killed countless enemies. In Heaven Battling Union, although his fame was not as high as Chu Changfeng or the middle-aged man, he was still a core figure. On top of that, these would attribute vines multiplied and grew extremely quickly. As long as Yangkai was given 3 breaths of time, he would be able to use his vines to seal off the entire canyon and form a cage. At that time, this place would be his world, and even if this First Order Saint King had great ability, he wouldn't be able to escape from this vine cage. His eyes were full of confidence. However, a black flame danced in the air like a fire dragon, pouring cold water on his head. A fire attribute cultivator? The fat man was shocked. His would attribute martial skills, and martial skills were restrained by the fire attribute. So when he saw Yangkai release these black flames, his heart sank and his expression became solemn. However, there was no turning back, and a single First Order Saint King wasn't enough to force Yangkai to retreat. As such, Yangkai increased the output of his Saint Qi, causing the green vines to grow even more frantically, showing signs of covering the entire canyon. The intensity of the fire suddenly became ferocious, and a scene that truly shocked the fatty happened. The black flames swept over and actually burned all the green vines he had released into ashes. No matter how many he released, he still couldn't keep up with the speed at which they were being burned. In the blink of an eye, the black flames had burned close to him. Impossible, the fat man shouted. Although his martial skills were restrained by the fire attribute, there was no flame that could have such a powerful burning ability that his vines were unable to reproduce. The greenery that filled the sky was instantly suppressed by the pitch-black flames. Within the canyon, a feeling of alternating heat and cold came, causing Fatty to feel extremely tormented. Yangkai was like a raging flame as he rushed forward and threw a pitch-black heaven-punishing spear towards the Heaven Battling Union cultivator. Yangkai followed closely behind the heaven-punishing spear and slammed down with heaven-covering hand. He had to end the battle quickly. The middle-aged man's cautiousness was far beyond Yangkai's expectations. After he had killed 2 of his fellow disciples, his first reaction was not to seek revenge, but to retreat without even thinking about it. His decisiveness was unimaginable. This was an extremely terrifying person who was able to suppress his greed for the various treasures in a space ring and choose the safest course of action. Now that he had already run several tens of feet away, if he continued to tangle with this fat cultivator, once that person left the canyon, it would really be too late to catch up. As such, Yangkai attacked in anger, using almost all of his strength. The fat cultivator's reaction was not slow. Seeing the pitch-black heaven-punishing spear thrust towards him, he immediately summoned a small round shield. This small round shield rotated rapidly, its surface filled with complex runes and energy lines, as well as a tortoise pattern that swam about nimbly. With the small round shield in front of him to protect him, his figure flickered as he tried to quickly retreat. However, a giant hand that seemed to cover the sky suddenly slammed down from above, giving him the illusion that he could not avoid it. Hong! With a loud bang. The heaven-punishing spear collided with the small round shield, and a huge amount of energy burst out. Accompanied by a cracking sound, a crack appeared on the small round shield, but surprisingly, it didn't shatter. Although it was stained with some demonic flames, the turtle pattern on the round shield flashed and emerged from the round shield. Soon after, the turtle opened its mouth and spat out a mass of white energy, extinguishing the demonic flames in an instant. After doing all this, the tortoise pattern returned to the small round shield, but it no longer swam and became lifeless. This secret treasure had clearly lost its spirituality unless an outstanding weapon refiner was hired to repair it. Otherwise, it would not be able to be used again. The small round shield blocked Yang Kai's killing blow and protected the fat cultivator's life, but the heaven-covering hand slammed down heavily at this moment. The fat cultivator let out a strange cry. His hands quickly formed a complicated seal, and then his two palms faced the sky and pushed fiercely. A green curtain of light rose with his movements, like a protective shield, covering him below. Another loud bang sounded and the earth trembled. When the heaven-covering hand slammed into the green light curtain, the light curtain and the huge palm print shattered at the same time and disappeared without a trace. As for the fat cultivator, although he didn't suffer any serious injuries after receiving this attack, his complexion was obviously pale. He had suffered some losses. In just a short time, he immediately recognized the gap between himself and Yang Kai. This was not a strength that a First-Order Saint King cultivator could display. Even a Third-Order Saint King would not be able to display such strength. If it were not for the Saint Chi fluctuations coming from Yang Kai's body being genuine, the fat cultivator would have suspected that the other party was an origin-returning realm master in disguise. No wonder the other party had the confidence to take the initiative to attack. With such combat power, it was more than enough to compete with Chu Changfeng, so dealing with the fat cultivator would be a piece of cake. The fat cultivator had already used an artifact, but the other party did not seem to be using his full strength, only using martial skills to fight him, not even bothering to use an artifact. What the fat cultivator did not know was that Yang Kai only had two artifacts. One was the purple shield, and the other was the 100 Mountains picture. The purple shield was a defensive artifact, and although the 100 Mountains picture was powerful, the terrain of the canyon was too narrow for it to be used. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have already summoned 20 Phantom Mountains to smash the fat cultivator to death instead of wasting time. The fat cultivator knew that the situation was bad, so after blocking the heaven-covering hand, he summoned another flying dagger-like artifact, poured his Saint Chi into it, and threw it towards Yang Kai. The flying dagger turned into a white light and flew straight towards Yang Kai's face, carrying a thick, evil chi. At the same time, the fat cultivator quickly turned around and ran out of the canyon without looking back. He thought that his flying dagger artifact would buy him some time, and as long as he had a little bit of time, he might be able to escape. But how could he have known that just as he turned his back to Yang Kai, a deathly aura would strike him from behind? Looking back in horror, the fat cultivator saw that Yang Kai had already avoided the flying dagger's attack and was holding a black sword in his hand, constantly slashing down. A series of shocking black sword waves suddenly filled the canyon. The fat cultivator's heart trembled, and before he could think of anything, he was struck by more than a dozen sword waves at the same time. With a scream, he fell to the ground, his body burning with demonic flames. No matter how hard he pushed his Saint Chi, he was unable to extinguish the flames and was soon burned into a charred corpse. The canyon was only 2 or 3 meters wide, so it was really not suitable for him to dodge. If not for this, he could have at least bought some time and not died so quickly. Even at the moment of his death, he could not understand how a trivial First-Order Saint King could be so terrifying. After killing the fat cultivator, Yang Kai immediately raised his head and looked towards the canyon. The last middle-aged man was running really fast. In just a short time, he was already 2,000 meters away. He seemed to have heard the screams of the fat cultivator, and his figure trembled slightly as his speed increased. At this moment, he understood that his worries and cautiousness were not unreasonable. The scream of the fat cultivator had clearly announced his death. Being able to kill his fellow sect mate in just 5 breaths, no matter what method or scheme this young man used, he was not someone he could contend with. As such, he did not dare to look back, and only wanted to leave this canyon as soon as possible. At the same time, he touched his space ring with a trembling hand and took out a communication artifact, wanting to inform his fellow sect mates about what had happened here. It would be best if he could inform Chu Changfeng. In his eyes, only someone like Chu Changfeng could compete with this young man. Just as he took out his communication artifact, The sound of wind and thunder suddenly rang out behind him as a terrifying divine sense enveloped him. The strength of this divine sense was no less than that of some origin returning realm masters. Not daring to neglect, he immediately poured his divine sense into his communication artifact. But before he could say anything, he felt a slight pain in his arm. It was as if he had been bitten by an ant. But when he went to investigate, he was shocked to find that his arm had been silently cut off. Not far from him, there was a dark blade-shaped crack that seemed to be able to swallow everything flying side by side with him. A void crack. This cultivator was quite experienced and knowledgeable, so he couldn't help muttering to himself. As soon as his voice fell, the thing he thought was a void crack disappeared. Intense pain came from his severed arm, causing sweat to ooze from his forehead and even his clothes to be soaked. Asterisk chi. Asterisk another soft and almost imperceptible sound rang out beside his ear, and his other undamaged arm hurt again. Thinking of what had just happened, the middle-aged martial artist's face turned ashen. He turned his head to look and found that his second arm was indeed gone. The cut was neat and tidy, as if it had been easily cut off by some sharp weapon. A silhouette swiftly passed by and blocked in front of him like a bolt of lightning. The middle-aged man stopped and stared at Xianxia in a daze, a look of despair filling his face. He could no longer care about the pain in his severed arm, nor could he stop the blood from gushing out. He could only stare at Xianxia and the pair of wind and thunder wings behind him. Only then did he understand why his opponent was still able to easily catch up to him despite him trying his best to escape. The other party actually possessed such a strange artifact. No wonder his speed was so fast. However, he did not know what kind of attack Xianxia had just used to cut off his arms. He did not even feel any fluctuations of Saint Chi before his arms were inexplicably cut off. Chapter 12:11. Inside the canyon, Xianxia and the middle-aged man stared at each other, the former's eyes cold while the latter's face filled with despair. Huh? The middle-aged man who was blocked by Xianxia suddenly chuckled softly, but his smile was filled with bitterness and unwillingness. He knew that this time it would be difficult for him to escape, so it was too late for regrets. Luyin Desert was so large, so why did his brother and junior brothers choose to enter this canyon? Moreover, they ended up provoking such a fiend. If it weren't for this, the four of them would be living a very comfortable life right now. With the harvest of this trip, as long as they could safely leave this place, they would have reaped great benefits. But now it was too late to say anything. Of the four of them, 3 had died, and both of his arms were crippled. It seemed that he would soon follow in the footsteps of his fellow disciples. His heart was filled with regret. Now that he recalled the scene when he first saw this young man, he realized how ridiculous his and his 3 fellow disciples' actions were. If this young man didn't have something to rely on, how could he have remained indifferent when he saw the 4 of them and not run away? If this young man didn't want to lure the 4 of them into action, how could he be stupid enough to reveal the harvest of his space ring to everyone? Now that he thought about it, this young man's expression and actions at the time were indeed suspicious. But with benefits at stake, even the most astute and cautious person would be blinded by greed. "Friend," the middle-aged man gulped and suddenly said, "Can you tell me, what kind of power did you use? If I can know, I can die without regrets." Xianxia looked at him indifferently and shook his head. "The dead don't need to know." "That's true." The middle-aged man smiled miserably, his figure standing tall and straight, putting on an appearance as if he was ready to be stabbed. "Do it. I know I'm definitely not your opponent, so I don't want to struggle. So I asked this friend to be quick. It's best if you don't let this one feel any pain." As soon as his voice fell, Xianxia flicked his wrist and sent out a jet-black sword wave towards him with an imposing aura. The moment the black sword light appeared, the eyes of the middle-aged man, who had previously looked like he was waiting for death, flashed, and he opened his mouth and spat out a blood mist. This blood mist was extremely thick and reeked of blood. It was clearly his blood essence. Inside this blood mist, an all-shaped, foot-long artifact, shining with a yellow light, spun like a top, rolling up the surrounding world energy and attacking Xianxia. The cone-shaped artifact seemed to want to drill a hole through space itself, and wherever it passed, everything turned to dust. Even Xianxia's black sword light was scattered by it. At the same time, his face was pale, and he quickly retreated. He stared at Xianxia through the blood mist with wide eyes. How could he still look like he was waiting for death? His face was clearly filled with an expression of extreme desire for life. But right now, he was worried about his gains and losses. He didn't know if his carefully prepared attack would have the effect he expected. This was the attack he had pinned his hopes on. In order to coordinate with this sneak attack, he had said those words just now to distract Xianxia's attention. He had hoped that at least he could use his pride to move his opponent. As long as his opponent showed the slightest flaw, he would have an opportunity to take advantage of it. But he hadn't expected this young man to be such a ruthless person. Even though he had put on such an act, this young man still remained indifferent and killed without hesitation. The other party had no flaws, so he could only hope that his artifact would not disappoint him. Under his nervous gaze, the cone-shaped artifact, under the cover of the blood mist, scattered the black sword light and instantly arrived in front of Xianxia. However, Xianxia didn't seem to notice it and just stood there motionless. The middle-aged man was overjoyed, but just as a smile appeared on his face, it froze. Because he saw Xianxia casually point his finger, and a pitch-black fissure-like attack that he had seen before appeared. When that fissure passed through his cone-shaped artifact, the murderous aura and the world energy it generated disappeared in an instant, as if they had been swallowed by a fierce beast. Not only that, when the fissure passed through his cone-shaped artifact, a portion of it strangely disappeared, while the remaining half lost its spirituality and fell directly to the ground. The middle-aged man's eyes bulged as he stared at Xianxia in horror, muttering, "Is that really a void crack?" When Xianxia saw it before, he only had some doubts, but seeing it again, he immediately confirmed that the method used by the other party had really created a void crack that could move. Otherwise, how could a part of his cone-shaped artifact have disappeared without a trace? It had clearly been swallowed into the void by that void crack. "Is this your last resort?" Xianxia looked at him sarcastically. The other party was a cautious person, something Xianxia had already experienced. So whatever he said, Xianxia treated it like a fart and made up his mind to kill him. Naturally, he wouldn't be fooled by this little trick just now. Xianxia didn't have the habit of underestimating his enemy. "Impossible! Your cultivation is so low. How could you possibly be proficient in the Tao of space? Even Elder Mo can't create such a void crack." The middle-aged man roared hysterically, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. "Elder Mo? He understands the Tao of space?" Xianxia raised his brow. So far, besides himself, Xianxia had never met another cultivator who understood the Tao of space. Even an amazing character like Gue Zhu couldn't comprehend the Tao of space with his Origin King realm cultivation. Now, from this middle-aged man's mouth, Xianxia had actually heard that someone named Elder Mo understood the Tao of space. This surprised Xianxia greatly. Elder Mo is the chief elder of the Elder Hall and reached the Third Order Origin returning realm 1,000 years ago. His strength far surpasses all of Shadowed Star. "I am his." The middle-aged man mistakenly thought Xianxia was afraid of him and quickly reported his relationship with this Elder Mo so Xianxia wouldn't attack him. "If there is a chance, I will go to Heaven Battling Union to find him to discuss the true meaning of the Tao of space, but you won't have a chance to see it." Xianxia didn't wait for the middle-aged man to finish speaking and casually sent out a space blade. Under the horrified gaze of the middle-aged man, this space blade cut through his body as easily as cutting through tofu. The defensive artifact armor and Saint Chi he was wearing didn't play any role in blocking this attack, and a part of his body below his chest was directly cut off. The middle-aged man only felt his body shrink as the upper half of his body fell about an inch and smashed onto the lower half of his body. When he lowered his head to look, the blood spurting out of his mouth had sent the upper half of his body flying up again. Just as he screamed out, a ball of pitch-black devil flame enveloped him. Amidst the rolling flames, even his voice was annihilated. In just 3 short breaths, he had turned into a pile of black ash. Staring at the position where the middle-aged man disappeared, Xianxia frowned slightly, his face filled with both joy and worry. On the one hand, Xianxia was happy that after more than a month of tempering, his space blade had finally come in handy and could be used against his enemies. On top of that, its effects were quite good, and its lethality was extremely high. His attacks were also quite secretive, and without any Saint Chi fluctuations, it was difficult to detect. On the other hand, his space blade seemed to be easy to dodge and lacked accuracy. No matter how focused Xianxia was, he couldn't accurately control its movements while tearing space. The moment the middle-aged man took out his communication artifact, Xianxia knew that he wanted to send out a message, so he planned to kill him with a single blow. How could he have known that he would only cut off one of the middle-aged man's arms? Fortunately, when he cut off the middle-aged man's arm, the communication artifact also dropped, otherwise he might have been able to successfully send out a message. Xianxia's second attack was the same, coincidentally cutting off the middle-aged man's second arm. This wasn't deliberate on Xianxia's part, it was just 2 coincidences. If he only needed to kill once, Xianxia wouldn't have wasted time and energy. The third time was a bit better, but Xianxia's goal was still a bit off. However, even so, the terrifying lethality of his space blade could not be concealed. It could send everything it encountered into the void, and as long as it was stable enough, even an Origin King's body wouldn't be able to withstand a single attack from it. After verifying the power of his space blade in an actual combat, Xianxia was quite satisfied. As for its accuracy and stability, Xianxia believed that as his strength improved in the future, this would slowly change. When the time came, this move might become his biggest trump card. Bending down and picking up the middle-aged man's space ring, Xianxia returned to his original position and cleaned up the battlefield. After dealing with the several corpses, he stared at the strange, several dozen-meter-long void, let out a long sigh, passed through it, and walked directly to the other side of the canyon. There was no need to stay here any longer. According to Xianxia's original plan, he would have to leave this place in 2 or 3 days. Now that the 4 from Heaven Battling Union had interfered, it was only a matter of time before he left. Half a day later, Xianxia stopped under a huge boulder. After being baked by the heat waves of Luoyan sand for many years, this boulder had a fiery red color, and its internal impurities had long been removed. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a good artifact refining material. If it was used for artifact refining, it could at least be used to refine a saint-grade artifact. Xianxia really had no interest in this thing, so he decided to use it to avoid the heat waves. Below the boulder was a deep pit that only allowed 1 person to enter. Xianxia came here just to check the rings of the 4 from Heaven Battling Union. After all, they were his spoils of war. After inspecting their rings, Xianxia was secretly shocked. It wasn't that these 4 people had obtained some kind of heaven-defying treasure, but rather that their space rings contained a lot of spirit grasses, spirit medicines, fire crystal stones, and various ores that belonged to Luoyan sand. A huge amount. The things in each of their rings were almost equivalent to the total harvest of 7 or 8 people combined. It was impossible for them to have such good luck to obtain these things. Xianxia didn't know how many people they had killed and how many treasures they had plundered in order to accumulate their current wealth, but now all of it had been taken advantage of by Xianxia. Everything was relatively common in Luoyan sand. Although they were not as valuable as the huge fire crystal stones and brilliant fire crystal essences that Xianxia had obtained, they were much larger in quantity, allowing Xianxia to gain a lot. If he had known this would happen, he would never have made such a blunder. Since this little monster beast was raised by someone else, it must have been released by its owner to search for spirit grasses and spirit medicines. It must have been accidentally discovered by Xianxia on its way back and chased all the way here. This could easily cause misunderstandings, and it might even lead to a fight. However, this little beast really did have some skill. It was actually able to find a golden sun fruit for its owner, and from the way it acted, it was clear it had done this kind of thing many times before. The one fighting the little beast's owner was a man wearing golden robes. When Xianxia saw this robe, he couldn't help feeling a sense of disgust. Xianxia didn't know how many cultivators from Heaven Battling Union had entered this place. No matter where he went, he would encounter them. 2 had died while collecting emerald silkgrass, and 4 had died in the canyon. Xianxia had only just walked out of the canyon, yet here he was running into another one. The scene of the little beast digging into the woman's chest with a spirit fruit in its mouth was naturally seen by the Heaven Battling Union disciple, and he couldn't help exclaiming, "Golden sun fruit?" As he spoke, greed flashed in his eyes, and his attacks became more and more ruthless. After Xianxia's arrival, the woman seemed to have become somewhat hesitant to attack him. From time to time, she would divert her attention to pay attention to Xianxia's movements. This caused her, who had instinctively fought evenly with her opponent, to fall into a disadvantageous position. She was constantly being attacked by her opponent's halberd-like artifact, putting her in a perilous situation. The Heaven Battling Union disciple, on the other hand, didn't put Xianxia in his eyes at all. While attacking with all his strength, he taunted the young woman, "You ugly woman! You don't even allow others to say you're ugly? Ha ha ha! Since you're ugly, then you should obediently stay in your boudoir and not show your face in public. It's your fault for running out and disgusting others. My mouth is on my body, so I can say whatever I want. Bite me." Sure enough, under the man's poisonous tongue, the woman's tender body trembled and a cold, murderous intent flashed across her eyes. Although she constantly pushed her Saint Chi to resist and wanted to tear her opponent's mouth apart, in her anger, she couldn't even display 80% of her peak strength, causing her already bad situation to become even more precarious. Only then did Xianxia notice this woman's face, and at first glance, he couldn't help feeling distressed. Although the Heaven Battling Union cultivator's words were extremely vicious, it was undeniable that this woman was not good-looking. Using the word "not good" to describe her was Xianxia's kindness. Her face was simply unbearable to look at. She clearly had an exquisite, full, and perfect figure, but her pretty face was full of bumps and hollows, and some of the spots even had yellow pustules, exuding an unpleasant smell. Not only that, but the skin on her face was also dark yellow, looking like she was malnourished. This formed a sharp contrast with her white arms and pink neck. If someone with poor psychological endurance saw her face, they would probably be scared out of their wits. If she didn't have these shortcomings, her appearance wouldn't be bad. After all, her facial features were delicate and neat. Xianxia frowned slightly. He didn't know if this woman was born with this appearance or if it was due to some other reason, but her appearance was obviously her reverse scale. The Heaven Battling Union cultivator kept talking about her appearance, successfully stimulating her nerves. Otherwise, with her ability, she would have been able to kill this Heaven Battling Union cultivator. The weapon she used was a kind of white thread-like artifact that was extremely sharp and quite mysterious. As she waved it, white light flashed wildly within a radius of a few dozen meters, and the sound of something being cut constantly rang out, barely managing to maintain an undefeatable situation. Originally, Xianxia didn't want to meddle in the battle between these two, although he didn't like the Heaven Battling Union cultivator. As long as the other party didn't provoke him, he wouldn't take the initiative to attack. Those who had provoked him were all dead. Moreover, since the little beast that could only search for spirit fruits was raised by this woman, Xianxia didn't intend to have any ideas about it. However, contrary to his wishes, the Heaven Battling Union cultivator seemed to have lost his mind, and while fighting with the woman, he casually called out to Xianxia, "Boy, tell me, Isn't this woman's appearance unreasonably ugly? If you do, this uncle will reward you with something good. Obviously, he wanted to use Yang Kai to stimulate the woman in front of him more deeply. Hearing this, Yang Kai frowned and stood in place, staring at the heaven-battling union cultivator with a funny expression. That woman, whether intentionally or unintentionally, also glanced over towards him. Yang Kai seemed to see a trace of worry in her eyes, and her red lips became pale as she bit down hard on them. Why was she so concerned about her appearance? She was obviously afraid of hearing Yang Kai agree with the heaven-battling union cultivator's words, which was why she was so nervous. Yang Kai didn't know what this woman was thinking, but he felt that even if she was ugly, even if she was extremely ugly, there was no need to care so much, right? However, Yang Kai didn't say anything, allowing the woman to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The white artifact in her hand danced more and more fiercely, binding her opponent's halberd in an instant. The heaven-battling union cultivator was startled and quickly tried to withdraw his artifact, but was unable to do so. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the white silk, and was even about to be taken away by his opponent. His face changing drastically, he hurriedly pushed his Saint Chi and stabilized the situation. The two sides of the battle reached a stalemate in an instant, both of them stopping in place and desperately pouring their Saint Chi into their artifacts, using them as mediums to continue fighting. Boy, are you mute? This uncle is asking you a question. Why aren't you answering? The heaven-battling union cultivator was caught off guard by the woman and couldn't help becoming angry out of shame as he shouted at Yang Kai. Yang Kai still looked at him with a strange grin, but after a moment of hesitation, he actually took the initiative to walk towards the two deadlocked cultivators. Both the woman and the heaven-battling union cultivator showed a stunned expression as they stared blankly at Yang Kai, who was approaching them, not understanding what this little First-Order Saint King wanted to do. But soon, the heaven-battling union cultivator thought of an idea and quickly shouted at Yang Kai, "Boy, whether you're mute or not, hurry up and kill this woman for me. Kill her, and I'll give you enough benefits." As soon as this statement came out, the woman's expression changed drastically. She was currently in a stalemate with her opponent, but once an outsider intervened, this stalemate would definitely be broken. Although she wasn't afraid of the attack of Yang Kai, a First-Order Saint King, if he attacked her, the heaven-battling union cultivator would take the opportunity to get rid of her white silk artifact, and the advantage she had worked so hard to regain would be gone in an instant. So, she was really nervous. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't seem to be moved and just slowly shook his head, allowing her to relax, and a look of gratitude appeared in her eyes. Chapter 12-13. Seeing Yang Kai actually reject him, the heaven-battling union cultivator's face became cold as he sneered. Good, good, good. A mute and an ugly woman. The two of you are a match made in heaven. Do you want this young master to play matchmaker for you? The woman's dark yellow face blushed slightly as her originally calm mood became angry again. She seemed to be unable to bear hearing the word ugly woman. As long as she heard it, her mood would change drastically. There's no need to play matchmaker. I'm a married man. There's no need for this friend to meddle in my business. Yang Kai suddenly sneered. The heaven-battling union cultivator was stunned for a moment before laughing. So you're not a mute? Then just pretend I didn't say anything. Boy, get out of here obediently. There's nothing for you to do here. He also saw that Yang Kai seemed to be harboring some malicious intent, so although he wasn't afraid of him, he still gave him a warning. But Yang Kai's face remained indifferent as his Saint Chi surged and a long sword of black flames slowly condensed in his hand. Seeing this, the heaven-battling union cultivator's face couldn't help but sink as he gloomily asked, "What's wrong? You want to attack me? Think clearly. If you dare attack, you'll die. Whether I die or not is none of your excellency's concern, but you're dead. This friend's mouth stinks. I can't stand it, so I'll use your life for now. Kai said as he lightly slashed forward with a demonic flame sword in his hand. Profound, heavenly sword waves shot out from the tip of the demonic flame sword, each of them containing earth-shattering power. In an instant, a dozen or so sword waves blocked all the escape routes of the Heaven-battling Union cultivator. As soon as Kai attacked, the Heaven-battling Union cultivator's face changed greatly. How could he not feel the power of this attack from Kai, a First-Order Saint King? Not bothering to continue entangling with the woman, he took the initiative to withdraw the Saint Chi he had poured into his halberd artifact and at the same time, condensing a shield in front of him. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk the sword rays slashed at the shield. In just 2 hits, the shield was smashed into pieces. The remaining sword rays did not lose their momentum and swarmed forward. The Heaven-battling Union cultivator screamed in shock and was about to dodge, but the white silk in the woman's hand flickered and bound him in place. This white silk was made of some unknown material and was incredibly sharp. After binding the cultivator, the woman pushed her Saint Chi and the white silk suddenly tightened. The cultivator's body flashed with light as his protective artifact armor erupted with defensive power, but still couldn't stop the cutting of the white silk. With a series of piercing sounds, a dozen bloody lines appeared on the Heaven-battling Union cultivator. No! The man only had time to scream in horror before his body was cut into a dozen pieces by the white silk. Before his corpse fell to the ground, Kai's black sword light swept through it and incinerated it. A Third-Order Saint King Realm elite disciple of Heaven-battling Union, under the joint attack of Kai and the young woman, didn't even last a breath before his soul was scattered. Kai wasn't surprised by this result, because even in a one-on-one fight, he was confident he could kill this man, not to mention he was simply creating an opportunity for the young woman. However, the power of this woman's white silk exceeded his expectations. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to send out so many sword waves. The woman also seemed to be very surprised by the means Kai displayed. After easily killing the Heaven-battling Union cultivator, she couldn't help glancing over at him, her eyes seemingly able to speak. Kai then noticed that this woman not only had an excellent figure, but her eyes were also extremely intelligent, containing an indescribable spirituality. If she covered up her face and only exposed her eyes, she would definitely be able to drive any man crazy. But her appearance, it's a pity. Kai thought so in his heart, but his expression didn't change at all. Thank you. After killing her opponent, the woman exhaled heavily, her full breasts puffing out exaggeratedly before falling down in a breathtaking arc, gently nodding to Kai. She reluctantly squeezed out a smile and thanked him. Although her smile was sincere, when paired with her appearance, it wasn't flattering at all. However, her voice was extremely gentle, sweet, and pleasant to the ear. It's nothing, I just didn't like him, Kai replied lightly. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what happened this time. Also, I killed him. It has nothing to do with you. If Heaven-battling Union really wants to investigate this matter, you won't have anything to do with it. The woman took all the blame on herself, making Kai have a good impression of her, feeling that his actions hadn't been in vain. Saying so, the woman took off the ring on the arm of the Heaven-battling Union cultivator that had fallen to the ground after his death and threw it directly to Kai without even looking at what was inside. This is for you. Kai didn't refuse her, casually catching it and stuffing it into his sleeve. The woman thought for a moment before blushing slightly, turning around and reaching into her sleeve, taking out a red fruit and tossing it to Kai. You should be chasing this, right? Kai caught it and smiled awkwardly. I didn't know it was your pet. The fruit in his hand was warm. He didn't know if it was because the woman had been holding it close to her bosom, or if it was because of the fruit itself. But Kai Yang could smell a faint fragrance coming from it, making him feel relaxed and happy. Understand. The woman nodded gently. Although my spirit fox can't be used to fight, it can naturally find some spirit grasses and spirit medicines, so it's normal for you to chase after it. Saying so, The woman frowned and suddenly remembered that her spirit fox was extremely fast, so it was possible for the cultivator to catch up to it outside, but inside this place, no one could fly. So how did Xianxia chase after it? Her spirit fox should have gotten rid of him long ago. However, she didn't ask too much. Since this person was able to chase after her spirit fox, he must have his own methods, and asking too much would only make him feel annoyed. Although she wasn't very beautiful, she was a naturally intelligent woman, so she knew that there were some things that could be said and some that were better left unsaid. Spirit fox. Xianxia raised his brow. This was the first time he had heard of this monster beast, but there were some monster beasts that could find spirit grasses and spirit medicines, and this spirit fox was probably one of them. This type of monster beast was extremely precious and would generally be raised by some sect to find treasures. And it grew up with me. When the woman mentioned the spirit fox, a smile bloomed on her face, one that was much more natural than the forced smile she had put on just now. Reaching out, she stroked the head of the little beast that had poked its head out of her arms and was staring at Xianxia vigilantly. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, she asked, "Do you want to come with me to find the golden sun fruit tree?" Since the spirit fox found a golden sun fruit, it means there is a fruit tree, and there must be more than one fruit on that tree. When the time comes, how about we split it 50-50? She seemed to be very unwilling to accept other people's favors. Xianxia had just helped her, so she had given the heaven-battling Union cultivators ring and the golden sun fruit to Xianxia, but she still felt that it wasn't enough, so she made this proposal. This was exactly what Xianxia wanted. He had originally wanted to find the golden sun fruit tree, but he didn't have any clues. Now that this woman had taken the initiative to bring it up, it was naturally for the best, so he quickly nodded, "Good." He could also see that this woman wasn't a bad person, so he readily agreed. Otherwise, with her third-order Saint King cultivation, how could she possibly propose to split the fruit equally with him? After reaching an agreement, the woman released the spirit fox and whispered a few words into its ear. The spirit fox then followed the original path and quickly returned, Xianxia and the woman following behind it. When Xianxia chased after the spirit fox, it took about half an hour, but when the spirit fox led them to the place where the golden sun fruit tree grew, it took more than an hour because the woman's speed wasn't very fast. There was indeed a golden sun fruit tree growing nearby, and its location was quite well hidden. In a small mountain valley surrounded by mountains, on a piece of land near the bottom of a cliff, this 10-meter-tall golden sun fruit tree was thriving, and no matter how hot it was, it remained motionless. In such a location, only a monster beast like the spirit fox, which specialized in searching for spirit grasses and spirit medicines, would be able to discover it. Even if a cultivator passed by this place, if they didn't investigate it thoroughly, they would miss it. Xianxia and the woman had been very quiet along the way, neither of them asking about the other's name or origin, because both of them knew that after this cooperation, they would part ways, so there was no need to ask too much. At this moment, the two of them were standing below the golden sun fruit tree, staring at the huge fruits hanging from its branches in shock. Roughly counting, there were at least 30 fruits on the tree, each of them an attractive red color, and on the ground, there were even some that had long since ripened and fallen to the ground. There were at least a dozen. It was unknown how many years this golden sun fruit tree had been growing here, and how many fruits had been wasted. After staring for a while, the woman turned to Xianxia and said, "I'll let the spirit fox pick them all first before we distribute them." "Good." Xianxia naturally had no objections. Following the woman's order, the fox-like little beast quickly climbed up the golden sun fruit tree, its body constantly moving as the golden sun fruits on the tree fell one by one. The woman's face lit up with joy as she grabbed the falling fruits one by one. When there were no more fruits on the tree, she picked up the fruits that had fallen to the ground and divided them into 2 portions before turning to Xianxia and saying, "There are 44 in total, so we'll each take 22. Xianxia gently nodded and put his share into his space ring. After dividing the fruits, the woman said, "In any case, I still have to thank you this time. If there's an opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay you. No need. Those golden sun fruits are more than enough. Yang Kai shook his head and said. Kai Yang smiled and shook his head. He had only casually helped out, but the other party was so grateful, making Kai Yang feel a little embarrassed. The woman thought about it for a moment and didn't insist, instead saying, since that's the case, I'll go first. Good, I'll take this fruit tree out and leave. Yang Kai didn't conceal his intentions. This fruit tree had existed for countless years, so if he transplanted it back to Dragon Cave Mountain, perhaps it would blossom and bear fruit again. There were no spirit grasses or spirit medicines on Dragon Cave Mountain, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to bring this fruit tree back as a decoration. Chapter 12:14. Moreover, the divine tree was still sleeping in his black book space, so perhaps the aura of the divine tree could nourish this golden sun fruit tree. Of course, even if it failed, Yang Kai wouldn't lose anything. What do you want this fruit tree for? The woman who was about to leave paused and turned a strange look towards Yang Kai. This kind of spirit tree has very strict requirement for the environment it grows in. If you take it away from here, it may die. Also, a space ring isn't suitable for storing such things. After saying a few words, she suddenly realized that she shouldn't have meddled in other people's business and smiled awkwardly before asking, do you want me to help? No need. I appreciate your kindness, but I can handle this kind of thing myself. Yang Kai smiled faintly before stretching out his finger, condensing a sharp blade of energy at his fingertip before stabbing it into the ground and walking a large circle around the golden sun fruit tree. The soil around the fruit tree wasn't very solid, so Yang Kai easily cut it open. In order not to damage the roots of this golden sun fruit tree, Yang Kai was very careful, constantly using his divine sense to cover the area around it while controlling his Saint Chi to avoid damaging the roots. After walking a circle around the golden sun fruit tree, Yang Kai released his divine sense and transformed it into a giant net that enveloped the entire golden sun fruit tree. The next moment, with a flash of light, the 10-meter-tall golden sun fruit tree disappeared. It had been taken into the black book space by Yang Kai and placed next to the divine tree, leaving only a huge pit in its place. A strange light flashed across the woman's eyes. Although, with her cultivation, she could also take such a spirit tree into her space ring, Yang Kai, a First-Order Saint King, being able to do so without any trace of exhaustion was somewhat surprising. After all, collecting such a huge thing, and a living one at that, would put some strain on one's divine sense. After collecting the golden sun fruit tree, Yang Kai smiled faintly at the woman and was about to bid farewell to her. However, just as he was about to part ways, though, his brow suddenly furrowed as he swiped his finger across his ring and took out a communication artifact. Just now, when Yang Kai's divine sense inadvertently swept through his space ring, he suddenly noticed some information fluctuations coming from his compass, which immediately caught his attention. This communication compass was given to him by Wei Guchang. Not long after he entered the third floor of the Lu Yin Desert, Yang Kai found the corpses of 2 Shadow Moon Hall disciples. At that time, he tried to contact Wei Guchang, but there was no reply. He didn't know how that guy and Dong Xiner were doing. Now that more than a month had passed, there was suddenly a sound coming from the compass, which surprised him. Before Yang Kai could check the information in the compass, the woman standing at the side suddenly exclaimed in surprise. She looked at Yang Kai in surprise and said, "Are you a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall?" Yang Kai looked up at her with a confused expression and asked, "Why do you say that?" Although he had a close relationship with the people of Shadow Moon Hall, he wasn't really a member of Shadow Moon Hall. Now that he had just taken out a communication artifact, how could this woman have such suspicions? The woman smiled slightly and pointed to the compass in Yang Kai's hand and said, "The artifact in your hand was refined by Grandmaster Galin of Shadow Moon Hall and has his unique mark on it. I also have an artifact refined by Grandmaster Galin, so I know more about this. Isn't the person who owns this communication artifact a member of Shadow Moon Hall? Moreover, only the core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall can have this kind of communication artifact." For some reason, after suspecting that Xianxia was a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, the woman's attitude towards him seemed to have improved. Before, there was still a sense of estrangement, but when she spoke these words, it was extremely natural. Xianxia was stunned for a moment before looking in the direction she was pointing, and sure enough, he found a triangular symbol on the side of this communication artifact. Grandmaster Galin. Xianxia had heard of him before. It was said that he was the only origin-grade, low-rank artifact refiner in Shadow Moon Hall and one of the few Grandmasters on Shadowed Star. It seemed that this triangular symbol should be the symbol of Grandmaster Galin. This kind of thing was very normal. Generally, famous artifact refiners would have their own unique symbol. After refining an artifact, they would put this symbol on it. This way, not only would the value of the artifact increase, but would also give the owner of the artifact a lot of face. This kind of thing could not be done by an alchemist. No alchemist would be so bored as to put their own mark on the pills they refined. As for pills, they could be swallowed in a single gulp. Could it be that they wanted to show it to others before eating it? This woman's observation skills were quite sharp. Xianxia really hadn't noticed this symbol before. Hearing this, Xianxia nodded and said, "This should have been refined by Grandmaster Galin, but I'm not a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall. This thing was given to me by Wei Guchang." "Brother Wei gave it to you?" The woman covered her mouth in surprise. How could she not know how proud Wei Guchang was? Even if he was a core disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, he wouldn't put them in his eyes. Besides Dong Xianer, no one else could enter his eyes, yet Wei Guchang had actually given Xianxia a communication artifact. What did this mean? "You know, Brother Wei?" This time, it was Xianxia's turn to be surprised. He didn't expect that this woman he met by chance would have some kind of relationship with Wei Guchang. "And I know him. I'm very familiar with Xian." The woman smiled sweetly, but suddenly, as if thinking of something, her face changed slightly as she hurriedly said, "Did Brother Wei send a message? Quickly take a look." The people who would be able to transmit messages here, besides the few most core disciples of the Shadow Moon Palace, could not be anyone else. It was highly possible that Wei Guchang had sent the message himself, and for him to transmit the message to others, it was highly possible that he had fallen into some kind of dangerous situation. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer had always been inseparable. If Wei Guchang was in danger, then Dong Xianer would definitely not be able to escape. Thinking of this, the woman burned with anxiety and hurriedly urged Xianxia. The woman's nervous appearance surprised Xianxia. He didn't know where this woman came from, but she was actually very familiar with Dong Xianer. Looking at her nervous appearance, it seemed that her relationship with Dong Xianer wasn't shallow. Not hesitating any longer, Xianxia quickly poured his divine sense into the communication artifact and began investigating, while the woman's beautiful eyes stared nervously at Xianxia. A moment later, Xianxia's brow furrowed as he looked up at her and said, "It was Brother Wei who sent a message, but it seems that Brother Wei and the others have encountered some trouble." "What happened?" the woman asked anxiously. "They seem to have fallen into an ancient spirit array and can't come out for the time being. Only I can receive their messages, but I haven't received any response. It's very strange." Xianxia slowly shook his head. "An ancient spirit array?" The woman's face paled. "Is Sister Xianer all right?" "I don't know." Xianxia shook his head. "Only Brother Wei sent a message. No one else sent a message." Hearing this, the woman's expression eased up a little. It was unknown whether she was comforting herself or something else, but she muttered, "Then little Sister Xian, or should be with Senior Brother Wei. So only Senior Brother Wei sent a message. Do you know their location?" Xianxia shook his head again. "I haven't heard from Brother Wei yet, but let's wait. If he really wants to ask for help, he will definitely report his location. Since I can receive his message, he shouldn't be too far from here. If he was too far away, he wouldn't be able to receive his divine sense message." "Good." The woman gently nodded. Although she understood that what Xianxia said was reasonable, her two soft and delicate hands still clenched in a fist as she stared at the communication artifact in Xianxia's hand with some unease. Yang Kai was now completely certain that the relationship between this woman and Dong Xianer was not shallow. Otherwise, she would not be so nervous. Just as Yang Kai was sizing her up, the woman's pair of beautiful eyes also happened to meet his, and seemingly realizing that she had lost her composure, she couldn't help smiling awkwardly. "I've got it!" Yang Kai suddenly exclaimed. Sure enough, as he had expected, Wei Guchong had reported his location. After carefully sensing for a moment, Yang Kai looked up at the woman and asked, "Brother Wei's current location is a huge piece of Silver Star, or a huge piece of Silver Star, or Silver Star, or?" The woman's face lit up with joy. "I know where it is. I came across it once before. Lead the way." Yang Kai was also a decisive person and immediately put away the communication artifact before motioning to the woman. The woman nodded and quickly used her movement skill to rush off to the side, Yang Kai following closely behind. Along the way, they didn't encounter any dangers, nor did they meet a single person. About half a day later, a huge piece of, or over 1,000 meters tall, suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. It stood alone on the fiery red ground like a small mountain, as if it had been abandoned since ancient times, giving off a desolate and bleak feeling. When he saw this huge piece of ore, Yang Kai couldn't help raising his brow. When he heard that there was Silver Star here before, he had considered whether or not to take it away. Silver Star was a very good artifact refining material. When refining an artifact, a small amount of it could be mixed and would make the artifact extremely sturdy, preventing it from being damaged in battle. As such, its value is very high. A small pinch of Silver Star could easily be sold for tens of thousands of Saint crystals, and it was also a precious material that had no market. But at this moment, upon seeing such a huge piece of Silver Star, Yang Kai immediately gave up. This kind of thing couldn't be taken into the Black Book space. If it were any other Yang Kai might have been tempted to take a piece of it, but since it was Silver Star he decided against it. This thing itself was extremely sturdy and had to be melted with Saint Chi in order to extract the Silver Star ore, which was not something that could be done in a day or two. If only he had brought the stone mongoose with him, it would have been much easier, but unfortunately, before they set off, the stone mongoose had been left behind by yang inflammation, so there was no point in thinking about it now. Yang Kai stared at the huge piece of Silver Star, with some reluctance, before calmly withdrawing his gaze. "That's the one." The woman who was leading the way pointed in front of her and called out. Yang Kai nodded. "It's 100 kilometers to the west." Saying so, Yang Kai took out his Yuan magnetic compass, determined the direction, and led the way. Chapter 12:15. Worried about Dong Xianer's safety, the woman had been using almost all of her strength along the way. At first, she was worried that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to keep up, so she deliberately slowed down a lot. But after seeing Yang Kai's relaxed appearance, she gradually increased her speed, but Yang Kai still followed closely behind her. Now, however, he was actually in front of her. This made her secretly surprised, thinking that it was no wonder this person was able to chase after the spirit fox in Luyan's desert. His current speed probably hadn't reached his limit, and he was simply waiting for her to arrive, which was why he was taking such a leisurely pace. After pondering for a moment, the woman suddenly called out, "Junior brother." Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her suspiciously, not knowing why she called out to him. The other party's cultivation was 2 minor realms higher than his, so calling him junior brother was understandable. "If you can go a little faster, don't worry about me. Just go as fast as you can. I can keep up." A strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes, only now realizing that the other party hadn't used her full strength. It seemed that any cultivator who could enter the 3rd layer had some kind of hidden trump card. Not saying anything, after gently nodding, Yang Kai directly increased his speed to the limit, his body turning into a blur as he sped forward. Yangkai didn't use his wind and thunder wings because he was certain that once he used them, even if this woman had some kind of trump card, he would be able to leave her far behind. A strong Saint Chi fluctuation came from behind him, and Yangkai didn't know what method the woman used, but he could feel that her speed had increased significantly in an instant, closely following him. However, after her speed increased, her breathing stopped in an instant, as if she was holding her breath in her chest. 100 kilometers to the west of the Silver Star, there was a huge lava lake. The lake water was completely made up of molten lava, and the extremely high temperature caused the scenery in the area to distort. The lava in the lake was dark red and thick, and there were huge bubbles constantly churning from within, bursting with popping sounds. Every bubble that burst contained some black mist-like energy, as well as a terrifying fire poison and corrosive power. The entire lava lake was filled with this doomsday-like scene, making anyone who saw it shudder. At the center of the lava lake, there was a turtle shell floating on the surface of the lava lake. This turtle shell had a radius of 30 feet, and its original earthy yellow color seemed to have turned incomparably red due to the roasting of the lava. It was emitting a scalding aura, and there were countless tiny spider-like cracks on the turtle shell. Through these cracks, the scorching aura of the lava lake penetrated deeper, wantonly attacking a group of young men and women who were struggling to stand on the turtle shell. This group of people were the core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er were among them. In addition to the two of them, there were 2 other men and 1 woman, a total of 5 people. The turtle shell wasn't too big, just enough for the 5 of them to stand on. At this moment, all 5 of them were on the verge of collapse, their faces extremely pale, and their Saint Chi fluctuations were almost non-existent. Wei Guchang's situation was the best among the 5, but he had long since lost his previous high spirits. His face was filled with bitterness and annoyance, and only when he looked at Dong Xian'er would a trace of tenderness and reluctance flash across his eyes. Every time he saw his beloved woman in the same boat as him, Wei Guchang's body would inexplicably surge with strength, making his situation better. His body was covered in dark red burns, and the fire poison had gathered in these wounds to form a black aura. Wei Guchang didn't have any extra strength to expel this poison and could only allow it to gradually erode his vitality and strength. Gradually, a trace of black aura climbed onto Wei Guchang's pale face, making him look like his situation was very bad. Brother, seeing this scene, Dong Xian'er's heart trembled and she almost cried, "I'm sorry." Wei Guchang grinned and said with full strength, "There's nothing to be sorry about between you and me. Don't treat me like an outsider in the future. But if I didn't want to come here to explore, we wouldn't have fallen into this barrier." Dong Xian'er's beautiful eyes dimmed. It was precisely because she found this place a little strange that she wanted to explore it. Who would have thought that as soon as she stepped into this place, the ground would crack inch by inch? The originally innumerable cracks in the ground suddenly sank, and large amounts of hot lava emerged, trapping the 5 of them in the center. Unable to fly, the 5 of them could only rely on this piece of turtle shell that they had just found to barely keep their lives. But if they wanted to leave this place, it was impossible. It was unknown whether this piece of turtle shell was left behind by a 10th-order monster beast after its death, but it was abnormally strong. Even after being baked in the lava lake for more than a month, it still didn't shatter and only had many small cracks. But now, this turtle shell didn't look too good, as if it would shatter at any time. Don't say that. Where there's profit, there's danger. The 5 of us agreed to come here to explore. It has nothing to do with you. Wei Guchang said calmly. If it weren't for this, we wouldn't have found that good thing. Once we leave this place, we'll divide that thing equally. I'm sure everyone's strength will increase by a lot. Can we still leave this place? The tall woman in the red dress looked at Wei Guchang with her beautiful eyes, and a few drops of tears suddenly seeped out of her big eyes. She said sadly, "Brother Gu and junior sister Lu died when we just entered the 3rd layer. Could it be that their resentful spirits are taking revenge on us for not saving them at that time? Hearing this woman's words, the expressions of the other two male disciples changed greatly, as if they were recalling the situation more than a month ago. Their originally pale faces instantly lost all color. Wei Guchong looked at her coldly and said in a low voice, "Junior brother Gu and junior sister Lu were killed by the fire spirit beast. It's not that we didn't want to save them, we just couldn't do anything. When the heavens come, there's no way to avoid it. What happened to us has nothing to do with them, so don't think too much." The death of the two junior brother and junior sister had left a huge psychological shadow in the hearts of the others. This was because before entering Lu Yin Sandyland, all of them were full of confidence. They were all core disciples with good qualifications and strength, and all of them felt that Lu Yin Sandyland wasn't that great. They felt that with their own abilities, they could definitely obtain enough benefits in Lu Yin Sandyland, and then soar to the sky and amaze the world with a single brilliant feat when they were moving around the first and second layer. It was incomparably easy, and they didn't encounter any danger. But when they entered the third layer, they lost two people. In the past, they lived together, cultivated together, and even talked and laughed with their fellow disciples who died tragically under their own eyes. No one would feel good in their heart. Although Wei Guchong was very disgusted by this kind of negative thinking, he could understand the feelings of his fellow disciples, so he didn't reprimand them. If he hadn't been wandering in the outside world all this time, and had been like these fellow disciples, cultivating behind closed doors in the sect all day long, his mental endurance wouldn't be so strong. Sure enough, only plants that have been exposed to wind and rain would grow strong and healthy. These so-called core elite disciples, when they were in the sect, their performance was remarkable. Every one of them was favored by the heavens, and were worshipped by countless junior brothers and junior sisters. Usually they were very fierce in sparring, but when they came out, all kinds of problems were immediately exposed. If there was a chance to go back, he should talk to his master and Elder Qian. If the disciples of Shadow Moon Hall continued like this, they would definitely be destroyed in the hands of the next generation. Wei Guchong secretly made up his mind. Chapter 12:16. Brother, you sent a message to junior brother Yang. Did he reply? Dong Xian'er suddenly looked at Wei Guchong and asked. No. Wei Guchong smiled bitterly. Could it be that junior brother Yang? Dong Xian'er hesitated, a trace of worry appearing on her face. Do you think he'll fall here? Wei Guchong chuckled and then shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. With his means and ability, as long as he isn't as unlucky as us, encountering such a strange barrier, he definitely won't fall. Then, why hasn't he replied yet? Dong Xian'er's beautiful eyes dimmed, subconsciously thinking that Yang Kai should have encountered something, so he hadn't replied to them. Wei Guchong didn't know how to answer for a while, pondering for a moment before sighing. Maybe Brother Yang didn't check his communication artifact. Before coming in, I felt that he wanted to act alone. Although I gave him a communication artifact, if he didn't check it, how could he know that we were trapped here and couldn't leave? But now, he's the only person I can ask for help, and, with his ability, he will definitely be able to enter the third layer. I hope our luck is good. Brother Wei, the lava barrier has erupted again. One of the two male disciples suddenly shouted nervously. The remaining 4 people paled and turned their heads to look, discovering that the lava lake, which had been calm just a moment ago, now seemed to be boiling. More bubbles were rising from below, and some of them were close by, bursting with fire poison and corrosive force that quickly spread towards the 5 people. Wei Guchong let out a cold snort and waved his hand. A crimson thunder fire flickered and blocked the fire poison and corrosive force outside of his body. But after moving, Wei Guchong's body shook slightly. Normally, he wouldn't be afraid of the fire poison and corrosive force, but now that he was an arrow at the end of its flight, using any means would put a huge burden on him. He's here. The male disciple cried out in a trembling voice. The dark red lava in the lava lake surged and turned into pillars of fire, rushing towards the center from all directions. This kind of situation had happened countless times in the past month. Every time, the five of them had to work together to block the explosion of the restriction. However, it seemed to be a little different this time. Why are there so many? When the tall woman saw the number of restrictions erupting, her beautiful face changed, and she was almost dumbfounded. This time, the number of attacks from the restriction seemed to be much more than before. Previously, they were already having a hard time dealing with it. Wei Guchang was even more injured. Now that everyone was no longer at their peak, how could they withstand this wave of killing power? It's over. The tall female disciple and the other two male disciples all had ashen faces as they stared blankly at the oncoming lava pillar. They didn't even have the intention to resist. Instead, they looked like they were resigned to their fate. Don't panic, Wei Guchang shouted in a low voice as he and Dong Xiner poured all of their remaining strength into the tortoise shell, activating its protection. On the scorched red tortoise shell, a blue light curtain suddenly lit up. This light curtain contained a very rich water attribute aura and enveloped the five of them. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk the pillars of lava shot out, and all of them crashed into the light barrier. The blue light barrier swayed and was on the verge of collapse after just the first wave of attacks. By the time the second wave of attacks arrived, the light curtain had completely collapsed. Wei Guchang's heart went cold, knowing that they were really doomed this time. If his three junior brother and junior sister hadn't resigned themselves to death, they might have been able to hold on for a few more breaths, but they hadn't done anything. With just him and Xian, the protection of the tortoise shell couldn't support them. Forget it. Being able to die under this strange barrier was not a disgrace to his wisdom. But Wei Guchang turned his head to look at Dong Xiner and happened to meet her gaze. As their eyes met, the two of them smiled faintly, not needing to say anything. Asterisk schwa, schwa schwa. Asterisk a couple of unusual sounds were emitted. It seemed that there was some kind of energy shooting over from a great distance away. Immediately, many shields that appeared to be agglomerated from black flames suddenly appeared around the tortoise shell. They appeared one after another in a densely packed manner, directly covering the space around the five of them. The lava pillars continued to attack, but they were all blocked by the shields. One shield after another was shattered, but even more shields were formed, completely protecting the space around the tortoise shell. Immediately after, numerous pitch-black sword rays shot over from the distance, sweeping away many of the lava pillars that were charging over. Having narrowly escaped death, the five people on the tortoise shell all revealed looks of pleasant surprise as they turned their heads to look at the source of the sword chi. Brother Yang. Wei Guchang couldn't help laughing when he saw that the person who had saved him at the critical moment was actually Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai was standing on the shore of the lava lake, holding a jet-black demon sword in his hand, like an ancient demon god who had descended, constantly slashing out black sword chi. Catch! Yang Kai took out his purple shield from his space ring while reducing the pressure on Wei Guchang and the others, throwing it over with all his strength. The shield was his artifact, and only he could display its full power, but it was incomparably sturdy, refined from the hard shell of a ninth-order monster beast, so it had a certain degree of defensive ability. It was fine to give it to Wei Guchang for a while. The purple shield turned into a streak of purple light and smoothly fell into Wei Guchang's hands. After catching the shield, Wei Guchang immediately used it to block the most concentrated lava pillars. At the same time, he shouted at Yang Kai from afar, "Brother Yang, I can't thank you enough. After this calamity, I'll have a good talk with you. And there's also this. Take it." Yang Kai nodded and threw over a jade bottle. This time, Dong Xiner reached out and caught it. She opened the bottle cap and immediately exclaimed in surprise, "It's a snow pill." The three junior brother and junior sister of Shadow Moon Hall were overjoyed when they heard this and hurriedly said, Senior Sister Dong. Quickly, give me one. The 5 of them had already consumed all their pills, so the arrival of the snow pill could be said to be a timely help. Taking one would greatly reduce the pressure on them. Dong Xianxia nodded and poured out the snow pill one by one, giving one to each of them. Then, she stuffed one into Wei Guchang's mouth and finally took it herself. As soon as the ice and snow pills entered their stomachs, an icy cold aura suddenly gushed out from their bodies, dispersing the unbearable heat and fire poison. The 3 of them were all in high spirits, as if they had suddenly recovered some of their strength. They were no longer willing to wait for death, so they all used their own methods to block the lava pillars that had shattered the grand heavenly shield. On the shore of the lava lake, Xianxia used the profound heavenly sword to help Wei Guchang and the others disperse the pressure. From time to time, he would use his Saint Qi to condense the grand heavenly shield for them from a distance. As for the ugly woman who came with him, she only took a deep breath when she reached the shore. Xianxia didn't know what kind of secret technique she had used, but on the way here, she hadn't even breathed, but she had followed closely behind Xianxia and only began to recover after arriving here. Seeing that the situation was critical, she silently threw out a handkerchief-like artifact that transformed into a pink cloud that constantly fluttered around Wei Guchang and the others. All the lava pillars that were enveloped by this pink cloud disappeared. A pink handkerchief. Dong Xianxia recognized this artifact at a glance and glanced towards the shore thoughtfully. After seeing the figure of the ugly woman, she was pleasantly surprised. Why is elder sister Dai Yuan with brother Yang? As far as she knew, Dai Yuan had always been a lone wolf because of her appearance. Even if she was from the same sect, she would not travel with them. Xianxia also seemed to be a person who preferred to travel alone, so for these 2 to be together was really strange. Maybe we just happened to meet on the way here. Wei Guchang grinned meaningfully and said, but in any case, this calamity should be over. Later, we'll have Brother Yang find a way to get us out. Good, elder sister Dai Yuan's snow silk should be fine. It shouldn't be afraid of the lava here. Dong Xian was also in high spirits, and when the remaining 3 Shadow Moon Hall disciples heard what they said, their faces lit up with smiles, no longer showing any signs of sadness or despair. The lethality of the eruption of the lava lake's barrier wasn't too great, but its ability to trap people was something Wei Guchang and the others couldn't do. With the help of Xianxia and the woman named Dai Yuan, Wei Guchang's group of 5 managed to block the eruption of the barrier without suffering any injuries. After everything calmed down, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of escaping from death was not something they could experience often. Wei Guchang and the others sat on the tortoise shell and adjusted their breathing. After a while, he stood up and shouted to Xianxia, Brother Yang, don't rush into this lava lake. Even my origin-grade artifact can't withstand the heat of this lava and will be destroyed in an instant. How we get you out? Xianxia had already investigated this lava lake while they were recovering. The lava here was extraordinary, and even with his strength, he didn't dare to enter it easily. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, Wei Guchang spoke up. Just ask little sister Dai Yuan to help. Wei Guchang smiled at the woman beside Xianxia. So her name is Dai Yuan. Xianxia also didn't know this woman's name until this moment. Hearing this, Dai Yuan bit her lower lip lightly and said to Wei Guchang, I don't know if the snow silk can withstand this lava. If it's destroyed, we'll have to think of another way. This way understands. If the snow silk is destroyed, I will definitely compensate little sister Dai Yuan. Wei Guchang gently nodded. Who cares about your compensation? I just want to save little sister Xian. Dai Yuan snorted, seemingly disliking Wei Guchang, causing the other party to smile awkwardly. Although she said so, she quickly took out the white silk thread Xianxia had seen before. Xianxia had seen her use this thing when she was fighting with the Heaven Battling Union disciple. At the time, he hadn't known what it was refined from, but now he understood. It was actually snow silk. They had thought that they could be easily rescued, so they had great confidence in Dai Yuan, but now that they saw that Dai Yuan didn't seem to be able to do it, their hearts immediately sank. Separated by a distance of more than 300 meters, Dai Yuan and Dong Xin'er stared at each other. Dong Xin'er's eyes filled with worry. She wasn't worried about her own safety, but rather that Dai Yuan would do something that would greatly damage Yuan Qi. Sure enough, Dai Yuan grit her teeth, and a look of determination flashed across her face as she bit down on the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood onto her snow silk. The pure white snow silk immediately turned a deep red, and an ice-cold aura burst forth from it, spreading all the way to the end of the path. The ice path that was originally showing signs of melting was once again frozen solid, and the snow silk that had stopped moving finally began to move forward, once again sealing the magma along its path. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he paid close attention to Dai Yuan's movements. After she spat out a mouthful of blood essence, Yang Kai also moved. He could see that even if Dai Yuan sacrificed her blood essence to control the snow silk, she wouldn't necessarily be able to deliver it to Wei Guchang and the others. Moreover, even if she delivered it, with the current state of Wei Guchang and the others, they wouldn't be able to hold onto the snow silk and save themselves. This snow silk was extremely sharp and cold, not something that Wei Guchang could resist in his current state. As such, he had to make a trip over. Taking advantage of the frozen path created by the snow silk, Yang Kai was confident that he could run over smoothly. The frozen path quickly spread towards the turtle shell, and Yang Kai's figure flashed like a bolt of lightning as he quickly ran over. Seeing this scene, Wei Guchang's eyes couldn't help showing a trace of emotion. With his shrewdness, how could he not understand what Yang Kai was trying to do? Without wasting any time, Wei Guchang quickly reminded, "Brother Yang, don't underestimate this snow silk artifact. Even if junior sister Dai Yuan doesn't target you, the cold and sharp nature of it won't be easy to resist." "I know," Yang Kai responded faintly as he ran to the end of the frozen path. At this moment, the frozen path was only about 5 meters away from the turtle shell, and although it was still extending forward, its speed had once again decreased. Yang Kai didn't wait for Dai Yuan to control this artifact, and instead condensed a layer of demonic flame around his hand before grabbing towards the end of the frozen path. With a cautious sound, Yang Kai dug a hole in the frozen path, and when Yang Kai withdrew his hand, he was holding a red snow silk. Everyone was dumbfounded, and even Dai Yuan was stunned by Yang Kai's crazy actions, her beautiful eyes filled with amazement and disbelief. For an ordinary cultivator, let alone holding the snow silk, even approaching it would cause their body to stiffen from the cold, but Yang Kai was really holding it in his hand at this moment. Not only was he not frozen, even his hand wasn't cut off, only drops of golden blood dripping from the gaps between his fingers. However, Dai Yuan wasn't an ordinary person, so after being stunned for a moment, she immediately reacted and cooperated with Yang Kai to extend her snow silk. Just now, in the lava, it had been very difficult for her to extend her snow silk because of the heat of the lava, but now that the snow silk was in Yang Kai's hand, she could naturally use her divine technique with ease. The snow silk immediately extended endlessly. Yang Kai held one end of the snow silk in one hand while using his other hand to form a grand heavenly shield in the lava. Leaping out of the frozen path, Yang Kai stepped onto his grand heavenly shield and immediately took another step forward. As soon as his foot landed, a second grand heavenly shield appeared and supported him, but as soon as he stepped forward, the grand heavenly shield shattered. The situation was extremely tense, and the 5 Shadow Moon Hall disciples were all sweating nervously for Yang Kai, fearing that he would miss a step and fall into the lava lake. Only 5 meters away from the turtle shell, Yang Kai only needed to take a dozen or so steps to reach it. Wei Guchang and the others had already moved aside to allow Yang Kai to land. After reaching the turtle shell, Yang Kai just nodded lightly to Wei Guchang before using the snow silk in his hand to tie up the turtle shell. After confirming that it was secure enough, he turned to Wei Guchong and said, I should be able to take 2 people back. Who wants to go back with me? Wei Guchong didn't even think about it, and simply pointed to the tall woman and the other young-looking male disciple and said, Take them back. Dong Xin'er also nodded, agreeing with Wei Guchong's opinion. Yang Kai nodded, grabbed one in each hand, then stood on the turtle shell and motioned to Dai Yuan, who was standing on the shore. Dai Yuan's face became solemn as she pushed her Saint Chi, causing the snow silkworm silk to immediately spring up and allow Yang Kai to step on it and return. Condensing the grand heavenly shield to act as a foothold was only a temporary measure. The temperature of the lava was too high, so even the grand heavenly shield could only be used for a moment. If one was not careful, they would fall into the lava lake. Yang Kai had taken a huge risk by rushing over just now, so now that he was returning, he would rather be cut by the snow silk than try again. The male disciple who was being held under Yang Kai's armpit turned pale and his eyes bulged as he stared straight at the lava lake below, completely motionless. On the other hand, the tall female disciple, for some unknown reason, was hugging Yang Kai tightly, her tender body almost sticking to Yang Kai's body. Her full breasts were incredibly supple, and her beautiful eyes were tightly closed, as if she would rather die than face this terrifying lava. Men and women had completely different reactions when faced with danger. In an instant, Yang Kai returned to the shore and put down the 2 Shadow Moonhall disciples. Both of them were gasping for breath, the female disciple patting her towering chest, a look of joy on her face as she rejoiced at having survived a disaster. After Yang Kai returned, Dai Yuan tried to drag the turtle shell, but found that it was as if it had grown out of the lava lake and wouldn't budge. No matter how hard she pushed her Saint Chi, she couldn't drag it back. Helplessly, she could only turn to Yang Kai and stare at Yang Kai's bloody feet with a pleading look on her face. Now, among everyone present, she needed to control the snow silk and straighten it to form a simple passage. Wei Guchong and the others were like arrows at the end of their flight, so it was impossible for them to come ashore on their own. The only one who could save them was Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai had clearly suffered some injuries this time, so Dai Yuan didn't know if Yang Kai would cut off his feet if he tried again. This woman had obviously underestimated Yang Kai's ability. Although the sharpness of the snow silk had surprised Yang Kai, because even his body had been injured by it, it was impossible for it to seriously injure him. Whether it was the wounds on his palms or feet, they had all been healed by now. The restorative ability of his golden blood had always been so powerful that even the cold energy contained in the snow silk had been dispelled by Yang Kai, not affecting him in the slightest. Since an Origin King Realm Master had died here, it wasn't strange for a 10th Order monster beast to die here as well. However, after experiencing so much, Yang Kai faintly felt that this Lu Yin sand field was not simple and was definitely not an ordinary forbidden zone. There must be some kind of secret hidden inside it. This time, the threat to the 3rd layer had been greatly reduced, allowing many elites to enter. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of accident had caused this. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't want to say more, Dai Yuan didn't continue to ask and simply smiled before turning to Yang Kai and saying, Let me introduce myself again. My name is Dai Yuan from Color Glass Sect. Color Glass Sect? Yang Kai was taken aback. Who? Is In Su Dai to you? Hearing Yang Kai mention In Su Dai, a trace of disgust flashed across Dai Yuan's brow, but she quickly recovered and said lightly, She is my junior sister. For some unknown reason, her tone had become inexplicably cold, seemingly because Yang Kai's first reaction after hearing about Color Glass Sect was In Su Dai. Yang Kai couldn't be blamed for this, as the only person he knew about Color Glass Sect was In Su Dai. He hadn't been on Shadowed Star for long and wasn't a native cultivator, so how could he know anything about Color Glass Sect? That woman is actually your junior sister? Yang Kai seemed to be re-examining Dai Yuan, looking her up and down with a strange expression. Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of Su Dai, but he also didn't have any ill feelings toward her. He just felt that this woman was a bit slick and charming, an existence on par with Fang Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, and Wei Guchang. Yang Kai didn't know how much real talent she possessed, but her beauty definitely added a lot to her fame. Now that Dai Yuan said that Su Dai was actually her junior sister, Yang Kai was quite surprised. Dai Yuan was a good person and always kept a low profile, unlike Su Dai, who was always the focus of attention wherever she went. On top of that, the two of them had very different appearances, so it was naturally strange that these two women were actually senior sister. The surprise only lasted for a moment before Yang Kai quickly realized that he had lost his composure and quickly smiled. No wonder you're so strong. It turns out you're from Color Glass sect. You're also not bad. Dai Yuan stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to peer into the depths of his soul. This first-order Saint King young man's performance had always surprised her. What's wrong? Big brother Yang didn't know that little sister Dai Yuan was from Color Glass sect? Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er walked over together. Looking at their appearances, it seemed that they had recovered quite a bit. After all, Yang Kai had just given them some pills. These recovery pills were all personally refined by Yang Kai, and their restorative effects were far superior to those sold on the market. I didn't know. The two of us just happened to meet halfway and happened to receive a message from you. So we rushed over together. Yang Kai stood up and smiled at Wei Guchang. On behalf of junior brother and junior sister, this way thanks the two of you for your great kindness. Wei Guchang walked over and immediately bowed to Dong Xian'er respectfully. Yang Kai quickly helped them up, but before he could speak, Wei Guchang sternly said, "Big brother Yang, this time, if you and little sister Dai Yuan hadn't arrived in time, even if it had been just a quarter of an hour later, Xian'er and I would have already gone to the Yellow Springs together. There's nothing else to say, but if there is anything this way can do for you in the future, feel free to ask. Even if there is a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, this way will not hesitate to help." It seemed that it wasn't until this moment that Wei Guchang really wanted to make friends with Yang Kai. Previously, he had gotten along well with Yang Kai largely because of Qian Tong's orders and also because he appreciated Yang Kai. But after this life-saving grace, Wei Guchang had lowered his posture. If it was only his life, it wouldn't be enough to make him lower his head, but Yang Kai had also saved Dong Xian'er, a woman he regarded as more important than his own life. This was a great kindness. Glancing over at him, Yang Kai nodded gently. Wei Guchang then turned to Dai Yuan and said, "As for little sister Dai Yuan, I will arrange for Xian to visit Color Glass sect some other day to express my gratitude. I hope little sister Dai Yuan won't drive us away." Dai Yuan snorted lightly and didn't pay him any attention, simply pulling Dong Xian'er's hand and whispering something to her. Wei Guchang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Glancing over at his junior brothers and junior sisters who were still recovering, he wasn't in a hurry and simply began chatting with Yang Kai. Through his narration, Yang Kai learned about the hardships they had experienced in Shadow Moon Hall. If he had to describe it in one word, it would be that their luck wasn't good enough. A total of more than 70 people had come to Shadow Moon Hall this time, of which nearly 50 remained in the first layer flame area, while the remaining 20 entered the second layer treasure area and split up into several teams to search for spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Through communication artifacts, they were able to communicate with one another peacefully and had a bountiful harvest. When news of the weakening of the third layer spread, Wei Guchang immediately gathered some of the most elite members, gathering a total of 7 people, and rushed to the third layer. However, as soon as they entered the third layer flame area, they were surrounded by a group of fire spirit beasts. After a long battle, 2 of them fell. Wei Guchang brought up the rear, saving the lives of the others. Without waiting for them to recover from the grief of losing their companions, he stepped into the ancient restriction. They had been trapped for more than a month and were only rescued today. When Wei Guchong spoke of this, his face was full of annoyance. Of course, bad luck played a part in this, but it was also because they were not strong enough. Forget about this ancient barrier. Even if an origin-returning realm master came here, they wouldn't be able to see through it and would be trapped inside. However, the group of fire spirit beasts they encountered was really because they weren't strong enough, resulting in the loss of their companions. Compared to these encounters, Xianxia found that his luck was simply off the charts. Huge fire crystal stones, brilliant fire crystal essence, map fragments, soul-cleansing divine water, 9-branch jade crystal tree, suspected dragon bones and dragon beads, saint crystal loads, various spirit grasses, spirit fruits, and spirit medicines, and that strange and dignified space. Xianxia's harvest along the way was simply unimaginable. If Wei Guchong knew about these things, what would he think? He would probably be so depressed that he would vomit blood. In short, since entering the third layer, Wei Guchong and the others had obtained nothing else except for a few fire crystal stones. They had wasted more than a month here. Fortunately, they didn't suffer any losses in the end. If 5 of them had died here, it would have been really bad news. If Shadow Moon Hall lost so many elites at once, there would be a huge gap in the number of people below. It wouldn't be obvious in a short time, but once the Saint Kings of other forces grew, the decline of Shadow Moon Hall would be exposed. No one could bear such a result. When she heard that Xianxia had come to Shadowed Star from the outside world, Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes lit up and her tender body couldn't help trembling, the look of expectation in her eyes becoming more and more obvious. Since others could come to Shadowed Star from the outside world, why couldn't she leave Shadowed Star and go to the outside world? Like Wu Yi, Dai Yuan also wanted to leave Shadowed Star, but their starting points were different. Wu Yi wanted to experience the wonders of the outside world, while Dai Yuan had other reasons. Although she really wanted to ask Xianxia which alchemy grandmaster had refined that bottle of vitality restoration pills, Dai Yuan still restrained herself. She wasn't familiar with Xianxia and had only met by chance, so if she rashly asked him these questions now, if it involved someone else, it would only annoy him. How could she do such a stupid thing? However, she was already considering whether she should improve her relationship with Xianxia and wait until the time was right before asking him. Time passed by little. Dai Yuan and Dong Xianer had not seen each other for a long time, so naturally, they had a lot to say to one another. Xianxia and Wei Guchong were also chatting happily, constantly chatting about various things. From Wei Guchong, Xianxia learned many interesting stories and secrets about Shadowed Star. Xianxia had no intention of staying behind to act with them, but now that they had just escaped danger, it would be somewhat inappropriate for him to leave them alone, so he decided to wait for everyone to recover. When the time came, he would say goodbye and continue deeper into the third layer to find a suitable place to refine the profound Yin sunflower water. A day later, the remaining 3 people in Shadow Moon Hall finally recovered and came to Xianxia and Dai Yuan to sincerely thank them. This time, the 3 of them didn't dare to underestimate Kai Yang anymore. When Lu Yin opened the sand field, these 3 people had been waiting in line behind Wei Guchong. At that time, Wei Guchong proposed that Xianxia act with them, but the 3 of them were very reluctant, secretly feeling that bringing Xianxia along would definitely be a burden and would only drag them down. If they found any benefits, they would have to share some with him. Never had they thought that this young man, who they considered a burden, would actually save their lives in the third layer flame area. Recalling the thoughts that flashed through their minds at that time, the 3 of them couldn't help feeling ashamed and wished they could find a hole to crawl into. The 3 of you, return to the second floor the way you came from. Fortunately, we haven't gone too far. If you return the way you came from, with your strength and means, you should be able to protect yourselves. Don't take any risks in the third floor. This is not a place you should be able to enter Wei Guchang waited for the three of them to finish thanking him before directly speaking. The three of them froze for a moment before immediately understanding why Wei Guchang had made such a decision. Back at the lava lake, the performance of the three of them was really inconsistent with their status as elite disciples. So now that Wei Guchang had ordered them to return to the second layer, they didn't dare disobey, and all of them nodded in shame, warning Big Brother Wei and Senior Sister Dong to be careful. Wei Guchang gently nodded. Although he was a little disappointed with the performance of his junior brother and junior sister, in the end, they were still fellow disciples, and he still remembered their friendship. Before they left, he gave them all the pills he and Dong Xianxia hadn't used. The three of them said their goodbyes with tears in their eyes, but before they could set off, the sky above Lu Yin sand field suddenly became much brighter. This kind of abnormality was naturally noticed by everyone. Everyone looked around suspiciously, but they didn't find anything wrong. Just as they were puzzled, the tall female disciple pointed in a certain direction in astonishment, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. The sun. Looking in the direction she was pointing, everyone was stunned when they saw this strange phenomenon. At the edge of the sky, a red sun was rising. The bright red light almost dyed the entire sky into a gorgeous color. It was because of the rise of this red sun that everyone felt that their field of vision was much brighter. But no one thought this was really the sun. It had been a few months since they entered the Lu Yin sand field, but in this strange space there was no sun, no moon, no stars, not even the sky. Looking up, all they could see was a red space, the dark red cracks on the ground, giving off a feeling that it was the end of the world. How could there be a sun in such a forbidden zone? Xianxia's first reaction was that someone was fighting and that someone was using some kind of powerful artifact. However, after thinking about it carefully, Xianxia felt that this was impossible. The red sun was clearly far away, at least a few hundred kilometers away from here. Yet even at such a distance, the red sun was still able to affect his vision. Only an Origin King Great Artifact could achieve such an effect. Which great force would allow their disciples to bring an Origin King Great Artifact into the Lu Yin sand field? There are so many dangers here that no one could guarantee their own survival. Even Wei Guchang had almost died here. Unless the elders of that great sect were stupid enough to allow their disciples to bring an Origin King Great Artifact into this place. Each of these artifacts was a hallowed treasure of their respective sect and could not be used easily. What's more, even if this was the case, with the strength of a Saint King Realm cultivator here, they would not be able to use an Origin King Great Artifact. Forcibly using it would only cause a backlash. What is this thing? Xianxia's brow furrowed as a look of shock appeared on his face. Even though he had seen all kinds of incredible things in the Lu Yin sand field, he still could not understand the scene in front of him. However, faintly, he felt that the scene in front of him was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before, but when he thought about it carefully, he could not figure it out, causing him to frown secretly. How can there be a sun here? Could it be that the barrier around the Lu Yin sand field has been broken? A male disciple of Shadow Moon Hall exclaimed in surprise. What he said made sense. The barrier around the Lu Yin sand field had been broken, so naturally, one could see the scene outside. If the sun happened to rise from the east at this time, one could indeed see such a scene. Wei Guchang shook his head. It's not the sun. His thoughts are the same as Xianxia's. Then what is it? Brother, have you ever seen such a scene? Dong Xianxia leaned her tender body slightly towards Wei Guchang, a faint uneasiness and tension spreading from the depths of her heart. I've never seen it before. After Wei Guchang finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Xianxia, wanting to hear his opinion, but how could he have known that Xianxia had a thoughtful expression on his face at this moment, apparently having no time to pay attention to him? With no other choice, Xianxia turned his gaze to Dai Yuan. Although he did not think that Dai Yuan was more knowledgeable than him, perhaps she knew something. To Wei Guchang's surprise, Dai Yuan showed the same expression as Xianxia. What are these two doing? Wei Guchang muttered to himself. Just smelling this fragrance had such an effect. So if they could snatch this unknown treasure, what kind of shocking wealth would they obtain? When this fruity fragrance filled the air, everyone's expression became even more excited and their speed increased. Beside the dried-up lava lake, Xianxia and the others were also hit by the fiery red gust of wind. After smelling the magical fruity fragrance lingering at the tip of their noses, Xianxia trembled and shouted, "The spirit fruit has matured." Only now did he finally determine that the rising sun was not caused by some kind of artifact, nor was it the birth of some kind of precious treasure, but rather the maturing of some kind of spirit fruit. The pervasive, fruity fragrance in the air was the best evidence. Immediately, the name of a nearly extinct spirit fruit popped up in his mind, causing him to shout almost at the same time as Xianxia. On the other side, Dai Yuan also exclaimed, "Red candle fruit?" Xianxia glanced at Dai Yuan in surprise, not having expected that a disciple from Color Glass sect would actually know about a heaven-defying treasure like the red candle fruit. As far as he knew, this kind of spirit fruit had almost disappeared, not even appearing in the outside world. It was the same as the soul-warming lotus and the 9-branch jade crystal tree, all of which had only been passed down through legend, and no one had ever seen it with their own eyes. But this Dai Yuan had actually pointed it out, surprising Xianxia. Red candle fruit? Dong Xian'er had the best relationship with Dai Yuan, so she asked bluntly, "What's that?" "An Origin King grade high-rank spirit fruit." Dai Yuan grit her teeth and spat out. Except for Xianxia, who had guessed the truth, everyone else was shocked. It wasn't that there were no Origin King grade spirit grasses or spirit medicines on Shadowed Star, but they were extremely rare. Only one or two would occasionally appear every few decades, and even if they did appear, 90% of them would be Origin King grade low rank. Even mid-rank ones were extremely rare. But now, in the third layer of the Lu Yin sand field, an Origin King grade high-rank spirit fruit had actually appeared. What's its use? Although Dong Xian'er forced herself to remain calm, her voice still trembled slightly. The words Origin King grade high rank hit her heart like a heavy sledgehammer. It has many uses. While it is maturing, any cultivator can use its fruity fragrance to comprehend some mysterious principles and enhance their own cultivation. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is, it is said that swallowing this fruit will give a cultivator a chance to break through to the Origin King realm. What? This time, even Wei Guchong could not remain calm. In the end, she couldn't bring herself to ask, causing Xianxia to frown. However, since the other party didn't ask, he didn't need to take the initiative to inquire. If he ended up causing some unnecessary trouble, the gains would not make up for the losses. A few hundred kilometers was a distance the group of 4 could cover in a moment, but in the Lu Yin desert, such a distance would take a lot of time. However, the further they went, the stronger the fruity fragrance that permeated the air became. On top of that, the rising red sun was gradually rising higher, reaching a height of several hundred meters. We need to pick up our pace. When the red candle fruit ripens, the 3 suns rising sun phenomenon will appear. Only after the 3 suns rising sun phenomenon will it truly ripen. So before that happens, every bit of time is precious. The sooner we arrive, the sooner we can comprehend the benefits, Dai Yuan urged softly. Chapter 12:21. Hearing what Dai Yuan said, the other 3 couldn't help speeding up their pace. Wei Guchong and Dong Xian'er asked about the 3 suns' grand opening wonder, while Xianxia also pretended to be very interested and listened attentively. After Dai Yuan's explanation, Wei Guchong and Dong Xian'er finally understood what the 3 suns' grand opening wonder was, but Xianxia's expression became strange. He found that although Dai Yuan recognized the red candle fruit and knew about the three suns' grand opening wonder, she didn't seem to understand everything. Yang Kai didn't know if the others were the same, but Yang Kai was sure that it wasn't just him and Dai Yuan who recognized the red candle fruit. The most elite cultivators on Shadowed Star were all gathered in the third layer, so there would definitely be others who recognized it. After a full 4 hours, the group of 4 rushed to a valley. This valley wasn't large, and it occupied an area of around 300 meters. Below the valley, there was a dark red ground that could be seen everywhere. There were countless cracks and ravines, but surprisingly, there were some withered trees growing in this valley. The trees were also red in color, and they looked as if they didn't have any vitality. If one looked carefully, they would discover that these trees were clearly not dead, and there was a strange energy that allowed them to survive in this cruel environment. On all sides of the mountain valley, there were at least 20 large and small hills. By the time Kai Yang's group of 4 arrived, about half of these hills had already been occupied. These people were all from their respective sects, occupying these small hills as footholds. Most of the cultivators' eyes lingered on the withered trees in the mountain valley, a look of longing and desire flashing across their eyes. But strangely, no one ventured deep into the mountain valley, making it impossible to tell what everyone was avoiding. When Yang Kai and the others arrived, countless eyes swept over them, many of them showing vigilance and disgust. After all, this heaven-defying spirit fruit was about to ripen, so the fewer people there, the better. However, everyone knew that this was unrealistic. Before the red candle fruit ripened, the rising red sun had already caused the entire third layer to boil, so it was likely that everyone was rushing over. So even if they were vigilant and disgusted, there was nothing they could do, only glancing over at Yang Kai and the others before withdrawing their gazes. Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd and couldn't help feeling shocked. The scene this time was truly magnificent. There is no need to mention the number of people who had come, all of them elites from great sects. Yang Kai saw people from Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, Color Glass Sect, as well as other young talents he didn't recognize. Altogether, there were at least 70 or 80 people here. Yang Kai's group of 4 had arrived relatively late, so there were definitely more people on the way. Presumably, this place would become even more chaotic. Yang Kai also saw the indifferent cultivator who had previously occupied the center of the soul cleansing divine water. This guy occupied a small hill all to himself, his hands behind his back, his expression as indifferent as ever, his figure as straight as a sword as he stood there proudly. But no one dared to come up and find trouble with him. Everyone who came here could more or less guess the identity of this guy, so no one dared to provoke him. So even if they didn't like his behavior, no one dared to say anything. On the side of Color Glass Sect, Su Dai's expression became a little strange after seeing Dong Xianer, as if she hadn't expected that her senior sister would be traveling with someone else, but after recognizing her, a look of relief appeared on her face, and she didn't ask anything, nor did she show any intention of greeting Dong Xianer. Wei Guchang swept his eyes around before pointing to a small hill that no one was paying attention to and saying, "Let's go there." After a while, the 4 of them arrived at the top of this hill and, like everyone else, turned their eyes to the mountain valley below and observed. "Where's the red candle fruit?" Wei Guchang swept his eyes around but didn't find any trace of a spirit fruit. All he could see was countless dead trees, causing him to be stunned. "The red candle fruit can't be seen before it matures." Dai Xianer slowly shook her head. Dai Yuan slowly shook her head, but it is definitely somewhere in this mountain valley. Once it matures, it will naturally surface. So that's how it is. Wei Guchang gently nodded. "Oh, Brotherly Yu, Nan of Medicine Pill Sect, is coming over. I wonder what he wants to do." Dong Xian let out a light cry of surprise and turned her gaze to a spot not too far away. Over there, a middle-aged, scholarly-looking cultivator wearing blue robes and a jade belt was galloping towards them. Before this person had even arrived, he had already waved his hand towards them with a smile. Medicine Pill Sect. Yang Kai had heard of it before. In any place, there were sects or forces that specialized in alchemy. The central capital had Medicine King's Valley, Tongxian Realm had the Alchemist Guild, and on Shadowed Star, Medicine Pill Sect was the most famous. Such an existence was not one that ordinary people would easily offend, because there was no telling when they would have to beg for their help. In Medicine Pill Sect, there were as many as 5 Origin-grade low-rank alchemists, a number that far surpassed all of Shadowed Star. Each of these 5 was a famous grandmaster on Shadowed Star and was respected by all. No matter where they went, they would be treated as honored guests. Since this guy, named Liu Nin, could penetrate deep into the 3rd layer of Lu Yin Sandfield, he must also be an elite of Medicine Pill Sect. It seemed that he also knew Wei Guchong, Dong Xian'er, and the others, but Yang Kai didn't know what their relationship was. After a while, the middle-aged scholar named Liu Nin arrived at the mountain where the 4 of them were standing and cupped his fist to Wei Guchong with a smile. "Brother Wei, you really came." Wei Guchong returned the courtesy and laughed. "Of course I'm here to join in on the fun." To the side, Dong Xian'er and Dai Yuan also greeted Liu Nin. Liu Nin responded with a smile, appearing very gentle and refined. He then asked about Yang Kai's origins and name, but Wei Guchong simply brushed it off. Although Liu Nin was a little curious as to why a first-order Saint King like Yang Kai would come here, since he was brought here by Wei Guchong, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask. "Brother Li, why have you come looking for this way?" Wei Guchong narrowed his eyes and asked straightforwardly. Liu Nin smiled lightly and pretended to be mysterious. "Brother Wei, since you came here because you saw a vision, do you know what is about to appear here?" "I heard it's the red candle fruit," Wei Guchong replied. Liu Nin raised his brow, seemingly a little surprised, but after looking at Dai Yuan, he suddenly realized something and patted his forehead. This Li asked a stupid question. "Since Sister Dai Yuan is here, then Brother Wei must know something about it. I'm afraid there is no exotic grass or exotic fruit in this world that Sister Dai Yuan doesn't know about." "Brother Li is too kind. Dai Yuan has only studied it a little," Dai Yuan responded lightly. "Ah, Sister Dai Yuan doesn't need to be modest. There aren't many people who can recognize the red candle fruit. Brother Chu of Heaven Battling Union, Brother Fong of Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Sister Yin of Color Glass Sect didn't recognize it. It was this Li who told them. Otherwise, why do you think they've been biding their time? With their tempers, I'm afraid they would have already scoured the entire mountain valley." Wei Guchong suddenly understood why everyone was standing on the surrounding hills and not making a move. It turned out that Liu Nin had notified every force that had arrived. Obviously, he wasn't doing this out of good intentions. With such a precious treasure in front of him, who wouldn't want to take it for themselves? Liu Nin was no exception. Him notifying others was obviously because he didn't want them to act rashly and interfere with the ripening of the red candle fruit. If the red candle fruit was disturbed by someone who didn't know about it and caused it to disappear, it would be a huge loss. Therefore, even though he was somewhat unwilling, Liu Nin still worked hard to travel to each mountain, informing the cultivators who came here of the situation. Brother Li really cares about the world. This Wei admires him greatly. Wei Guchong put on a sincere look and cupped his fists again and again. This hat was a bit too big, so Liu Nin didn't dare, quickly changing the subject and revealing his true intentions. "I wonder if Brother Wei is interested in joining forces with my Medicine Pill Sect." "Join forces?" Wei Guchong's eyes narrowed even more as he grinned meaningfully. "Brother Li, although this Wei is not very proficient in alchemy, this Wei knows that there should only be one red candle fruit. So how should we join forces? If we really obtain the red candle fruit, how should it be distributed?" "Brother Wei, please listen to this one first." Liu Nin seemed to have known he would say this and wasn't in a hurry, his expression calm and collected. "Please speak, Brother Li, this one is listening." Although Wei Guchong knew what the other party was up to, he couldn't refuse. After all, there was no benefit in offending Medicine Pill Sect. What I mean is to first obtain the red candle fruit. Although there is only one of this spirit fruit, if it is used in alchemy, it should produce more than one pill, Liu Nin said as he observed Wei Guchong's reaction. Li Yunin observed Wei Guchang's expression as he spoke, but seeing no reaction from him, he continued. As far as I know, your Shadow Moon Hall only has one origin grade low-rank alchemist, right? On top of that, that alchemist has only been promoted for a few years, so his success rate in refining origin grade pills is not high. If Brother Wei obtains the red candle fruit, he can only bring it back to the sect and give it to his elders, which will greatly reduce its medicinal properties. After a pause, a proud look appeared on Li Yunan's face. This situation is not only limited to your Shadow Moon Hall, but also to all the other great sects. However, my medicine pill sect is different. My medicine pill sect has a total of 5 origin grade low-rank alchemists. Although the grade of this red candle fruit is very high, if my medicine pill sect's elders work together, they may be able to refine more than a dozen pills. Hearing this, Wei Guchang finally understood what the other party was trying to say and squinted towards Li Yunan. What brotherly means is that your medicine pill sect will take the red candle fruit, refine it into pills, and give my Shadow Moon Hall share. And this Li thinks so. Li Yunan nodded repeatedly. I have not only said this to Brother Wei, but also to Brother Chu of Heaven Battling Union, Brother Fong of Thunder Typhoon Sect, Sister Een of Color Glass Sect, Brother Chu of Twin Heart Valley, and Brother Tang of Floating Mist Palace. What do they think? Wei Guchang raised his straight eyebrows. Haha, although none of them have expressed their views yet, this Li believes he should be able to convince them. Li Yunan put on a confident look. Chapter 1222. Everyone knew that Li Yunin was spouting nonsense. If he really had the confidence to convince all the great forces to give up on the red candle fruit and hand it over to Medicine Pill Sect, it would have been strange indeed. Only when it was in one's own hands did it truly belong to them. Li Yunan's words were completely insincere and could not be trusted. What's more, how could such an important matter be decided by these juniors? If Li Yunan took the red candle fruit back, and the elders of Medicine Pill Sect refused to recognize the decision of these juniors, what could the other sects do? Even if they joined forces to destroy Medicine Pill Sect, the red candle fruit would still be lost. Wei Guchang knew better than anyone else that once he agreed, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. Chu Chang Feng, Fong Tianzhong, Yin Su Dai, Chu Ming Hai of Twin Heart Valley, and Tang Yongyi of Floating Mist Palace would not rashly agree to such an unreasonable proposal. However, Wei Guchang was not stupid enough to offend Medicine Pill Sect directly, so he pretended to think seriously for a while before nodding lightly. If Brother Chu and Brother Fong agree, then my Shadow Moon Hall share is fine. But Brotherly, have you talked to that guy yet? Saying so, he quietly gestured toward a nearby mountain. Li Yunan's face twitched slightly. Of course he knew who the guy Wei Guchang was talking about was, but he still forced a smile and said, This Li wants to communicate with all of you first before discussing with him in detail. Wei Guchang curled his lips and shook his head, sighing as he said, This matter is not easy to handle. If there were only a few of us, then there would be no harm in joining forces. But now that such a variable has appeared, this Wei feels that Brotherly should first finalize what that guy's intentions are before coming to discuss it with us. Li Yunan was startled, but his expression remained calm as he cupped his fists and said, What Brother Wei says makes sense. Then this Li will go back and think about it. Saying so, he flew down the mountain and returned to his own side. After he left, Wei Guchang snorted coldly. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Dai Yuan chuckled to the side and said, It's not like Brother Wei doesn't know what kind of people Medicine Pill Sect are, so why bother arguing with them? Not agreeing this time was the right thing to do. If he had, it would have been more troublesome. Of course, I know that. Wei Guchang's expression was solemn. Let's not talk about this for now. Now that such a spirit fruit has ripened, I don't know if it's an opportunity or a calamity. He looked at the elites on the various hills, wondering how many of them would die from fighting when the red candle fruit matured. Let's not talk about that for now. I feel like cultivating here is very beneficial. In any case, there's still some time before the Three Sons grand opening wonder that elder sister Dai Yuan mentioned, so we might as well cultivate here, Dong Xin'er suggested. The other three nodded and immediately found a place to sit down cross-legged on one of the hills, carefully savoring the various mysteries contained in the fragrance of the fruit. Yang Kai soon became aware of the heaven-defying nature of this red candle fruit. Indeed, just as recorded in the ancient records, in the days before it matured, it would constantly exude a fruity fragrance. When this fragrance entered one's nose, it would blend into one's flesh and bones, promoting one's mastery of their own strength and the integration of their cultivation. Only a single red sun had appeared, yet had such a miraculous effect. So if all three suns gathered together, the effect would definitely be multiplied several times. Because he was with Wei Guchong and the others, Yang Kai wasn't worried about being ambushed here, so he only spared a small part of his consciousness to monitor his surroundings before quickly immersing himself in this wonderful feeling. Yang Kai was an alchemist, so when performing alchemy, he needed to have an extremely high level of control over his Saint Qi, so in this regard, he was better than most cultivators. Stimulated by the fragrance of the red candle fruit, Yang Kai's control over his Saint Qi became more and more exquisite. Yang Kai soon immersed himself in this feeling, as if he had entered a new world where he could perfectly communicate with the power in his body and control it to its peak. While Yang Kai was immersed in his comprehension of Saint Qi control, Wei Guchong, Dong Xin'er, and Dai Yuan were also immersed in a deeper understanding of the different strengths in their respective territories. The other cultivators on the various hills, after the initial observation, also sat down cross-legged and began inhaling the fragrance of the red candle fruit, no longer wasting any time. About half a day after Yang Kai arrived, a strange tranquility had appeared as everyone was savoring the benefits brought to them by the red candle fruit's fragrance. More and more people continued to come to this hill, and although most of them were confused, seeing the people who had come before them meditating, they also began looking for suitable positions. In an instant, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on their faces as they immersed themselves in the fragrance, unable to extricate themselves. At a certain moment, a young cultivator in blue robes arrived here alone. This person was the one who had tried to go deeper into the third layer, but he had come a little too late. The hills near the valley had already been occupied by everyone else. Sweeping his eyes around coldly, he secretly considered whether he should seize a territory, but soon dispelled this idea. He had just seized his body and had seen the light of day again, so for the time being, he did not want to attract too much attention. However, when his eyes swept over Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged, his eyes suddenly narrowed as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. He had not expected to see Yang Kai in this place, but soon he frowned, and his face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. He was certain that it was this First-Order Saint King cultivator who had taken away his precious treasure, but he still could not sense any aura from the other party. Did the other party really fuse with it? That was impossible. He knew better than anyone just how powerful that thing was. Let alone a First-Order Saint King. Even an Origin King would not be able to fuse with it in a day or two, and there was a great chance that they would suffer a backlash if they attempted to do so. However, the strange thing was that after the First-Order Saint King youth obtained what Yang Kai wanted and left the stalactite cave, less than an hour later, the aura of the stalactite disappeared without a trace. No matter how Yang Kai tried to use his secret technique to track it, he was unable to find any clues. Besides, if it was really him who had fused with it, it was impossible for him to still be alive. He would definitely be dead by now. Such a strange thing annoyed him greatly. He could never have imagined that it was not Yang Kai himself who had fused with that treasure, but rather a supreme treasure that had already grown to 6 colors, the soul-warming lotus. Just as he was feeling bewildered and puzzled, on the opposite hill, The First Order Saint King youth suddenly opened his eyes and locked his gaze onto him from a distance. This man's heart trembled, and he quickly turned his gaze away as if nothing had happened, looking for a spot that was not too good and sitting down to meditate like everyone else. Atop the hill, Xianxia's brow furrowed as a look of displeasure appeared on his face. He had been immersed in a deep state of enlightenment when he suddenly discovered that someone was spying on him, and this person had a trace of hostility and murderous intent. At first, Xianxia thought it was Chu Changfeng, but after seeing this person's face, he couldn't help feeling stunned. This person was not Chu Changfeng, but Xianxia had seen him before. It was one of the people who had entered the stalactite cave with him to soak in the soul-cleansing divine water. Being interrupted while he was meditating naturally made Xianxia a little unhappy. This person's strength was not bad, a Third Order Saint King. Xianxia vaguely remembered that this person belonged to a force called Flowing Cloud Valley. However, at that time, there was an old man and another man with him, but now he was the only one left. Xianxia didn't know what had happened, nor did he know whether the old man from Flowing Cloud Valley and the other man were dead or alive. Why was this person so hostile and murderous towards him? Xianxia had never provoked this other party, nor had he exposed too many of his secrets in front of him. Now that he was suddenly targeted, Xianxia couldn't help feeling annoyed. Junior brother Yang, did you discover something? Dai Yuan seemed to notice that Xianxia's aura had changed and opened her eyes, only to see his contemplative expression and quickly ask. No. Xianxia shook his head before turning his gaze toward a certain spot and asking, do you recognize that man? Dai Yuan followed his gaze and actually recognized the other party's identity. That man is Flowing Cloud Valley's core disciple, Lu Yi. What's wrong? Does Brother Yang have some kind of grudge with him? Lu Yi. Xianxia secretly remembered this name before shaking his head and saying, no, I've only met him once, but I don't know why this Lu Yi has some hostility towards me. It's really strange. Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes flashed as she asked curiously, this Lu Yi doesn't seem to be the type to provoke others. Although I don't have a deep friendship with him, we've still spoken a few times. His reputation in Flowing Cloud Valley is also very good. So why would he be hostile to you? I also want to know. Xianxia grinned. Dai Yuan seemed to have misunderstood something and thought that Xianxia really had some kind of grudge with Lu Yi, so she frowned and whispered, Lu Yi is the son of Flowing Cloud Valley's Valley Master, Lu Xiangdong. Although Flowing Cloud Valley isn't a top force, it's not bad either. If it's not a big deal, I can help you speak to Lu Yi and mediate. With his temperament, he should be fine. There's no need. Xianxia shook his head. Not to mention that he had no grudge with this Lu Yi. Even if he didn't need others to resolve it for him. If the other party didn't come looking for trouble with him, Xianxia wouldn't mind cutting off the weeds and eliminating the roots. Seeing Xianxia refuse her proposal, Dai Yuan naturally didn't say anything more and was about to continue meditating when Xianxia suddenly gestured to the side and asked, what about that person? Dai Yuan followed his gaze and saw an indifferent man occupying a small hill by himself. Her expression couldn't help changing slightly as she immediately withdrew her gaze and warned, Junior brother Yang, don't ask others about this person. I only know that he should be from Star Emperor's sect, but I don't know his name. Chapter 1223. Sure enough, it's Star Emperor's sect. Since seeing Chu Changfeng treat this person so cautiously in the stalactite cave, Xianxia had faintly guessed that only someone from Star Emperor's sect could make the arrogant and despotic Chu Changfeng act so restrained in front of him, to the point that even after suffering a loss, he could only pinch his nose and admit defeat, not daring to retaliate. Dai Yuan seemed to be afraid that Xianxia didn't know how powerful Star Emperor's sect was, so she said with a serious expression, on the entire Shadowed Star, the three most powerful forces are Star Emperor's sect, Heaven Battling Union, and Thunder Typhoon sect, but in reality, Every great force knows that the gap between Heaven-battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect is not small. I heard that there are over 100 powerful peak third-order origin returning realm cultivator on Star Emperor Mountain, a terrifying number that Heaven-battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect cannot compare to. What's more, I heard that they also possess several powerful Origin King grade artifacts. Are they that powerful? Xianxia was shocked. A single sect having over 100 peak third-order Origin returning realm masters was truly astonishing. And it's just that their total number is relatively small, and they never recruit disciples from the outside, so they aren't very famous. Then how long has their inheritance lasted? Xianxia frowned. I'm not too sure. However, over the past countless years, there have been rumors that some lucky individuals had met some powerful cultivators who had come down from the Star King Mountain and were brought back to cultivate. However, there are many of them, only 4 or 5 of them. Dai Yuan smiled lightly. The people on Star Emperor Mountain rarely come out, so although they have many masters, as long as other great forces don't provoke them, they won't bully the weak, but if someone provokes them, Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he noticed Dai Yuan's tender body tremble slightly just now. His heart clenched as he thought to himself that if someone really dared to provoke such a terrifying existence, their end would definitely be miserable. Dai Yuan's voice dropped even lower as she continued. Generally speaking, every 10 or 20 to 30 years, Star Emperor Mountain will send one or several young disciples out for life experience. These disciples also don't reveal themselves, keeping a very low profile. I'm afraid that even after they return to Star Emperor Mountain, no one knows their origins. I once read in one of Color Glass Sect's ancient books that 2,000 years ago, there was a sect on Shadowed Star that was as famous as Heaven-battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect, one called the Ancient Yang sect. At that time, a young cultivator who had come down from Star Emperor Mountain had accidentally obtained a precious treasure which was discovered by some people from the Ancient Yang sect. These people had set up an ambush for him, killed him on the spot, and robbed him of his treasure. A month later, the Ancient Yang sect was uprooted overnight and suffered a tragic extermination. Xianxia's face paled. Needless to say, it was Star Emperor sect that destroyed the Ancient Yang sect. Being able to destroy an existence on par with Heaven-battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect overnight, it was easy to imagine how powerful this Star Emperor sect was. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, smiled and brushed her hair back behind her ear, but that was more than 2,000 years ago, so whether it's true or false is impossible to say. The elders of the sect are also wary of this matter and have never mentioned it, so it's impossible to ask them about it. However, on Shadowed Star, there was a place called Grand Hidden Valley. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, not even a blade of grass grew. It was completely desolate and filled with dense qi. After talking for a while, the two of them didn't say anything else. They closed their eyes and continued to meditate. The red sun rose higher and higher until it reached the middle of the sky. The fruity fragrance floating in the air became stronger and stronger, and the various insights one could obtain from this fragrance naturally became more and more profound, causing every cultivator to feel excited and overjoyed. Suddenly, the earth seemed to tremble, and immediately after, an earth-shattering energy erupted. Such a change caused all the cultivator present to pale, and in an instant, all of them awoke from their deep meditation and stared at the mountain valley in front of them in amazement. There seemed to be a layer of red mist in the mountain valley, and this red mist contained a terrifying power. The appearance of this red mist was extremely strange. There was no sign of it before, but when the cultivator looked over, it had already filled the mountain valley, and its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had covered the entire mountain valley. Immediately, an astonishing amount of heat spread in all directions, forming a hot wind that blew towards every corner of the Luyin sand field's third layer. Everyone had experienced this kind of thing once before, so seeing it again at this moment The horror in their hearts immediately eased a lot. They knew that although this hot wind looked terrifying, it wouldn't cause any harm to them. Sure enough, when the hot wind swept past everyone's bodies and spread further away, no one suffered any kind of accident. However, in the very center of the mountain valley, another red sun was born and was slowly rising from the bottom of the mountain valley. This red sun was not big, only about the size of a bamboo hat, so one's divine sense could not penetrate it, and if one stared at it for too long, they would immediately feel dizzy. An even stronger, fruity fragrance spread out, and intense heartbeats rang out from the chests of the cultivator. A second red sun had appeared. This also meant that the red candle fruit was one step closer to true maturity. The various sects who had learned the truth about this place from medicine pill sects Liu Nin couldn't help feeling restless, and a tense and hostile atmosphere quickly spread around the mountain valley. Everyone stared at each other as if they were all irreconcilable enemies and couldn't wait to rush over and kill them all. Those sect cultivator who didn't know the truth and didn't know about the wonders that would occur when the red candle fruit ripened were also affected by this atmosphere. While carefully monitoring the movements of others, not willing to let go of any clues, they also sent people to inquire about information from the sects they were familiar with. Soon, all kinds of secrets about the red candle fruit spread, allowing every cultivator here to understand the reason behind it, calming the restless atmosphere considerably. Since the three suns rising sun phenomenon had appeared, there was no need to rush into action now that only two red suns had appeared. What's more, before it truly matured, the red candle fruit would not appear at all. So even if someone wanted to snatch it, they wouldn't know where to begin and could only give up. After the appearance of the second red sun, the mountain valley only trembled for a moment before everyone fell silent again and continued to absorb the fruit fragrance, comprehend its mysteries, and integrate them with their cultivations. Xianxia was also immersed in this process. He felt that through this enlightenment, his understanding of Saint Qi control seemed to have risen to a whole new level, and a vague idea began to form in his heart. Although he had grasped some traces of it, he was unable to fully integrate them. This situation was like dozens of cats scratching an itch, causing Xianxia to become restless and immerse himself in his thoughts. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity before the red candle fruit ripened to clarify this vague idea. Once he could realize it, his combat power would increase greatly. Time passed by little, and just as everyone was trying to figure out what to do, a roar suddenly rang out from a nearby mountain. "Bastard, you dare secretly arrange a spirit array." This roar awakened many cultivators who were meditating and comprehending. Looking towards the source of the roar, they saw a man from heaven battling Union waving a huge fan angrily. The energy contained within this fan wasn't low, so it was obvious at first glance that it was a good artifact. Chapter 12:24. The heaven-battling Union cultivator waved the fan in his hand and summoned an imposing wind dragon. Accompanied by a loud dragon roar, this wind dragon instantly crossed a distance of several hundred meters and rushed towards the other cultivator who was standing foolishly in a corner of the mountain valley, his face flushed red. It was unknown which great force this cultivator came from, but he seemed to have been sneakily doing something. Originally, this cultivator thought that everyone was immersed in their own comprehension, so it was a good opportunity to sneak in and attack. On top of that, he had some knowledge of spirit arrays, so he had been wondering if he could arrange a spirit array near this mountain valley, so that when the red candle fruit matured, he would have a layer of protection. But how could he have known that there were still people here who were not comprehending their own spirit array and were constantly on guard? As soon as he took action, he was immediately seen through by one of the heaven-battling Union cultivators. This roar awakened most of the cultivator, and in front of everyone's eyes, the cultivator who had been trying to sneak and blushed But before he had time to explain himself, the huge wind dragon had already arrived in front of him. This wind dragon's body was completely composed of sharp wind blades, and it opened its mouth, releasing a murderous aura as it attempted to swallow him whole. This cultivator was not a mediocre cultivator. If he had not used enough means, it would have been impossible for him to break into the third layer. Raising his hand, he sent out a red beam of light that poured into the wind dragon's mouth, and at the same time flew backwards in horror. With a bang, the crimson light directly exploded in the belly of the wind dragon, bursting out with unimaginable power. The crimson light sputtered in all directions, and the wind dragon's seemingly corporeal body blurred for a moment before collapsing. You dare fight back? On the Heaven Battling Union side, Chu Changfeng stood up and grinned as he stretched out his hand to grab the cultivator from afar. An invisible force suddenly bound the cultivator, making it impossible for him to retreat. Seeing this, the Heaven Battling Union cultivator controlling the Wind Dragon artifact grinned meaningfully and waved his fan again, summoning another Wind Dragon that rushed towards the cultivator who was arranging the spirit array and swallowed him whole. A pitiful scream rang out. Although the person who had set up the spirit array was also a third-order Saint King, under the joint attack of Chu Changfeng and his fellow sect master, he was unable to put up any resistance. After struggling for a moment, he was cut to pieces by the countless wind blades from the Wind Dragon. The smell of blood filled the air, and severed limbs and flesh were all over the ground. After Chu Changfeng and his fellow sect brothers killed one of them, they immediately turned their gazes towards a certain mountain, their eyes filled with malice. At the top of the mountain, 3 Saint King Realm cultivator stood there with ugly expressions. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, stepped forward and shouted, "Chu Changfeng, what are you doing? Even if my Flame Shield Union's disciple did something wrong, it's not up to you to kill him. Do you want to provoke a dispute between Heaven Battling Union and Flame Shield Union?" Provoke a dispute? Chu Changfeng sneered. "Don't try to accuse this young master. You're not worthy. Why don't you ask if the others will agree to this junior brother of yours secretly setting up a formation here?" The man who spoke turned his head and looked around, only to find that all the cultivators on the mountain were glaring at him, clearly not wanting to see him. His heart sank as he knew that his fellow sect master's actions had angered everyone. The red candle fruit was about to ripen, yet someone dared to secretly arrange a spirit array in order to gain the upper hand. How could they tolerate this? So even if Chu Changfeng's reputation was not good and his character was not good, at this moment, everyone was standing on his side. In other words, everyone was defending their own interests. After Chu Changfeng shouted, many of the cultivators on the mountain peaks stood up, seemingly wanting to continue attacking. The faces of the 3 Flame Shield Union cultivators changed drastically, but they didn't dare to say anything, knowing that there was no place for them here. While hating Chu Changfeng's ruthlessness, they were also extremely annoyed. Just now, their fellow sect master had wanted to go out and arrange a spirit array after everyone had discussed and agreed. They all felt that this was a good opportunity to arrange a spirit array, but they hadn't expected to be seen through so quickly, causing them to be forced into a passive position. If they didn't leave now, they were likely to be killed. Thinking so, the Flame Shield Union disciple nodded and said, "Good. Chu Changfeng, I'll remember you. Killing my fellow sect master, I'll definitely get my revenge in the future. As for you accomplices, I'm afraid you'll suffer the same fate as us. I hope you'll take care of yourselves. Let's go." As he said this, he simply took his other 2 fellow disciples and left quickly without looking back. Seeing the other party act so decisively, Chu Changfeng was also a little surprised, but he wasn't stupid enough to chase after them. Leaving at this time wasn't a good opportunity. Just now, he and his junior brother had been able to instantly kill the other party's cultivators, but there were still 3 of them left. Wanting to kill all of them was a bit unrealistic. All of them were third-order Saint Kings, so even if there was a gap in strength between them, they weren't soft persimmons that could be easily pinched. With a sullen expression, Chu Chong Feng swept his eyes around and declared proudly, "If anyone else dares to secretly play tricks, don't blame this Chu for being impolite. A precious treasure is about to appear. I hope everyone can abide by the rules and compete for it with their own strength. Otherwise, don't blame this Chu for being ruthless." Just as he finished speaking, someone shouted loudly, "Young Master Chu, I just saw that guy secretly let something out. It seems like he's up to no good." "Who?" Chu Chongfeng's expression went cold as he stared at the speaker. "Myriad Beast Mountain's people." The speaker didn't show the slightest fear as he pointed to the 5 cultivator atop one of the hills. The faces of these 5 people changed dramatically as they glared at the speaker with resentment. But this person clearly wanted to curry favor with Chu Chongfeng, so how could he care about their threats? This High will be grateful. Although the bitter monarch Bi had given Hai Shan some confidence, he didn't want to tear down all pretense of cordiality with Chu Chongfeng here. At this time, he wanted to use some soft words to give both sides a way out of this situation, turning big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. Chu Chongfeng's brow furrowed. It seemed he didn't want to look for trouble anymore. There were more than 30 bitter monarch bees. If they really attacked, they would definitely suffer losses. But before he could speak, a chuckle suddenly rang out. "If you want evidence, it's very simple. Just let me see it." Everyone turned towards the direction of the voice and saw In Su Dai standing up from the hill occupied by Colored Glass Sect. Her charming face filled with a soul-stirring smile, her slender waist seemingly boneless, her jade-white hand holding a small gray bead the size of a pigeon's egg. This bead looked ordinary, not at all precious. But when Chu Chongfeng saw this bead, his eyes lit up and he couldn't help laughing. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.